This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Condemning the Heavens, Publishers Pack 3, Books 5 and 6. Written by Tinalynge, performed by Scott Merriman. Book 5. Tainted Blood. Chapter 1. Cloudsore City. The sun's fiery red rays were cast down upon the clouded sky, turning the evening crimson. Half the sun had sunk down below the horizon line, and as the shadow of night crept over Cloudsore City, the buildings reflected their shapes in beautiful red light. Queues of people stood outside the entrance of Cloudsore City. The guards inspected every person, so it took some time to enter the city. Cloudsore City was the largest city in the Chang'an kingdom. It was known as a haven for those seeking spiritual fruits. Merchants from the center of the continent often came here to stock up on goods. Young cultivators also often made their way to Cloudsore City to buy fruits at a cheaper price. This was a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was a group consisting of 2 men and a boy in the queue outside the gates. One was a handsome young man who seemed to be around 18 years old. The second seemed to be at the same age, albeit with possibly the most plain appearance you could have. And the third, a child, appeared to be no more than 10 years old. Strangely, when they spoke to each other, it was with the tone of equals. The 2 older ones seemed to treat the 10-year-old boy as their equal, though it made sense when one looked closer into the eyes of the child, should they get the chance to make eye contact. The boy's eyes were anything but naive and soft like most children his age, gleaming with wisdom and age. These 3 were none other than Zhu Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi. They had left the border between the 2 countries and entered the Chang'an kingdom on the way to the center of the continent. "I never expected you to still be this cheerful after Zhao Yun left you," Bai Tianyi said. The name Wang Zhaoyun had been a taboo, and no one had mentioned it after Zhu Wei awoke. But now Bai Tianyi could not stop himself. He Gao glanced at Bai Tianyi with a warning glare, but the sword spirit pretended that he had not seen the glare and continued on. "You also accepted your identity so easily. Tell me, are you in shock? Is it because you don't believe me?" Bai Tianyi was curious by nature. If there was something he did not know or understand, he would seek to unearth it. While Bai Tianyi was extremely casual about it, He Gao was careful and worried about hurting his good friend. Even if he seemed okay, he had to be keeping up a strong appearance. Zhu Wei laughed out loud when he saw their tentative expressions. "I'm really okay," he said reassuringly with a laugh and shook his head. "I know what my emotions are like, and I will be true to them. One day, I will make her understand my emotions. Then she'll know that we were meant to be. Also, it does not matter what I am. Humans hate me no matter what I do, so I might as well be a beast, right?" Zhu Wei clearly did not care about this whole thing. Had this been before the Azure Dragon Spirit had hatched, he would have most likely panicked and despaired. But now he was all carefree and straightforward. He had complete faith in himself and his ability to reach his goals. There was a bone-deep pride in his body that told him he could have anything he wanted. However, it did not mean he had forgotten that he was merely a one-layer heavenly warrior. He had a long way to go before he could truly make a difference with his fist alone, but he definitely had the potential. "There are still a few confusing things, though," he sighed. "Elder Wan seemed to know of my true identity," Zhu Wei continued. "But what is it he and the beasts want from me? My uncle and Chu Huayan also know what I really am. I have a feeling that they are the ones I need to watch out for. The humans are troublesome, but they just want to kill me. The other side is different." Bai Tianyi nodded his head. He was a human cultivator back in his prime, so he was not too privy to the connection between sovereign beasts and primordial beasts, or what sort of rituals existed between them. "The sovereign beasts are the monarchs," Bai Tianyi said pensively. "They should be the most beloved entities to the beasts, but I imagine that they aren't all satisfied with this kind of hierarchy."
"I think it best if we avoid any interaction with both humans and beasts until we are stronger," He Gao said after careful consideration.
Zhu Wei nodded his head, and Bai Tianyi agreed. They did not want to be caught up in the fights between humans and beasts before they had the strength to dictate what happened. By the time they were done discussing this through compressed voice communication, they reached the gates of Cloudsoar City. "The price of entry is 50 silver per person," a guard said while looking over their group. Zhu Wei quickly forked out the money, but the guard did not take the pouch right away. Instead, he stared intently at Zhu Wei's face. "State your name," he demanded. Zhu Wei, who felt that something was amiss, narrowed his eyes. "I am Ye Zhao," he said carefully. The guard suddenly nodded his head as if he had recognized him. "I was told by the Cerulean Starlight sect to contact you." The guard's face was stoic. "There is a branch of the Cerulean Starlight sect here in Cloudsoar City. The sect elder told us to keep an eye out for you half a year ago, though I'm not sure if the order still stands." Zhu Wei was incredibly relieved after hearing this. He nodded his head and flicked a gold coin to the guard. "Thank you for telling me." The guard cleared them and they entered the city, moving inside in a steady stream of people. The streets were bursting with life. People walked back and forth, and noisy voices could be heard from every direction. "Let's go get some information," Zhu Wei decided. "We've been out of the loop for half a year. It's probably best we catch up on the recent changes, yeah?" The other two agreed. They went to the closest tavern to get some food and some information as they ate. Although more sensitive subjects were likely to be discussed through sound transmission, most people would not go through the effort to conceal more well-known topics. They had found a rather typical tavern. It had food and drinks and a few rooms up for rent, but Zhu Wei's team was not there to stay the night. Instead, they found a table in the middle and sat down. This place was perfect for their aim. When they sat down, they ordered a few dishes and drinks. A servant rushed to prepare their order. Soon after, they sat in silence and paid attention to the conversations going on in the tavern.
"Did you hear about the beast horde that appeared in the southern area of the Chang'an Empire? It was so massive that 11 primordial beasts appeared."
"Did you hear that a new clue has been found in the mysterious murder that happened outside Golden Crow City half a year ago?"
"The new faction of that Wayfarer girl is growing bigger by the day. During the last beast horde, she slaughtered 4 primordial beasts, and now even members of the 3 great sects are following her." "Have you heard that the guards said that the formation master Ye Zhao entered the city? He must have a lot of valuables on his person, if you know what I mean."
"The medicinal pill workshop has announced that they will sell their shop to the Golden Chambers. It seems that the Golden Chambers are rather aggressive in their quest to take over all the major shops on the continent."
"Soon the Cloudsoar Trade Fair will commence. I earned a lot of money to spend on a medicinal pill for my son."
Zhu Wei listened intently. His face was completely straight, but he was inwardly surprised. Wang Zhaoyun was likely to be the Wayfarer girl that they were talking about. To think that she went and founded a faction, it was clear that she was moving forward with her revenge. He wanted to know more about her faction, but he also knew that he would hear it later. On the other hand, he was also surprised that they had found clues about the mystery murders outside Golden Crow City. Was it not obviously a fight between beasts and humans? Why not just blame some random primordial beast? Finally, the trade fair slated to be held soon excited Zhu Wei quite a bit. Their dishes arrived at this point, so they continued eavesdropping while eating their food, silent as ever. The 3 of them seemed almost brooding. They all savored the dishes and enjoyed the food. The food was simple and tasted good. For some reason, when they finished their meal, the waiter walked over to their table.
"That'll be 30,000 gold coins,"
he almost yelled, his voice booming through the entire restaurant and making all the others quiet down. 30,000 gold coins? Zhu Wei frowned. No food was worth this much money. Not even spiritual fruits cost this much. Yes, the servant snickered. The others in the tavern leaned back on their chairs and acted like they were enjoying a show. Are you sure you want to do this? Bai Tianyi asked, his tone of voice dangerous. The audience was looking on in amusement. Kid, this is not the place for you to speak, the servant said. His words made Zhu Wei laugh.
So expensive. Don't you expect to lose customers once this gets out?
He Gao sneered. Who says it will ever get out? Also, someone like you should pay up. Someone like me? I don't seem to remember insulting you or in any way causing problems for this tavern. Why treat the patrons so badly? Zhu Wei asked. We do not like people like you here, the servant continued. So pay up and leave. Zhu Wei sighed and flipped his hand, revealing the token from the Cerulean Starlight sect. You are treating members of the Cerulean Starlight sect like this? He asked casually. Every person in the tavern opened their eyes wide. Some jaws dropped, and all of them were surprised beyond belief. This tiny tavern was antagonizing someone from the Cerulean Starlight sect. That was the same as dropping a stone on their own foot. But contrary to the expectations of the tavern's patrons, the servant did not become gentler or apologetic. Instead, he sneered at Zhu Wei and company. I know who you are. Now are you paying up or not? Zhu Wei could not be bothered any longer. He simply stood up and pushed past the servant. Bai Tianyi and He Gao followed suit. Their actions showed that they would not pay what he demanded. The boss will not let you go, the servant warned them. Let him come then, Zhu Wei smiled, but his smile was tinged with malice. As the three stepped outside the tavern, their auras were flaring, and they were more than ready for a fight. Zhu Wei was calm. He had the feeling that someone was purposefully making things difficult for him, but the only ones who would have the guts to do that was the Crimson Sunshine sect and the two princes that run afoul of Zhu Wei. Only they had the power to make people do their bidding against the Cerulean Starlight sect. It was likely the Crimson Sunshine sect. But why would they want gold coins? Zhu Wei could not figure this out. Chapter 2. Finding Trouble. The servant fumed with anger, but he knew better than to engage in a bout of battle with them. Although they were merely heavenly warriors, the servant himself was only an earth warrior. It was simply a joke for him to consider facing off against the group. The audience was intrigued by how things were playing out. These three experts were incredibly daring to leave without paying for their meal, but every person in the crowd knew it was because they were being scammed by the tavern. If they were in the same situation, they would have reacted in the same way. Conceding to the restaurant servant's absurd demand would mean admitting that they were easy to bully after all. Halt! Someone called out from the staircase. However, Zhu Wei and the two others continued to walk towards the door as if they had not heard him. A loud crash emanated from inside the tavern, and a bottle flew at Zhu Wei like a bullet, who agilely avoided it, then turned to look at the perpetrator. I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? The man asked with a grim expression on his face. Zhu Wei laughed out loud in response. Am I your servant? He asked mockingly. I think not. Why should I do what you tell me to? You think you can decide what others do just because you say so? Seriously, go see a doctor. Make sure your disease doesn't spread to others. He sneered. Don't worry, Bai Tianyi chimed in. Stupidity can be inherited, but it usually isn't contagious. We should be fine. Hearing the dialogue between the two, most people in the tavern could hold their laughter, but one lost it and started laughing out loud. This created a domino effect, and soon all those that had tried to keep a straight face were laughing alongside each other, inadvertently mocking the man on the stairs. The expression on the man's face turned black. He did not know much about Zhu Wei and his two companions, but one day, half a year ago, someone from the Crimson Sunshine sect had appeared before him. This man had brought a picture with him, a picture of Zhu Wei, or rather Ye Zhao, as it portrayed his altered face after using the mask. He was told that if he came across this young man, he was to create trouble for him. The more the better. If he then reported it to the Crimson Sunshine sect afterwards, he would be heavily rewarded. This was not the only store owner who had been given this task. Every independent shop within Cloud Soar City had been contacted, but out of fear of leaking any details, they all went about it quietly, not even discussing it amongst themselves. The painting of Zhu Wei had been posted in the back of every single store in Cloud Soar City, so he had become a celebrity without even knowing it. They had not been told to what extent they should inconvenience Zhu Wei, but the rather vague request let them come up with their own ideas. The boss of this tavern was not aware that Zhu Wei had connections with the Cerulean Starlight sect. Neither the servant nor the Crimson Sunshine sect had informed him. So when he saw the token in Zhu Wei's hand, he suddenly paused. Was he caught in the middle of a sect war? He had been told that Zhu Wei was an independent cultivator. The man had done some unacceptable deeds, so he needed to be punished, but killing him would be too extreme as humans stood united and rarely gave the death sentence to their own. It was only now that the boss realized that something was off. Why had they come to his small tavern to make problems for one person? Their sect could deal with everything themselves, unless they did not dare to do it themselves. The only reason they would not dare to do so would be if they were up against another sect of equal standing, or if it was something like going against a supreme expert. This boy was clearly not a supreme expert, but he carried the token of authority from the Cerulean Starlight sect. This gave the boss a headache. He turned to the waiter and gave a malicious glare. It was clear that the tavern and this young man had already fallen out completely, so there was no chance to salvage the situation without losing face. Zhu Wei noticed that the boss was hesitating. He shook his head and turned to leave again, but who would have thought that it was not the boss that stopped them this time, but the servant? "Pay up for your meal and we will let you go. Can you not see that the big boss is an ordinary knight? He can deal with you as easily as slaughtering chickens. Even your reputation as members of the Cerulean Starlight sect is nothing compared to my boss's background." The boss felt like falling on his face when he heard this. Bloody hell. Was this servant trying to kill him? Even if this situation had been instigated by the Crimson Sunshine sect, they would not have his back through thick and thin. They had, at most, a superficial relationship, whereas this kid held a token of authenticity belonging to a rival major sect. That was the real deal. If anything happened to this boy in his store, would he not suffer greatly at the hands of the Cerulean Starlight sect in the future? Why was his servant so adamant about stirring up trouble? He could only guess that it had something to do with jealousy. The servant was now 30 years old, but he was stuck as an earth warrior, while these three seemed to be much younger and had already become heavenly warriors. The boss was usually very haughty because of his strength, but right now he was worried. As a result, Zhu Wei snorted and just left the tavern without looking back. The audience felt that this ending was truly too anticlimactic, but no one in their right mind would say anything as they still feared this boss. And when the boss turned around to unleash his rage on the servant, he realized that the target of his ire was nowhere to be found. Frowning, he told himself that he would fire him as soon as he returned. But this servant never returned to the tavern. "They won't let us stay in this inn either," Zhu Wei said with a sigh as they exited the fourth inn they had visited after leaving the tavern. "It seems like someone knew that we were coming this way. It is hard to find fault with us, as we have done nothing wrong, at least according to the law, but they will try and chase us out of every major city in the future."
"We can try hotels," Heigao suggested. Hotels were usually chains or owned by major factions, so they would not involve themselves in the conflicts of the major sects.
Although they were slightly more expensive, the quality was also above ordinary inns.
We need somewhere to relax for a bit, Zhu agreed. We need to share all the items in my bags. I have herbs, spiritual fruits, pills, and techniques from that mini-war we caused that we need to look at, he said. We should use them to get as strong as possible before we reach the center of the continent. It would be a waste not to.
I want the rainbow pill. You can fight for the rest then, Bai Tianyi said smilingly. He really wanted the rainbow pill.
We'll split it later, Zhu smiled evasively, but he really didn't mind giving it to Bai Tianyi. He knew that his spirit form had a hard time taking in energy from pills unless they were special. If the rainbow pill could benefit him, it was worth it. Let's find a hotel then, Zhu said. He had considered meeting up with the Cerulean Starlight sect, but he was not willing to stay in their territory. Although they were on friendly terms, Zhu had a hard time fully trusting them. Their relationship was built on mutual benefits, after all.
We can look for a hotel owned by the Golden Chambers, Bai Tianyi added with a smile. They will definitely not decline us after our business with the formations, not to mention that they have no reason to fear the factions. Having decided what they would do, they soon headed toward the location of the Golden Chambers shops. There should also be a hotel located among them. As they walked through the city, it never occurred to Zhu that they should leave. The more they wanted to chase him out, the more stubborn he became, and he had now decided to stay in Cloud Source City for some time while getting information on Wang Xiaoyun's new faction and about the center of the continent. Besides, he wanted to see what sort of pills, herbs, and spiritual fruits they had in stock here. Cloud Source City was the largest city within the Chang'an kingdom. It was a city that overflowed with life. Ergo, it would be the perfect place to gather some intel. If people were not biased against them, that is. As they reached the district governed by the Golden Chambers, they were greeted very differently by the independent stores. There were many different departments in the Cloud Source City's Golden Chambers, and one of them was precisely what they needed, a hotel. When they were informed of Ye Zhao's request for accommodations, they were at first slightly perplexed, but then thrilled. They knew of the fortune he had gained back in Golden Crow City, so if he were to spend some of it in their stores, it would enrich in their pockets quite a bit. Zhu could guess their train of thought. Originally, he would not have picked the hotel belonging to the Golden Chambers, as those who rested there were mainly patrons of their shops. With their relationship, he had to spend quite a bit of wealth to satisfy them, but he had been pushed towards this option as the other inns had blacklisted them.
I was of the impression that a miss was traveling with you, the manager of the hotel asked tentatively when he saw that the group only consisted of 3 young men.
Zhu smiled, maintaining his composure. We have parted ways for a short time, he explained casually, as if he truly believed so. The manager instantly stopped asking and instead prepared 3 of their best suites for Zhu, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi. Although many might think that he was a small child, this manager had seen the knowledge and shrewdness in Bai Tianyi's eyes and knew that he was no ordinary child. He would not need an adult to look after him. Even though they were given a suite each, all 3 gathered in Zhu room and sat in a circle on the floor with grins on their faces. Zhu took out pills, herbs, fruits, and techniques from his storage ring, piling them into a mountain in the middle of their circle. The moment the snow jade bottle containing the rainbow pill appeared, Bai Tianyi's hand shot out with the speed of light and grasped it. He looked at it with eyes filled with expectation. Seeing his behavior, neither Zhu nor He Gao minded, but both started laughing. Okay, let us start sharing the items. Zhu smiled slightly as he picked up the items one by one. The techniques are only useful for me as you have innate techniques and abilities. I haven't unlocked any inherited knowledge yet, so I guess I will just continue to train in normal techniques. I originally planned on sharing these with Xiaoyun, but I guess that's a long time in the future now, so I'll take them all. Then they reached the pills.
They had many pills, and they were of different types. Zhu Wei only remembered them because of the jade slip he had bought back in the Black Iron Fortress. There were pills of all kinds that either strengthened the fleshly body, increased the capacity of one's meridians, increased the user's spiritual energy pool, or improved anything related to qi as a whole. There were pills that allowed for a smoother breakthrough from Sky Warrior to Heavenly Warrior, or from Heavenly Warrior to Ordinary Knight. There were also pills that steadied one's foundation. All in all, they had any kind of pill that could prove useful to them. Chapter 3. Infamous. Zhu Wei gave the pills that helped with a breakthrough from Sky Warrior to Heavenly Warrior to He Gao. Although his physical strength had reached the Heavenly Warrior level, his qi was still a bit off. Having these pills would let him smoothly advance, especially since he was given quite a few of them. The pills to stabilize one's foundation were split between Zhu Wei and He Gao. The former had just reached the first layer of the Heavenly Warrior realm, and the latter would do so shortly. Both needed them. The herbs and spiritual fruits were distributed according to the same idea of who needed them the most. Zhu Wei gave a few herbs and spiritual fruits that benefited spiritual energy cultivation to Bai Tianyi. Bai Tianyi had previously said that all he needed was the rainbow pill, but he did not decline the herbs and fruits offered to him. After portioning out the items, Zhu Wei also gave them some of his essence stones, giving Bai Tianyi and He Gao 100 each. It wasn't that he was being stingy, but that it would be a waste to give them more. It would take them a long time to use all of those essence stones. In fact, they were pretty useless to Bai Tianyi, so giving him 100 of them was merely a courtesy on Zhu Wei's part. Although they are useless to me, I am keeping them as currency, Bai Tianyi snickered. Zhu Wei just nodded his head. He was not going to take something back he had already given. Here is some gold. Zhu Wei also handed some gold he had to his two friends. Okay, now that we've split everything, we might as well dedicate the next couple of months to cultivating and have as many breakthroughs as possible. Since we are going to be doing closed-door cultivation, we might not see each other for quite some time, so make do with the gold and essence stones for the meanwhile. Bai Tianyi gladly accepted the gold coins with a big smile on his face, but He Gao hesitated.
Is it really needed?
He asked, confused. Zhu Wei nodded his head. Yes. Because Zhu Wei sounded so decisive, He Gao barely accepted the gold. Now you two can go ahead and start your cultivation. I'll go to the desk and pay for 3 months' worth of rent here, and then I'll pay a visit to the Cerulean Starlight sect. They have been searching for me for half a year, after all. Bai Tianyi and He Gao both nodded their heads this time. They did not insist on accompanying Zhu Wei. They were both eager to raise their strength as soon as possible. Seeing their eagerness, Zhu Wei smiled and took his leave afterwards, after which they both quickly went into seclusion in their rooms.
You want to rent those 3 suites for 3 months?
The manager was dumbstruck when he heard what Zhu Wei said, but Zhu Wei just smiled at him and nodded his head.
3 months is expensive,
the manager tried to make him understand, but Zhu Wei had already accepted this fact. Still, he had no other option because the inns had denied him and his team entrance, either on the orders of the Crimson Sunshine sect or because they did not want to be drawn into a conflict.
Each day is 1 gold coin, so 3 months is around 90 gold coins a suite, 270 gold coins in total.
Zhu Wei did not hesitate and took out 270 gold coins, which he placed on top of the counter. The manager finally understood that he was serious. He quickly noted down that the suites had been paid for 3 months. Zhu Wei confirmed it before leaving the hotel. When he walked down the street, however, he noticed that he had become a walking spectacle. Every person on the street looked at him with undisguised curiosity while whispering to their companions. After spreading out his spiritual energy, Zhu Wei could hear what was being said as clear as day.
He is the one who the Crimson Sunshine sect has warned us about.
I hear he left a tavern after threatening to kill everyone inside and didn't pay for his meal.
I heard that he is the reason for the mysterious murder back in Golden Crow City. He might even be an accomplice of the beasts.
Watch out, or your children will be killed by him. He is a murdering maniac who has killed humans before.
I hear that the only reason he is still alive is because that genius from the Skyward Empire, Wan Qiang, stood up for him.
It was clear that the Crimson Sunshine sect had done a great job at giving him the image of a cold-blooded human murderer who stopped at nothing for personal gains. The truth was that the ones who spoke were not wrong, so he could not even get mad at them. He was wondering how everyone knew his face, but the answer came to him moments after when he stepped on a painting on the ground. It was a picture of Ye Zhao's plain face. There was a long list of the atrocities he had committed written on the back. So, they were trying to turn him into the public enemy by distributing flyers throughout the city. Zhu Wei understood this now. The citizens saw him pick up the paper, and all of them expected him to become violently angry, so they held their breath while fearfully watching Zhu Wei. Never did they expect that he would just smile and shake his head, as if he did not take it seriously at all. There were a few heavenly warriors affiliated with the Crimson Sunshine sect in the crowd. They were waiting for him to make a fuss so they could step in righteously, but his lack of a reaction caught them all by surprise. Zhu Wei held on to the flyer and continued his stroll to the Cerulean Starlight sect's residence within the city. The Grand Elder of this city's Cerulean Starlight sect branch had asked to meet him half a year ago, but he was unaware whether or not they would seek to maintain the relationship after this long. The lack of a response for so long could possibly have turned them off. As he reached the complex that belonged to the Cloudsoar City's branch of the Cerulean Starlight sect, he found that the sect disciples standing guard outside the gate were at the Heavenly Warrior realm. Even the auras of ordinary knights were close by. Zhu Wei approached one of the Heavenly Warrior guards. "Hello, I am Ye Zhao," he said, introducing himself. "I was informed that your branch's Grand Elder was looking for me." The main sect had a patriarch, but he was located in the center of the continent. Under him were various Grand Elders. These Grand Elders were in charge of the branches they belonged to and worked as the executive authorities in their areas. Although it sounded like they were high-ranking members, they did not actually have much influence when it came to the sect as a whole. The guard looked him over and gave a nod. He gave a whistle, after which a Heavenly Warrior walked out from inside. It appeared they were changing spots while the other went inside the compound. The one Zhu Wei had spoken to gestured with his hands that they were to wait here before heading inside. Silence prevailed outside of the Cerulean Starlight sect's grounds, but the inside was different. Every person who walked by the entrance and saw Zhu Wei looked him over curiously and whispered to their fellow disciples with smiles, and some with jeers. The people from the Cerulean Starlight sect were also aware of what had happened. Some of them looked at Zhu Wei with disdain for his alleged actions, while others believed the rumors spread by the Crimson Sunshine sect had been blown out of proportion.
"I am sorry. The Grand Elder is currently occupied."
The man who had gone in to announce Zhu Wei's arrival returned after a bit of time. His speech was apologetic, but there was a gleam in his eyes that seemed wicked and contained disdain. Zhu Wei instantly caught on. He had been told that they were waiting for him, but now they did not want to meet him? He felt annoyed and disappointed in the Cerulean Starlight sect. He had a good relationship with the few of their disciples he had met so far, and he had been expecting that the rest of the sect possessed the same mentality as them. But now he understood that this sect also had different opinions internally. Where the Skyward Empire's branch of the Cerulean Starlight sect was eager to befriend him, the ones in the Chang'an kingdom were not. Although he was a formation master, he had bad blood with the Crimson Sunshine sect and the Argent Moon sect. If this Grand Elder had a good relationship with just one of the other two great sects, then he might go against a formation master. Zhu Wei sighed. He had hoped that the Cerulean Starlight sect could be a possible ally, but reality finally clocked in for him. He could not rely on anyone but himself and his team. He came to that understanding the hard way. Shaking his head, he gave one last glance at the guard that was giving him a disdainful look. He scoffed, almost sneering. This was their loss. Zhu Wei rubbed his chin for a while, wondering what he should say now that he had been rejected. In the end, he simply flicked his hand and threw something towards the guard. He turned to leave without speaking a word. When the guard caught it and looked at the item in his hand, it was the token of authenticity granted by the Grand Elder from their branch in the Skyward Empire. The executive elder in charge of the Chang'an Kingdom branch had not dared to openly and directly refuse to work with Zhu Wei because he could not handle the repercussion of turning away a formation master. But now it was too late. They had not foreseen that declining to meet Zhu Wei for no reason other than to mock him would end in him immediately cutting his ties with their sect. The disdain in the guard's eyes vanished in lieu of surprise, but he was quick to regain his composure. He had never seen the wonder of a formation with his own eyes, so to him it was a foreign item that others had grossly glorified. He did not believe that they were as wonderful as the rumors said. So to him, it was no big deal.
"We won't see you out,"
the guardsman said coldly and snorted. Zhu Wei's only response was to smile over his shoulder before he smoothly turned his head away and left. He was currently famous all over Cloudsoar City. Everyone had seen his face, and they used him as the stuff of nightmares to scare the children. Whenever they saw him, every adult became alert. Even the Golden Chambers reconsidered if they could let him stay.
"Don't cause problems for me,"
the director said to the manager as they conversed through a long-distance communication bracelet.
"He's a formation master, so his worth is more than the branches of the three great sects. If they want to put pressure on you, don't hold back."
The manager was surprised. Usually he would never be allowed to use the name of their establishment to pressure the other sects or factions, but the director allowed him to do it this time. Just how amazing was this budding formation master? Zhu Wei was unsure what stance the Golden Chambers would take, but he knew that his reputation as Ye Zhao had been ruined in the Chang'an Kingdom. However, Zhu Wei did not care. Ye Zhao was just a character he had created. What happened to it was completely unrelated to Zhu Wei. Not to mention his own reputation was already down the drain. He was known as a primordial beast and a mass murderer. His two identities were not far from each other in terms of infamy. When he entered the hotel again, to his surprise, Zhu Wei was met with a smiling manager who greeted him with renewed ardor.
"I can understand that you are in a rough position right now, rumor mongers spreading false information about you and all. I just want you to know that we, the Golden Chambers, value the friendship we have built with you. We will not cancel your rental, even if the three great sects threaten us."
Having been assured of this, Zhu Wei smiled and cupped his hands to him. "Thank you, manager."
"No need to be so polite," the manager beamed back at him while waving his hands.
It was clear that he was immensely satisfied with the young man's behavior. Zhu Wei felt reassured that they would not run the risk of being evicted from their rooms. He went up the stairs to his suite and laid out all his pills, fruits, herbs, and essence stones. Considering that he had only recently broken through to the first layer of the Heavenly Warrior realm, Zhu Wei picked a pill called the Flamethorn pill. It was a pill that was refined by using the Flamethorn herb as the base and 10 other supplementary herbs as stabilizers. The Flamethorn pill assisted in strengthening one's foundations and solidifying the user's cultivation base post-breakthrough. So it was a perfect choice for him. Chapter 4. Medicinal Pill Workshop. Zhu Wei was quick to consume the Flamethorn pill, and with it came a burst of energy that assaulted every sense in his body. This energy was exceptionally pure and bright as it spread from Zhu Wei's mouth to every cell in his body. It did not raise his strength. Instead, the wave of medicinal energy sought out impurities in his constitution and started seeping into the thousands of chi dragons that were within his body. A normal person had strands of chi circulating around in their bodies, but the ones in Zhu Wei's body had taken the shape of dragons. All of them glistened with an azure light. Although the number of dragons did not increase after he took the flamethorn pill, they started exuding a more brilliant light. The color of the azure light had also deepened, and the dragons moved in a much more frisky way than before. This was what the flamethorn pill did. It strengthened the current cultivation base and purified the chi. Although it had not increased his strength directly, it had fortified his foundations, ensuring that he was unlikely to suffer from chi deviation. After sensing that all the energy from the pill was gone, Zhu Wei took a deep breath. He placed an essence stone in his hand, calmed himself down, and started cultivating without assistive items. He needed to get used to his body after the last pill before he could consume another pill or similar medicinal item. After dry cultivating for a full night, Zhu Wei turned his attention towards the items in front of him again. This time, he picked a spiritual fruit. This was a very rare fruit, but Zhu Wei had managed to get a hold of 3 of them at the auction in Golden Crow City. One could only consume 1 of them. Afterward, they were useless. He had bought one for himself, He Gao, and Wang Xiaoyun, but since she had left him, he was left with an extra. Unfortunately, it was useless to buy Tinalynge, so the only option was to sell it. Keeping it seemed useless. The name of the fruit was silver bell fruit because it looked exactly like a small silver bell. This silver bell fruit raised the rank of a heavenly warrior by a full layer. However, there were certain risks with consuming it. If one's foundation was not strong enough, it would backfire, incurring chi deviation. It was also possible for the increase in power to be below a full layer, thereby destabilizing the user's foundations, but a perfectly solid foundation would permit a smooth increase of an entire layer for heavenly warriors. This was also why Zhu Wei had taken the flamethorn pill. Although his cultivation base was steady, he would not risk it. The days slowly went by like this. Zhu Wei was in closed-door cultivation, and so were He Gao and Bai Tianyi. They would try to come out every now and then to get some sustenance in the form of food and liquids from the restaurant attached to the hotel. But they did this only once every week, and it was never at the same time. In the city, the news about Zhu Wei, or rather Ye Zhao, started to die out little by little. Although the citizens had been agitated in the beginning, their resentment quickly died out as they went about their everyday lives. The 3 great sects noticed that the effects of their attempt to sway the common opinion was faltering, so they took matters into their own hands and started putting pressure on the Golden Chambers directly. Never had they expected that the Golden Chambers would respond with a few words, and these words were an undisguised threat. Cause problems, and the Golden Chambers would never again invite them to their shops or help them get what they need. This threat was enough to make both the Cerulean Starlight sect and the Argent Moon sect step back instantly, leaving only the Crimson Sunshine sect alone and refusing to give up on messing with Zhu Wei. Still, they were waiting for the right time to act, as they did not dare to antagonize the Golden Chambers. 1 month turned into 2, and 2 turned into 3. After 3 months, Zhu Wei went downstairs and paid for another 2 months of rent for the 3 suites. Zhu Wei had at this point broken into the 3rd layer of the Heavenly Warrior realm, but he was not satisfied. Though he was eager to improve with his eyes set on becoming an ordinary knight as fast as possible, he knew that cultivation could not be forced, so he always followed every breakthrough up with a period of time spent solidifying his foundations until he was ready to gorge on his cultivation resources again. It had been 4 months since the time he had rented the rooms by the time Zhu Wei finally emerged. Having reached the third layer of the heavenly warrior realm in 4 months was already an excellent feat. His rate of improvement could rival the geniuses from the center of the continent. But he had been consuming pills like candy, making sure to take many different kinds of pills to ensure that he could continue to benefit from them. He had also used a stack of essence stones to speed the process up. 9 days after Zhu Wei came out of his closed-door cultivation, Bai Tianyi stepped out of his room with a smile plastered on his face. Of the 3, Bai Tianyi had taken the least resources with him, but he was the second to emerge. He had consumed the rainbow pill, which had propelled his strength all the way to the first layer of the ordinary night realm. From this, it was clear that the rainbow pill was anything but ordinary. 2 days after Bai Tianyi's emergence, He Gao came out of his room. He had reached the second layer of the heavenly warrior realm in chi level, while his physical strength was at the 8th layer of the heavenly warrior realm now. He Gao's body was bursting with energy, and his foundation was so stable that nothing could shake it. He was smiling, and he had a hard time containing the excitement in his eyes. His accomplishments during the closed-door cultivation were not shabby. His chi level had reached the heavenly warrior stage, and his physical strength was almost reaching the peak of that very same stage. They each noticed the silly smiles on their faces and chuckled. Their group had undergone a qualitative transformation, all 3 seeming to be overflowing with power. "We are still quite far away from having the strength to threaten the 3 great sects on our own," Zhu Wei noted after assessing their overall strength. Though they had improved, it was not enough. "That is correct." Bai Tianyi nodded his head, but a competitive gleam was evident within his eyes. "There was a trade fair not long ago here in Cloud Sword City," Bai Tianyi continued with a low voice. "There were 7 one-color rainbow pills up for sale at that fair. The Golden Chambers bought some of them as leverage for another transaction. They did not do it for gold or essence stones, but for a deal with someone who has something of equal value. I suggest we see if we can trade something for the one-color rainbow pills, because they will be of great help to us. They are truly magnificent and wondrous. No one knows exactly what the pills will do, but they will always strengthen one's body or soul. The other rainbow pills were purchased by the 3 great sects. We don't currently have the strength to take those from their hands. Rainbow pills will be able to help our cultivation quite a bit, but that doesn't mean they'll make us invincible. Our only option is to try a few things I have in mind," Bai Tianyi said mysteriously with a wicked smile. Zhu Wei could not help but feel a chill go down his spine when he saw the mysterious and excited expression on Bai Tianyi's face. He Gao also seemed to feel that something was amiss, and he glanced at Bai Tianyi with undisguised worry in his eyes. "What do you have in mind?" Zhu Wei asked tentatively. Bai Tianyi smiled at them and kept quiet. "We'll focus on the rainbow pills first." Bai Tianyi had made a decision, and the others agreed. "Since they want to trade the rainbow pills for something of equal value, our only option is formations," Zhu Wei said. Formations were rare, but since Zhu Wei had learned how to make them rather quickly, the novelty had quickly worn off for him. "The Golden Chambers has been fighting the other 3 sects for our sake," Zhu Wei muttered, while considering what to do. "I think it's justified to give them a stronger formation. Since my breakthrough to the 3rd layer, my spiritual energy has also risen to the middle heavenly warrior level. I should be able to inscribe the Flameward formation." The Flameward formation summoned a wall of flame that could harm even heavenly warriors while killing almost any below that level. This Flameward formation was rather uncommon, even amongst the circle of formation masters, because it was not very useful. While true that it creates a wall, it was at most a nuisance and was quite easily bypassable. One should have multiple formations to trap their enemies within, but that was quite wasteful. Still, this formation was highly sought after, primarily because of its rarity. The formation masters would want to buy the formation at an astronomical price because they wanted to pick it apart and figure out how its insides ticked for themselves.
Well then, time to make some flameward formations, Zhu Wei decided, and to his big surprise, Bai Tianyi offered to help.
My spiritual energy is at the ordinary night level, Bai Tianyi said. I have dabbled in formations before, and I should be able to inscribe a few flameward formations as well. Having decided their course of action, the two of them went into one of the rooms together and started inscribing the flameward formations on a few stones. The formations had to be inscribed on stones because ordinary paper could not withstand the heat upon activation. Engraving on a rock was harder than writing on paper. It required more finesse to handle the strokes of each rune when engraving on a rock, while the formation paper just needed a steady hand with pen and ink. The carving part of the stone-based engraving also required more spiritual energy. Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi both focused on engraving the runes. Bai Tianyi had a higher success rate than Zhu Wei, which was not surprising given the fact that his spiritual energy was of a higher level than Zhu Wei's. It took a few hours for Zhu Wei to finish engraving the flameward formation fully, and soon he was sitting with 33 stones. Although it was quite a lot, they could always use them themselves, so making too many formations was not a bad thing. Having created the formations, Zhu Wei, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao all went towards the medicinal pill workshop, a shop belonging to the Golden Chambers. This was the workshop that contained the rainbow pills. For some reason, a long stream of people seeking to exchange their most prized possessions for the rainbow pills kept entering and leaving the workshop. Leaving in vain, that is, because the Golden Chambers was incredibly picky with what they wanted to trade them for. Zhu Wei and the other two went into the workshop and looked around. Multiple glass cases displayed pills and herbs of various kinds. There were also all kinds of jade bottles on display, and the medicinal aroma of the pills suffused the entire place. Sirs, are you here to buy something?
A female servant appeared and queried. She did not recognize any of them.
We would like to trade for the rainbow pills, Zhu Wei said with a smile.
She was stumped, but then she nodded her head and led them towards the upper floors. This place was guarded by ordinary knights, and even an earth knight was present to guard the rainbow pills. Chapter 5. Ouyangyan. It was clear that the Golden Chambers took the matter regarding the rainbow pills very seriously. They had even deployed one of their few Earth Knights, a person of great stature within the Chang'an kingdom. Zhu Wei was surprised, but he had never had any malicious thoughts involving stealing the rainbow pills, so it did not matter that there were such strong experts present.
You have to be careful,
Bai Tianyi transmitted through voice compression with an alert gleam in his eyes.
Although the Golden Chambers has been friendly and positive towards us, who knows what greed might do to them. If things go wrong, and with an Earth Knight present, we will be incapable of escaping.
Reward and danger go hand in hand, Zhu Wei answered seriously. We could retreat now, but then we will not get our hands on the rainbow pills we so much need. As we are just not strong enough to continue on our journey.
I have to admit that there is reason in what you say, Bai Tianyi sighed, but he remained tense, keeping an eye on everything around him. If he felt too much danger, they would be leaving at any moment.
He Gao, on the other hand, was calm and relaxed.
The Golden Chambers is aware of us having a formation master in our midst. If they truly coveted only our formations, they would have made a move on us a long time ago. The fact that we are still safe and sound means that they can hold back their greed,
he reasoned seriously. Both He Gao and Bai Tianyi made sense, but their opinions were diametrical opposites. In the end, Zhu Wei decided to continue the endeavor while exercising greater caution. As they reached the second floor, the atmosphere in the hall changed drastically. It was much heavier, and silence covered the entire floor. The girl guided them towards the opposite end of the stairs, where a middle-aged man was standing. There were stern-looking cultivators throughout the entire floor. The moment that Zhu Wei, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao went up the stairs, all these eyes turned towards them. The oppressive air was overwhelming and made the hairs on Zhu Wei's arms stand on end. Bai Tianyi had seen many things in his life. He did not believe that one place would be completely impartial. In fact, he was absolutely sure that everyone worked on the principle of self-gain, so he never trusted anyone completely, especially not an establishment like the Golden Chambers that made a profit from exploiting others. He Gao was much more inexperienced, and his inexperience is what let him remain naively calm. Although he understood the underlying dangers, he also knew that they had been treated well until now. So why would things suddenly change? This was also He Gao's personality. He was a positive and rather carefree person. As they reached the middle-aged man, he lifted his head and looked straight at them with narrowed eyes.
"If it is not the infamous Ye Zhao,"
he said with a smile, yet not a smile on his face.
"I assume you are here to trade for the rainbow pills,"
he continued. Zhu Wei nodded his head. The man's eyes narrowed further, but in a way that made his face contort with undisguised joy.
"I know you previously traded quite a few formations for a rebirth pill back in Golden Crow City,"
the middle-aged man continued. Zhu Wei understood that the negotiations for their business deal had started the moment they came into contact with this man. He was slightly stunned because they were discussing something like this in public. Still, he did not say anything. He nodded his head again to acknowledge what the man had said.
"I am Zhao Yan," the man introduced himself. "I am the leader of the medicinal pill workshop here in Cloudsource City. Although our branch's Golden Chambers is not as prominent as the branch back in Golden Crow City, I am of the impression that the rainbow pills are of much more value than the rebirth pill."
The man was smiling. He knew the situation with the rebirth pill and how they had been adamant on buying it back then. But now he was using it to raise the price of the rainbow pills. Zhu Wei was somewhat depressed. He was not willing to cheat the Golden Chambers as they had shown him ample respect, but he was not willing to be cheated either. This man was clearly out to scam him. "We have some formations," Bai Tianyi took the word. His immature, light voice caught every person on the floor by surprise. They had never expected that the first to speak would be a child they had overlooked. "We have formations, but it's not like we're dying to get our hands on some rainbow pills. Were you thinking we'd pay an exorbitant price for them? We have these flameward formations. They are increasingly rare. We offer one flameward formation alongside one paralyzing formation and one spiritual energy bomb for each of the rainbow pills. It is not up for discussion. If you are not interested in our offer, then feel free to decline it, and we will be on our way." His words, coupled with the tone, took them all by surprise. They had never expected that this young child was allowed to make the calls, but the way Zhu Wei just stood behind the little boy with a slight smile on his face told them that he had the authority to do so. The man's narrowed eyes widened in surprise. He had thought that they would begin a discussion on the worth of the items, but the price offered by the child was already rather tempting to accept right away. If they really changed their mind because he hesitated, was it not a great loss for the Golden Chambers? Struggling with internal debate, the middle-aged man finally reached a conclusion.
"I can sell you 4 rainbow pills."
Zhu Wei smiled and nodded his head. He withdrew the 12 formations from his storage ring and also 4 pouches, wherein he put the 4 sets of formations separately. Then he waited for the 4 rainbow pills to be brought out. This was the crucial point, and also the most dangerous one. Zhu Wei had taken out his items, flaunting his wealth, while the other side had yet to even present their goods. The dilemma also manifested clearly in the eyes of the leader of the medicinal pill workshop. His eyes glistened dangerously for a second before he remembered his orders. Then he unhurriedly withdrew 4 snow jade bottles containing a rainbow pill each. The exchange was fast and smooth. As soon as Zhu Wei was given the 4 rainbow pills, he transferred them into his storage ring. Zhao Yan did the same with the formations. Having finished the exchange, Zhu Wei nodded to Zhao Yan. "Thank you for a pleasant transaction," he said with a slight smile. "We will take our leave now, but maybe we can work together later on." Just as Zhu Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi left the upper floor, another youth was led up the stairs by a young attendant.
"I need at least 3 rainbow pills,"
he said arrogantly. His words caused Zhu Wei to glance over, only for him to realize that the other person was also looking at them.
"Looks like anyone and their grandmothers can try to trade for the rainbow pills,"
the youth said mockingly. Zhu Wei's unveering stare made him snort.
"But in the end, you need treasures of equal value to make this exchange. Ha! Even country bumpkins are trying to get their hands on rainbow pills. Seems they are trying to reach much higher than their class allows them to."
As for who exactly this young man spoke about was not clear, but Zhu Wei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in amusement. He Gao, who also listened in on the conversation, could not help but chuckle.
"You, peasant! Are you laughing at me?"
the young man exclaimed. The way his face twisted made him look rather ugly. Just as He Gao was about to answer him, Zhu Wei lifted his hand and shook his head, stopping the words that almost came out of He Gao's mouth. Zhu Wei knew his good friend. He Gao was definitely going to bust the young man's bubble and tell him that they had just bought 4 rainbow pills. But Zhu Wei did not wish to draw too much attention to himself, at least not more than what he already had. This young man did not know who Zhu Wei was, so he was clearly not from Cloudsoar City. He also honestly believed he had enough valuables to exchange for 3 rainbow pills, showing he had a prominent position somewhere. Bai Tianyi seemed to agree with Zhu Wei as he walked very subtly faster so that they could leave the workshop without letting the conflict escalate. The young man from the stairs also decided not to pursue the matter. He felt that he had won the argument since the other side stayed quiet, and he was also in a hurry to get his hands on 3 rainbow pills. As he entered the upper floor, he held his chin up high and did not deign to look at the cultivators that were guarding the room. In fact, although he was only an ordinary knight himself, he was no foreigner to Earth Knights or even experts above that realm.
"Manager Zhao,"
the man called out and looked at the middle-aged man at the end of the floor.
"I am Ouyang Yen, a member of the Ouyang family. I have come here to exchange some of my treasures for 3 rainbow pills."
Had Bai Tianyi heard the words, his eyes would have constricted and his heart would have started beating faster. The Ouyang family was one of the ancient families that had chased him when he was still human and seeking immortality. Their ancestor was one of the experts that had spent their life essence to seal Bai Tianyi in the small village in the Azure Forest Kingdom. Fortunately, neither Ouyang Yen nor Bai Tianyi were aware of each other's identities, and thus they just smoothly passed by each other like strangers on the street.
"Young Master Ouyang, I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we are out of rainbow pills right now."
Zhao Yan shook his head apologetically, but inside he was not really sorry. Although the treasures that this Ouyang Yen could bring out would be outstanding since he was a descendant of the Ouyang family, they could not possibly compare to 12 formations. Even the Ouyang family only had a single formation master.
"You already traded them away?"
Ouyang Yen's eyes widened in surprise, his mood plummeting down from high up in the heavens to the lowest of hells.
"Did you, by any chance, just trade them right before I arrived?"
he inquired. Zhao Yan's face did not change. He shook his head.
"I am afraid I cannot answer this question. We promise our customers full confidentiality. We do not answer such questions."
Ouyang Yen could not help but gnash his teeth in annoyance, but he was certain that those 3 earlier were the ones who had taken the rainbow pills. Their behavior, which he had at first taken as a display of submission to his power, was in fact them making a mockery of him. The words he had said then now felt like a joke. Ouyang Yen knew that the Golden Chambers had gotten their hands on 4 rainbow pills, while the head disciples from the 3 great sects also had secured 1 each. He had gotten news this morning that all 4 rainbow pills were still available at the Golden Chambers, so he had not rushed over. Now he regretted his decision greatly.
"Manager Zhao, please excuse me,"
he said, running out of the medicinal pill workshop. It was clear that he was not willing to give up just like that. Seeing his determination, Zhao Yan considered intervening. Should he send the Earth Knight to protect Zhu Wei? In the end, he decided not to. The opposing person was a member of the Ouyang family. Even the Golden Chambers did not want to get involved in a feud with them. Chapter 6. Rainbow Pill. Ouyang Yen was not a reckless figure. He knew that those 3 youngsters had to have some kind of backer to be able to afford the rainbow pills. He was only one person, and he was only a 4th-layer ordinary knight. Although the others had seemed weaker, they held the advantage of numbers, not to mention that Ouyang Yen was nothing but a normal member of the Ouyang family. If he had been important, he would not need to go to a border country like the Chang'an kingdom for mere 1-color rainbow pills, nor would he be traveling alone. Since he had a lot to take into consideration, he hesitated. And yet for some reason he could not stop his own body from moving, trying to catch up with the young men he had seen before. Unfortunately, when he exited the medicinal pill workshop, he found that there was no sign of the 3 of them. They had vanished completely into the crowd. Considering what to do, Ouyang Yen pondered for some time, but he ultimately came up with nothing. He had no connections in this kingdom, and he knew that his family would be against him using his background to intimidate and force others into assisting him. Sighing, he shook his head.
"If it's fate, then we will meet again,"
he stated. With a last glance at the crowd, he decided it was time to leave the city. It held no more interest to him. Although Ouyang Yen had not seen them, Zhu Wei had actually not gone far. The group was not in a hurry and were slowly strolling back to the hotel. Although the city had hated Zhu Wei at the start, no one paid attention to him anymore. The 3 great sects continuously kept all his movements under strict watch. The Cerulean Starlight sect was aware that they had messed up earlier. The Grand Elder of the sect who had been hostile towards Zhu Wei had been punished for his behavior. Today, a new Grand Elder had arrived to take over the branch. They were, however, aware that it was too late to mend the relationship with Zhu Wei, as he had not even once tried to find their sect in the time he had been in Cloud Soar City. Since he had cut all contact with the Cerulean Starlight sect, Zhu Wei was suddenly all alone against the 3 great sects. Although he was excessively prideful after the hatching of his dragon spirit, he also understood that right now the safest place was close to the Golden Chambers. Even if the 3 great sects would not want to become enemies of the Golden Chambers, and considering that they had already used their influence to pressure them, it was clear that they would go the extra mile for Zhu Wei.
"If he wants to lock himself up within the city, then let him. We cannot act against him, but he is also incapable of acting against us."
This was the general opinion of the 3 great sects. It was true that a formation master was important and revered. A formation master would be respected and tried to be won over. But since they already had bad blood between each other, the sects believed it would be best to get rid of him before he became a problem. The 3 great sects were all famous and continent-spanning because they were a place where everyone could join, granted that they had a talent for cultivation. They were places where one could be provided with resources that their background could not afford, and in the end, they could end up accomplishing great things. There were many of their disciples who had come from remote areas. As a result, the sects had grown in strength and influence over the years. However, there were still factions even they could not afford to insult. The Golden Chambers was one of them. The Ouyang family was another. Right now, the Golden Chambers was protecting Zhu Wei so they could only back down. It has to be said that despite backing down for now, they had no intention of letting Zhu Wei and his companions go. While he might not be able to command the wind and the weather right now, if he continued to grow as he did, one day he might have enough influence to be able to become a thorn in their side. Although they believed that he would not seek to directly obliterate their branches and bases and murder their disciples, he could still heavily injure their sect's foundations, be it financially or reputationally, if he set his mind to it. Zhu Wei himself was perfectly well aware of this fact.
"We're going to leave this city soon, right?"
He Gao asked curiously.
Zhu Wei shook his head. "Cloud Soar City will be our base for some time," he said apologetically. "While I would love it if we could leave right away, I'm afraid that it's not possible. If we leave, the three great sects are going to hunt us down, and then we will be in for a world of pain. If we manage to survive, we'll have been incredibly lucky."
Bai Tianyi nodded his head, his eyes gleaming dangerously. "Three great sects, more like three-legged cats," he snorted. "They tried chasing us out of the city by turning the public opinion against us, but they totally failed. Now they are just biding their time."
"So when can we leave?"
He Gao asked. Zhu Wei pondered the question. Finally, he sighed.
"The stronger we are, the better. But we need to be at least the ordinary night level, maybe even at the Earth Night level."
A grimace flitted across He Gao's face. He had only recently broken through to the heavenly warrior realm. Becoming an ordinary knight was not something he could just pull out of a hat. In fact, it would take him quite some time, maybe even years. Zhu Wei was also not happy about it. In fact, he was annoyed that he had been caged like a beast inside Cloud Soar City. Although humans officially did not permit murder among each other, the truth was that the stronger experts would do anything that benefited themselves. If getting rid of Zhu Wei was in their best interests, then he would be removed at the first possible moment. The only pleasure that Zhu Wei had was that his stay in Cloud Soar City had caused the three sects to gnash their teeth in anger and impatience as they waited for him to leave. Just as they had imprisoned him, he had answered by annoying them in his own way.
"We have enough resources to do what we need to do," Zhu Wei said after a bit of silence as they walked back to the hotel. "We should be able to spend a few years here, but once we reach the night stage, we will make a run for it."
By the time Zhu Wei finished speaking, they had arrived at the hotel. This time he paid for a full year in advance. His straightforwardness made the Golden Chambers and the three great sects aware that he had no intention of leaving any time soon. "I have to warn you," Bai Tianyi said after they entered Zhu Wei's suite and closed the door. "Rainbow pills are seen as being wonderful magic pills, the most outstanding of all the pills because they are created by energy alone, not medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, this also means that it's kinda hard to know what to expect. You could get a pill that increases your spiritual energy, or you could get one that increases your chi. You can even get one that increases your physical strength. It is hard to say."
Zhu Wei frowned. "Then are they not quite a gamble to consume?" he asked.
Bai Tianyi flashed a wide smile at the other male. "It is, but when you get it right, you really get an astronomical increase in strength."
"So, if it is a gamble, how come you were lucky enough to have it increase your spiritual energy?"
He Gao asked, puzzled.
"Were you just very fortunate, or do you have some kind of trick?"
Bai Tianyi gave He Gao a look that clearly displayed that he had never thought that this dog could be smart. "Good question," he said teasingly. He Gao, who had sensed the gaze, snorted but did not say anything as he wanted answers. "I am created from spiritual energy," he began the explanation. "I am a sword spirit. Because of this, I have no physical strength and I have no chi. It is impossible for the rainbow pill to enhance something that does not exist. As a result, all I can get is spiritual energy." Bai Tianyi smiled excessively as he explained his situation.
"So you can eat as many rainbow pills as you please, and all of them will increase your spiritual energy?"
Zhu Wei was the one to ask with a raised eyebrow. Was this not a little unfair? I can. Bai Tianyi nodded his head affirmatively, his smile widening even further, so much so that the corners of his lips almost touched his eyes. Well, take 2 of the rainbow pills then, Zhu Wei sighed. Since they are guaranteed to increase your strength, it is better for you to consume them than for us to risk them being wasted. He Gao and I will take 1 each. Bai Tianyi did not decline and accepted the 2 snow jade vials. With a nod to the other 2, he swaggered out of the room, looking extremely pleased with himself. He Gao and Zhu Wei both chuckled slightly and shook their heads. Bai Tianyi was an old demon, a man who had stood at the apex, but now he was nothing more than an eccentric, slightly petty child.
Well then, excuse me. I will go and see what my luck brings me,
He Gao said seriously as he tightly grasped the vial in his hand. Excitement shone in his eyes. Zhu Wei nodded his head and said his farewells before he too sat down on the floor in his room on a cushion and looked at the red-colored pill in his hand. This was a 1-color rainbow pill. A 7-color rainbow pill, on the other hand, was the pinnacle of pill-making. They were heaven-defying and as rare as phoenix feathers and chillin horns. However, even if they existed, it was impossible to buy such pills with mere money. Rolling the pill around in the palm of his hand, Zhu Wei pondered what to do. Finally, after a few seconds, he raised it and placed it in his mouth, curious as to how it would react compared to normal pills. The moment it came into contact with his tongue, the pill started to melt into liquid energy that slowly spread down from his throat into the rest of his body. For a second, Zhu Wei thought that he was floating, as the energy gained in momentum like the waves of a storm, crashing against the azure dragon in his dantian. The dragon swayed in this current of energy as a small boat would in the ocean's fury, but only until it opened its mouth. As if a black hole had manifested in his dantian region, the dragon started swallowing the energy almost ravenously. There was no telling when this would end. The dragon kept sucking in the waves of energy like a bottomless pit. The extra energy that the suction force could not take in did not go to waste. As soon as the excess energy touched the dragon's body, its scales and body absorbed it, but not as cleanly as when it was swallowed. Still, the color of the azure dragon's scales and body deepened and solidified. It was as if the more nourishment it received, the deeper the color of its body would become, and the more it seemed like a real thing, no longer ethereal. Zhu Wei was unaware of how much time had gone by. When the crashing waves of energy died down and he tried to stand up, his entire body was stiff and sore. He had clearly been sitting in the same position for an exceedingly large amount of time. Chapter 7. Arrival of the Diviners. Clenching his hand into a fist, Zhu Wei felt limitless strength surge through his arm. The azure dragons of qi that circulated through his meridians had not increased in size, but they had all turned much deeper in color. The amount of azure qi dragons in his meridians would never increase in number because they already fully saturated the passageways in his body. But their density of energy could increase, which manifested as a deepening of the azure color they gave off. They were like a school of fish flooding his body. The usual cultivators have strands of qi coursing through their bodies. These strands of qi come in the shape of thin threads, all of which circulate through the body's meridians. Zhu Wei also had these strands of qi. However, every single strand had the shape of a dragon, and as his qi was azure in color, so were the dragons. These qi dragons were all created by the azure dragon spirit in his dantian. This was the biggest puzzle for Zhu Wei. He understood that he was a sovereign beast, so he also understood that every theory he knew so far about cultivation could not be applied to himself. On top of that, he had never heard about a spirit inhabiting one's Danshan. This dragon spirit seemed to absorb the heaven and earth essence and refine it into qi on its own, separate from Zhu Wei's input, like any other cultivator. But the qi it refined held a different attribute than normal. Not only did it look different, it also held a trace of vastness and eternity. It was as if his qi was unyielding and a never-ending reserve of energy. The pride that was evident in Zhu Wei's entire being after the hatching of his spirit could also be found in his qi. Despite the sensation of endless strength, Zhu Wei could assess that his strength, albeit having improved by leaps and bounds, had not grown as much as Bai Tianyi's had after taking a rainbow pill. Bai Tianyi had gone from the low heavenly warrior spiritual energy level straight to the low ordinary night level. Zhu Wei could feel that his cultivation had risen from the 3rd layer of the heavenly warrior realm to the 5th layer. Although this increase was rather impressive and would be impossible with other pills, Zhu Wei understood that this was the wonder of the rainbow pills. He could not help but dream about a 2-color or even a 3-color rainbow pill. Before his dream could get the better of him, he exited the suite and went down to the hotel counter. "Excuse me," he called out to the manager, who instantly walked up to him with a smile on his face and cupped hands. "I was wondering, have you seen my friends exiting their rooms recently?" he asked. Zhu Wei knew that the Golden Chamber kept an eye on both him and his friends. While they really were protecting them, it was also in their interest to know what they were doing.
"I am sorry," the manager said apologetically while shaking his head. "I have not seen them in the month that has passed since the trade fair."
Zhu Wei's eyebrow shot up in surprise. Had it been a full month already? Although his body had felt incredibly stiff and sore after the cultivation session, he would never have guessed that so much time had passed. It had felt like a few moments had passed to him. "Thank you." Zhu Wei cupped his hands at the manager before he decided to start strolling about town. He had a few things he wished to purchase, and a few things he wanted to see if he could find. Just as he exited the Golden Chambers, he sensed that the number of people tailing had multiplied. His spiritual energy was still at the medium heavenly warrior level, so it had not advanced. The only reasonable conclusion he had was that more people had been appointed to follow him. Zhu Wei wandered around in the city for some time. He purchased a few snacks that he ate while walking down the streets, on the lookout to see whether or not this city had an underground society. Cloud Soar's city was huge. Although this Chang'an kingdom was not a part of the center of the continent, it was just at the border, and thus many things that did not appear in the backwater kingdoms and the other empires could be found here. Zhu Wei was looking for something specific. He knew that the underground societies did not care about whether or not the customer was a primordial beast or a human. All that mattered was money, and for the right amount of money, you could get anything. Zhu Wei wanted to buy information. He wanted to get information on sovereign beasts. He knew that he could not go to the Golden Chambers to ask about information like this. He had to go to a place where he could be anonymous. After finishing the snacks he had purchased, Zhu Wei went to the closest store selling face masks. He had been wearing a face mask for a very long time, and it had become normal to him. The face masks were like a layer of extra skin. They were easy to breathe through and felt as natural as if they were not wearing anything. Zhu Wei already had one face mask that altered his appearance to suit the character of Ye Zhao, but he would need another appearance should he find the underground society. His appearance was well known throughout the entire city, and money was what talked in the underground society. If he showed up there, someone just had to flash a few gold coins, and they would be able to obtain information about what he had requested. As a result, the best option would be to alter his face again. Face masks were easily purchasable in this region. They were cheap to make as the materials were in abundance the closer you came to the center of the continent, and every expert always had one secret or another that they wished to keep. Due to the high demand, many shops sold face masks, and they sold them for as low as 50 silver. If one were to try and acquire a face mask in the backwater kingdoms, they would have to pay more than double, if not triple, for the same thing. Zhu Wei entered a shop. He was aware that his tale of experts would enter to find out what he had bought the moment he leaves, but he did not mind that they knew he was buying a face mask. He purchased 3 face masks and smiled at the counter lady before he left the shop, humming a song. As he had expected, it did not take long for the experts that had tailed him to enter the shop and obtain information about his purchase of face masks. 3 sets even. Was he finally getting ready to leave Cloud-Soar City? They hoped so. Zhu Wei continued his stroll through the city for some time. Eventually, he reached the center square. He had noticed that the rest of the city had seemed less bustling than normal, but now that he was at the center square, he saw all the ones who had been missing from the city. As he got close, he could hear the roars of beasts and thousands of voices chattering and cheering. His curiosity was piqued, and he sped up slightly. When he turned a corner, the center square was stretched out right in front of him. He could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. The entire center square was bursting with people, so many that he could hardly count them all. There was a massive podium in the middle of the square, where many cages were stacked on top of one another. Beasts of all kinds and shapes were inside these cages, roaring and pacing back and forth. Zhu Wei was stunned when he saw the sight in front of him. Although he had come to terms with the fact that he was a sovereign beast, he did not feel any connection with these beasts, and their suffering had nothing to do with him. Still, he looked on curiously as to what was going on. 7 cloaked people were standing on top of the podium next to the cages. They looked awe-inspiring as they were high above everyone else, and the way they moved was filled with vigor. They were clearly diviners. Diviners were capable of taming beasts. They had a divine power, and their ability to tame beasts was so outstanding that they were highly regarded by many, if not all. Some even wished to have their own children becoming diviners, but the recruitment was tough. First of all, any child over the age of 5 would be instantly declined. Zhu Wei did not feel pressured because of the diviners. He had previously been close to a diviner back in the Haiping Kingdom, and he had even let them examine him. Even if his spirit had hatched, Zhu Wei did not believe that they would be capable of seeing through him. He Gao was a whole other story, though.
Seems like I need to make Gao stay in the room until the diviners decide to leave town again, Zhu Wei muttered. He was not willing to risk his good friend being exposed and captured, after which he would have to serve some wealthy aristocrat for eternity. Zhu Wei released a stale breath of air and gave a last glance at the fierce beasts that had been put up for display. Fierce beasts were all that would be put up for sale outside the center of the continent, while all primordial beasts would go to the center region because they were worth much more. These fierce beasts were all equivalent to the ordinary and Earth Knight realms, either with their physical strength or with their chi level. The moment Zhu Wei looked at the beasts, it was as if the beasts could feel it. All of them quieted down and stopped their pacing forth and back. Instead, they were still like statues. The audience of experts went wild, thinking that this was something that the diviners had ordered them to do. The diviners were shocked when they saw this behavior. The diviners were capable of taming beasts, able to make them heed their every order, but when so many beasts were gathered together, they would struggle against their bonds. They would roar and pace around. Some might even try to attack the cages in an attempt to escape. Never before had they seen all their beasts turn into stone. Never before had they experienced what they were experiencing right now. Zhu Wei chuckled and shook his head when he saw the shock on the faces of the 7 diviners. He then turned around and returned to the hotel.
Although he was curious about the beasts and the diviners, he knew that it was more important to warn He Gao. He Gao still had not left his suite. Zhu Wei stayed outside for a few days before He Gao came out. "Sorry," Zhu Wei said while pushing his friend back into the suite and followed behind him. He Gao's eyes widened by the gesture.
"Please, no," he called out. "I know I am prettier than Zhao Yun, but I don't swing that way. Please save my chrysanthemum."
"Oh, stop it." Zhu Wei felt black lines on his forehead when he listened to the joking He Gao. "There are diviners in town," he said, going straight to the reason he had pushed him back into the room. "You have to stay here until they're gone."
"How many are there?"
He Gao instantly became serious when he heard the word diviners. He had never come across one before, but he had heard much about them. They were the ultimate threat for all primordial beasts. "There are 7, and I fear that they will have some kind of interaction with the golden chambers before they leave. I really doubt that the golden chambers will allow such a golden goose to slip past them."
"I see."
He Gao nodded his head.
"In that case, I will stay here and cultivate. The rainbow pill raised my physical strength to the 9th layer. My chi level is still in the 2nd layer. Heavenly warrior, of course."
Chapter 8. The Intelligencer. After securing that He Gao would not leave his suite, Zhu Wei returned to his own chambers, where he started cultivating. He had purchased 3 masks, which left their pursuers guessing at when and if Zhu Wei and his friends were exiting Cloud Source City. They could not help but curse at him. If each wore a mask and blended into the crowd, it would be impossible for the pursuers to locate their targets. Only Bai Tianyi was easily noticeable because of his tiny size, so the 3 great sects had their men pursue every single child that exited the hotel. To their annoyance, none of these children were Bai Tianyi. They were instead message boys that worked for the hotel to deliver messages on behalf of the patrons. This really made them all wonder whether or not Zhu Wei had bought the masks to mislead them, or if he had something planned. In the end, the pursuers were incapable of seeing even the slightest shadow of Zhu Wei and his companions. What they were unaware of was that Zhu Wei had long since left the hotel. He was completely unaware of the fact that many of these pursuers were left grinding their teeth and filled with anger due to his stunt. He wandered the streets of the city in an aimless manner for some time before he finally headed in a casual way towards the poor residential area. This residential area was a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Here, anyone could become an extreme expert, but they could also be an unfortunate beggar. There were many people here who had lost limbs and who had turned into cripples from their years in the army. They had lost their ability to earn money for their families, which, as a result, forced them to beg and live in this area where every day was a struggle. There were also a lot of criminals who lived in this area. Because of the abundance of cripples, beggars, and criminals living in this area, the city guards had decided not to funnel resources into cleaning the area up, or even patrol it. In the end, a parallel society had appeared in Cloud Soar City's poor area. A society that thrived on its own lawlessness. A society that did not care about the war between humans and beasts. All that mattered in this place was the profit that was to be made from selling information and items to the highest bidder. Zhu Wei had previously walked around Cloud Soar City. He had seen the signs and heard the rumors about this black market, but he had not been deep into the poor area before. Even as a heavenly warrior, he was still far from being strong enough to look after himself in this area. Ordinary and earth knights were common, and even the leader of the black market was a sky knight, one of the few sky knights in the entire kingdom. Zhu Wei was careful. He did not speak to anyone, but he was tense and his mind was alert. He observed everything around him. He had charged up Forbidden Rush to escape at a moment's notice. Frankly, he was almost too vigilant. The black market was indeed interested in people's wealth, and they would kill for said wealth. But if they killed every single person that steps into their territory, no one would dare to set foot into the shadows, and that would end in them losing money. The territory of this underground society was located right beneath the western side of the city walls, in the shadows of the city walls where all the ugly and disfigured people were hiding. In this darkness, many things that could never see the light of day were occurring. Zhu Wei reached a dilapidated building. It had 3 floors and was so worn down that it looked like it would come crashing down at any moment. The windows had been shattered, with shards of glass sprinkled over the windowsills. Not only were the windows shattered, there were also long cracks on the walls. It almost seemed like it would come down any moment now. The walls had sunk in, and the top floor was tilting over. Were it not for a neighboring house, it would likely have toppled over already. Zhu Wei looked doubtfully at this house. He could not decide whether or not he should actually enter. Was it not somewhat suicidal? The house could collapse at any moment, and who was to say that it would not conveniently collapse when he was inside? Zhu Wei chuckled the more he thought about it. Even if it collapsed, he should still be okay, given his physique as a sovereign beast. If he had the means to survive, what was there to hold him back? This worn-out house was famous within the entire city. Even those from the respectable parts of town had heard about it before, and Zhu Wei had managed to get his hands on information about it rather easily. The man who owned this place was called the Intelligencer. No one knew his real name. He had a wide web of informants not only within Cloud Source City, or merely the Chang'an Kingdom, but he knew things from even the center of the continent and the backwater countries. Zhu Wei knew that before reaching Lan, the phony prophet, this was his best option of getting some information. Having come to this conclusion, Zhu Wei stepped inside. Unknown to him, many eyes were observing him, and some of them displayed surprise. It took guts to enter such a rundown house. As Zhu Wei entered the house, he looked around curiously. The house's interior was every bit as worn down as the exterior. The wallpaper was half ripped off, and the padding of the chairs was falling out of holes in the fabric. Some of them even lacked legs and were leaning against the wall, clearly incapable of holding anyone up. There were no people. The entire house seemed deserted. Zhu Wei could not even sense anyone inside when he spread out his spiritual energy. It was clear that whoever was within the worn-out house was much stronger than him. Zhu Wei was not completely sure about the procedures to follow when one wished to get information from this place. He just knew it was the go-to location. Was he supposed to wait at the ground floor? But there were no people. After waiting for half an hour with nothing happening, Zhu Wei decided against standing still and went towards the crooked stairs leading to the upper floors. He had to watch his step. Every single one of the steps on the stairs was so old that they creaked violently, and some of them even sank when he put his weight on them. It was clear that he would fall through at any moment if he was not careful. He would rather not have that happen. When Zhu Wei finally reached the second floor, his eyes landed on a person. This person he could not sense in any way. Had he not been looking straight at her with his own eyes, he would never have guessed she was there. It was a woman. Her hair ran long and hung down casually. She had a pretty face, but she was not the kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. Even so, there was a gracefulness to her, a confident air about her that he had never sensed from another woman, not even Wang Xiaoyun. The woman was dressed in a red dress. It did not seem luxurious, but neither did it seem plain. It had golden lining and seemed to be of acceptable quality. When Zhu Wei stepped onto the floor, her head snapped up from a mountain of scrolls that were placed on a table in front of her. Her eyes were incredibly sharp and penetrating. She raised an eyebrow in surprise when she saw him there. "What can I do for you?" she asked. Her voice was gentle, like flowing water, her tone soft and inviting. I heard about the intelligencer in town, Zhu Wei began saying. I have precisely a need for information, and I believe that this would be my best option. The woman's eyes narrowed and she cocked her head ever so slightly as she observed Zhu Wei, clearly trying to calculate whether it was worth working with him. So, what kind of information are you looking for? The woman asked after a slight pause. She had apparently evaluated him as a customer. Sovereign beasts, Zhu Wei said. I want any information available on sovereign beasts. It doesn't matter, their variations, their behavior, their history, or even just their legends. I want everything. The woman was stumped when she heard this. She had expected something completely different and could not help but frown. Sovereign beasts. It's not that we don't have information on them, she stated slowly. It's just that they are the stuff legends are made of. It will be hard to say what is false and what is true. Although we are an information hub, those legends and records are kept by the strongest factions in the continent. Getting them will require some skill. The woman knew that although it sounded very easy to get the legends about the sovereign beasts, this customer wanted to have records and real information as well, something that would need time to gather. Can you help me? Zhu Wei asked anxiously. The woman, who had been pondering deeply with a frown on her face, looked at him and nodded her head. It is not that we cannot help you, she said seriously. It is just that this is going to be a very costly affair, and it would take me a few months to gather all the information you might want. Also, since it is so time-consuming, and that it is likely to expose some of our moles in the main families, we cannot accept low-grade essence stones or gold coins as an exchange. Zhu Wei had thought he could pay with low-grade essence stones, so he was quite surprised, but it made perfect sense to him after thinking it through. He, however, would prefer not using his formations as currency, as it would instantly compromise his identity. Instead, he searched his storage ring and found the essence stones that he had gotten from the Moon Prince. He withdrew one and handed it to the woman. How many of these essence stones will it cost? He asked in a seemingly calm way, but deep within his heart, an almost unbearable ache had started spreading. Although he was rather liberal with money and wealth, these essence stones were truly valuable. From what he could see, they were top-grade essence stones. Essence stones were ranked from low, middle, high to top grade. Top-grade essence stones were almost non-existent in the modern day, as the resources on the planet had been excavated excessively to a point where even high-grade essence stones were hard to come by. Having to take out some of his limited supply of top-grade essence stones was enough to make his heart bleed. But he truly needed the information about the sovereign beasts, so he did not have much of a choice. He could not offer formations lest he blow his cover or reveal what the real him was actually looking for. 10 top-grade essence stones, the woman said with a stern voice that conveyed that it was not up for discussion and brought Zhu Wei back from his pain and suffering to reality. We cannot do it for less than 10, she repeated, thinking that Zhu Wei was unhappy with the price. In fact, Zhu Wei was slightly unhappy with the price. It was a lot of essence stones, especially top-grade ones, but he knew better than to argue with this woman. She was frightening, and if he declined, who knows whether or not she would just straight up kill him and take his storage ring. Flaunting one's wealth was already a crime. I can accept it, Zhu Wei said hesitatingly, though with pain clearly evident on his face. But I will need the news within 3 months. I intend to leave the city after 3 months. Chapter 9. Cave with Cages. The woman did not fail to notice from the look on his face that he was seemingly debating whether or not this information was worth the price in his mind. If he had a lot of these top-grade essence stones, he would not have bat an eyelid. But his behavior made it seem like he was stuck on a difficult problem, making it reportedly evident that he both needed the information and found the price punishing to his coffers. The truth was that he had quite a few top-grade essence stones. The storage ring he had taken from the Moon Prince's dead body contained a pile of them, but he had learned that showcasing too much wealth invited danger. Although his pride told him to never back down, there was no need for him to go out of his way to invite trouble. Taking out 5 top-grade essence stones, Zhu Wei reluctantly handed them over to the woman. "I will only pay half to begin with," he said seriously. This was his best offer. The woman accepted the 5 top-grade essence stones with slightly trembling hands. Although she was used to seeing riches, 5 top-grade essence stones were definitely the most valuable type of currency and item she had seen. She had been prepared to see the man withdraw from the deal. In fact, although the top-grade essence stones were as rare as phoenix feathers and chillin horns, the price that the intelligencer had to pay for this information was equally costly. Many spies would have to infiltrate the most secure parts of the libraries of many different high-profile sects and clans. If, or rather when, this was noticed, they would be punished severely and expelled. The kind of spies who could gain access to those parts of the libraries had been infiltrating their places for many years already. To have them give up their position really required a ton of treasure to make it a reasonable trade-off. In fact, this deal that they were making made the hearts of all involved hurt. The woman was aching for her loss of personnel, Zhu Wei for the sake of the top-grade essence stones he was spending. Zhu Wei was unaware of whether or not this woman was the intelligencer. From what he had heard in town, the intelligencer was a man, but this was without a doubt a woman. This was also only the middle floor, so there was 1 floor left above them. Who knew what kind of expert stood behind this woman whose strength he could not determine?
"Well, thank you for doing business with us."
The woman was the first one to get over her heartache. Her words roused Zhu Wei's attention.
"Come back 3 months from today, and I will get you the information you have been asking for," she continued.
Zhu Wei nodded his head.
"Oh, right," the woman said suddenly, stopping him for a moment. "Don't forget to wear the face mask you're wearing right now. I will only give the information to someone who has your face."
Zhu Wei did not question how she was so certain about him using a face mask. It was probably a common occurrence to wear a face mask when one visited the intelligencer's house. "In that case, thank you for your assistance," Zhu Wei said, bidding his farewell, and left the floor. When he was on the ground floor again, he gave the hallway a second look, but it was as deserted as it had been before. Although it was deserted, Zhu Wei did not think that he had any privacy. The woman above would without a doubt keep observing him until he left the house. She would be a poor member of the black market if she did not. Zhu Wei left the house with no lingering affections. He had forked out an astronomical amount of money, and he would rather not wait around to see the old decaying house collapse onto him. Leaving it would make him feel good. When he left, he felt as if he could finally breathe normally again. Although he had not been scared, he had still felt suppressed inside the battered house, mostly because it was the lair of at least one extreme expert. When Zhu Wei was out in the dim light of the street, he noticed how groups of experts were moving further and further into the darkness of the underground territory. It was as if something was happening that was summoning all the experts. Zhu Wei's curiosity had been piqued. Among those migrating towards the spot, there were sky warriors and heavenly warriors, and some of them were even stronger than Zhu Wei by quite the margin. Some of them walked together in groups, others walked alone. Some brazenly walked straight towards the inner region of the district, while others constantly looked over their shoulders to make sure they were not being followed. Zhu Wei was wondering what could have such a lure that everyone would head towards a specific area, but his curiosity got the better of him even after he thought it through with ample hesitation. If even Sky Warriors had the gall to go there, it should not be too dangerous. He slowly followed the crowd deeper into the poverty-stricken area. The houses started looking more and more broken and worn down. Even the Intelligencer's base looked rather neat compared to these. Some of the buildings had long since already collapsed even. The throng of experts continued all the way to the outer city walls of the unregulated district. There was a small house beneath the looming shadow of the city wall at the end of the district, which was what every person entered one after the other. The house did not seem as if it could house all those people, but even so, many more continued through the door as if it was much bigger on the inside. When Zhu Wei reached the door, he found something out of his expectations. The house was not bigger on the inside. As a matter of fact, there was nothing on the inside apart from a set of stairs leading down into the ground. The staircase had light orbs lighting it up, but it was still damp and slippery, so Zhu Wei had to be very careful not to trip when he started walking down. The staircase was at first straight, but it started to wind after a bit of time. It turned left, it turned right, it went one way and then another. It took half an hour before Zhu Wei had managed to get out of the stairs. The air was humid, and the first thing he encountered was a large room that was obviously carved out underneath the city. Calling it a room was actually misleading. It was at least the same size as 10 football fields next to one another. There were 5 cages inside this vast space, all of which took up as much space as a quarter of a football field. And then there were a lot of people around those cages who looked to be spectating whatever was going on inside those cages. Some of them seemed to be discussing something. A bustling sound could be heard within the cave. At the far end, Zhu Wei saw hundreds of cages containing fierce beasts. But unlike the fierce beasts of the diviners, these were quiet and well-behaved. Zhu Wei frowned. Not only could he hear a loud sound of voices, he suddenly heard the sounds of loud cheering, and then moments after it was followed by the sound of fighting. The incessant sound of weapons clashing against one another. Zhu Wei slowly walked towards the sound of the cheering and the fighting. Soon he found that every cage surrounded by the thick throng of people was currently being used for illegal fights. The sound of cheers and battle sounds drowning out his thoughts. A few fierce beast screams and roars sounded out, and some human voices could be heard inside the cages as well. Zhu Wei looked at the different cages. In some of them, humans were fighting against humans, in others they were fighting against fierce beasts. Zhu Wei slowly walked through the entire cave before he understood what was going on. Once a week, this underground cage battle arena would open. Anyone with a sweet tooth for gambling and risking their neck could participate. One could either try their luck betting on one of the combatants, but there was a much easier way to earn some coin, and that was to sign up for the arena fights oneself. It was not up to the participant to decide if they were to face another human or a beast. That was up to fate and whoever was available at the time. But what Zhu Wei found shocking was that apparently primordial beasts showed up from time to time as well. These primordial beasts usually killed their opponent easily while being in human shape, but from time to time it so happened that they were forced to take on their original shape. Although primordial beasts were public enemy number 1 outside of this place, here they were hailed as heroes because betting on them was an almost guaranteed win. When someone killed their opponent, not only were they given the prizes from winning, they could also take everything that had belonged to the opponent. This was why people still challenged the primordial beasts. Not only could they take their slain foes' valuables and prize money, but they would also end up owning the entire corpse of a primordial beast, which was something that was worth quite a lot. Currently, Zhu Wei was unaware of who were primordial beasts and who were humans, but he could see that most of the humans in the cages were battling other humans. Their weapons were constantly clashing and sending sparks and energy ripples outwards. As Zhu Wei walked past the different cages, he noticed that scantily clad young women were walking around with trays filled with snacks and drinks. These were apparently complimentary, and many of the girls were subject to harassment as the men took a glass or a snack. Even when they were being groped all over, the women said nothing and silently endured it, causing Zhu Wei to frown. He was not a knight in shining armor, nor was he willing to become the enemy of the people, but he was rather displeased with the disgrace the women faced. As if hearing his thoughts, a strong voice reverberated through the cave. "Where do you think you are touching?" it said. Moments after, everyone, apart from the ones in the cages, looked towards the voice. Zhu Wei raised an eyebrow when he recognized the woman. Her red dress and the alluring figure would be recognized anywhere, especially since Zhu Wei had seen her only moments before. From what the conversations abounding around him told him, Zhu Wei understood that her name was Li Chen, and that she was known as Cloudsore City's succubus. When her eyes swept through the cave, they paused on Zhu Wei for a moment. Though hesitating at first, she approached him. "I did not expect to see you here," she said familiarly, as if she knew him well. She smiled sweetly, and then she clung her arms around his, pressing her chest against him, which caused him to shiver involuntarily. This woman was scary. "Since Miss Chen can be here, why can't I?" Zhu Wei answered, unfazed on the outside, but on high alert on the inside. What was this vixen's aim to try and act so familiar with him? The others were glaring at him as if he was an eyesore. "Little brother, I fear you have not been here before," Li Chen continued, "so let big sister explain it to you. This place is where you risk your life for riches. You can become rich overnight if you challenge a primordial beast and win. In theory, the fights here always last until someone dies, but there is a special rule to counteract that. If someone admits defeat before the fight begins and hands over all their valuables, they can avoid battle." "Thank you, Big Sister Chen, for explaining it to me," Zhu Wei said lazily while looking around. Li Chen was surprised. This man, was he made of stone? Then she remembered what her master, the intelligencer, had told her earlier that day. She suddenly did not think it too strange. The intelligencer was indeed a magnificent being that she worshipped wholeheartedly. Chapter 10. Lu Yuping and Jia Lu. Li Chen stopped clinging to Zhu Wei. Previously she had looked down on him, but not anymore. She had a feeling that messing with this young man had consequences that even she could not handle. Zhu Wei kept spectating the various battles in the cages. Everyone cheered for the one they had bet their low-grade essence stones on, but suddenly a roar came from one of the cages that made even Zhu Wei flinch. This was the roar of a primordial beast. "Oh, it seems like it is quite lively tonight." Li Chen smiled and led Zhu Wei towards the cage. No one was willing to make space for them, but by using her high cultivation base, she made an impenetrable barrier appear around Zhu Wei and herself. When she moved forward, no matter if people wanted to or not, they were forced aside. Some were grouchy about this, but when they saw that the culprit was Li Chen, they could only begrudgingly shut their mouths and try to squeeze in somewhere else. There were two human figures inside this cage. One was slender and tall. He seemed extremely graceful as he stood in the middle of the cage with a mocking smile on his face and disdain in his eyes. He held a thin sword in his hands, which seemed as thin as a cicada's wing. Opposite him was a massive, mountain-like man. He had bulging muscles all over his body and held a club in his hand. Just by looking at their weapons of choice, it seemed that either the thin sword would cut through the club, or it would be shattered by the sheer power of the club when swung by such a monstrous man. When looking at them, Zhu Wei had no doubt about which one was the primordial beast. The inborn disdain for humans made it clear, alongside the graceful nature. This was a primordial beast of decent standing.
"Want to know what race he is?" Li Chen by his side suddenly asked. Zhu Wei was stumped by the question and narrowed his eyes. She worked as an information broker, so it was highly likely that she knew, but it was also likely to cost him.
"What is the price for this knowledge?" He could not help but ask. It was a lie to say that he was not interested, but it completely depended on the price.
"I want you to challenge another 5th layer heavenly warrior in the cages," she said with a smile. "I want to see how you fight."
Zhu Wei had never expected this condition. He had been allured by the cage fighting. There were not many, if any, places where he could go to fight against someone as a test of his strength, where no one would care about the aftermath, including murder. Laughing, he nodded his head. "That's a deal," he agreed readily.
Li Chen smiled. She knew who he was, and more importantly, what he was. As a result, it never crossed her mind that he might be losing against another 5th-layered heavenly warrior. What she was unaware of was that he had spent the last year only cultivating. He had been in a coma for 7 months, and after that he had been in closed-door cultivation for roughly 4 months until now. He had not actually fought since reaching his current rank. "This man is a golden-furred cloud leopard," Li Chen said casually. "He is considered one of the best fighters in the entire city. He is an Earth Knight. It is not often that you witness him fighting, so since you are seeing it, you should treasure the opportunity. His name is Lu Yuping. He has fought many people, but so far only a handful have made him take on his true shape. Let us see how far this challenger will be able to push him."
Zhu Wei nodded and crossed his arms over his chest. He observed the Lu Yuping figure with narrowed eyes. Most of the primordial beasts Zhu Wei had met so far had been incapable of sensing his strength as a sovereign beast unless he transformed or released the strength of the azure dragon spirit in his dantian. At all other times, he would look exactly like a human. Still, this Lu Yuping looked at Zhu Wei before the battle began, his face displaying some shock and disbelief, which were quickly hidden again as he faced his opponent. Lu Yuping swung the sword in a full moon casually before he looked at his challenger. "Do you think you stand a chance against me? I am a true primordial beast, and even one that has been at the 7th layer of the Earth Knight realm for quite some time. Do you honestly think you can beat me with your newly acquired 7th layer? There was pride, confidence, and even arrogance in Lu Yuping's voice as he spoke to the human challenger. But his foe did not give in to the taunts. He said nothing. He lifted the club in his hand, getting ready to charge as soon as the battle commenced. There was no judge in these cage fights because there was nothing that was considered unfair or wrong. You could use anything at your disposal to defeat your opponent, even outside strength, such as the use of formations and pills, was allowed during the fights. However, the fight did not start as soon as the fighters entered the cage. That was the only rule. They both had some time to prepare, and they could engage in psychological warfare as they did. This was not only for the sake of the contestants, but also to ensure that everyone had the time to put their bids on their preferred fighter. Not to mention the entertainment value behind it. The broker who dealt with taking the bets finally appeared by the side of the cage. He was in charge of starting the battle when no more people went to place their bets. His appearance brought the atmosphere to a boil. The audience cheered with large smiles, all eyes glued to the two figures inside the cage.
"Begin!"
was all the broker said loudly. Not even half a second had passed before Lu Yuping shot forward like a beam of light. He was heading straight for his opponent, his sword gleaming in the light that was cast from the light orbs illuminating the cave. The human was much bigger than Lu Yuping, and his frame resembled a mountain. He was at least 2 meters tall, his body bursting with thick muscles. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the advancing Lu Yuping. Contrary to everyone's expectation, he threw the club on the ground and took a horse stance. His fist let loose a fist attack that Zhu Wei did not recognize, but it was magnificent to look at. Not only did it cause 9 echoes to resound, but it was also covered in qi that took the shape of a flood dragon and headed straight for Lu Yuping's heart. This first attack required qi, but the main reason for the 9 echoes was the physical strength he poured into it. It seemed that although his qi level had just advanced to the 7th layer of the Earth Knight realm, his physical strength had exceeded that long ago. Zhu Wei frowned slightly. How would this Lu Yuping deal with a fist attack that excelled at both brute strength and speed? With the form of a flood dragon, it quickly arrived in front of Lu Yuping and wrapped itself tightly around him, halting his advance. Lu Yuping did not seem too troubled, however. He quickly wielded his sword, lifted it up for a moment, and slashed it down, beheading the flood dragon of qi with an elegant stroke and dissipating the remainder of the energy into the air. Lu Yuping stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor, before he shot out at lightning speed toward his human challenger again. But the mountain-like man's eyes were calm and collected, despite witnessing how easily his flood dragon of qi had been slaughtered. Picking up the club by his side, the human challenger did not waste any more time and swung it to greet Lu Yuping. The sheer power behind this swing of the club was so overwhelming that the shock waves caused even Zhu Wei's heart to palpitate. He might have become a heavenly warrior, but he felt weak as a chicken when facing something like this. A sharp clang reverberated through the air as Lu Yuping chose to meet the club head-on with his thin sword. It was hard to determine whether he expected to be able to cut through it, but he still swung his sword with all the power he could muster. In the end, Lu Yuping was forced back several steps, while the mountain-like challenger advanced forward, not letting up, bashing down his club on the Primordial Beast, who only barely managed to keep himself out of danger. His arrogant demeanor from before changed drastically to one of disbelief. This man was definitely not your average run-of-the-mill cultivator. His achievements in physical body cultivation were overwhelming. Even Lu Yuping, a primordial beast, was having trouble fighting him. Lu Yuping tried everything at his disposal, but he was forced back repeatedly. The truth is that primordial beasts in human shape were rather crippled when fighting. Primordial beasts could not train in the martial arts techniques of humans, but they had innate abilities. These innate abilities usually required the beast to be in its true shape to be used, so when fighting in their human shape, they had to depend on their superior physique. Lu Yuping was the same. He had thought that his strength, speed, and senses were highly above every human he could encounter. Yet now the truth showed that his opponent had a level of physical strength that could suppress even his superiority in speed. As a result, he was being pushed further and further back.
"Be proud of yourself," Lu Yuping sneered as he started to transform.
The eyes of the human challenger finally turned solemn. He pressed for an attack, but his club was suddenly stopped by a paw with very sharp set of claws. These claws made indents on the surface of the club as they gripped it, and then the club was tossed aside, causing the challenger to stumble. However, he did not let go of his weapon. Lu Yuping had stopped looking down on his opponent. His heart was filled with resentment for this human who had pushed him so far, but he was not going to play with the opponent. Even after having transformed, he felt an immense pressure from this mountain-like challenger. Perhaps he truly had some sort of ability that could threaten even primordial beasts.
"Who is the challenger?"
Zhu Wei asked Li Chen by his side. Her face cracked a smile as she looked at the young man by her side.
Finally interested in him? She asked teasingly, causing Zhu Wei to roll his eyes. Although he had not known this woman for long, he felt that she held no malice towards him, and she was also rather friendly. As to why she had changed so suddenly, he did not know, but his guess was that it had to do with the intelligencer. Still, he looked expectantly at the woman, who covered her mouth with a hand as she giggled. "He is quite famous," she said mysteriously, noticing that not only was Zhu Wei listening attentively to her, but everyone within hearing distance had perked their ears and were listening in on the conversation. "He is a primordial beast hunter named Jia Lu. He can just about count as someone who came from the center of the continent." Zhu Wei raised a brow in surprise. A primordial beast hunter here? Was that not very unusual? Chapter 11. Your Majesty. "I am sure that you are confused," Li Chen chuckled when she saw Zhu Wei's expression. "This is actually not all that uncommon," she continued, and the younger man waited patiently for the rest of the explanation. "Here in Cloud Source City and within the Chang'an kingdom as a whole, Earth Knights are considered heavyweights. In fact, they are quite something here, able to establish a power that can dominate a whole region or city. However, back in the center of the continent where he came from, he was nothing more than the lowest-ranked primordial beast hunter. When he could not compete against the primordial beast hunters in the center of the continent, his only other option was to seek further out, where the primordial beasts were also weaker. In the end, he, like many other primordial beast hunters, has been tempted by the black markets located in the various cities to participate in these cage battles against primordial beasts. No one here minds that the fighters are primordial beasts. In fact, they root for them during the battles. But this is also a primordial beast hunter's dream, as the beasts are on their own, unable to gather support from fierce beasts or other primordial beasts. Not only this, the rules state that the winner of the match can take anything off their opponent, including their corpses. So if they manage to bring down a primordial beast inside one of our arenas, their earnings will not be limited to merely what was available to them in the wild. They will also receive their winnings from the cage battle. In the center of the continent, many primordial beast hunters engage in cage battles against primordial beasts. In fact, some of the best hunters are very active in the black market society. Zhu Wei took a moment to digest the information. He was actually a little astonished. Do the primordial beast hunters always face primordial beasts, or are they sometimes up against humans too? He could not help but ask curiously. Li Chen looked at him praisingly. "Not too dumb, are you?" she chuckled. "Yes, they are also put up against normal humans. In those situations, they often choose to fight and give it their all as well. Although they are the hope of humanity, many primordial beast hunters have a bloody past. More than half have already experienced killing another human." I see. Zhu Wei was not shocked by this fact. In fact, he himself was rather numb to the feeling of killing by now. And since he had accepted the fact that he was a sovereign beast, he felt no special connection to either humans or beasts. They could carry on their little war with one another as they pleased. All he wanted was to get his revenge against the ice harpy and return Wang Xiaoyun to his side. Zhu Wei had been listening to Li Chen's explanation of the two fighters, Lu Yuping and Jia Lu, but now he returned his focus to the fight that was ongoing in the cage. At the start, Jia Lu had held the upper hand because of his outstanding physical strength, but after Lu Yuping had transformed into his true form as a golden-furred cloud leopard, he had regained some of his momentum. Lu Yuping was from the leopard family, which naturally meant that he was extremely agile and fast.
Where Jia Lu previously had been able to hold Lu Yuping down, he could no longer even touch his tail and was constantly a step too late to intercept him. However, moving at such rapid speeds was also taxing for Lu Yuping. Constantly pushing his senses to the limit to figure out where the club might hit next in the rather narrow space of the cage tired him out, so Lu Yuping slowly began to slow down. Lu Yuping was tired and started making mistakes, showing openings to Jia Lu. One of them was so big that Jia Lu started laughing as he rushed in with his club. Right at that moment, Lu Yuping's eyes turned blood red. Lu Yuping was a primordial beast with the strength that equaled a 7th-layered Earth Knight. It was impossible for Lu Yuping to be without innate abilities, but up until now he had used none of them, only fled. Unfortunately, this realization came too late for Jia Lu. An instant after he had charged at Lu Yuping, whose eyes had turned red, a red crescent moonblade appeared above the latter's head that descended straight on the former. This crescent moonblade moved so fast that Zhu Wei only saw a blur before both Lu Yuping and Jia Lu came to a standstill. Lu Yuping seemed extremely worn out. His golden fur was soaked with sweat, and he was out of breath. Jia Lu, on the other hand, stood completely still, his eyes showing disbelief. For a few moments, the only sound you could hear was Lu Yuping's hurried breathing. Then suddenly, Jia Lu collapsed, his head severed neatly from his body. Silence enveloped the place for only a brief moment, but then a loud cheer erupted, followed by an uproar. Although the odds for Lu Yuping winning were rather high and the payout from the betting quite small, every little bit mattered to these people, so they were ecstatic now. Lu Yuping left the cage in his beast shape. He was larger than any mortal leopard by more than 3 times, and his figure was awe-inspiring as it moved through the underground world's cave. He vanished into a room that was carved at the end of the cave. After around half an hour, he re-emerged as a human, neatly dressed in new robes with a haughty expression on his face. He swept a glance through the cave, and suddenly his eyes landed on Zhu Wei. A bit of hesitation was evident on his face, but he seemed to eventually gather courage and walked towards the younger male. Zhu Wei frowned. He had never before met a primordial beast who could sense his bloodline as a sovereign beast before. But then he was reminded of Wan Qiang's ability to see through him, despite him wearing a face mask all those months ago. Was his cultivation rank too low to keep himself disguised? He was unsure, but when he saw the veneration in Lu Yuping's eyes, he knew that he was not in danger, right now at least. Lu Yuping walked towards Li Chen and Zhu Wei with graceful steps that were almost as light as air. His bearing was that of a sovereign coming to visit his subjects, but his entire demeanor changed the moment he stood in front of Zhu Wei. He bowed slightly, something that the rest of the experts within the cave had never seen him do before, and then he straightened his back. "Your Majesty," he said respectfully with compressed voice communication to Zhu Wei. "I recognized you right away. Your demeanor is that of a god descending to the mundane world. Your aura so overwhelmingly powerful that even I, a primordial beast with a strength equivalent to an Earth Knight of the 7th layer, feel great pressure. Your Majesty, please listen to the prayer of a humble servant. Please bestow upon me some of your blood. I have been stuck at this layer for many years now. If I wish to advance, then I need to rely on external resources. It is because of these external resources that I went to these cage battles. Here I get pills, medicinal herbs, spirit fruits, and even essence stones. But after relying on them for some time, I have realized that it is impossible for me to advance normally. I need something much more powerful, something sacred for every primordial beast. I need the blood of a sovereign beast." Zhu Wei was taken back by the request that Lu Yuping made. He narrowed his eyes. "I do not seem to know you, though," Zhu Wei replied, and did not deny the fact that he was a sovereign beast. Instead, he acknowledged it wholeheartedly and spoke with Lu Yuping as one would with a business partner. If Lu Yuping could take out something that was of use to him, then a bit of blood was no big deal. Zhu Wei did not know exactly what marvelous changes his blood caused to primordial beasts, but he was not completely clueless either. He had seen how He Gao had transformed from an average beast into a top-notch one. Not only had it changed his bloodline, but it had also mutated his body. His strength had risen, and he had gained a higher chi level than before. He could imagine that the same changes happened to every one of the primordial beasts if they were to get their hands on his blood. "I am a loyal subject to your majesty," Lu Yuping said eagerly. "I have been so ever since I heard about the resurgence of a sovereign beast." Zhu Wei frowned. "Resurgence of a sovereign beast? Where did you hear this?" He was unhappy about the fact that these primordial beasts seemed to know about him, or more precisely, they seemed to know that the sovereign beasts had returned. But where had they returned from? Zhu Wei was puzzled. Seeing his frown, Lu Yuping quickly went on to explain. "We have not had a sovereign beast to rally and control us for the last thousands of years," he sighed. "Back when they united the continent and made the beasts the leading race, they ruled it for a few hundred years. But after that they all seemed to vanish. No one knows if the sovereign beasts decided to seclude themselves deep within the danger zones where even the primordial beasts cannot enter, or if they died out, or even whether they left the continent or not. Then, a few thousand years went by, and we ended up having the humans rebelling against us. The sovereign beasts never emerged in all that time. They only watched as we were overwhelmed." There was the slight trace of a grudge in Lu Yuping's voice. "Since then, sovereign beasts have only appeared every now and then to save us from extinction. They have not been an active part of our lives, or so I was told. But the funny thing is that a few days ago I heard a rumor from my friend, a blue-blooded heavenly lion, about how a young sovereign beast had appeared on the continent. I did not believe it, but I was hoping for it," Lu Yuping admitted readily. "Now that I have seen you, I feel that the royal air coming from you can only come from a noble being such as a sovereign beast." Zhu Wei had received quite a bit of information from this conversation, but he did not trust it completely. Lu Yuping was not weak, but he was far from being one of the high-ranking experts in the primordial beast world. His knowledge was likely to be flawed. It was better to wait for the information he could get from Li Chen and the intelligencer. Returning to the subject at hand, Lu Yuping wanted his blood. But Zhu Wei was not going to just hand it over. Although he had a body filled with it, he understood that it was rather precious. At the same time, he was aware that flat-out declining the request could possibly push Lu Yuping to forcibly steal his blood with force out of desperate need. It was a difficult position. Sensing Zhu Wei's hesitation, Lu Yuping understood what was going on in his mind and quickly smiled. "I will not ask for it for free," he said sleazily. "I will, of course, compensate you for everything. I can give you pills and essence stones." Zhu Wei narrowed his eyes ponderously. Then he agreed after a few moments. Although he was not short on pills, the ones he had were mainly either suitable for heavenly warriors or meant to provide a smoother breakthrough into the ordinary knight rank. The pills that Lu Yuping possessed clearly contained energy fit to benefit the cultivation of an ordinary or even an earth knight. Chapter 12. Entering the Cage. Zhu Wei agreed with Lu Yuping, but he knew better than to just share his blood right then and there. That was simply too risky with so many people around them. In the end, the two decided to return to Zhu Wei's hotel, where no one would be watching them later. "There are still a few hours until the cage battles come to a close," Lu Yuping said smilingly. "Why don't you enjoy yourself to your heart's content for now, and when it's time to close, we will go together." Zhu Wei had expected Lu Yuping to leave him after this, but he walked around with them, conversing casually with Li Chen. Zhu Wei had by now observed quite a few battles and knew what they were about, more or less. He felt that it was time to try it out for himself. Zhu Wei had complete faith in his own ability. He was not arrogant, but he had a steady foundation that had been strengthened with multiple spiritual fruits, herbs, and pills, alongside cultivation. His foundation was rock solid, and the skills he possessed were top-notch in a backwater kingdom. What he had achieved may not be the cream of the crop here, but it was not bad at all. Zhu Wei did not know too much about the martial arts that were available in the center of the continent, but the majority he had seen in the Cloud Source City were all profound-ranked martial arts, equal to many of his own skills. One has to remember that a heavenly warrior could not properly use skills like these. Only at most half their potential could be brought out in the hands of a ninth-layered heavenly warrior. If one wanted to bring out the full might of the skill, they had to reach the Earth Knight level first. Since this was the case, only superior martial arts showed their true value in the hands of a heavenly warrior. Zhu Wei only had superior and profound martial arts. He was able to fight without being dragged down by his martial arts not being powerful enough.
"Well then, let's sign up for a battle," Zhu Wei said casually, but his words made Lu Yuping pale with fright. "No, you can't!" he exclaimed with shock, forgetting to use compressed voice communication. His blundering shout made the people around them give them puzzled looks. Zhu Wei closed his eyes and shook his head with a slight smile on his face. It was quite embarrassing. "I will be fine," Zhu Wei said with a smile to Lu Yuping. "Don't tell me that you think I won't be able to win. As long as it is not a primordial beast or a primordial beast hunter, then I'm good." Lu Yuping looked at Zhu Wei with uncertainty. His rationality let him understand that Zhu Wei had the ability to win most fights at his level, but deep within he was worried and scared that something might happen to him. His higher-ups in the hierarchy of primordial beasts would never let it go if something happened to Zhu Wei while he was present, and he would never be able to live down the guilt. A sovereign beast was the hope for every beast out there. If Zhu Wei was hurt or killed while Lu Yuping was right next to him, then it was likely that he would end up as the enemy of all beasts. Zhu Wei understood his misgivings. It was easy to guess what he was feeling and what he was thinking about. Still, Zhu Wei had already made a promise to participate in a cage battle, so he was not going to change his decision, no matter how Lu Yuping tried to persuade him. Smirking, Zhu Wei looked at Li Chen. "Big Sister Chen, I promised you that I would participate in a battle," he said cheekily, pushing all the blame onto her. "I am a man, and a man cannot go back on his words. I will go sign up now." As soon as he said this, before Lu Yuping had time to say anything, Zhu Wei turned and started walking toward the sign-up table. In the end, Lu Yuping ended up glaring at Li Chen, but he knew about her background and dared not show his displeasure. Zhu Wei reached the table then. It was a rather inconspicuous, simple-looking table, the kind you would not notice unless you were looking for it. Ahead of him, 3 young men were currently signing up. "Oh, you are here to sign up?" the clerk sitting behind the table asked without looking up. Zhu Wei, who had been raised to mind his manners, cupped his hands. "Yes, I am here to participate in the fun," Zhu Wei said with a smile and bowed slightly. His behavior would have been considered polite in the rest of the world, but here it was considered strange. This was a place for outlaws. No one bothered to be polite to a mere clerk. The other 3 young men who were standing and waiting for their turn to fight glanced at Zhu Wei to determine if he was a threat. From looking at his polite behavior and the fact that they had not seen him before, these people quickly understood that he was here for the first time. There was a term to use for those who wanted to fight the first day they were in the cave. Fat sheep. They were just waiting for the slaughter. Even if they had seen a few battles, they did not know the strength of most of the contestants and believed blindly in their own ability. This blind belief caused them to die early, losing all their items and becoming one of the many corpses that were used to feed the fierce beasts that fought in the cage battles.
Zhu Wei was aware of this, but he did not mind. In fact, he welcomed the idea that they perceived him as a fat sheep. The more they underestimated him, the less danger he was in. Although he was rather certain of his own abilities, he still wanted every advantage that he could get. None of those three experts in front of him were really his equal. All three of them were also heavenly warriors, but one of them was a third layer, while the other two were second layer. Zhu Wei had to wait for some time. There were no experts of the same layer as him available currently. But the clerk, rather than pit him against a fierce beast, had the women who served food and snacks share the news that a fat sheep had appeared. The clerk was certain that the news would instantly make others jump at the first opportunity to sign up to fight him. And right he was. Only a few moments after, 3 people approached the table. All 3 were at the same cultivation level as Zhu Wei. One of them was a small but extremely fat man. He seemed as if he could roll rather than walk. His face sagged with more than 5 chins, and his eyes resembled those of a pig. Another one was skinny, very skinny. He was almost twice as tall as the fat man, but his body was so much thinner, he resembled a bamboo pole. The last person was neither fat nor thin. He seemed to be healthy, lean but with muscle, and he dressed neatly. He had a small goatee and seemed rather calculating. These 3 men saw each other at the same time, and all of them seemed to be considering what exactly they should do. Running was below their dignity, but they did not want this fat sheep to be given to someone else. As a result, all 3 sped up. Even the fat man managed to move rather fast, contrary to one's expectations. Zhu Wei narrowed his eyes. Of these 3, he felt the most danger from the fat man. Although he seemed the most useless of the 3, there was a dangerous air about him. Fortunately, he was not the first person at the table. The man with the goatee had reached the table first and slammed his hand down onto the table.
"I, your daddy, want to fight against that fat sheep,"
he declared out loud, not caring that his highly provocative words could be heard by everyone. One did not have to give their name when they signed up. No one used their real name in this place anyway, unless they had a strong backing like Li Chen, or was a fighter like Liu Yuping with a long winning streak. Where others disguised their faces and hid their names in the cave, this was the only place where Liu Yuping could be himself. As soon as he exited the cave, it was the other way around. He would become the one who had to use a fake name and a face mask. What one had to do was to announce their current cultivation level. Then, if there was another person within the same tier already signed up, then they would fight. If not, that person would have to stand by the table until someone showed up, or until they released a fierce beast. Zhu Wei looked at the man who referred to himself as Daddy, and smiled while shaking his head. This man seemed to be the least dangerous of the bunch. He seemed to be the most normal one of the 3, and the air around him was also the least dangerous. Still, Zhu Wei did not relax. He understood that this man could be hiding his strength. He could, in fact, be a wolf in sheep's clothes, trying to lure Zhu Wei into lowering his guard.
"Enter cage number 4,
the clerk said disinterestedly. This was a fat sheep. The amount of times they managed to defeat the opponent was limited, and the younger man seemed like he was nothing special. At least, that was what he thought at first. When the clerk glanced at Zhu Wei one last time, he saw that Li Chen and Liu Yuping both had walked up to him and were standing by his side. This scene was seen by many, including the man with the goatee, who seemed as if he had just eaten a fly. Everyone in the underground world knew Li Chen, the intelligencer's right-hand woman and the one who held the most power in the entire black market, only overruled by the intelligencer, whom few had the privilege to see. The other person was Liu Yuping. He was known as one of the fiercest fighters in the entire cave. Everyone knew he was a primordial beast. For him to have caught the attention of both Li Chen and Liu Yuping, was he really a fat sheep on the chopping block waiting to be slaughtered and robbed? The goatee man was not willing to give up. This was a life and death battle. Zhu Wei, having an impressive background, would not change the unforgiving nature of the cage. News about their battle spread like a wildfire through the cave, and suddenly people swarmed toward it in the hopes of getting a good spot from which they could watch the fight. Everyone loved seeing fat sheep being slaughtered, but they loved something else even more. Witnessing a hidden dragon emerge was perhaps the best moments for the audience. No matter whether or not Zhu Wei was a hidden dragon or a fat sheep, these experts would enjoy watching it. Lu Yuping was worried. He kept worrying about how Zhu Wei might be injured. Even Li Chen was worried now. She had never expected that Zhu Wei had taken it seriously when she said that he should fight. This was a life and death arena, not some playground where one could withdraw. But there was no turning back now. Zhu Wei had to fight. Chapter 13. Tiger Triplets. Zhu Wei was incredibly calm. He could feel the vibrations in his body when his inner chi dragons roared, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Looking at the opponent, Zhu Wei behaved casually and even gave a little smile to him, but that smile was short-lived. Zhu Wei's blood started boiling when the sensation of a life-and-death battle set in on him, which caused his smile to turn slightly malicious.
"Well, let this daddy show you all the might of the youngest of the tiger triplets," the challenger called out.
The corner of Zhu Wei's lips twitched slightly. Tiger triplets? What kind of name was that? This daddy guy was very self-assured, but Zhu Wei had the impression that he was pretending to be a sheep when he was, in fact, a wolf. Zhu Wei waited patiently. He had already decided to not use his transformation unless he was brought to the brink of destruction. He would only use it as a last resort. Even if his opponent beat him black and blue, he would not allow the transformation to come out. This was his personal decision. His decisiveness was so extreme that, despite allowing himself to use it as a last resort, he was likely to hold himself back, even if it killed him. Standing opposite of him was the man who called himself Daddy all the time. He was extravagantly dressed, and his face had a small smile hung on the corner of his lips. The man waved his hand, withdrawing a machete from his storage ring. Zhu Wei had not brought Bai Tianyi with him. Even if he had, he would not be able to use the sword spirit as his sword anymore, because Bai Tianyi had gained a soul body that had completely transformed him. He no longer looked like a sword, but a person, so having him enter the cage with Zhu Wei would probably be deemed cheating. Since he could not use Bai Tianyi, his only option was to rely on inner might and transform his chi into a sword or some other kind of weapon. Zhu Wei was actually at a disadvantage. He had decided to not use his transformation, and Bai Tianyi was not here to support him either. It had been a long time since he had fought on his own, all by himself, with so many restrictions. But he felt that he had to challenge himself if he wanted to improve his strength. Right now he had a physical body stronger than the fifth layer of the heavenly warrior realm, and his chi was also much purer than most experts at his level. He had superior and profound grade martial arts techniques. These were the cream of the crop back in the backwater kingdoms, and even here they were quite extraordinary. The experts that came to the cave cage battles were usually those without any special background, hoping to earn money or resources. These experts might have had some lucky chances or used some of their wealth to purchase profound martial arts, but it was not likely that they had as much diversity in skills as Zhu Wei had. Zhu Wei was aware of this. His skills, his physical strength, and the purity of his chi were all above average. When taking all of this into account, he should be capable of easily defeating anyone at his own rank. But he still felt a faint sense of danger coming from the tiger triplet daddy guy in front of him. "Begin!" While Zhu Wei was thinking, the voice of the clerk sounded out, and then his focus was back on the tiger triplet daddy in front of him. Contrary to the last match between Lu Yuping and Jia Lu, where they began fighting at the moment the fight began, neither Zhu Wei nor the tiger triplet daddy moved. Both of them were extremely tense as they observed one another. Eyes narrowed. The first to move was Zhu Wei, who stretched out his hand and created a sword of qi. Tiger Triplet Daddy's machete gleamed in the dim light that illuminated the cage. No rust could be seen on the weapon. It was clear that it had been properly maintained. Tiger Triplet Daddy had finally stopped talking. He looked at Zhu Wei solemnly. He was clearly aware that Zhu Wei had not fallen for his trick of trying to lure him into quickly attacking him so that he could quickly end it with a harsh counter. Zhu Wei had never been in a battle like this before. So far, he had been in battles where he was up against a large number of people each time, often where they were much weaker than him. The one time Zhu Wei had fought stronger experts, he had not been alone, but been supported by Bai Tianyi and He Gao. These experts in the cage battles might not be the ones with the purest qi. They might not even be the ones with the strongest bodies, but their survival instinct was much more profound than someone like Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei had fought many battles, but never had he actually experienced a fight of equals. This was also why Zhu Wei had signed up for this. He wanted to test his own abilities. So far, he had always been looked down upon by his opponents, or he had been against desperate people. Here, he was the underdog. This time, he was the one who had to prove himself. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Wei activated Forbidden Rush. With a series of afterimages, Zhu Wei advanced like a line of light towards Tiger Triplet Daddy. He lifted his qi sword in his hands and got ready to slash down. However, Tiger Triplet Daddy withdrew slightly, causing the attack to narrowly pass by him. The moment Zhu Wei moved past him, the machete came slicing down towards his head. Qi poured out of Zhu Wei, solidifying into a transparent shield of qi he had created with inner might above his head. A massive boom resounded, and both Zhu Wei and Daddy were thrown backward. However, because of Zhu Wei's awkward position, he was thrown further back than Tiger Triplet Daddy. Zhu Wei's first step caused the floor underneath him within the cage to shatter, sending stones and debris flying in every direction, but the force pushing him back dwindled drastically after his third step. From this collision, one could see that they were not using any probing attacks. Every move was made to kill. Once again, both Zhu Wei and Tiger Triplet Daddy looked at one another with narrowed eyes, hesitating to move. From the last encounter, both of them had learned something about their opponent. Tiger Triplet Daddy had an outstanding ability to sense danger and reacted prudently to this sudden sense of danger. He was a quick thinker and could get the best results with the least effort. The way he carried himself in battle inspired Zhu Wei. Although Zhu Wei felt that he himself was very skillful at avoiding attacks and moved fast, he had never considered efficiency of movement to save energy. He always used Forbidden Rush at its full power every time. Although he had done all in his power not to look down on Tiger Triplet Daddy, he could not help but feel more solemn now than he had just moments ago. It was clear that Tiger Triplet Daddy had quite a lot of experience in fighting. He could be a perfect grinding stone for Zhu Wei to become a better fighter and a person who had strong survivabilities. However, at this point, he understood that if he was not careful, he might very well end up as the fat sheep they had all perceived him as to begin with. Gripping the qi sword in his hand, Zhu Wei started pacing towards Tiger Triplet Daddy again. This time it was a steady pace. It was clear that Tiger Triplet Daddy's senses were almost otherworldly, allowing him to sense even the slightest danger. So using Forbidden Rush was not necessarily a good thing. If he was not careful, he would have the tables turned on him, leaving his back wide open. So, if he could not rely on speed, he could use strength. He had complete and utter faith in his strength. If he could just get one attack in, he could turn the tides. Tiger Triplet Daddy stayed still. He held the machete in his hand, gripping the handle tightly, and waited for Zhu Wei to get within range before engaging. Zhu Wei had not used all his strength in their previous exchange. He had used quite a bit, but not all of it. However, things were different this time around. Zhu Wei went directly for his opponent head-on, intending to bulldoze him down. The closer he came, the more momentum he picked up. Every step caused tremors to run through the ground, his steps containing so much power that Tiger Triplet Daddy's eyes widened with shock. He understood that this fat sheep was not quite like other fat sheep. In fact, he started to fear that Zhu Wei was a wolf in sheep's clothes. Still, he did not panic and quickly calmed down. He raised the machete overhead and took a stance, ready to meet the attack that would be coming. Zhu Wei snickered. He had been underestimated. The pace picked up and soon he was right next to Tiger Triplet Daddy. The chi sword came slashing down, filled with hundreds of chi dragons that roared like a pack of proud lions. As the machete met the chi sword, Tiger Triplet Daddy was forced back so far that he slammed into the cage wall. He coughed up blood out of his mouth, but he did not die from the concussive impact, causing Zhu Wei to raise an eyebrow in surprise. This attack had contained his full strength, but it was still not enough to deal with the Tiger Triplet Daddy in one go. It seemed that this battle would become much more interesting and also much more challenging than he expected. The more Zhu Wei felt his bloodlust rise, the more he felt his blood boil, and the more the smile on his face grew. There was a ruthless air about him, ruthless to himself and to others. Zhu Wei knew that his body had tremendous healing ability, so he went for the most brutal and straightforward way to fight. Seeing that he had already pushed Tiger Triplet Daddy back to the cage wall, he followed closely and sent out another slash. This second slash did not have the same momentum as the first, but Tiger Triplet Daddy did not have the same amount of time to prepare for the attack, so he could only dodge to the side, causing him to get a deep cut in his shoulder. However, he kept his arm and managed to stay alive. Zhu Wei smiled ruthlessly. He was enjoying this, felt his blood boil, and he felt the thrill of the hunt. But that did not mean he was not using every last shred of focus in this fight. One mistake, and he would end up being the one severely injured or even dead. This kind of stimulus was new to Zhu Wei. He had never before experienced this thrilling feeling of hunting someone down. Although he had killed numerous humans and a few beasts already, he had never felt this excited in a battle. He was walking on the edge of the sword. One wrong move, and his life would be forfeit. Arcane Fist. Zhu Wei's chi sword vanished. In lieu of a weapon, he sent out a fist attack. Thousands of elusive fist imprints were emitted when he used Arcane Fist. When they landed on Tiger Triplet Daddy's body, the damage done to it made him gnash his teeth angrily. He had done everything to avoid them, but he had not been able to fully avoid all the fist imprints of chi. He suddenly sensed how the foreign chi entered into his body. Like thousands of small dragons, they penetrated his meridians and clashed with his own chi strands, devouring them and draining him for energy. Chapter 14. Crimson Sky. It was as if thousands of small beasts were wrecking his body, causing havoc in his meridians. His body trembled incessantly and his face was pale. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Wei breathed heavily. He had used much of his chi in this attack. At least half of the chi dragons within his body had been poured into Tiger Triplet Daddy. Meanwhile, the azure dragon spirit within his dantian kept restoring the amount of chi dragons he had used. Unfortunately, it would take quite some time before all of them were restored. Tiger Triplet Daddy had not used a lot of chi, but he still felt drained because of the onslaught of the chi dragons that were swarming his meridians. His face was pale in fright, his eyes wide open. He opened his mouth but closed it again without saying anything. All that came out was blood. Zhu Wei had also stopped his chain of attacks. He had poured so much qi into the arcane fist attack he sent out that he was slightly out of breath. But his eyes glistened with excitement, and his vicious smile did not lose its intensity. Zhu Wei started walking towards Tiger Triplet Daddy, his steps calm and collected. He seemed as if he was taking a walk in a park, but he kept building momentum with each step he took. Tiger Triplet Daddy had managed to avoid most of the attacks so far, but he had never before encountered qi with properties like Zhu Wei's. That qi had entered his body and roared like actual living beasts, draining him from the inside. An arm shot out, the hand clasped over Tiger Triplet Daddy's throat like a giant claw. Zhu Wei squeezed his fingers together slightly, causing cracking sounds to echo out. Tiger Triplet Daddy gave a last struggle. He poured his remaining qi into his machete and swung it around like a snake, aiming straight for Zhu Wei's heart. Tiger Triplet Daddy had been waiting for this moment. He had gambled with his own life, knowing that he had only enough energy for one attack. Now he poured it all into the machete, trying to execute Zhu Wei in one go. The audience was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one spoke. They observed with big eyes. Lu Yuping was biting his nails. His eyes displayed boundless worry. He kept tapping his feet on the ground and paced back and forth next to Li Chen, who also looked slightly pale. Her hands clutched a handkerchief. Complex emotions were constantly swirling in her eyes, but her face itself was as stoic and expressionless as always. Zhu Wei felt the danger encroaching upon him. He did not look down. He knew where the danger came from, but he retreated before he had time to do anything else. Forbidden Rush. He was faster than the seriously wounded Tiger Triplet Daddy, but he had been too close. Sparks flew from where the machete came into contact with the fierce beast hide covering his torso, and although the attack was slightly mitigated, it still managed to penetrate the leather. Even more sparks flew out as the machete came into contact with the robe underneath, but this was easier to slice through, and then the rest of the remaining slicing force came into contact with Zhu Wei's chest. A long gash appeared in his armor and robe, while 10 centimeters of flesh was cut open on his chest. Blood started to flow from the wound, dripping down to the arena floor and soiling the rest of his clothes after Zhu Wei composed himself several steps away. Being wounded did not diminish Zhu Wei's smile. In fact, he seemed to be even more amused now than before. He seemed more excited. Seeing the Tiger Triplet Daddy struggle and fight back as he did, the thrill of the hunt started exciting him even more. Zhu Wei could not wait for the conclusion of the fight. He knew that he could end it easily, either by transforming or by using mind infestation, but he also felt that that would ruin the thrill of the fight. He was enjoying himself. He wanted to see his opponent struggle. He felt like a cat playing with a mouse. Tiger Triplet Daddy's face turned dark when he saw that Zhu Wei had successfully managed to evade his attack. The Qi dragons within his meridians had managed to be demolished by his own Qi threads, but the fight had given him internal injuries. It had also caused him to waste a whole lot of Qi. He was already on the verge of collapsing, but he refused to give up. Bruises had appeared on his throat after Zhu Wei had tried to break his neck. Blood stains were at the corner of his lips, staining the robe he was wearing after trickling down his neck. His clothes and hair were disheveled. He staggered from even trying to stand up, and his eyes were unfocused. Right now, the only thing that held him upright was his willpower, his refusal to give up. Zhu Wei had to admit that he respected this man. He had a power above average heavenly warriors at the same layer. He had amazing survival instincts. He fought fiercely even against opponents that completely overwhelmed him, and his willpower was outstanding. From having met a worthy opponent like this, Zhu Wei could truly feel his blood boil. Such a person was worth killing. Zhu Wei activated Forbidden Rush. He vanished from where he stood and appeared next to Tiger Triplet Daddy. shattering mountain palm. A palm strike descended straight on Tiger Triplet Daddy's chest, right where his heart was located. The recipient of this attack felt a bit of danger, but his body no longer followed his orders anymore. He tried to move, but all that happened was that a tremble went through his body before the shattering mountain palm collided with his chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he was shot backward like a kite that was let loose from its string. A raspy breath escaped from Tiger Triplet Daddy, a final breath before his eyes turned dull. The entire place lapsed into silence. Only the sounds of fights from the other cages could be heard, but these cages did not have much of an audience. Most had been drawn to Zhu Wei's battle. The silence did not last long before a cheer erupted from Lu Yuping's mouth. He jumped up in the air with his arms above his head and cheered loudly as though he were the one who had won the battle. Zhu Wei, who was in the cage, smirked slightly. This had been the most thrilling fight he had ever experienced. This was without a doubt a new experience, though he was aware that he could easily become addicted to the feeling of killing if he was not careful. The hunting instinct was immensely strong in him. Having heard Lu Yuping's cheer, everyone else woke up from their stupor. They all erupted in cheers. Even the ones who had lost money in the betting pool were excited. This was a fat sheep that had killed someone from the Tiger Triplets. That was quite astounding, a feat worth quite a bit of respect.
His performance was brilliant, though I have a feeling that we will most likely not see him again, someone in the audience said with a sigh of regret. The remaining 2 tigers will not let him go. As long as he sets foot outside of this cave, they will be waiting for him and will kill him.
Zhu Wei listened to the voice while leaving the cage. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had no say in who his opponent was. The Tiger Triplet Daddy was the one who had jumped at the chance to fight him, so to be the target of others because of this was rather annoying. Since he could not choose, he could only fight, there was no giving up. He was not going to allow his challenger to kill him just because he feared retaliation from the remaining 2 of the Tiger Triplets.
Mr. Lu, these Tiger Triplets, what exactly are they like? What is their strength like, and what exactly can I expect from them?
When Zhu Wei exited the cave, he went back to Lu Yuping and Li Chen and asked the former his question.
The Tiger Triplets? Those 3-legged cats cannot do you anything.
He laughed.
Although Kai Ming, the guy you just fought, is the weakest of the Tiger Triplets, he is not that much weaker than the other 2. I would like to see them try their hands at attacking you.
Zhu Wei had expected the 2 other triplet members to be much stronger than himself because of what he had overheard, but it seemed he had been mistaken. Feeling a bit calmer, Zhu Wei nodded his head. Hours had gone by during the cage battles. Zhu Wei had observed multiple fights and partook in one himself, but now the cages started being cleared. One after another was left empty and the crowd was thinning. Li Chen and Lu Yuping were still there, both conversing with Zhu Wei, telling him about the important characters in the underworld of Cloud Source City.
The biggest player within the underworld is, without a doubt, the Intelligencer.
Both Lu Yuping and Li Chen agreed on this.
He is much stronger than any other high-profile member of the underworld. In fact, there is no one stronger than him in the entirety of the Chang'an Kingdom. His connections go so deep that it doesn't matter where you go, kingdom, empire, and even the center of the continent, he'll have a man there. After the Intelligencer is Li Chen. Li Chen has gained much fame for her appearance, but also because she has the strength to back up her beauty. She is a dangerous person, so watch out.
Lu Yuping warned him teasingly after seeing that Zhu Wei and Li Chen somehow had already established a sort of friendship. After myself comes the Earth Knight Primordial Beasts, Li Chen took over. Lu Yuping is one of them, but he is not alone. There are a total of 3 primordial beasts within this underground world, all of which are strong enough to rattle the city's foundation if they truly wish to do so. After the Earth Knight Primordial Beasts came the humans of the same realm. After these came the ordinary warriors, and so on and so on. Zhu Wei had a clearer understanding of the entire hierarchy of the underground world. He understood that there were various people excelling at various things. In fact, there was nothing that he could not get on the black market, as long as he had the resources or money to pay for it. Well, that was it for this week, Li Chen said while they walked through the tunnel leading out of the cave. Why don't you come next week as well? Zhu Wei gave it a thought. If I have time, then I will, he said, and nodded his head. Before leaving, Zhu Wei picked up the prize for winning his fight. It turned out to be 7 pills suitable for heavenly warriors, alongside 2 spiritual fruits and 3 herbs. There were no low-grade essence stones in his reward, as it had been considered an easy, low-class match. The stronger the contenders were considered, the more the prize would be. However, since Zhu Wei had been a hitherto nameless combatant, the stakes in his battles would be rather mediocre until he made a name for himself. As Zhu Wei came out of the cave, he was met by the crimson morning sky. The entire evening and night had passed by while he had been underground. Chapter 15. Contemplation. Zhu Wei let go of a deep breath. The cool morning air was refreshing and gave Zhu Wei a slight chill after he had been in a humid underground cave all night. Zhu Wei looked around and saw that Li Chen and Lu Yuping had both vanished into thin air, not even saying goodbye to him. He did not mind, though, as he had expected this to happen. Zhu Wei had established bad blood with the 2 remaining members of the Tiger Triplet trio by emerging victorious against their brother. But they had not been present down in the cave, so it was likely that it would take some time before they were informed about the loss of their youngest brother. Taking this brief amount of time as an opportunity, Zhu Wei started moving towards the richer areas of the city, out of the black market's territory. Although it was mainly dangerous outside during the night, this night was special. Zhu Wei had proven he was not a fat sheep waiting for the slaughter, but he still did not have the strength to protect himself against the factions within the black market. If not because everyone worth their salt in the underworld already knew that Zhu Wei was close to both Li Chen and Lu Yuping, then he would have long since been robbed after leaving the cave. Zhu Wei was not so naive to be ignorant of this. He knew that he would be an easy target since he was merely in the heavenly warrior realm. However, he was not going to just give up and hand over his valuables. He had prepared a flame word formation to stall for time, held it in his hand, and was ready to throw it out should the need arrive. But nothing happened. It was easy to guess as to why. The weaker experts who were independent had realized that he was no fat sheep, and the stronger ones did not wish to offend Li Chen and Lu Yuping. The stronger ones had already started to assume that Zhu Wei was a primordial beast. If he was not, why would Lu Yuping go out of his way to be friendly towards him? But nothing was absolute. When they went to the intelligencer to get their hands on some information, the price for information on Zhu Wei was so incredibly high that they all had to give up. It was clear that the intelligencer was not willing to divulge any information about him. Zhu Wei left the black market territory easily. But right as he was about to turn the corner into another district, he came across 3 cloaked experts. These 3 experts all rode on fierce beasts. Their display of having fierce beast contracted was rather grand, and their eyes cold like the 12th lunation's new moon. The 3 glanced at Zhu Wei with disinterest. None of them displayed any interest in him, and they quickly returned their gazes in the direction of the black market territory. Zhu Wei was not unfamiliar with these 3. He had encountered them before. They were precisely some of the diviners that had come to town earlier, whom he had seen out of curiosity. Could they be here for the same reason as the primordial beast hunters? Were they also here to apprehend Lu Yuping and the other primordial beasts that resided in the darkness of the underworld? Zhu Wei could vaguely make out that these 3 were all Earth Knights from what his senses told him. Their strength was at the peak of the Chang'an kingdom. They quite glaringly did not look local.
We will not capture him here either, one of them said, completely ignoring Zhu Wei, who had walked by silently. But his senses were heightened, so he heard their conversation.
We have to catch the traitor,
the one in the middle said, his voice chillingly cold and without any emotions. We have tracked him for quite some time. To think he even left the center of the continent. Not only this, he also has so many resources, as he was considered a genius by the temple, so he should be able to sustain himself and his training for a long time still. We need to find him and bring him to justice. We might have to give him a second divine boon, the last left one said with a sigh as he was lamenting the fate of the subject they were talking about. Zhu Wei continued walking, but he raised an eyebrow in surprise. A traitor among the diviners? What could he possibly have done to be considered a traitor? And it seemed he had been regarded rather highly prior to that. Still, Zhu Wei did not take the matter to heart. Although it was a curious conversation, he knew better than to get involved with the matters of the diviners. Despite being a sovereign beast, he could not guarantee his own safety if they tried to take over his mind. Returning to the hotel, Zhu Wei saw that there were still experts watching the gate, waiting for Zhu Wei and his friends to leave. Unfortunately, they could not identify anyone as someone from their trio due to lacking means. They still followed every child, but it had brought nothing. Zhu Wei easily slipped unnoticed back into the hotel and returned to his suite. He sat down on the bed and looked at his hand. He clenched it slowly in front of him, and then his face cracked into a smile. The battle today had made him feel a new form of thrill. He was no longer in doubt about him being a beast, to enjoy the hunt as much as he had, to feel so invigorated after a battle. It was clear that he had some instincts different from the usual human. But he did not mind. In a way, one could say he was high on the feeling. Although it was now hours since the battle had ended, he still felt a tingling sensation in his body every time he thought about it, and he wanted to experience it again. "Next week I am going to bring the others," he muttered to himself. He could imagine that He Gao shared the same feelings as him, as the latter had not been able to run wild for a long time. Taking him to the black market where primordial beasts were acknowledged and admired, was this not the best present he could give him right now? Bai Tianyi, on the other hand, was very refined on the outside. He seemed as if he did not care about anything or anyone, but truth was that he was a bloodthirsty mass murderer who did not care who he faced. Anyone who died would lose their soul power, and he could absorb it and refine it into spiritual energy instead of wasting it. Even if he was not willing to fight in the battles, he would most definitely join for the sake of increasing his spiritual energy. Deep in thought, Zhu Wei unclenched his hand and dropped backward, laying down on the bed. He looked at the ceiling above him. Many thoughts flashed by in his mind. Although he had accepted that he was a beast, he had instead been filled with more questions than answers. "I don't know who my true family is," Zhu Wei sighed as he closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. A deep sigh escaped his lips. "Who is my mother? Is my father really my father? If he was he also a beast? It makes no sense if he was a beast as well. Why would Zhao Lei kill him? Was Zhao Lei a beast? He had to be, since he had traveled together with Chu Huayan back from his memories of when his village was massacred. A slight tremble ran through his body as he was reminded of the memory where he saw Zhao Lei's cold eyes and bloodied, clawed arm that had impaled his father's chest. Based on the appearance of his clawed arm, Zhao Lei was without a doubt a beast. And from the azure color of the scales, it seemed as if he was an azure dragon as well. Considering that he had the azure dragon scripture and the heritage ring, it would make a lot of sense for Zhao Lei to also be an azure dragon. But if Zhao Lei was an azure dragon and Zhu Wei's real family, then what about his human father? Was he not his real parent?
There were so many questions running around in his mind, recurring and revolving, the same thoughts coming back in new ways. I need to meet Lan. He knew about me. He should know the truth, Zhu Wei finally mumbled. He was tired and exhausted. The tingling sensation of thrill had subsided, and instead, a comfortable exhaustion had started to spread through his body. Deciding not to think about it anymore, Zhu Wei kicked off his boots and took off his outer robes before he climbed into the bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Waking up to a knock on the door, Zhu Wei draped a red robe over his body and went to open it. Outside were two foreign faces. Both were young men. One looked slightly shorter than the other, but neither was a child. Still, Zhu Wei could instantly recognize both of them. It was clearly He Gao and Bai Tianyi. Growth spurt? Zhu Wei could not help but ask as his eyes landed on Bai Tianyi. Nah, the sword spirit was not insulted by being treated as a child. He instead explained, I am able to change my physical body as I please, but maintaining this shape expends much more energy than usual, so I cannot do it indefinitely. I see. Zhu Wei smirked when he heard this. It seemed that Bai Tianyi was still stuck in a child's body. What brings you here? Zhu Wei asked with a gentle expression on his face. He was happy to see his two friends, and he conveniently had something to bring up with them. We're going out and wondered if you wanted to come with us. Bai Tianyi took the word. Is that a good idea right now? Zhu Wei could not help but send a glance to He Gao. The diviners he had met that morning were not friendly people. If there was even the slightest sign of someone being a primordial beast, they would lynch them within seconds, and these diviners were all Earth Knights.
I understand you worry about me, He Gao said with a small smile, shaking his head. But I need to get out, or I will go mad. I have been holed up in the suite for a long time already. I am not in the mood to be locked up like this. I am going to go mad if this continues, He Gao complained with another shake of his head.
Zhu Wei pondered for a moment. I had something to share with you anyway, he said after a moment. I went to meet with the intelligencer, he began. I needed information about the sovereign beasts, all the information I can get. On the way back, I encountered a place underground for illegal cage battles that opens once a week. Primordial beasts are more than welcome. In fact, they are acknowledged and respected. I was thinking of going again next week. Why don't the two of you come with me? It is filled with soul power. Zhu Wei added the last part when he saw that Bai Tianyi was about to decline. But Bai Tianyi's eyes turned slightly greedy, and a smile played on his lips the moment Zhu Wei spoke up about it.
A place to go wild?
He Gao was surprised, but then he grinned.
Okay then, he had decided. I can wait until next week, but don't you dare forget me.
I wouldn't dare do that, Zhu Wei laughed. But for now, don't go out and get caught by the diviners. Chapter 16. 4 Divine Beast Clans. He Gao did as he was told, and the week went by rapidly after that. Zhu Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi focused solely on cultivating while waiting. None of them underwent any qualitative breakthroughs this time, but they each still managed to strengthen their foundations and increase their qi and spiritual energy pools. As the morning broke on the day of the underground cage battles, He Gao and Bai Tianyi went to Zhu Wei's suite. The black market territory is the kind of place where we'll never know what to expect, or who to expect for that matter, Zhu Wei began, cautioning them. We need to be careful, and even more on alert than normal since the diviners are in town. The diviners entered the territory right as I was leaving it after the previous week's cage battles, and it seemed like they had a purpose. I think they are here for the primordial beasts in the black market territory, so we cannot afford to go too wild. You don't have to worry so much, Bai Tianyi said, smiling casually. His usually unruffled expression displayed an insouciance and carefreeness that came naturally to him. Although the diviners are there to capture primordial beasts, it is likely that they cannot enter the cave. I am sure that even if the diviners are very strong, there is someone protecting the black market underground.
That's true. Zhu Wei had to acknowledge that there was some reason in what Bai Tianyi said. It is said that the strongest expert within Cloud Source City is a Sky Knight from the black market territory. As to whether or not it is the Intelligencer, I do not know, but it is highly likely.
The three wore their masks. Bai Tianyi grew taller all of a sudden as well. He no longer had the body of a child, his physique now making him look like a grown man. Grinning, Bai Tianyi stretched slightly before he turned and got ready to leave. "Let us go." He Gao and Zhu Wei followed behind Bai Tianyi. When leaving, they noticed that none of the people waiting for them began tailing them. They had never expected that this trio of adults were the targets they had been waiting for. Zhu Wei snickered. It would appear that they could leave the city whenever they wished. But right now was not the time. They had to stay until they had gotten all the information they needed from the Intelligencer. So they were in the mood to let go of all their frustrations in the underground cage battles. Letting go of your inhibitions was an enjoyable feeling. Ever since he had been in the last battle, Zhu Wei's mood had improved. His heart had been completely calm, and a smile had hung on his face all the time. It was only a week, but it also felt as if the process of cultivation was going much smoother. The absorption was rapid, and the Azure Dragon Spirit's refinement of the heaven and earth essence was buttery smooth. Zhu Wei also felt as though the bad emotions from having lost Wang Xiaoyun had subsided. Although he still missed her terribly, he had come to terms with her departure and was certain that they would reunite someday. Until that day, he had to stay alive, and to stay alive he had to hone his skills. They made jokes and discussed random things with each other as Zhu Wei led them to the lawless area, where the beggars could be either cripples or wolves in sheep's clothes.
Don't talk with anyone. Don't disturb anyone either.
Since they could never know who they could end up meeting, Zhu Wei continuously cautioned both He Gao and Bai Tianyi. Where Bai Tianyi completely ignored him, He Gao seriously nodded his head and looked solemn. Bai Tianyi was immortal. Even if someone seriously injured him, he would not die. Even if his spirit was destroyed, he would just need time to restore it. The consequences of being careless were not as significant to him, considering his unliving state. Knowing this, Zhu Wei was very curious. What was it like to be a sword spirit? He had clearly not severed his emotions, nor had he lost the ability to eat and drink. His body, although a soul body, functioned in the same way a living being's would. He could not cultivate qi, nor could he absorb the heaven and earth essence, but he could absorb the soul power in the air and cultivate this way. He could even consume pills and other resources to strengthen his cultivation base. In fact, Zhu Wei never really remembered that he was not a living being. He acted like any other individual, and they had gotten so close that Zhu Wei would consider him his brother.
"Hey, Tianyi,"
Zhu Wei finally called out. Bai Tianyi turned to look at him curiously, guessing at what the other wanted.
"I was wondering, since I went to the Intelligencer for information on sovereign beasts," he started. "I know that you lived when they were in their golden age, so perhaps you can tell me a bit about the past of the sovereign beasts? I know that anything that is current would be impossible for you to know about, but what about the time when you were unrivaled?"
Bai Tianyi was silent for a bit and slowed his pace. The trio spoke with compressed voice communication, which only they could hear, so they did not fear eavesdroppers. "Sovereign beasts, huh?" Bai Tianyi was not surprised by this question. Zhu Wei had already found out that he was not a human some time ago, so it was only natural for him to be curious about his origin. Touching his chin, Bai Tianyi considered for some time what he should say. "They are quite noble," he finally sighed.
I met quite a few sovereign beasts when I was traveling across the entire world. They did not care for worldly possessions, nor did they care about ruling the world. The ones I knew cared about improving their strength and about protecting their families. They were innately gifted with an outstanding talent for cultivation, an innate ability to grow stronger and stronger at an inordinate rate. Bai Tianyi looked at Zhu Wei with a bit of a pondering expression. They were also beautiful, he suddenly said, as beautiful as otherworldly fairies. But looking at you, you are perhaps the most plain-looking sovereign beast I've ever seen. In this world there are 4 races of sovereign beasts, Bai Tianyi continued. There is the Azure Dragon clan, the White Tiger clan, the Black Turtle clan, and the Vermilion Bird clan. Throughout the world there are only those 4 clans. It pains me to say this, Bai Tianyi continued, his face turning dark. But the only creatures who have managed to break through the border of immortality are said to have been the experts of the 4 sovereign beast clans. Legend has it that once upon a time, way before my time, there were 4 good friends. They were 1 white tiger, 1 azure dragon, 1 black turtle, and 1 vermilion bird. They dreamt about something else than what they could get in this world, and they wished to create their own world. They would call it the Divine Beast World. As to whether or not they succeeded, no one knows. Bai Tianyi sighed. It is, however, certain that they managed to leave this world. I thought you said immortality was impossible, and that is why you became a sword spirit, Zhu Wei asked, perplexed. As to whether or not they gained true immortality, I do not know, Bai Tianyi said honestly. But they managed to break through the borders of this world and exit the barrier around it. This requires a strength unlike any I have ever seen before. When I was at my peak, I tried to break through the world, but there was no one who had succeeded in thousands of years, and no one who could guide me in how to do it. Everything I did relied on my trials and errors. I never knew exactly what to do before I tried. No one could tell me, as no one had reached the same strength as me. Zhu Wei pondered on the information he had just gotten. Were the sovereign beasts very prominent before? He asked further. Bai Tianyi shrugged his shoulders. They did not hide, but they never arrogantly flaunted their power either, he answered after careful consideration. I cannot imagine what might have happened to make the sovereign beasts completely hide away from the world. Hopefully we will get more answers from the Intelligencer, Zhu Wei said with a sigh after a bit of time. He hoped that he could get all the answers he wanted. Heavens forbid the exorbitant price he had to pay for that information, so it would only make sense that he had high expectations for the results. While talking, the trio had reached the rundown house that led into the passageway leading to the underground arenas. Zhu Wei frowned when he looked around the arena. The diviners that he had seen after last week's underground cage battles were there, and it seemed that they were coming towards them. Watch out, Zhu Wei warned He Gao, who lifted his head and looked in the same direction as Zhu Wei. His face turned slightly serious when he saw them. Zhu Wei and the other 2 rushed into the passageway and made their way to the cage area, seeking to avoid drawing attention to themselves. As they reached the cave, He Gao looked around with big eyes that were filled with wonder, like a child at a festival. He smiled uncontrollably, his eyes glistened, and his cheeks were slightly flushed red. Bai Tianyi, who had spent some time in the shape of an adult, went to a dark corner. Moments after, he returned as a small child with an adult's face. It looked strange in every way one could imagine. Seeing Bai Tianyi's bizarre appearance, Zhu Wei grimaced. Zhu Wei knew that everyone present could tell that Bai Tianyi was wearing a face mask, and it was obvious the person in question did not care, but the sight was truly confusing.
Not long after, the three diviners walked into the cave, causing the otherwise rather bustling atmosphere to die down. A few experts, including Hegao, retreated slightly without making it too obvious.
"Do not worry," one of the diviners spoke towards the crowd as he removed the hood that had previously covered his face. The one speaking seemed to be around 30 years old. He had a friendly face, but there was also a dangerous gleam in his eyes that put Zhu Wei on high alert. "We are not here to cause trouble," the diviner calmly continued. "We are not here to hunt the primordial beasts in this cave, nor do we care about who is a beast and who is a human in this place. All we are looking for is a little brother of our order. It is our mission to make him return with us." Zhu Wei suddenly remembered the conversation he had heard earlier when they passed him. Back then, they had been looking for someone as well, someone who they considered a genius. But this genius had allegedly deserted or even betrayed them. He had not listened too intently at the time, as he never thought it had anything to do with him. But now he was relieved. Although he was slightly relieved, he did not dare to let down his guard. He glanced at Hegao, who was also looking at him, and shook his head in an attempt to convey his thoughts. Although they claimed that they were not here to capture primordial beasts, it was likely that they would jump them as soon as they exited the cave, so it was best not to invite trouble. It would be best if Hegao did not participate in the battles this evening and night. Chapter 17. Hegao's Debut. Hegao, understanding the decision that Zhu Wei made, grumbled all night. He was displeased with the fact that he could not battle, but he was not the only one feeling annoyed. Zhu Wei had also decided not to participate in the cage battles this time either, so their feelings were mutual. Why had these diviners appeared now of all times? Although none of the primordial beasts, including Zhu Wei, participated in battles that day, it was not like there was an absence of bloody battles that played out. Bai Tianyi decided to participate in a battle, where he ended up quickly executing his opponent as though he was chopping down weeds. Although Zhu Wei had expected it, he was still stunned when he saw the bloodthirsty smile on Bai Tianyi's face as he sliced his opponent in half with a gust of spiritual energy shaped like an incredible sword. The people in the audience who had witnessed that battle were astounded and admired the strength that Bai Tianyi had displayed. Zhu Wei looked around, but no matter how much he looked, he did not see Lu Yuping anywhere. It was clear that he had already been informed of the news about the diviners making an appearance, and even though he was a strong fighter, he was not dumb enough to fight against diviners as a primordial beast himself. Zhu Wei would not have gone had he known in advance that the diviners were present. He was not going to risk Hegao's safety for some mere illegal fights. The diviners kept inspecting every nook and cranny of the cave's inside, observing everything and everyone that entered the underground world. Even Zhu Wei was given a long glance. But in the end, the diviners did not find what they were looking for. So when the night ended, all of them left the cave with dark faces and sour moods.
"They are gone,"
Hegao said as he leaned against the cave wall, looking incredibly casual, but he was in truth keeping constant vigil of his surroundings.
"Wait an hour," Zhu Wei cautioned, because he could read Hegao's mind. "If they have not returned within an hour, then you can fight as you please."
Hegao's handsome face lit up with a great smile when he heard this. His eyes brightened and he nodded his head excitedly. Despite wearing a face mask, he seemed much more handsome than the average person. It was impossible to hide his beauty, even with a face mask. The hour went by fast, and the diviners did not return. They had clearly left for good, as their target was not within the cave. Although they usually wouldn't pass on the opportunity to catch a primordial beast, their attitude showed that the person they were looking for dwarfed even the allure of primordial beasts in importance, including even the opportunity to catch multiple of them at once. Zhu Wei appeared to be pensive. He furrowed his eyebrows when this fact reached his mind, and he could not help but wonder, what exactly was the identity of a person who warranted being chased so diligently by such a group of diviners? Sighing, he quickly gave up his thoughts and went to one of the cages. It was time for He Gao's battle.
A fat sheep has appeared. He has never fought here before. He is a complete rookie,
someone yelled out. Due to these few words, the majority of the cave's guests made their way towards the cage where He Gao was supposed to have his battle. Zhu Wei looked at the opponent. He was not too skinny or too burly. He actually looked very ordinary. When He Gao stepped into the cage, everyone's attention turned to him. Some of the women in the cave even gasped and stared wide-eyed at him. The man he was up against also looked rather uncomfortable. He Gao was smiling gracefully. He was not as handsome as he was normally, but he was still out of the ordinary. Sighing, Zhu Wei shook his head with a chuckle.
I'm going,
He Gao said seriously with a look over his shoulder at Zhu Wei, who nodded in return. Show them what you got, he answered with a snicker. Because of their conversation, Zhu Wei suddenly became the center of attention, and soon that included Bai Tianyi, who conveniently stood beside him.
Hey, that's the guy from earlier who we also considered a fat sheep, but who completely trampled over his opponent. And the other guy fought last week, where he was so bloodthirsty that he killed one of the tiger triplets,
someone suddenly called out. The gazes directed at Zhu Wei were suddenly filled with shock and disbelief. It was clear that the three had a close relationship, and 2 out of the 3 had already managed to make a small name for themselves.
So it was you, huh?
The voice of a man suddenly emerged next to Zhu Wei. When the latter turned around, he saw 2 figures standing right next to him. Both were stronger than him, both ordinary knights, one a 2-layer and the other a 4-layer. What was me? Zhu Wei spoke casually as he faced the 2 experts. Although he was not stronger than them and would be at a disadvantage against them in any other environment, the truth was that he was safe as long as he was inside the cave. Furthermore, even if they truly wished to cause problems, he doubted they would be able to keep him back. He had Bai Tianyi by his side, who was also an ordinary knight, and he had He Gao, whose true shape was a mutated celestial dog, alongside his own original shape as an azure dragon.
You killed our younger brother.
One of the 2 guys seemed very aggressive. His face was already red from anger, and he was surrounded by a murderous air. He was the weakest of the 2. Though he was the most aggressive of the duo, Zhu Wei was not too scared of him. On the other hand, the stronger one of the 2 seemed much more dangerous. He was standing idly behind the other tiger, his hand rubbing his chin. And although he seemed casual and carefree, a smile was evident on his face, and his eyes were incredibly cold. I killed some guy last week, yes? Zhu Wei did not step back. I never asked him to think of me as a fat sheep, did I? He continued. This only exacerbated the hatred spewing from the first one's eyes, whereas the calm and collectedness of the other made Zhu Wei feel incredibly uncomfortable.
You should have killed yourself, the angry man said. You should have killed yourself instead of our brother.
So your brother can kill me, but I cannot kill him? Zhu Wei mocked back with a smile on his face, causing the angry brother to get so furious that he started trembling. Why are you causing trouble with my friend? Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Everyone apart from Zhu Wei, that is. Zhu Wei had recognized the voice as belonging to Li Chen, and thus he did not shift his attention away from the faces of the 2 vengeful brothers. While the angry and aggressive one turned pale with fright and retreated slightly, the eyes of the calm and collected one turned serious and solemn.
We did not know that this youngster was your friend, the calm one finally spoke up. To think that the miss is worried about someone this much. In that case, we would, of course, have to step back. He continued with a shallow smile on his face.
a smile that was impossible to see through. The two brothers quickly took their leave and vanished deeper into the cave, evidently seeking to spectate the battles in another cage. Zhu Wei's eyes did not leave them before they had vanished completely from his sight into the sea of people. He suddenly had a very bad premonition. "You can sense it too, right?" Bai Tianyi suddenly asked. Zhu Wei looked at him before nodding his head. "The angry one is easy to deal with, but the other one will prove to be a thorny issue." "He is cunning," Bai Tianyi agreed. "Hopefully he does not value his lost brother too much." "We can always hope he doesn't," Zhu Wei said, frowning. "He was told off by Li Chen, and she has quite the background. He might not feel that we are worth it." Bai Tianyi could not help but sigh. "It seems no matter where we go, we end up being chased as public enemies number 1, 2, and 3. Bai Tianyi grinned when he said this, to which Zhu Wei replied with a snort before he looked into the cage in front of them. Although his attention had been drawn to the two remaining brothers of the tiger triplets, who had now left, he had not forgotten about He Gao's battle. He Gao had not let him down. The cultivation level of his physical strength exceeded the level of his chi strength. Although he outwardly seemed weak, he was indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. Without even using any of his innate abilities and only relying on his physical strength and his claws, he managed to reduce his opponent into a sorry mess that was bleeding from various wounds all over his body. From the look in He Gao's eyes, Zhu Wei could see that he too was enjoying the thrill of the hunt. This feeling was better than being drunk. It was so intoxicating that it was impossible to resist. And now the smile on He Gao's lips and his red eyes showed that he was enjoying the slaughter. "He is a beast," Bai Tianyi commented when he saw the situation in the cage. Zhu Wei just shrugged his shoulders. Being a beast was not such a bad thing. The battle did not last long after this. He Gao's foe had his stomach gutted by the former's claws, leading to a very painful and disastrous death. The audience was silent for a moment before they erupted into cheer. "That is amazing!" someone exclaimed. "He dominated the entire fight! Is he really a beginner?" "Those 3 came together, but none of them are easy targets. I bet they are from some secret organization and are just here passing time." Lots of assumptions were thrown around after that. He Gao left the cage and went back to Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi.
"That was so thrilling!" He Gao was filled with excitement. "I have never felt a hunt like this before. I felt so alive, so invigorated. Killing is one thing, but battling like this is another."
While Bai Tianyi did not seem to fully understand what He Gao was saying, Zhu Wei chuckled and nodded his head. "I understand," he said seriously. "We can come here once a week and let go of our inhibitions. We can immerse ourselves in the hunt and whatnot. But we should never let the feeling consume us. Don't go out and kill people randomly just because you feel like it, understood?"
"Well, I would never cause problems for you," He Gao said while acting rather embarrassed. "Especially not while the diviners are at large. I'm satisfied with a match a week."
"Sounds good." Zhu Wei was satisfied with this reply. "So now that the dog and I have both fought," Bai Tianyi suddenly said, "why don't you go and fight now?" "I guess I should," Zhu Wei snickered. He had not fought yet, and he truly felt a need to let go of his pent-up frustrations, alongside once more tasting that feeling of killing someone, of hunting them, of having their lives in the palm of his hand and then ending it all. "I would like to sign up." Zhu Wei went straight for the counter and went through the motions. He waited for a few moments for the opponent to appear. When he saw him, Zhu Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. This opponent was not unknown to him. It was the man who had tried to fight him the first day he had signed up, the man who was so fat that he would be better off rolling along the ground rather than walking on it. But although he seemed like someone that was easy to handle, Zhu Wei felt a distinct sense of danger coming from this man. Chapter 18. Unsatisfying Battle. Before the battle began, Zhu Wei considered his options. First of all, he could choose to use mind infestation and take over the fatty's mind, finishing the battle with a clean suicide, or at least confusing him enough to easily execute him. However, this method was incredibly boring. Secondly, he could use his beast transformation, but doing so was the same as him admitting to being a beast. Lastly, he could fight with his other abilities, which would be the many martial art techniques he had gotten from the Heritage Ring and along the way. This would be the most interesting way to fight, a way to be equal to his opponent, and a way to test himself while truly enjoying the battle in the best way possible. The truth was that Zhu Wei had a clear advantage. If he wanted to, he could kill his opponent instantly with either mind infestation or pure power from his transformation. But there was no fun in doing that to him. The real reason he had come here was to feel his blood boil again, to feel alive. Nothing could beat the intoxicating feeling he got whenever he was battling in these underground cage battles. Even before the battle had begun, Zhu Wei was smiling. The smile on his face was sinister and cold, and his eyes gleamed dangerously with a dark light that promised great suffering for the opponent. He knew nothing about the opponent in front of him, but he did understand that he was a slight threat to him. His senses told him as much, but this only served to make his blood burn more intensely. The fat man facing Zhu Wei glanced at him with eyes that resembled a pig's. He did not laugh out loud or in any way seem to be aggressive. In fact, he was incredibly quiet and humble. It was clear that he was serious about the coming battle. Zhu Wei cracked his neck and observed the man. He was clearly not an expert in speed. It would be incredible if he could move fast with that body of his. So that could not be his forte. But what was it then? Could it be that he specialized in defense? It seemed likely, but just the thought alone made Zhu Wei feel excitement. The uncertainty, the fact that he had to learn this person's battle style on the go excited him. The thought of killing him thrilled him even more. "Battle start!" the bookie announced, signaling to begin the battle. Zhu Wei closed his eyes for a brief moment and calmed his wildly beating heart. When his eyes opened again, a shine that had not been there before could be seen. His eyes were sharp and focused, his muscles pulsed with varying degrees of tension as though he was priming them, and he slowly cracked his wrist a few times before he balled his hands up into fists. Zhu Wei exhaled a deep breath. It was as if he could sense the calm before the storm. Although his heart was beating like mad, and the killing intent was driving him insane, telling him to start the battle right away, he felt extremely calm and collected at the moment. The contradicting feelings of violence and calmness had a strange way of engraving themselves into Zhu Wei's inner being. Although he was bloodthirsty and eager to start the battle, he had not lost his head in the moment. Neither the opponent nor Zhu Wei moved. Both observed one another. One was casual and had a malicious smile on his face. The other was alert and careful with furrowed brows. The first to make a move ended up being Zhu Wei. After observing his foe for some time, he had noticed that the opponent had no intention whatsoever of moving. The fat man was like a mountain, rooted to the ground, waiting for Zhu Wei to deliver himself in front of him. Zhu Wei did not disappoint. Forbidden rush. Zhu Wei vanished from the spot where he stood, moving so fast that only those of a higher rank could track his movements. His opponent's eyes widened. A slight fear rose in his heart, but he quickly quelled it. He was not willing to give up, as giving up meant losing his life. Taking in a deep breath, the man steeled himself for the impact he knew could come at any moment. Qi started cloaking his entire body, laying itself like a layer of extra skin. This layer of qi seemed almost useless, but Zhu Wei's eyes narrowed when he saw it. It was clear that this thin layer of qi was unlike any shield he had ever seen before. Still, he was not going to stand back and cease fire. If he stopped the attack now, the chances were likely that he would fall into an unfortunate position. Shattering Mountain Palm. Zhu Wei shot forward like a shooting star, his momentum carrying with it a strong sense of power as the palm descended. Just as the palm landed on the chest of the opponent, Zhu Wei felt a tremor run through his arm. The outcome of his attack this time was different from anything he had experienced before. Some of the power from it had actually been rebounded straight back to Zhu Wei. Although he had an overwhelming amount of physical strength, he still very much felt the shock, which left his hand numb with pain. Retreating faster than he advanced, Zhu Wei was at first stunned, but then a maddened smile spread on his lips.
"Fun!" he exclaimed while starting to laugh. "This is fun!" The audience outside the cage had become as silent as an empty graveyard. Many of them knew of Zhu Wei's opponent and his ability to return damage to the one who had sent it out, so they were not shocked about that. But where they would usually see someone with a terrified expression after going through that, Zhu Wei's maddened excitement was so different and so scary that it sent a chill down their spines. Not only the audience, but the opponent was also terrified. Although he had managed to return some of the damage and mitigate a lot of the remainder with his stocky body, the palm attack had set a deep, lingering fear into his heart. He had never seen someone so excited to face him. It was clear that Zhu Wei was enjoying the battle. He could clearly see that Zhu Wei was the type to sink into the depths of carnal thrill from hunting and killing, especially so considering the latter's killing intent had now begun leaking from his body. His killing intent was so dense that everyone felt the temperature around the cage drop a few degrees. It was clear that it was getting colder, but the cold was not the only thing that came with the killing intent. The killing intent also made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. The legs of the weaker experts among the audience started buckling, and their vision turned hazy and blackened. The ones at Zhu Wei's level of strength felt their bodies tingle and become sluggish. Those stronger felt a slight electrical current enter their bodies. The people who watched this battle were filled with shock. Such a dense, killing intent. How had he gained it? It was clear that one had to have walked out from a mountain of corpses to achieve something like that, but this man seemed so young. Zhu Wei was like a wild beast. Usually the fierce beasts would make a lot of noise in their pens, roaring and screeching, and the other experts currently fighting in their cages would yell and shout. But right now, the entire underground realm had gone silent, and the other fighters had halted their matches. Every person, man or beast, converged around the cage Zhu Wei was battling in. No one spoke, and everyone watched with bated breath.
"I thought that the fatty would be the winner, but with such killing intent, I think it is quite obvious who will win," someone finally muttered.
Those that heard the statement could not help but nod their heads. Everyone had reached this conclusion, including Zhu Wei's opponent himself. His face was pale, and sweat was beading on his brows. They had only exchanged one attack so far, but that one attack had truly awakened a sleeping dragon. "Let us try this again," Zhu Wei laughed out loud. His eyes turned slightly red as he stomped on the ground and charged at his opponent with forbidden rush. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. Zhu Wei had already used one attack, so now it was time for another.
His leg had been covered with scales inside his boot, and his nails became claws, but the transformation was subtle enough to not tear through the boot itself. The kick was strong. Flame-like chi was emitted from his leg as it drew an arc through the air toward his opponent, shooting out like a flying flood dragon. A crunching sound could be heard when the leg came into contact with the layer of chi that covered the fat man. When they came into contact, it was as if time had stopped. Neither moved, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath the opponent. Soon afterwards, however, both men shot backward, one a bit more graceful than the other. Zhu Wei retreated 5 steps, the smile never once disappearing from his face. When he finally came to a stop, he stomped his foot on the ground a few times to make the tingling and numb sensation go away. Even after he protected his leg with scales, the reflected damage still made it feel numb. The opponent was much worse off, though. He had been blown backward like a football, and his entire body was trembling. Blood was trickling out of the corner of his lips.
"Don't give up already,"
Zhu Wei said with roaring laughter before he rushed at his opponent again.
"I am not satisfied yet."
The fat man was terrified, and he was unaware of what he should do. He did not know how to escape from Zhu Wei. He knew that he would not be able to get away even if he tried, and his defense, which had always been like an unbreakable iron wall, was now useless. Zhu Wei was very much a madman. He was completely drunk on the fight, but he had, all things considered, not actually lost his rationality. This was indeed the most dangerous kind of person and situation to face for anyone. Facing a person who was both maddened and at the same time rational was too scary. The opponent eventually lost his will to fight back. He simply gave up. He stopped protecting himself with chi and gave up on running away. His eyes were listless, and his body quickly became riddled with wounds. But Zhu Wei was unhappy. The listless and defeated expression on the fat man's face was enough to awaken Zhu Wei from his engrossed state of mind, which upset him so much that he ended up just cutting off his opponent's head, ending the fight in an overwhelming fashion. Unfortunately, his mood did not improve afterwards. Chapter 19. Darkness. Sighing at the hopelessness of his now executed opponent, Zhu Wei shook his head. A sneer adorned his lips, and his mood was foul. He reached a hand out and took his dead foe's storage ring, but he did not bother to rummage through the man's pockets or the spots in his clothes where one could hide valuables. Without even waiting for anyone to declare him the winner, Zhu Wei left the cage, not looking back at the corpse on the ground in the cell ever again. As he exited, the audience unconsciously made a path for him, and he quickly grouped up with his companions.
"Let's go," Zhu Wei said.
Neither He Gao nor Bai Tianyi cared about staying, as they had already had their share of fun, so they nodded their heads and left the cave together with him. "We got to be careful," Bai Tianyi said after a while. "Those tiger triplet brothers might have given up on the outside, but I fear that they will not have given up in their hearts."
"I know," Zhu Wei said, annoyed. "They are right behind us."
Bai Tianyi snickered. "So even you could sense them?" he joked, but Zhu Wei ignored him. Usually it would be hard for Zhu Wei to pinpoint someone of a stronger cultivation base than himself with his spiritual energy, but he had recognized it right away since he had already memorized their auras in their previous encounter.
"The brood is not much of a problem," Zhu Wei said casually while looking at the dark sky above him.
They had left the underground battle area early, so it was still nighttime. "We can overpower him and kill him should it come to that, but the other one is difficult to deal with. I have no idea what he is thinking, nor do I have any idea what his exact plans are," Bai Tianyi added agreeingly while rubbing his chin.
We need to keep in mind that Zhu Wei and I can't really take on our original shapes, He Gao cut in. Although we are in the lawless part of the city, the diviners were here earlier. We do not want to attract those guys now, do we? Not only the diviners, but everyone else will also go after us if they see our original shape.
Zhu Wei pondered what He Gao had said for a moment. That's not wrong, he conceded dejectedly. We are 3 and they are 2, but the fact remains that those 2 tiger triplets are stronger than us, even if we have the advantage in numbers. Both of them are ordinary knights, and only Tianyi is an ordinary knight on our side. It is fine, Bai Tianyi said, laughing out loud. He grinned. I might be a few layers beneath them in strength, but the truth is that I am not some average cultivator. I am an immortal spirit. I have lived at the apex of the world. No one could threaten me. No one could challenge me. 2 simple, ordinary knights might be able to cause me a bit of trouble, but since I am undying, I can just keep going until they die. Zhu Wei shook his head when he heard this and laughed slightly. Bai Tianyi sounded arrogant and self-confident, but Zhu Wei was aware that this attitude was not the whole truth. Although he was undying, he could still be injured. The more injured he became, the more his strength would be lowered. If he was injured too much, his soul would enter a hibernation period until he manages to absorb enough soul power from the surrounding air to recover. So, what do we do now? Zhu Wei ignored Bai Tianyi's bragging and looked at them. Should we enter a small alleyway where no one can see us and fight them, hoping to win? Or should we just return to the hotel and ignore them for now?
I kinda hate the feeling of having someone behind me, He Gao said while starting to swing his arm to warm up his body and prepare for battle.
I said I can deal with them. You two just look at my brilliant display of strength, Bai Tianyi said with a snicker. While hesitant at first, eventually Zhu Wei could only chuckle and shake his head. Was there even a choice? These 2 battle maniacs by his side were smiling widely while stretching their arms as they moved into one of the nearby alleyways that were a part of the lawless area. The people living in the houses on the 2 sides of the alleyway could be the eyes of the underworld, like a den of flies on the wall.
I can't sense the diviners anywhere near us, Zhu Wei said, glancing around.
Nah, they left this area a while ago, Bai Tianyi answered casually. I followed their energy signatures when they left.
Well then, we have nothing holding us back.
He Gao laughed madly. Zhu Wei grinned too.
How long do the 3 of you plan on laughing like this?
A voice said from behind them. Zhu Wei's trio turned around to look at the 2 remaining brothers of the tiger triplets.
Oh, you are here already? Bai Tianyi sent back casually, though he was far from relaxed in reality. There was a serious gleam in his eyes. He was clearly tense, and he was actively circulating his spiritual energy through his body while watching them carefully. Zhu Wei and He Gao were equally alert. They too were circulating their energy. In Zhu Wei, thousands of dragons were vigorously flowing through the channels in his body. All of them were roaring out loud, but Zhu Wei was the only one who could hear it. The roaring dragons made Zhu Wei's killing intent spike. It started leaking out of him in the same way air leaks out of a broken balloon. The temperature started to drop drastically. Zhu Wei's eyes turned slightly red, and the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. This fight was nothing like a cage battle. Although the cage fights were interesting and thrilling, they were impossible for Zhu Wei to lose, since he held so many advantages against another expert of the same rank. This was, however, different. This was a battle against 2 experts of strength much higher than his own, at a realm he had yet to reach. This was truly thrilling. Zhu Wei instinctively knew that this was the most dangerous battle he had ever encountered.
Although the opponents were fewer in number than when he fought in the siege outside Golden Crow City, the quality of these two experts was much higher. He Gao, Zhu Wei, and Bai Tianyi were all aware that they would be in for a bitter struggle, but it was still impossible for them to hide the smiles on their faces. "Leave the cheeky one to me," Bai Tianyi said as his body once more turned childlike. "You two team up and fight the berserker. He should be the easiest of the two, and considering I'm the only ordinary knight, I'm quite sure that's the best option for us." Zhu Wei and He Gao did not object. They were both aware that right now Bai Tianyi was indeed the strongest among them. Leaving the strongest enemy to him would be wise. The berserker also heard what was said, so his focus changed to Zhu Wei and He Gao. He felt a slight pressure coming from the two, but he could not help but snort. They were both heavenly warriors, not even ordinary knights, so how could they possibly put up a fight against him?
"Are you sure that the diviners have left?"
He Gao asked again, just to be completely sure. Bai Tianyi shrugged his shoulders. "I can't say for sure," he said honestly, while his eyes never once left the cheeky and silent one of the two brothers. "Well, who cares?" Zhu Wei finally said, laughing. "If the diviners really are watching us, then it's just our bad luck."
"I guess you're right."
He Gao chuckled too. Then suddenly his body expanded. Black fur grew from his skin, and his entire being was changed from a human's shape to a massive black dog with a pair of crow wings on his back. His entire body was pitch black, and his eyes were silver like the moon. The strength of his body was so overwhelming that the ground underneath his paws had already cracked and was starting to collapse. The eyes of the two remaining tiger triplets widened in surprise, but they soon calmed down again when they saw that neither Zhu Wei nor Bai Tianyi turned into beasts.
"You have a contracted primordial beast?" the berserker asked while licking his lips with greed. "I will not kill it, but I will take it from you. It will be the new member of the tiger triplets, and make us a fortune with its strength as a primordial beast."
"You want to enslave my brother?" Zhu Wei started laughing out loud, but there was a cold gleam in his eyes. A second after, he vanished from where he was standing. Forbidden rush, inner might, sword style. Zhu Wei slashed out as soon as the sword had appeared in his hand. A thin sword light could be seen as the berserker withdrew in shock. The speed Zhu Wei displayed was many times faster than the speed he had revealed in the cage battles. His speed could rival an expert at the ordinary knight rank. The ability that he was using was unquestionably no less than a superior martial arts technique. On realizing that this youngster owned a superior martial art technique, the greed in the eyes of the berserker grew significantly. Unfortunately, he dared not go too close to Zhu Wei. The sword that the youngster was swinging was very sharp, so sharp that he had never encountered anything like it before. The berserker was unaware of the fact that Zhu Wei was using inner might to create a sword. He had not been able to really catch sight of the sword yet, so all he thought was that it was a sharp, real weapon.
"You are an annoying little fly,"
the berserker yelled out as he lifted his arm and made an axe appear in the palm of his hand.
"My turn!"
He Gao, who had taken the shape of a celestial dog, had waited for this moment. It was still night. The only thing that illuminated the area was the moon. But suddenly He Gao's wings flapped and lifted him up into the air. He did not fly far, just a few meters, but then he opened his mouth.
"Let's devour the moon."
He did not actually devour the moon, but he did devour the moonlight that shone down upon them. A diameter of 100 meters had suddenly turned into He Gao's domain, where everything had been steeped in a pitch-black darkness that robbed you of your ability to see. But it was not impossible for Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi to continue fighting. Bai Tianyi had such high-level spiritual energy that everything around him was as clear as day, so he continued his bout against his opponent, who was now forced to be on the defensive. Zhu Wei could also use his spiritual energy to see, but more than that, he had the eyes of an azure dragon. The eyes of a dragon could see through even complete darkness, just like a celestial dog.
"Let's fight side by side," He Gao's voice sounded next to Zhu Wei, after which the oversized dog lunged at the berserker with his sharp claws and razor-like teeth. Because of his moon-devouring domain's overwhelming effectiveness in immobilizing their foes, He Gao managed to inflict some serious damage to the berserker after a couple swipes and bites that could rip apart and shatter even concrete. Chapter 20. The Roar. Although He Gao managed to cut, slash, and wound the berserker, the truth was that every injury was rather shallow. Even though the berserker could see nothing, he still had his keen senses for fighting, and his instincts and these two things managed to keep Zhu Wei and He Gao at a distance. He used his weapon to continuously push back both He Gao and Zhu Wei, his attacks gaining momentum and picking up speed the more he fought. Zhu Wei was rather worried. He did not know how long it would take before He Gao's ability would run out, and when it did, they would be at an even bigger disadvantage. Zhu Wei transformed his arms and hands into dragon arms and claws. He dismissed the inner might sword and instead started fighting with his dragon form hands. His draconic bare hands were far more lethal than the sword of inner might. The claws were as sharp, but there was an immense physical strength behind them, alongside the fact that hands were easier to control than a sword. Groans of pain started to sound in the darkness as the claws scraped patches of flesh and skin off from the berserker's body. Blood flowed constantly from the berserker's body, and his eyes were red as well, almost glowing in the darkness. He began gritting his teeth hard as he tried to make the qi in his body flow faster to push back He Gao and Zhu Wei. Unfortunately, it did not work out the way he planned it. Zhu Wei had gone all in. He could feel the pressure emanating from the berserker. This berserker was a true ordinary knight. The strength that was hiding within his body was in no way as simple as what was seen on the outside. But because he had lost the advantage, he couldn't break out of the assault, and thus releasing his true strength seemed impossible. The berserker was constantly being pushed back. He did not have the time to launch any of his martial art techniques. All he could do was use the most basic qi to infuse his weapon and create a barrier around his body. Because both Zhu Wei and He Gao were charging him relentlessly and pressuring him with everything they had, the berserker could not find the opportunity to reveal his true strength. While the berserker was being pushed back, Bai Tianyi was fighting against the cheeky guy. Neither of them held the upper hand, but either had yet to reveal all their cards.
"So you can use spiritual energy," the cheeky man suddenly smiled after they had sounded each other out with a few attacks. "No matter what I have thrown at you, you have replied to it with spiritual energy. You don't even have the slightest trace of qi within you." The cheeky man laughed out loud, so loud that Bai Tianyi placed a finger in his ear and twisted it as if to show that he was bored. "Done laughing?" Bai Tianyi asked with a smile on his face that was impossible to decipher. "You are taking me too lightly just because I only use spiritual energy," Bai Tianyi continued, his smile widening slightly. "I can only use spiritual energy, that is correct, but my spiritual energy is enough to deal with the likes of you." "Keep dreaming." The cheeky guy was getting rather upset from listening to Bai Tianyi. It was as if this Bai Tianyi was telling him that no matter how he struggled, it would be useless in the end. "Let us see who is dreaming, then." Bai Tianyi laughed uproariously and took a step forward. His long white hair fluttered behind him as the band that had held it together became undone. His eyes glistened with light, and excitement was evident within every fiber of his body. "Let us see you handle this." Bai Tianyi smiled and slowly lifted his arm, pointing out one finger.
A strong fluctuation of energy appeared. It was clearly not chi, but it still materialized in front of the cheeky guy and took the shape of a massive sword. This sword consisted not only of spiritual energy, but there was also another energy present, the energy of the sword itself. Bai Tianyi was a sword spirit. His energy, although primarily being spiritual energy, also contained sword energy. Sword energy was an incredibly pure energy. It was one that was created when one started to embark upon the Tao of the sword. There were many different kinds of Taos in this world. However, to understand a Tao was as rare as finding a Chilin's horn or a phoenix's feather. The sword energy was so sharp that just breathing next to the massive materialized sword made you feel like you were breathing in daggers. This caused the cheeky man to feel like his throat was being sliced up from within.
Just breathing makes this much damage?
He was stunned by the fact that he was at such a disadvantage from this fact alone. Once the materialized sword in front of him commences its attack, would he not be in an even more difficult situation? While Bai Tianyi snickered, the cheeky opponent started feeling more and more uncomfortable. He retreated a few steps before he turned around and ran. "You are trying to escape now?" Bai Tianyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. This cheeky man seemed to only be interested in fighting a winning battle. The moment he felt danger, he turned around and tried to flee. "As if I will let you," Bai Tianyi whispered, flicking his fingers. The sword that had been pointing at the cheeky opponent shot forward at a speed much faster than the cheeky man could run away, and before he noticed it, his leg had been cut off. A scream cut through the darkness, a scream so shrill that it would make a shiver run down the back of any who heard it. It was a clean cut. The leg had been cut right at the knee. The cheeky man could no longer run away, toppled over and fell to the ground.
"Don't kill me! I beg you! Don't kill me!"
the cheeky man cried out loud. He covered his head with his arms and started sobbing uncontrollably. He trembled with fear that had also spread to his voice, and he could not control himself as he felt death gripping his throat. "Well, you came at me ready to kill," Bai Tianyi said casually as he looked at the cheeky man with a look of loathing. "When you are ready to kill, that means you have to accept being killed as well. Even monsters like my companions have accepted that every day might be their last," he continued with laughter. "Anyway, you are a cripple now, and your leg is gone. Even if you had some value, you have lost it all now. I have no reason to keep you alive, so I might as well kill you off." Having said his part, Bai Tianyi flicked his fingers again, causing the massive materialized sword to descend upon its victim. Blood splattered and a head rolled. The cut was clean, concluding the fight with ease. But Bai Tianyi suddenly felt a spell of dizziness hit him when he retracted the sword energy into his body. He felt as if all blood had drained from his face, and he was very close to losing consciousness. "Seems like it is still too big a strain to use sword energy," he muttered to himself, and found a place in the darkness to sit down and rest. Although he wanted to help Zhu Wei and He Gao, right now he was not in a position to assist them at all. He would just drag them down if he got too close. While Bai Tianyi had finished off the strongest of the tiger triplets, the fight between the berserker Zhu Wei and He Gao was getting so much more intense. Where Bai Tianyi had defeated the cheeky guy quite easily, the fight between the remaining three was incredibly bloody and bitter. Zhu Wei felt his scales crack open as he blocked one of the berserker's attacks. Blood flowed out from the cracked scales, and pain made his arms throb. Zhu Wei had transformed his legs as well. "Catch him!" Zhu Wei called out. He Gao, disregarding everything that the berserker threw at him, used his 4 strong legs to propel himself at the berserker, biting his strong jaws down on the berserker's shoulder, his paws wrapping themselves around his body. Right then, Zhu Wei had a glint in his eyes. Zhu Wei spun around himself to gather momentum. He did not hold back at all and swept his leg out like the tail of a flood dragon, which came crashing down on the enemy. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. A combination of Zhu Wei's many chi dragons and his dragon shape's strength amplification empowered the kick. This was the strongest attack that Zhu Wei had ever delivered. The berserker suddenly felt an acute sense of danger. He tried his very best to dodge, but the massive He Gao held him with all his power, pinning him down to a slow crawl. The whip-like leg filled with roaring chi dragons and physical strength came crashing down, landing on the berserker's waist. Zhu Wei was gasping for air. His leg felt a sting, and as soon as he delivered the kick, he retreated as fast as he could.
"Let him go!"
Zhu Wei called out, in which He Gao let go of his shoulder and retreated as fast as he could. The berserker was breathing hard. It was impossible for him to be completely fine after that attack, and he had received many wounds already. Furthermore, his shoulder ached from the wounds where He Gao's razor-like teeth had sunk into his flesh. Before He Gao had retreated, he had done everything to cause as much injury as possible, which was why the berserker's entire shoulder was fully mutilated. Not only this, his hip was broken. Where the kick had landed, all bones had broken. Although he was an ordinary knight, he could simply not withstand the full might of Zhu Wei's transformation and thousands of chi dragons. The darkness from He Gao's domain ability still shrouded the entire area. Zhu Wei was breathing heavily. He had used a massive amount of chi and physical strength to deliver that attack, and his leg had not come out unscathed after the kick. But the battle was not done yet.
"Corner him," Zhu Wei growled. "We will use our last attack to end him. We really have to finish this. There will be someone soon who will try to reap the rewards of our battle if we don't hurry up."
He Gao understood what Zhu Wei was hinting at. Their battle had dragged on too long. The sun had also started rising, ever so slightly, bringing with it the dawn.
"Okay, I have this attack I've never tried before," He Gao said seriously. "Stay away. I don't want to kill you by accident."
"Ha! You think that you can kill me? Wait with your skill. Let me try something first."
Zhu Wei laughed and brought out every scale in his body. This was a fully draconic shape, but not a full dragon transformation, as he still resembled a human. However, all of his skin had been covered with scales. A tail had appeared behind him, and horns protruded from his head. His eyes were red, and their irises had become slitted.
"I have no innate abilities yet," Zhu Wei muttered to himself, "but I do have something that might stop him for a moment."
Zhu Wei briefly paused, and then he looked sharply at the berserker. A deep roar came out from deep within his chest that sounded like thunder had struck the entire city. A deafening roar traveled through the entirety of Cloud Source City. Every primordial and fierce beast within the city started cowering, which greatly shocked their handlers and owners. The diviners, who were at the other end of town, could not help but widen their eyes in shock, while their hearts palpitated with fear.
"What was that?" one of them asked with a trembling voice. "What was that roar?"
The two strongest of the diviners looked at one another, their eyes displaying deep shock and fear, but there was also excitement. Without paying attention to anything else, both of them rushed out of their lodgings.
"It came from the lawless area," one of the diviners said.
The other nodded his head. "I can sense the energy," the other said seriously, and both of them rushed through town at the speed of a lightning strike, foregoing attention towards anything else. Chapter 21. The Two Diviners. "This is the place, is it not?" the tall one of the two diviners asked with confusion as he looked around the small alleyway.
"It is indeed here."
The shorter one nodded his head.
"The corpses are both warm still, and one is a bit colder than the other, but they were both killed less than an hour ago. There are a lot of scars on the ground," the shorter diviner continued. "Over there, the first mark is clearly made from a cut that cut off this dead man's leg, and another mark from the cut that cut off his head. It's clear that the sword that was used to cut this man's head and leg off was massive and sharp. It was so sharp that it made these 10-centimeter wide and 3-meter long gashes in the ground.
Over on this side, the ground has cracked like a spider web. There are footprints and claw marks all over the ground.
The tall diviner was the one who took over analyzing the scene when he looked at the surroundings of the berserker's demise.
This man died quite a bit after the other man. It seems that there were at least 2 people fighting, 1 beast and 1 human. Do you think the human has made a contract with the beast?
The tall diviner was confused.
No, the shorter diviner shook his head. That was not a contracted beast. Although the beast roar was majestic, the beast cannot be that strong. This dead person was only an ordinary knight, but it still seemed as if it was some sort of rather bitter combat. The other one, the one with the sword, was a much cleaner execution.
The execution of this one was indeed quite bloody. He has not even been left with an intact corpse.
The tall diviner looked at the berserker and kicked his mutilated corpse with some disinterest.
So do you think that it was a primordial beast from the council?
The tall diviner asked, his disinterested expression turning excited. Every diviner knew about the council of elders that had the highest authority in the entire primordial beast world. To become a member of the council of elders, one had to be a true monster.
Use your brain, will you?
The shorter diviner snorted while cleaning his hands with a cloth, removing the bloodstains from examining the corpses.
If it was indeed someone from the council, they would not have had such a hard time killing these 2 experts. A single stomp of their foot would kill these 2 fools before they even knew what had happened. When I look at this battle, it is clear that whoever it was had a tight battle. The victor's cultivation base was lower than the opponent's. Still, they managed to jump ranks and defeat them in such a brutal way. We also have to consider the reaction of all the beasts we had captured when the roar appeared,
the shorter diviner continued.
When the roar resounded, all the beasts laid down flat on the ground as if they were scared or worshipping something. It is clear that it was not a normal beast, not even the usual primordial beast.
The shorter one mused out loud while rubbing his chin.
In fact, I can only think of one creature that is capable of inducing such submissive behavior from the other beasts, and at the same time have such a powerful roar at a low level of strength.
What is it?
The tall diviner asked with bated breath. He was truly curious about what kind of beast had this strength.
It could be a sovereign beast, the shorter diviner said after hesitating for a bit.
Sovereign beast?
The tall diviner choked violently when he heard this.
But they are extinct,
he exclaimed, shocked but also scared.
We know they did not exist for the past couple of 1,000 years. They vanished after the Great Human Rebellion, and no one has seen one since.
Just because no one has seen them does not mean that they are extinct, the shorter diviner said slowly.
He was uncomfortable about the fact that this battle seemed to mark the return of a sovereign beast. But even if he had said that there was a chance that it was a sovereign beast, he was in truth only 2% certain of his statement.
Well, the beasts that attacked these unfortunate experts have long since fled. We will get nothing from staying here, the shorter diviner sighed after thinking about their options for a bit. We can ask around, though. Even though it is a rather deserted area, there are definitely eyewitnesses.
Normally, the shorter diviner would have ignored a few murders and focused on his task, but this time he felt that the possibility of capturing a sovereign beast was so alluring that he could not help but feel excited and greedy. If he really managed to catch a sovereign beast, he would be considered a hero of humanity. He would be showered with praise and would without a doubt be promoted.
Well then, let us ask around.
The taller diviner was aware of what this shorter diviner was thinking, but he still decided to help. Even if all the fame went to the shorter diviner because of them being teammates, some light would also shine onto him. And with that thought, the taller diviner began searching for eyewitnesses with renewed vigor. As a matter of fact, it was not hard to find someone who had seen something. Beggars and those pretending to be beggars were everywhere, including this small, desolate alleyway.
I want 10 essence stones for the information.
The beggar was adamant with his request. Although 10 essence stones was a whole lot of wealth, they were eager to know more, given the chance to catch a sovereign beast should their conclusions be true. Having received the 10 essence stones, the smile on the beggar's face grew by the minute. He had actually managed to get such wealth. It was clear that he would be able to live a good life in the future if he managed to leave the lawless area before getting robbed.
Okay, the information you want? I have it,
he said seriously. Now he had gained money, so it was only fair he gave something worth it in return.
You are lucky that it is me you are asking, the beggar snickered. The entire area was filled with darkness. One of them used a technique to make the world descend into darkness. But I am a spiritual energy cultivator, so I could observe the fight anyway.
The two diviners were shocked when they heard this. This beggar that they had assumed was useless turned out to be a spiritual energy cultivator? That was unexpected. Still, they were excited. They wanted to know what had happened after all.
There were 3 experts, 2 beasts and 1, I assume, human. The human could not use chi and only used spiritual energy. He created some rather impressive swords out of spiritual energy and easily executed his opponent. The other was a strange black dog, the beggar said musingly. It looked like a celestial dog, but it had 2 crow wings on its back. Its silver eyes were outstandingly beautiful. Also, it swallowed all light, making the entire alleyway descend into darkness. The last one is the one who used his roar. He was a heavenly warrior, but he managed to mutilate his opponent's corpse so badly. It is truly no easy feat to go against an ordinary knight as a heavenly warrior. He looked human through most of the fight, but right before the roar, he started transforming. His entire body was covered in azure scales. His eyes were red and he had horns and a tail. From what I saw, this was not his real shape, but more of a partly transformed stage. The 3 of them left after killing their opponents. Now, let me explain what they look like.
The beggar then began to describe their appearances.
From the looks of it, I assume that they have participated in the underground battles, the shorter diviner said. Let us go and get some information.
After this, the diviners went to the underground battlegrounds. They quickly found out that the 2 experts that had been slain were the remaining 2 of the tiger triplets, and that their younger brother had previously been killed by a newcomer in the cage battles. They also found out that this person had appeared with 2 others earlier today, and that he was close to the intelligencer and one of the well-known primordial beasts of the city.
It seems that we should come next week, but without letting anyone know that we are diviners, the short diviner said after a bit of contemplation.
So you think that we will get our hands on a sovereign beast?
The tall diviner shook with excitement, grinning, but the shorter diviner gave him a glance of disdain.
I am still very far away from certain about this beast being a sovereign beast. In fact, the likelihood of it being an elite primordial beast is also very likely. I am just hoping that it is a sovereign beast because I very much want to get my hands on one.
The 2 diviners put an end to their discussion and slowly made their way back to their lodgings. Although the short diviner had made sure that the taller one understood that he did not know whether or not this beast was a primordial beast or a sovereign beast, he still felt a certainty within his mind that this roar had come from something fundamentally superior to a primordial beast, the sovereign beast. While the diviners returned to their lodgings, Zhu Wei was lying unconsciously in a bed within the hotel. He Gao and Bai Tianyi stood next to him. Both had worry shown on their faces, and a frown adorned their brows. "This is troublesome," Bai Tianyi said after observing Zhu Wei for a bit of time. "Although we managed to convince the staff that he was just dead drunk, I'm quite unsure about what exactly happened." It was rare for Bai Tianyi to be unsure about something. His eyes were showing heartfelt worry, his heart thumping rapidly with fear. Although he was immortal, he had a contract with Zhu Wei. If something happened to Zhu Wei, he would return to slumber for a very long time. And even without this, Bai Tianyi had taken a liking to this master of his. They considered each other friends, maybe even brothers. It was natural to be incredibly worried about a friend like that when they were injured.
"Well, let us think back,"
He Gao said hesitatingly.
"He was in his draconic shape, looking like a human but with scales all over. He was doing fine, but when the roar escaped his lips, the tiger triplet guy was ripped to shreds and Wei collapsed."
"I have a theory," Bai Tianyi said with clear doubt evident in his voice. He himself thought his idea to be rather far-fetched, so he did not have any actual faith in it being correct.
"Anything is worth a shot now. Tell me what you think,"
He Gao said impatiently. Bai Tianyi nodded his head. "I think perhaps that roar was an innate ability. If it was a normal roar, it would never have done the damage it did, so it has to have been an innate ability. So far, Wei has not managed to unlock any innate abilities from his mind, but I can't see any other reason than him having grasped hold of an innate ability with sheer instinct. If it is an innate ability, then there are two possibilities for what is happening now," Bai Tianyi continued. "The first possibility is that the innate ability took too much energy and has put him in a comatose state to recover from it. This would be simple and should not take too long. The second possibility is him having somehow unlocked all of his innate abilities and heritage from his mind. In that case, he might be unconscious for quite some time to digest the genetic information he has unlocked." He Gao considered what Bai Tianyi had said and nodded his head. It made sense, but he was not sure which of the options he preferred.
"Both are beneficial to us," he said after a bit of thought, feeling a bit torn.
Chapter 22. Tainted Blood. The roar had not caused as much panic in the city as one might think. The roar had come during the night, so most were asleep. The beasts had all felt it, and a few humans had been woken up, but it was quickly forgotten by the normal people. Only the diviners and the beasts knew about it. Lu Yuping, who had sensed the roar, had been trembling with excitement. He had arrived at the deserted square at the same time as the diviners, but he had hidden from them and stealthily examined the scene from afar. While he had seen the corpses on the ground and instantly recognized them as the two remaining tiger triplet brothers, he did not stay for long. The diviners were not a joke. If they noticed him and saw through his disguise, he might not have lived to tell the tale, whether alive or as a free man. He knew that the diviners had guessed that there was an elite beast in Cloud-Soar City, but he was busy feeling proud of Zhu Wei, knowing that the sovereign beast he had found could jump ranks in a fight. His reverence of Zhu Wei and the excitement of what the boy would one day accomplish grew substantially. A few days went by. He Gao did not leave Zhu Wei's side. Uncharacteristically, he remained seated on a chair by the bed with complete focus, watching over him. Bai Tianyi was not any less worried, but he was aware that the actions of that night had caused the diviners to show interest in them. He was curious as to whether or not other experts had also noticed that there was an elite beast in Cloud-Soar City. Unfortunately, no matter how much he searched for information, he could find nothing. There was no one who was willing to talk about what had happened that night. Eventually, Bai Tianyi grit his teeth and returned to their suite, unaware that his investigation had caused the two diviners to be alert. A few more days passed by. but Zhu Wei showed no sign of waking up. Bai Tianyi and He Gao were both worried sick as to why he was unconscious for so long, neither of them leaving his side. Then, one day, a knocking sound came from the door. Both frowned and looked at one another. Who could it possibly be? Still, Bai Tianyi stood up and opened the door. The moment he opened it, his eyes widened in shock and his jaw dropped. "What are you doing here?" he asked in shock and disbelief. He Gao could hear that it was someone that Bai Tianyi knew, but when he looked, it was someone he had never seen before. "I heard that my cute disciple ran into some issues." The melodious voice from outside came in with a hint of mischief. He Gao looked at the person. It was a tall man who seemed around 25 years old. He had long blue hair and blue eyes, and his clothes had embroideries of a snake with 4 wings, a mingxi. "Come in, you phony prophet," Bai Tianyi grumbled, and moved aside to let Lan enter the room. "Who would have thought that you were Wei's teacher?" he muttered to himself. Lan just snickered in response. "Oh, it seems that his bloodline is what is causing the problems," he said as soon as he laid eyes on Zhu Wei. "Well, what can you expect? He has tainted blood, after all." Tainted blood? Bai Tianyi had heard what Lan had said, but he did not understand what exactly the prophet meant. "Anyhow, how did you know that Zhu Wei was here and that he was unconscious?" Bai Tianyi shook his head. He knew that Lan was not one who would tell Bai Tianyi about the tainted blood issue, so instead he asked questions that Lan would definitely answer. "My subordinate told me that she heard a frightening roar that made her blood run cold and every beast submit. Later they found Wei's enemies dead, without intact corpses. It is only obvious that the roar and the murders were linked together. But the roar is an innate ability called the dragon roar. It is not something he should have access to already, and thus I was worried about him." "You hurried all the way from the center of the continent to Cloudsoar City just because you were worried about him?" Bai Tianyi snorted. "He must be very valuable." "Oh, he is," Lan snickered and nodded his head. "He is the only one of his kind in the entire world." Hearing this, Bai Tianyi's eyes widened. This was not a question about being the only one in the continent, but the entire world. One has to know that there were many continents in this world, so to be alone meant he was very special. Even if he was a sovereign beast, he should not be the only one in the entire world. So what exactly was he? Did it have something to do with what Lan mentioned earlier, the tainted blood? Bai Tianyi sunk into contemplation, but this was something that Lan had expected. He knew that his words were giving away a lot of clues, but he did not mind. He just wanted Zhu Wei to grow stronger and to join his collection. Lan went next to Zhu Wei. He Gao observed him with skepticism, but because of the conversation between Bai Tianyi and Lan, he could sense that this man had no malice towards Zhu Wei, so he took a step back. Reaching into his robes, Lan pulled out a small jade vial, a kind of jade that He Gao had never seen before. He could even sense the energy emanating from this vial, and the heaven and earth essence in the room became so dense that every breath felt as if he was breathing in pure qi. "You are going this far? Just how valuable is he?" Bai Tianyi was shocked when he saw the vial that Lan withdrew. He recognized it right away. It contained the heart-blood essence of an azure dragon. It was one of the most absolute treasures on the entire continent. Lan just smiled and looked at Zhu Wei. "This is an investment," he said seriously.
Make sure to tell him that I have invested a lot in him, and if he wants to know more, he has to come find me at the center of the continent. I reside in the capital of the Tianzong Empire. If he makes it there, finding my mansion will be a breeze, so just hurry up." After stating this, Lan placed the vial next to Zhu Wei's lips and let drop after drop of the heart-blood essence of an azure dragon drop into his mouth. "He will be unconscious for 2 weeks," Lan said before he vanished from sight. Indeed, he simply vanished. He had not opened the door or the window. He had not taken a step or twisted the space as they'd witnessed before. He had just faded away.
"Who was that?"
He Gao asked with a quivering voice. It was like experiencing a hurricane that had just swept in and vanished right away. "That was Lan. He is the strongest man in the world." Bai Tianyi did not conceal anything. "He is a complete mystery. No one knows where he comes from or what his aim is. He arrived many millennia ago, way before I was at my peak, but he never participated in a power struggle. The only time he actually did something was when there was a group of people who tried to destroy his house. He is known as the Prophet because he somehow knows everything, literally. And I don't mean just our continent, I mean everything in the entire world. He is likely the mastermind behind the intelligencer in every city. Li Chen is probably his direct subordinate. Even when I was at my peak, I don't think that I would have been able to beat him. But he never wanted to fight. He ran from every challenge with a grin on his face. The only thing that can move him is treasure. He is a complete treasure hoarder. Anything of value takes his interest, no matter how little, and he is also the richest man in the entire world. Other than that, I don't know. But for him to have become Wei's teacher, clearly something must have happened behind the scenes. Also, why is Wei a one-of-a-kind in the entire world? He Gao and Bai Tianyi both lapsed into silence. Both were deep in thought. The tainted blood reference kept rotating within Bai Tianyi's mind. What did tainted blood mean? Everyone knew that it was impossible to be of mixed breed. If a beast became pregnant with a human, or the other way around, the child would die. There had never been any instance where the child had survived, and thus he could not be of mixed breed. But what else could having tainted blood refer to? "Do you think he is mixed?" Bai Tianyi finally voiced out his concerns. No matter how he thought about it, that seemed to be the only fitting explanation for the term tainted blood.
"He could also have some sort of disease," He Gao said doubtfully. "I don't really know what he meant by tainted blood, but when I got some of his blood it made me mutate. If he was not a sovereign beast, I do not think that would be possible."
"Did you ever experience any side effects from the mutation?" Bai Tianyi asked curiously. Perhaps they could get some information this way around, since He Gao had this tainted blood running through his veins. But He Gao shook his head.
"I have never felt better than I did after getting his blood, and I constantly grow in levels much faster than ever before."
Eventually, the two spent the following 2 weeks discussing the tainted blood problem. They looked at it from every single angle and discussed all the facts they had, yet nothing made any sense. None of the options sounded plausible, and eventually they had to put an end to their discussion.
"We will know when we reach Tianzong Empire," he said with a sigh. "That Prophet Lan said that he would tell us what it meant then, so we better get ready to go there."
Bai Tianyi, who could not think of anything better, nodded his head. "I guess that is our only option," he agreed. His head hurt from trying to interpret what Lan had said that day. In fact, this was Lan's aim. Lan's most interesting pastime was to tease and trouble others. He and Bai Tianyi went back a long way, and Bai Tianyi had chased him time and time again, demanding a battle. Now he could finally bring Bai Tianyi trouble by making him think about the tainted blood all day long. Although it had been an unfathomable amount of time since then, Lan was the type to hold a grudge. During these 2 weeks, Bai Tianyi and He Gao were not the only ones who felt like pulling out all their hair. The 2 diviners were in a similar situation. They had gone to the underground cage battles as planned, but their targets never showed up. Both times they waited the entire night to no avail. Eventually, both of them received a reminder from their headquarters about their original mission, and they were forced to leave Cloud Source City in pursuit of the genius who had escaped their temple. It had been exactly 2 weeks after Lan's visit when Zhu Wei opened his eyes. His eyes, which had previously been black, were now azure. They were like the vast expanse of the cloudless sky, so beautiful that it was hard to pull your eyes away from his.
Chapter 23. Alchemist.
"My head hurts," was the first thing Zhu Wei groaned out when he opened his eyes. The light was so blinding that he quickly closed them again and covered them with his hand. The light was so bright, even through his closed eyelids, that he felt like tearing up. "That's odd," he muttered. "Since when were my eyes this sensitive?" He had no idea that his eyes had mutated, nor did he know of any other changes that might have happened to his body. But he was able to sense things much better than before. The heaven and earth essence itself consisted of small particles in the air, particles that he could sense and even see when he opened his eyes.
"Wei, are you okay?"
He Gao asked worriedly. Zhu Wei sat up and nodded his head. "Never been better," he answered with a cheeky grin on his face. "I seem to have reached the 7th layer of the ordinary night rank," he muttered to himself. But it was not all that surprising, considering that he had been given the heart-blood essence of an azure dragon. "That is quite a jump in strength," Bai Tianyi said praisingly from the side. Zhu Wei nodded his head. "You better keep up, doggy, or you'll fall behind," Bai Tianyi continued, taking a jab at He Gao. "It will be fine. I can mutate his blood again if need be," Zhu Wei said with certainty. There was a certainty in his voice that had not been there before, and both He Gao and Bai Tianyi looked at him, eager to hear what he had to say. "My blood is many times richer than before. Who gave me some blood?" Zhu Wei suddenly asked. He Gao and Bai Tianyi both widened their eyes. How did Zhu Wei know that he had been specifically fed blood? He had been unconscious up till now. "It was Lan, the prophet," Bai Tianyi answered honestly. He was very curious, but he knew that Zhu Wei would tell them if he deemed it necessary. "I see. So it was that troublesome man." Zhu Wei nodded his head and sighed deeply. "Well, first let me tell you about my situation," he said, after considering his words for a moment, and then leaned against the wall, sitting in a comfortable position. "I am an azure dragon, but still not," he said with a serious expression on his face. "In this world, it is supposed to be impossible to be a mixture of a human and a beast. In fact, all mixed breeds are impossible, but that is exactly what I am. When I was unconscious, I inherited the memories of the azure dragons, their innate abilities, and their heritage. But at the same time, I also knew that I was lacking something. I did not have a high enough purity of azure dragon blood in my body to fully unlock this heritage, which is why I couldn't wake up. That extra heart blood essence was just enough to unlock it, but I am still not a full azure dragon. I am something different. Thing is, sovereign beasts are not as fortunate as we might think. They are bound by several rules and regulations that are cast on their souls. But I am not bound by these, as I am only half an azure dragon. Also, another thing is that my body can use both normal abilities that I can train and the innate abilities of Azure dragons. I have the best from both sides, and it has mutated into me. As for the downsides, I do not know about them yet. I have two original shapes. Both the Azure dragon body and this, my human body, are my original shapes, and it is impossible for a diviner to capture me. Although I am not a pure-blood Azure dragon, I still have the blood in my veins, and it has activated, so being fed my blood now is no different from being fed the blood of a true Azure dragon. There is a lot of boring history in my memory now, alongside rules, regulations, and other boring things, but most of all, I have all my innate abilities now. I understand a few things about myself better now, Zhu Wei continued. And we have to be very careful with the Primordial Beast race's Council of Elders. They are likely to want to destroy me and use me as a blood sacrifice, so that they can mutate a large number of elite beasts and take over the continent once more. This is also why they have helped me so far. The stronger I am, the greater the results of the ritual will be.
So what do you plan on doing now? Bai Tianyi asked worriedly. It sounded as if they were in a tight spot.
Well, for now, we will continue to the center of the continent. We will meet up with Lan. I have some things I need to clarify, and I also need to pay him back for what he did for me. After that, I suggest we leave the continent for some time. We can travel to the other continents and gain strength. No need to return here before we are strong enough to take on the Council of Elders.
You plan on taking on the Council of Elders?
He Gao was shocked, but Zhu Wei nodded his head. We will be fine. We won't return before we are strong enough. Before leaving this continent, after talking with Lan, I have to take a bit of a revenge on the Haiping Kingdom, Zhu Wei said with a smirk. They killed my brother, so I am going to wash their streets with blood. Last time I had to flee for my life, but it will not be the same when I go now.
Oh, let us not forget about the flowing blood prairie, He Gao added. We still have a bit of a grudge with that old tribe in there. They tried to force you into marriage.
Zhu Wei chuckled. That's fine, he said casually. We managed to escape after all, so it does not matter too much.
Well, at least we have a plan for the future now, Bai Tianyi said with a smirk. Let us move towards a new world. But first, let us go to the center of the continent and get our hands on that phony prophet Lan. He should have quite some answers for you.
Zhu Wei nodded his head and smiled. His body felt much lighter than before. He rose from the bed and started checking it. His chi level was at the 7th layer of the ordinary knight rank, while his physical strength had already reached the 1st layer of the earth knight rank. When Zhu Wei clenched his fist, a popping sound could be heard as the air in his palm exploded from how fast he had closed it. He could feel his body bursting with energy. There was also a new energy that had not been there before. The Azure dragon spirit in his dantian had grown in size, and the many strands of dragon chi in his meridians had also grown in size and quantity, and the color of their scales had deepened. In fact, they had changed drastically from how they used to be. My biggest issue right now is my spiritual energy, Zhu Wei muttered to himself as he felt the golden dragon spirit within his mind. This golden dragon spirit was only at the 5th layer of the ordinary knight rank, so he would be at a great disadvantage if he encountered someone at his own level with proper spiritual energy training. Bai Tianyi seemed to understand his problem. I have a way to solve this problem, he said hesitatingly, but the price I have to pay is quite substantial. What is it? Zhu Wei also hesitated, and he had a frown on his face. I can transfer my energy to others, he explained. We have a soul contract, so for me to hand spiritual energy over to you is no big deal. But for each layer of spiritual energy I give you, I will go 1.5 layer down in strength.
I am currently a 9th layer ordinary knight, so for me to get you to the 7th layer of the ordinary knight rank with your spiritual energy will end with me falling to the 6th layer.
Let us not do that, then. Zhu Wei was not willing to sacrifice his friend's cultivation base for himself.
We have a few other options, Bai Tianyi continued hesitatingly. Well, first of all, you can just stay here and slowly cultivate. You can also make inscriptions and raise your cultivation base that way. Or we can go look for a 2-colored rainbow pill and hope your luck is good. A third option is that you learn alchemy.
Me learning alchemy? I never planned on doing that, Zhu Wei said, dumbfounded. Why should I learn alchemy?
Alchemy is not exactly like inscription writing, Bai Tianyi explained. Inscriptions are fully dependent on the runes and the spiritual energy to be created, whereas alchemy requires materials. Still, to refine and concoct pills and pastes, you need an immense control over your spiritual energy. You also require control over your spiritual energy when you make inscriptions, but that is nothing compared to pill making. I will suggest that you go this route. Zhu Wei looked at him with narrowed eyes and sighed.
Tell me the real reason you want me to become an alchemist, he said after a bit of thought.
Although the reasons that Bai Tianyi had listed made sense, it was clear that he had held some information back. We are leaving the continent, which means we might not be able to get our hands on more rainbow pills. Bai Tianyi finally came clean with a pitiful expression on his young face. Without rainbow pills, I am very useless. My cultivation base will slowly drop. I will become withered, rust, and slowly fall apart. I will become a sword no one will ever use again. Bai Tianyi spoke with such grief and dejection, but Zhu Wei had long since seen through his act. Although the growth of his cultivation base would lessen over time, it would never go the other way and make his cultivation regress.
Okay, then,
Zhu Wei said after spending a moment to mull it over. Although he had never planned on becoming an alchemist, he had to admit that an unlimited supply of rainbow pills was tempting, which was why he decided that it was not that bad an idea.
But how does one start to become an alchemist?
Zhu Wei had no idea where to start or where to stop. He was as clueless as a little child. Don't worry, Bai Tianyi beamed when he spoke. He waved his hand, and suddenly thousands of herbs appeared in the room. All of them had various quality. Some were Earth Warrior ranked, others were meant for the Sky Warrior stage, and yet some were Heavenly Warrior ranked. All these herbs were of the best quality in their respective categories, but they were still nonetheless low-ranking herbs.
You bought these?
Zhu Wei asked, to which Bai Tianyi nodded. I have waited to make you into an alchemist for some time now, he admitted. Looking around, Zhu Wei spotted a large cauldron underneath the big mountain of herbs, and next to the cauldron were jade slips, all of which contained formulas for various pills. Don't worry too much. Just have fun and start concocting, Bai Tianyi said as he took Hegao's arm and dragged him out of the room. When they finally exited, Zhu Wei could not help but sigh again. He felt that he had sighed a whole lot after waking up, but he had no other option. Seeing how adamant Bai Tianyi had been, he understood that he had no other option than to simply do it. Since it mattered so much to Bai Tianyi, he would do his very best. Still, he was not so stupid as to believe Bai Tianyi's reasons.
Chapter 24. Pill Tester. Sighing, Zhu Wei understood that Bai Tianyi had some other reason behind making him learn alchemy, yet he did not explain why. As to this reason why, Zhu Wei did not inquire. Shaking his head, he sat down on the floor and took the cauldron into his hands. At first glance, he found that it was not very large. It was only around 20 centimeters in diameter, and it was round and black with a flood dragon engraved on it.
It was a very beautiful cauldron, but knowing Bai Tianyi, it was likely a very ordinary cauldron. Bai Tianyi did not have a lot of assets. Even with the gold and essence stones he had been given by Zhu Wei, he was not considered rich. One also had to consider Zhu Wei's current achievements in alchemy. Giving him a unique, special cauldron would be too much of a waste. Without wasting time, he started sorting the herbs into what kinds they were and placed them in piles around himself. There were so many herbs that he had no clue how Bai Tianyi had managed to produce so many. Next up were the formulas. He picked them up one by one, placed them on his forehead, and felt how the knowledge poured into his mind. The formulas were all for warriors. These were pills for earth warriors, sky warriors, and heavenly warriors. There was nothing for knights. But Zhu Wei was not too surprised. He was a complete novice, so trying to bite more than he could chew would be a bad idea. He quickly picked the simplest of the formulas, a rising chi pill, and studied it thoroughly. It was a pill for an earth warrior, and it could increase one's chi a full layer if the pill was of high grade. Pills were ranked similarly to cultivation levels, and then further into low, middle, high, and profound ranking pills. Low-ranked pills had many impurities and would prove problematic to consume. One would only consume these pills if one had no other option, such as in a life-and-death situation where it could save their life, because it could leave damage on one's cultivation base that was not easy to manage. Middle-ranked pills were not as bad, but they still had quite a bit of impurities. If one consumed too many of these pills, it could cause problems down the road, but these impurities could be removed by relying on other pills. Finally, you had the high and profound ranked pills. These pills had little to no impurity within them, and you could eat them like candy. There would never be any threat to one's cultivation base. Zhu Wei had never before made a pill, so he would be content if he managed to concoct a low-ranked pill. Having decided on the rising chi pill, he picked the herbs he needed and closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. When he opened his eyes, he tossed the herbs into the cauldron. He then summoned the golden dragon. It blew a ball of spiritual energy into the cauldron, which lit up with a flame that started to refine the herbs, transforming them into liquid. Just as he was about to extract the impurities from the herbs, he felt that something was wrong. His control of the spiritual energy was not precise enough, and soon a loud boom resounded in the room. The entire hotel started shaking.
Okay, not like this then, Zhu Wei said to himself, as he touched the burn marks that the liquid had left on his face from the explosion. Clearly, the process of concocting pills was not as simple as he had thought. Fortunately, the cauldron itself was safe. Let us try one herb at a time, Zhu Wei decided, completely ignoring the fright his explosion might have caused to others outside. Putting one herb into the cauldron at a time made it easier to control. This time he managed to refine it 3 times, removing impurities 3 times. Then, after finishing one herb, he wondered what he was supposed to do. It was now liquid that floated within his cauldron. He could not take it out, but adding another herb to the cauldron meant that the difficulty would increase. The rising chi pill required 7 herbs, but Zhu Wei was not one to give up. Worst that can happen is that it explodes again, he consoled himself before he began refining the second herb and distilling it a few times to remove the impurities. It went surprisingly easy, but he was at a loss for what to do again when he was finished. Should he try to merge the 2 liquids, or should he keep them away from one another? Did it matter? The formula had not described it. All it had said was that the user should refine the herbs and add them together. Well, I am not going to be the one eating the pills, so why not try a few different ways and see if the results are different? Zhu Wei thought casually.
He could always get someone to try out the different pills to see whether or not it mattered in which way he made the pill. With this in mind, he merged the two liquids slowly. It was not as difficult as he had expected, and he could begin on the third herb. Everything went smoothly up until the merge of the fifth portion of the liquid. Then it once more exploded, making yet another tremor run through the entire hotel. Fortunately, no one could track the source of the explosion back to him. Many thought it was an earthquake or someone fighting. Zhu Wei was completely safe from being blamed. The only ones aware of it were himself and Bai Tianyi. Zhu Wei was not good at giving up. Although his first two attempts had ended in failure, he was not willing to give up just like this. In the end, he would not give up before he had mastered the trade, and thus he continued to merge the herbs. The third attempt exploded at the sixth merge of liquids. Fourth attempt was the same. Fifth attempt at the seventh merge of the liquid. At last, on the sixth attempt, he had managed to merge all the liquid together. Now he needed to turn this liquid into a pill, and to do so he needed to catalyze it with spiritual energy. Too much spiritual energy, and it would explode. Too little, and it would turn to paste and lose much of its power. The first batch exploded. The second was a goopy liquid that could not even be considered a paste. Another 3 explosions later, and Zhu Wei finally laughed like a madman with a small middle-ranked Earth Warrior's Rising Chi pill in his hand.
Not bad. Not bad, he laughed. It's a middle-ranked pill. Must be because I distilled it quite a few times. Could also have something to do with my merging technique. Oh well, who cares? Gotta find someone who can test it.
Having said this, Zhu Wei left the hotel room that looked like the aftermath of a hurricane that had ravaged the place after the many explosions. Walking around town, Zhu Wei soon found a youngster who was training to become an Earth Warrior. He was clearly poor, but his talent was rather amazing to have reached the Earth Warrior level as early as he had.
Hey, you there!
Zhu Wei pointed at him and smiled. The boy was stunned, but he stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhu Wei curiously.
Are you interested in a Rising Chi pill? I just refined it. It is a middle-ranked pill, but it is also one of my first pills. If you take it in front of me and let me see the results, I will give you a low-ranked essence stone.
The Earth Warrior was stunned by the proposed deal. Not only was he going to get a middle-ranked Rising Chi pill, he would also get a low-ranked essence stone for eating it? That could be used to support his family for a very long time.
I would gladly be your pill trial, he said honestly.
Zhu Wei grinned as he took out the pill. It was not a pretty-looking pill. It just barely passed as a middle-ranked pill, but even so, it had quite a few impurities. It was, after all, his first pill.
Don't worry, Zhu Wei said when he saw the young man quickly changing his opinion. I will guard you while you take it. I am an ordinary knight, so I should be able to protect you, he promised.
The young man no longer stood on ceremony after that. Quite a few people had noticed that something was going on and were watching curiously, but no one really understood what was happening. Seeing that the young man sat down at the side of the road and popped a pill into his mouth, many knew that he had accepted a pill test. Many were curious as to what would happen when he consumed the pill. Sometimes miserable things would happen to the pill tester. Zhu Wei was incredibly excited. This was the first pill he had ever created, so he was eager to know what it was like. He saw that the heaven and earth essence became denser around the boy before it suddenly shunted into his body at a speed so fast that it could not possibly have been caused by a pill designed for Earth Warriors.
Did I make a mistake?
Zhu Wei muttered to himself contemplatively. The young man was grimacing. The heaven and earth essence that was pouring into his body was being refined into chi as fast as his body could manage. But this was much more energy than anything he had ever had to manage before. Zhu Wei did not really care about the young man's fate. He had willingly decided to become a pill tester, so his fate was up to luck. No one could blame Zhu Wei if he died. 3 hours passed before the flow of heaven and earth essence stopped pouring into the body of the young warrior. His face was red, and blood had trickled out of the corner of his lips for some time, but he was not dead. When Zhu Wei observed him, he saw that his strength had risen from the 2nd layer to the 4th. This was an improvement caused by Zhu Wei's rising chi pill, clearly. It was not bad at all. "I guess merging them like this works," he said to himself after consideration. Seeing that he had gotten such an outstanding result meant that there was no problem in merging the herbs one at a time, instead of trying to keep them separate and then merging them all at once. As to why the result was much more potent than what he was expecting, he had no idea. "Hey kid, here's your payment," Zhu Wei said casually, and gave him a low-ranked essence stone before he turned around and left, not caring about the rest. He had already gotten the result he wanted from the test. After returning to his room, he once more threw himself at concocting medicinal pills. He found that it was incredibly fun and rather challenging. In fact, although inscriptions were difficult, alchemy was much more fun. Unfortunately, there were quite a few explosions as a result of his attempt at concocting pills. At times it would be every 2nd hour, at other times it would take up to 5 or 6 hours before there was an explosion. The staff of the hotel rushed around everywhere, trying to figure out who was the cause of the ruckus, but no one dared believe that it would be Zhu Wei, and thus the cause was never found. After managing to create Earth Warrior pills with no issues, even high-ranked Earth Warrior pills, Zhu Wei smiled. He was rather satisfied with his achievements before he threw himself at the next challenge. He would not be truly satisfied until he could make rainbow pills. Chapter 25. Betrayal. The days went by one after another. Zhu Wei was busy concocting pills. Over this period of time, the explosions became less frequent. This did not mean that he did not fail from time to time, but the result was not as extreme any longer. By the time he had to go pick up the information on the sovereign beasts, Zhu Wei had managed to create heavenly warrior pills, a feat he was incredibly proud of. Bai Tianyi was also proud of his results. "You are doing very well," he praised him, slightly surprised by his rapid advancement. Zhu Wei's spiritual energy was also rising constantly. Now it was at the 6th layer of the ordinary knight rank. Zhu Wei was rather pleased with his rate of improvement, as it had happened very fast with little obstruction. After all, he had managed to enhance his spiritual energy by 1 layer in only a short time. Before he knew it, it was time for him to go to the Intelligencer's dilapidated mansion. He set out early that morning with both Bai Tianyi and He Gao by his side. When they made it to the lawless area, they found that everything was silent as the grave. The streets were desolate, and even the beggars and shady people who usually occupied the corners and shadows were nowhere to be seen. "Odd," Zhu Wei muttered, now a little more hesitant than he had been before. His senses were on high alert, and his eyes darted from side to side with vigilance. He had his spiritual energy spread around him like a blanket in a radius of 50 meters. He could feel even the movements of small creatures or bugs. If a person of lower rank than him stepped into the blanketed area, he would sense it immediately. Bai Tianyi, who had previously acted as carefree as the bird gliding through the wind, was also suddenly tense, his spiritual energy also spreading out. Even He Gao could sense that something was wrong. Nothing had happened, but there was something eerie about the sudden lack of people and the disturbing silence that enveloped them. At the same time, it felt as if they were being watched by many eyes. "We should get out of here," Bai Tianyi finally said, his voice compressed so only Zhu Wei and He Gao could hear it. "Something is definitely wrong," Zhu Wei agreed. They acted natural and took a small stroll around the area before they turned around and started heading back to the outside of the lawless area. The moment they tried to leave, a whole slew of people started walking out from the alleyways and the houses. These people were all dressed like beggars and residents of the lawless area, but a single glance at them made it obvious that they did not belong to this part of town. They had straight backs, their bodies were taut, and one could see defined muscles on their bodies that were filled with explosive strength. All of them were clean, despite being dressed in rags, and their hair and beards were well groomed.
We are not staying in Cloud Source City any longer. Zhu Wei made a very sudden decision, but he really had no option. It was clear that this was a trap that had been laid out for him.
Well, we might be forced to stay here forever, Bai Tianyi said with a grim look on his face. We are outnumbered, and they are not weak. At least 10 ordinary knights are here, and there are 3 I can't discern the strength of. They are clearly Earth Knights.
Let us get moving. Zhu Wei grimaced and ran straight at a human wall that was waiting right in front of him. There were no Earth Knights among them, but there were 3 ordinary knights. Blast them away, Zhu Wei said with a chill in his voice. He felt ticked off, which was a feeling he channeled into his attacks. Forbidden Rush, Shattering Mountain Palm, Kick of the Forgotten Kings. Zhu Wei did not hold back. First, he leaped forward with the Forbidden Rush movement technique. Then he thrust out his arm and attacked one ordinary knight with a Shattering Mountain Palm and another with a Kick of the Forgotten Kings. Although it was not possible to kill these ordinary knights with these attacks, it was enough to knock them a fair distance away. And as soon as they were pushed back, an unnatural opening appeared in the human wall. Now only heavenly warriors stood in their way, and they were quickly executed by He Gao with a few swipes of his claw weapons.
Capture the young man, someone yelled out. He goes by the name of Ye Zhao, and he is a sovereign beast. Do not let him escape. Kill his companions on sight, but do not kill him.
The one who called out was clearly the leader of their operation. He was calm and collected. Zhu Wei realized at this point that the ones behind this mission had planned way ahead.
How can they know we would be here?
He Gao asked with shock. Zhu Wei sent him a glance.
Li Chen must have told them, he said honestly. She is the only one who could have guessed my situation, but I never thought she'd actually do that.
Less talk, more running, Bai Tianyi said through gritted teeth. He waved his hand, and a beam of spiritual energy descended from the heavens and killed a whole group of experts that had gathered by their side. Zhu Wei had made a sword out of qi with inner might, and he was using mind infestation to cause confusion within the ranks of their enemies. He also had inscriptions in one hand, ready to launch them whenever there was a need. The trio was slowly breaking out through a circle of humans that kept converging on them. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage.
Stop fighting back and let us capture you. We will not kill you, we will just tame you. There is no reason for you to fight to the death.
The voice of the leader sounded once again, but all it managed to do was annoy Zhu Wei.
They know I am a sovereign beast, right?
He suddenly asked, his eyes shining with madness. Bai Tianyi, who had guessed his thoughts, laughed and said, Yes, they know. Why don't we take to the skies?
You want me to transform?
He Gao asked, but Zhu Wei shook his head.
You are not the only one who can fly, he said with laughter.
Immediately after, Zhu Wei's entire body started changing. In an instant, he had turned into a massive azure dragon whose draconic claws landed on the ground with a deafening boom. His head had a row of razor-short fangs, which he used to chomp down on a cultivator that was standing petrified in front of him. Spitting out the bisected corpse, Zhu Wei thrashed his snake-like body about, pushing back all who were around him and even killing quite a number of experts.
Time to mount up,
Zhu Wei growled. Neither Bai Tianyi nor He Gao needed to hear it twice. They instantly jumped on top of Zhu Wei's back before he soared to the sky.
Get the flight corps to follow them,
the enemy leader called out without panicking, and a group of birds with riders rose into the air. These birds were of various kinds. There was a lightning sparrow, there was a golden-eyed eagle, a violet-feathered hawk, a flame-eating eagle. Amongst these, the lightning sparrow was by far the fastest, and it was the first to try and follow Zhu Wei. It has to be said that after the awakening of Zhu Wei's bloodline, his transformation was many times more shocking than it had been before. His body alone was now 100 meters long from head to tail, and his scales were even more resplendent than before. They had a shine to them that had not been there before either. Zhu Wei had ascended into the airspace above Cloud Source City and got an easy sight of the entire operation from above. He saw where the people were hiding, and he also saw the birds that were ascending into the skies to chase him. This made him feel rather annoyed. Who would have thought that Li Chen would cause such a ruckus? Zhu Wei flew out from the city, heading for the border en route to the center of the continent. He knew that he could no longer use his identity as Ye Zhao, nor could he use his inscriptions to earn money. Inscription masters were simply too rare. If someone appeared, it would be the same as admitting to be Ye Zhao.
This is getting complicated, Zhu Wei complained. Let us just meet Prophet Lan and then leave the continent. I am tired of being chased.
We don't know what the other continents are like, Bai Tianyi reminded him. If they hate beasts, we are likely to be hated as well.
Well then, we find another continent. Aren't there quite a few?
Zhu Wei was not pessimistic. Rather, he was incredibly optimistic. Anything would be better than how he had been treated here. It is a shame we could not stall Lan when he came to visit you, Bai Tianyi complained. If you could have spoken with him then and there, then you would not have to go all the way to the center of the continent for answers.
It is fine.
Zhu Wei was not too bothered.
But let us find an opportunity to get rid of that lightning sparrow that is following us. When we have gotten rid of it, we should be able to proceed more smoothly. Also, we might as well use our real faces now. The masks we have used so far have all been exposed.
There was reason in Zhu Wei's words, so both Bai Tianyi and He Gao removed their masks and returned to their original appearances. The previously mature Bai Tianyi now looked like a small child again. There should be a forest up ahead. Let us enter there and stay for a bit. Even if they can guess that we have taken up shelter in there, they can't really do anything about it. Bai Tianyi had used his energy to scout ahead and had found a forest that was by no means small. As soon as they reached it, Zhu Wei descended at the outskirts and canceled his transformation, quickly put on some of his spare clothes, and rushed into the thicket of the forest together with the other two. By the time the lightning sparrow arrived, they had already vanished into the dense forest. As to how far into the forest they had gotten, no one knew. The rider on the lightning sparrow clicked his tongue in displeasure and was rather annoyed. He picked up a communication bracelet and contacted the leader of the operation for further instruction. It did not take long before the other experts and their flying mounts arrived next to the rider and the lightning sparrow. All of them were very displeased with how things had escalated.
We are not enough to surround the forest, and we do not know which way they will exit. They might even return the way they entered, so we cannot really do anything about them right now.
I guess they might be going for Heavenward City. That's not so far away from here,
the rider on top of one of the eagles continued.
So why don't we go there and wait? Every group of 3 that arrives will be subject to our thorough inspection, especially if they have a child in their midst.
Chapter 26. Destroyed his pride. In the forest, Zhu Wei, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao were hiding under the thicket just inside the forest. They were observing the experts in the sky, their eyes showing hesitation.
We could skip meeting up with Prophet Lan and just leave the continent right away,
Zhu Wei said a bit hesitatingly. Although he wanted to know what Lan had to tell him, he did not want to walk into a trap with his friends and risk getting them injured and possibly killed. Bai Tianyi and He Gao were both aware that Zhu Wei said that for their sake, and they felt warmth in their hearts, but their faces were stern.
We need to get information before we know what we can do, Bai Tianyi said seriously. And that information can only be gotten from that phony prophet, Lan. So no matter what, we have to make our way to the center of the continent. The three were conversing with one another, each deep in thought, when suddenly Zhu Wei jumped back on high alert. His entire body crawled with discomfort, and his eyes were bulging wide open.
"Who are you?"
he exclaimed. However, he did not raise his voice and made sure to check the air above them. Their pursuers had left long ago, but the current problem was a young man that was squatting next to them. The young man seemed to be around 20. His hair was short and his eyes had a playful expression in them. He had wooden sandals on, and instead of the robes that most wore, he wore black pants and a shirt. His body was sturdy and strong, and his muscles were clearly visible under the clothes. The fact that he had managed to sneak up on them without anyone noticing his presence, not even Bai Tianyi, meant that his power was no laughing matter.
Whoa, calm down, the burly man laughed when he saw them. I just saw 3 handsome men, he said before pausing and glancing at Tianyi, sitting together in the middle of a forest, and was curious as to what was happening. I have no ulterior motives.
It's quite hard to believe you just like that, Bai Tianyi snorted. But instead of getting mad, the burly man just laughed and reached out his hand before he wreaked havoc in Bai Tianyi's hair.
What a cute kid, speaking like an adult. You should enjoy your childhood more.
Hearing this, the corners of Zhu Wei's lips twitched. This fellow was rather amusing, but he did not lower his guard.
Well, I am in a bit of a pickle, you see. The man awkwardly scratched his head, and a slight blush appeared on his face. Someone is following me, and traveling alone will without a doubt give me out. So, I was wondering if you were interested in a travel partner. It seems that your group also needs someone to blend in to make you less suspicious.
Why would we travel with you?
He Gao narrowed his eyes.
We are already being chased by God and every man. Why would we add even more trouble to our entourage?
You said it yourself. God and every man is chasing you. So it does not matter to have a few diviners added to the fray.
Wait. Zhu Wei supported his head in his hands. Are you that genius that ran away from the diviners? He asked seriously. He had come across diviners in Cloud Source City who had clearly been chasing someone. To think that this someone would voluntarily seek them out.
Oh, you know about me?
The diviner was stunned and looked at Zhu Wei curiously.
Then it makes it easier, he said, grinning. Where are you going?
The center of the continent, Tiansong Empire.
Oh, the Tiansong Empire, is it? I know the way, and I can even get us there without anyone noticing. Why don't you just accept me and let us get going?
Well, I can't really trust just any diviner I come across, now can I? Zhu Wei felt appalled. This diviner was so hyper and filled with energy, smiling constantly and joking around. He did not seem to take the situation seriously at all.
Tell us first, why are they chasing you?
Zhu Wei began. The diviner genius pondered for a moment before he accepted that his request was a bit over the top for a stranger.
I was doing military service before I went back home to the temple. Honestly, I am tired of the whole war thing, he sighed. I understand that humans and beasts might not have the best compatibility with one another, but to kill on sight is just too much. Not to mention, why do we need to enslave one another? When I said that, they grounded me. I decided to live for myself, so I robbed the treasury and left that night. Since then, they have not found me. I am doing pretty well, if I say so myself.
The diviner was gloating slightly. Zhu Wei was shocked. Were they looking for him because he had stolen their treasures?
Oh, don't worry. I was the candidate to become the next head of the temple, so they are quite friendly towards me.
He grinned.
They almost caught me a few times, but I escaped by threatening to kill myself. In the end, they have no option other than to do what I tell them to.
We don't really like diviners, Hagao muttered.
But even he had been moved by what the ostentatiously happy diviner had said. Still, none of them let their guards down. Zhu Wei looked at Bai Tianyi, who in turn was looking at him. He was pondering for some time before he nodded his head.
What level of strength do you have?
Zhu Wei finally asked a question all three of them were curious about.
I am an Earth Knight, 6th layer,
the diviner answered proudly.
Not bad,
Zhu Wei said and nodded his head. Bai Tianyi had given his consent to travel with them, but Zhu Wei was still on the fence, considering that Hagao was a primordial beast. If this diviner changed his mind, he could cause some serious damage to their group. The diviner seemed to understand that there was something wrong, so he pondered for some time.
Let me take a heavenly oath, he said with a grin. Everyone knows that it is impossible to escape the void unless the soul has transcended the laws of this world.
Zhu Wei was surprised.
The void? He asked curiously. Is a heavenly oath not something that is made to the heavens, where the heavens will strike you down should you break it?
The diviner and Bai Tianyi both looked at him as if he was an idiot, but then the latter remembered that he was very young and not from the center of the continent. No, Bai Tianyi decided to explain. A heavenly oath appears to be made to the heavens, but above the heavens, between the worlds, is the void. The void is a place where everything will be ripped to shreds. No one, apart from those who have managed to break out of the laws of this world, can escape if they end up in the void. When one makes a heavenly oath, it goes one step above the heavens, and the void will know of it. If you break a heavenly oath, the void will enter your body and shred you to pieces.
The void.
Zhu Wei was shocked by what he heard, but he also knew it was not a joke.
So that is the reason why no one has left the world? He asked curiously.
Bai Tianyi nodded his head. Only the 4 divine beasts managed to break free from the laws of the world and leave. The rest of us has never had that ability. Bai Tianyi suddenly thought about something, and then looked at Zhu Wei with an odd look in his eyes. You might be able to escape the void, he said hesitatingly, but then shut his mouth when he saw how the diviner looked at him with curious eyes. Zhu Wei did not need Bai Tianyi to tell him what he meant, since his existence itself defied the rules of this world as a mixed breed. He might have already broken free from the law of the world, but he was not willing to bet on it.
Okay, if you make a heavenly oath, we'll travel with you, Zhu Wei said with a sigh.
He did not really trust this man, but it was indeed true that they would have an easier time fooling their pursuers as a 4-man group. The diviner swore that he would never betray them, that as long as they were faithful to him, he would be their friend and do them justice. Once the oath was made, he looked at them and introduced himself.
I am Lin Xiao. I am sorry for the late introduction, he said with a grin and looked at the other 3, waiting with far too much enthusiasm.
I am Hagao.
Bai Tianyi.
Zhu Wei. Oh, we are now traveling partners. Let's be good friends and rely on one another in the future. Well then, since we are heading for the Tiansong Empire, the fastest way is to go through Heavenward City.
Heavenward City? There are a lot of cities like those, Zhu Wei muttered. We passed through Skyward City earlier, and even Cloudsoar City. What is up with these boastful names?
Lin Xiao just snickered and shook his head.
They compete with one another. The more they can boast, the prouder they are. They can't very well fight one another, so the only option they have is to take a moral high ground.
Zhu Wei was not too interested in the reason behind them having such boastful names, so he just nodded to acknowledge what Lin Xiao had said. Lin Xiao pulled something out of his storage ring.
Well, let us get moving, you 3. I have these face masks. Each of you takes one. They are the best quality masks on the market. Actually, one of them is for a female, and I suggest that Zhu Wei uses it. We can't really do anything about the size of that kid, even if he can pretend to be an adult from time to time. Changing his body will require quite some energy in the long run, so for us to pretend to be a family instead will be a good idea. Why do I have to be the woman? Zhu Wei complained, but both He Gao and Lin Zhao looked at him as if he was silly.
Obviously, because you are the shortest of us,
they said at the same time. Don't worry, I have some dresses that are not too revealing. You can easily pretend to be a woman, Lin Zhao continued, making Bai Tianyi and He Gao look at him with an odd expression on their faces. Why did he happen to have dresses? What exactly was his hobby? Sensing the odd atmosphere, Lin Zhao did not explain himself and gave a chuckle before tossing the masks to them. Zhu Wei was not happy. He was a man through and through, but now he had to pretend to be a woman just to hide their identities? We can always just leave the continent without going to visit Lan, Bai Tianyi said casually on purpose. He knew that Zhu Wei truly needed to meet Lan to get answers, but in the end this was quite the situation. Sighing, he stripped off his red clothes and put on a green dress provided by Lin Zhao. His shoulders were rather broad for a woman, his figure was not feminine at all, and his chest was as flat as a board. After taking a look at his new appearance, He Gao and Bai Tianyi started laughing so hard they could not stop trembling. Even Lin Zhao gave a giggle from the side. Zhu Wei felt that all his pride had been destroyed. Chapter 27. Life as a Woman. Zhu Wei was annoyed, but he also found it rather funny. Was this Lin Zhao an idiot? Although he did not think it would be too difficult to pretend to be a woman, he quickly understood that it would be absolutely impossible for him to look like a woman when he finally wore the dress. "This is perfect," Lin Zhao said while doing his very best to keep a straight face. But he would tremble from time to time and turn his face away to not let Zhu Wei see the smile he could not suppress. "Are you all done laughing now?" Zhu Wei asked before moving to take the dress off. "Stop!" Lin Zhao stopped him before he could. "Try the mask. If you still think it is impossible after putting on the mask, then I will say nothing. But at least give it a try." Zhu Wei glanced at Lin Zhao. Did this man have some strange hobbies? Was he interested in seeing a male body with a female face? This was enough to make him shiver in fright. Was Lin Zhao not the strongest of them all? He was the strongest, and he had strange hobbies. This was terrible. Seeing Zhu Wei's perplexed expression, Lin Zhao could guess his thoughts. His lips twitched. "Don't think too much and just wear it," he exclaimed, understanding that he had now been labeled as a rather perverse person. Zhu Wei wondered. He had already dressed up in the gown and supposed it could not get worse than this. So he shrugged his shoulders and took the mask, placed it on his face, and looked down at himself. His eyes widened in shock. "I told you already," Lin Zhao gloated. "This is the highest class face mask. It alters not only your face, but also your entire body." "How can it do that?" Zhu Wei was shocked when he saw that his figure had turned lithe and delicate. His height was the same, but his physique seemed completely different. He Gao and Bai Tianyi completely forgot to laugh as they looked at the woman who had appeared in front of them with wide eyes. There was no doubt that Zhu Wei looked exactly like a woman now. Although a tall woman, he looked like a woman. "There's an illusion inside the mask," Lin Zhao explained. "It is an inscription. As long as there is qi within the mask, it will keep you looking like a woman, and you can store your own qi within as well. It is perfect." Zhu Wei was shocked. So it was an inscription. He had to examine it later when he had the chance. But for now, he felt a great loss. He was really supposed to pretend to be a woman now, which was something he had never seen coming. But in the end, he understood that this would make their journey much easier. The only thing was that he was not too keen on the whole cross-dressing idea.
"Put your pride behind you," Bai Tianyi was the first to speak up. "You know that you need to visit Lan. This will make it smooth and easy, so stop complaining. Is it not just pretending to be a woman?"
Zhu Wei's lips twitched at the words from Bai Tianyi, and then he walked towards the child.
"My dear son, is that how you speak to your mother?" he asked with a voice so sugar-coated that every word dripped with sweetness.
Bai Tianyi felt a shiver run down his spine. It was obvious that the other three had their own roles to play as family if Zhu Wei had to pretend to be a woman. Since there was one woman and one child, it was reasonable that the child had to be hers.
Bai
Tianyi was stunned.
"Well, I guess it is just pretending to be a child, right? I can do that," he said with self-assurance. But both Zhu Wei and He Gao looked at him skeptically. Although he had looked like a child since the day he made his soul body, he had never behaved like one. In fact, they had never seen him act like one. Knowing that he was not the only one who had to pretend to be something he was not, Zhu Wei felt slightly better. He placed his hands on his now very narrow waist and turned around.
"So, who are the two of you supposed to be?"
Having come to terms with the fact that he had to be a woman, Zhu Wei wanted to at least have this planned out.
"I will be your husband, he will be your brother," Lin Zhao said as he pointed at He Gao.
However, He Gao objected to it.
"Why do you have to take the role as the husband?"
"Why don't we just say that we are 4 siblings?"
Zhu Wei sighed after seeing that Lin Zhao was snickering and He Gao was fuming.
"No can do. We should look like a family,"
He Gao and Lin Zhao yelled out at the same time. Zhu Wei was taken aback, realizing that these two dunces were actually having a lot of fun, at his expense.
"Well then, why don't you duke it out? The winner gets to decide."
Zhu Wei could not be bothered to deal with it, so he just said whatever. But He Gao immediately looked at him with the pitiful eyes of a lost puppy.
"Listen here, my little ancestor. Me fighting against him. Is it not the same as saying that I have no chance? No matter what way we look at it, he will win over me, and he is even a diviner."
Zhu Wei understood He Gao's thoughts. Not only was he a primordial beast against a diviner, but he was also just on the verge of breaking into the ordinary knight rank, while the opponent was already an earth knight. This was an unfair fight if he had ever seen one. Zhu Wei smiled wryly. What else could they do? He really did not care about who pretended to be what, as he had already taken the least desired of the roles.
"I can't let Lin Zhao be your husband," He Gao said seriously. "He runs around with dresses in his storage ring. Who knows what other hobbies he might have? I have to protect my brother's reputation."
"Do you really think that I have a lot of reputation to protect at this point in time?" Zhu Wei said with ironic laughter. "The humans want to kill me. The primordial beasts want to kill me. I am dressed as a woman, so you can forget about my reputation as a man amongst my friends. Also, considering he had this mask, is it not too odd that he is running around with those dresses? I mean, the mask is quite useless if one chooses to wear male clothes with it."
He Gao listened but did not know what to say.
"Wei, are you telling me you want Lin Zhao to be your husband?"
he asked with a sad expression on his face. Seeing this expression and hearing his words, Zhu Wei could not help but want to bury his face into his palms.
"First of all, this is just pretend, okay? I am not a woman. I will never be a woman, and I am not happy with pretending to be a woman. Second, it really does not matter to me. As I see it, the both of you drew the long straw pretending to be men. Even if one of you are pretending to be my sibling, at least you will not have to dress up in this getup," he said rather bitterly, listing a litany of reasons for him to cease his complaints.
Looking down at his very female body, he could only shudder in desperation. Why had he ever said yes to this, he wondered. He Gao and Lin Zhao looked at Zhu Wei before they started laughing again. He looked exactly like a woman, no matter what angle you looked at him from. His hands were resting on his hips, and his face was dark and filled with stormy clouds, so it was clear what he was thinking. Sorry. Lin Zhao finally was the one to withdraw. I will gladly have a cute little sister like you, he said sweetly, but his words just made the storm that was brewing in Zhu Wei's eyes increase in intensity. Who is your little sister? Zhu Wei swore beneath his breath. Now, don't get upset, Bai Tianyi chipped in, also snickering. He had it easy too. Then he went next to Zhu Wei and took his slim and elegant hand in his childish one. Come now, mother dear, let us begin leaving this god-forsaken place and move towards Heavenward City. Having said this, he and the two others all wore their face masks, but Bai Tianyi soon found that he had to use his own face. The face mask was made for an adult, and a child with an adult's face was simply too odd and made it impossible for anyone to believe that they were not using face masks. Together, the four once again began moving. They quickly made it out of the forest and did not encounter any beasts or humans on the way out. Lin Zhao was deeply impressed by the fact that they cut through the very center of the forest without a beast coming to admonish them for entering their territory. It is strange. Normally, they would only behave like that if there was an elite beast around them, he said while looking over his shoulder all the time. But Zhu Wei, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi were not surprised. They just raised an eyebrow and said words like, "You don't say." That was strange, and who knows what happened. Lin Zhao was no idiot. He quickly understood that the cause for the beast's strange behavior was these three, but he did not know which of the three was the reason. He also understood that they were not the elites, that the beasts were hunting them in the same way as the diviners were hunting him. In the end, Lin Zhao was incredibly curious, but he was not going to ask about their secrets. He was not ready to tell them his, so why would they tell him theirs? As the group made it out of the forest, they entered many small villages on the way towards the Heavenward City. Some of these villages were so small that they did not even have an inn. There was one main road leading through these villages, and multiple smaller roads converged into the main road from all over, bringing with it many cultivators, merchants, and other people who were heading towards Heavenward City. The road was scarce when they first arrived, but by evening and when they reached an inn, the area outside was bustling with life, and many experts were sitting on the ground floor in the restaurant, chatting together. The sound of loud chatter could be heard from the tavern before they even stepped inside. As they entered, a lot of the individuals inside glanced at the door, but most lost their interest when they saw that it was a family of four. Going to the counter, Lin Zhao ordered one big room for all of them to share. No one thought too much about it, considering that they looked like a family and that they were likely trying to save some money. Zhu Wei was, for the first time, experiencing life as a woman, and he was in a foul mood. Everywhere he went, people would look at him, some with lustful eyes, others with appreciating eyes. But all in all, it was something he had never experienced before, and he was not happy with it either. Women have to walk through life with these fragile bodies, he muttered to himself. They have to endure all those looks and be treated like objects. This can't be right, just because they are women. They deserve to be treated like any other person. I reflect on my behavior towards women so far. Chapter 28. Entering Heavenward City. No one caused problems for them as they spent the night at the inn. Although they appeared to be a somewhat wealthy family, a closer look at their clothes deterred the mercenaries in the area from messing with them. During the night, Haigao's chi level broke into the first layer of the ordinary knight rank, with his physical strength remaining unchanged at the fourth layer. Bai Tianyi had cultivated, absorbing soul power from the surrounding air and refining it into spiritual energy. Lin Zhao had also spent the night cultivating, but he was not as focused as the other two. He often opened his eyes and stared at Zhu Wei curiously. Zhu Wei used that night to refine medicine. He was at the edge of being able to create pills for the ordinary knight rank. Although that meant he would be making the semi-useless low-ranked pills, it would still be great practice for Zhu Wei's spiritual energy and his pill-making abilities. And after the low-ranked pills, he could only go up. He was, however, still unable to make rainbow pills. Even one-color rainbow pills required a spiritual energy at the Earth Knight rank, and the two-color ones required the fifth layer. 3 colors required you to be at the first layer of the Sky Knight rank, 4 at the 5th layer of the Sky Knight rank, and so forth. There was still a long way to go for him, but as long as he could make high-ranked pills for ordinary knights, it would tremendously improve their financial situation.
Give me pills. Give me pills, Zhu Wei muttered to himself as he was focusing his spiritual energy to merge the liquids within the cauldron. His complete focus was on these pills, and he even forgot that he was currently pretending to be a woman. His voice was feminine and his clothes were neat. If the concoction ended up exploding, he would need to find another dress. Zhu Wei's complete focus was on these pills. He was always positive that the concoction would succeed, but when it did not, it went completely against his expectations. He would never sense anything prior to the explosion, so it always caught him off guard. This time, there was no explosion. Instead, a heavy medicinal scent wafted out from the cauldron, followed by 13 small glistening pills. Zhu Wei snickered when he saw this. He had successfully refined 13 high-purity blood-coagulating pills. A blood-coagulating pill was, as the name suggested, a pill that stopped bleeding and also healed users' wounds. These pills were not of great use to Zhu Wei or his friends any longer, but they sold rather well, which was incentive enough for him to make them. Their sole purpose was to be sold. Lin Zhao noticed that these 3 people he had found out of nowhere were actually rather good people. Although he had banded up with them due to their similar situations, he had never expected that they would hit it off so easily, and he was astonished by how much hard work these 3 put into their respective crafts. There was not any moment where they were not training. It was clear that they had such work ethic due to necessity, given their statuses as kill-on-sight convicts. He quickly understood that their situation was a bit different from his own. Although he was also being chased, his pursuers did not seek to kill him. At most, he would be dragged back to the temple and be forced to accept some sort of punishment before they would force him to take over the position they had prepared for him. These 3, on the other hand, were fleeing for their lives. Lin Zhao was a diviner, and he was not just any diviner. He was the most talented diviner in the entire temple, a talent that only appeared once every millennium. He was a diamond in the rough, and they placed great value on him. He had the ability to recognize a beast just with a simple glance. His ability exceeded what the common diviner could do, allowing him to see any disguised primordial beast in a large crowd. Because of this, he had instantly recognized Haigao as a beast. But then that same beast was traveling together with 2 humans. It was clear that they had a story to them, and this story had made Lin Zhao incredibly curious. Why would a beast, an untamed one to boot, travel with 2 humans? His ability had not been able to see through neither Zhu Wei, who was half-human, nor Bai Tianyi, who was also not a beast. Lin Zhao was a curious person by nature. To see 2 humans together with a beast that had not been tamed was something that stirred his curiosity, and he quickly understood that this group had secrets he had never understood before. He also had understood that they were on the bad side of both humans and beasts alike. It was clear that their situation was terrible.
but it brought some sense of excitement to Lin Zhao, who had never before felt the same thrill of being hunted as he did now. If Zhu Wei knew what he was thinking, he would snort at him. The thrill of being hunted? He found it extremely annoying and uncomfortable to be constantly chased by everyone and their grandmother. All he wanted was a moment of peace. The night went by in this fashion, with Zhu Wei creating batch after batch of medicinal pills, while the other three cultivated. The following morning, when they left the room, they saw a whole group of people outside the door looking at them curiously. Zhu Wei was stunned, but Bai Tianyi quickly guessed their purpose. The entire night, Zhu Wei had been concocting medicinal pills. His actions had caused the release of one wave of herbal medicinal scent after another, and each wave had been rather strong. It was natural for others to have noticed it. When they sensed it and figured out its source, they had gathered in front of the room from which spewed the endless plumes of medicinal scents, curious as to who might be the one concocting pills. When it came to it, alchemists were also rare in this world. Although they were far from as rare as inscription masters, they were still very rare, and no one would be averse to meeting one. When the four exited the room, the crowd started wondering who could be the alchemist. Instantly, Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi were disregarded. Bai Tianyi because he was a child, Zhu Wei because he looked like a woman. Then they looked at Lin Zhao and He Gao. Lin Zhao was a burly man with a lot of muscles, so to them he did not seem to be the kind of person who cultivated spiritual energy. That left He Gao to be the one who had concocted medicine all night. They looked at him appraisingly. Although his real appearance was masked, his false appearance was still handsome, and many started nodding their heads.
"This is a true genius," someone said with sagely pretense. "Not only is he young, but his talent for martial arts and the Tao of medicine is high. He is truly a dragon among men."
The praising words were said smoothly, as if praising him was the most natural thing to do. The man even looked expectantly at He Gao, as if he expected a reward for his flattery. Unfortunately, He Gao did not praise him. Instead, his face turned rather dark, and he was about to say something when a glance from Zhu Wei shut him up.
"Please excuse us. We need to go," Zhu Wei said. His voice was feminine, melodious, and very pleasant to the ear. Everyone looked with shock at this woman. Who was she? How did she have the right to speak when the men were talking? Seeing their faces that told their inner thoughts directly, Zhu Wei's face turned dark. "I said, move it,"
she said, and her aura suddenly burst forth with the pressure of the 7th layer ordinary knight rank. The many experts in the inn instantly felt weak in their knees and quickly got out of the way, letting the four pass through casually.
"No wonder that alchemist didn't talk when that chick looked at him,"
someone muttered, and the others nodded their heads.
"He is definitely suffering from having such a fierce wife. I will never marry a woman with such a high cultivation base. I got to maintain my status at home."
Although they had already made some distance from the crowd, Zhu Wei and the others heard the words clearly. So clearly that Zhu Wei almost stumbled, his face turning red from shame. The other three did everything in their power to hold back their laughter. It was not as simple as they thought, so their shoulders were shaking, causing Zhu Wei's face to turn from red to green. It was truly too humiliating, but at the same time, he started to understand women and how they lived through first-hand experience. After a while, the group made it to Heavenward City. Heavenward City was a border city. Once one walked through it, they would be at the center of the continent. Although it was called the center of the continent, it did not contain only one kingdom. Even in the center, there were multiple kingdoms and empires. In fact, there were a full 7 kingdoms and empires, with one situated in the middle of everything. The kingdom in the middle of everything was called the Songqian Empire. This was the holy land for cultivators within this continent. It was also the place where most strived towards, whether it was livelihood or glory. It also happened to be the home of Prophet Lan.
The kingdom that Zhu Wei and his friends were about to enter was called Jingling Kingdom. This kingdom was rumored to be the birthplace for the most beautiful women of all, and this was also the place where the most talented disciples of the Argent Moon sect were discovered. Heavenward City was the largest city Zhu Wei had ever seen so far. Comparing the capital of Heiping Kingdom to this was like comparing a lake to the sea. A stream of merchants both entered and exited the city endlessly. This was the busiest transport hub that led into the center of the continent, and thus the road was perpetually filled with all sorts of travelers. The price to enter was a full 20 gold a person. This price was so outrageous that many could not help but grit their teeth in anger, but it was the entrance to the center of the continent. If they let everyone through, the center would be too crowded, so they could only make the poorest people stay away. Zhu Wei noticed that the guards enforcing the gate fee were not the only ones present. There were also a group of experts he recognized right away. They were the flying experts that had chased them out of Cloudsoar City. They examined every single person trying to cross into the center. Their faces were grim and unpleasant, but they did not seem to find what they were looking for. Zhu Wei queued up together with his friends. He was as calm as one could be. If they could see through this disguise, then it was simply fate, but he still had faith in Lin Zhao's masks. When they reached the gate, Zhu Wei paid 80 gold coins to the guard. The flying experts looked at them, but they did not move to impede them at all. In their eyes, those four were obviously a family on the road. This did not coincide with their target, which was a trio of male convicts. After they made it through, He Gao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He had been the worst off out of all of them in terms of nerves, because he was prone to excessive worrying. Chapter 29. Tianjing City. The family of four made it into the city with no problems at all. No one had expected that Zhu Wei would disguise himself as a woman, so they were treated like any other cultivating family that was migrating towards the center of the continent. The diviners that were chasing Lin Zhao were heading further and further away from the center of the continent. Lin Zhao came from Tiansong Empire as well, and thus the diviners would never have imagined that he would be heading back the way from where he came. On the streets of Heavenward City were many experts. There were quite a few ordinary knights, and even earth knights could be seen from time to time. There was even one sky knight who passed by them. Many disciples from the various sects were also walking down the streets in groups. Some were from smaller sects and clans, while others were from the three great sects. There were also experts from the major families that could rival the sects. Zhu Wei was in a terrible mood from pretending to be a woman, and it was made worse when they were suddenly stopped by a group of women. These women were clearly disciples from the Argent Moon sect. Their clothes gave away their faction, and their behavior was lofty and arrogant. All of them were ordinary knights, and their leader was an earth knight. "What can we do for you?" Zhu Wei asked with a frown on his face. He was not in a good mood, and being stopped like this made it worse. Had these women perhaps noticed something wrong with his group? "We saw that you were a fellow woman," one of the women said, her words causing everyone in Zhu Wei's group to have peculiar expressions on their faces. "We are currently recruiting experts to join our sect, and your strength is rather outstanding. We would like to invite you to join our sect." Zhu Wei was stumped, and his mood sunk. He was a man. He was really a man. He just glanced at them and shook his head. "Thank you for the offer, but I wish to travel with my family," he said casually, and tried to walk past them, but one of the women stopped him in his tracks. "Do not be so fast to decline," the woman who stopped them said with a smile on her face. "With your strength, you can be a very outstanding person in our sect later on. One of the elders might even want to take you as a direct disciple." "I am really not interested," Zhu Wei said through gritted teeth, his azure eyes turning slightly red from suppressed anger. "Mother, don't leave me,"
Bai Tianyi said with a sad expression on his face, and even He Gao and Lin Zhao stepped forward, each placing a hand on Zhu Wei's shoulder.
Our Mei Lin is not interested in going with you,
Lin Zhao said, coming up with a name for Zhu Wei on the spot, a name that made Zhu Wei feel like kicking him right away. Who was Mei Lin? You will regret this. This is the chance that every woman dreams about, to get stronger and to kill primordial beasts. Just because of your family, you are going to let go of this great opportunity? The leader of the women asked. Zhu Wei looked at them with great hostility. It might be simple for you, but as a member of this family, I am incapable of leaving them. Although Zhu Wei was pretending to be a woman, the feelings he had for Bai Tianyi and He Gao were indeed the kind one would have for their family, so he said something serious for once. I will never leave them, and go somewhere on my own, unless it is for their sake, Zhu Wei continued and shook his head. Now please, leave us be, he said. He then took Bai Tianyi's hand in his own and pushed his way past the women and walked down the street, followed by He Gao and Lin Zhao. When they were out of reach, Zhu Wei let go of Bai Tianyi's hand. He was in the foulest mood imaginable, while the other three were laughing so much that their shoulders were trembling.
Mei Lin, dear, you should not be mad. Your acting skill is seriously amongst the best I have ever seen,
Lin Zhao said. But when he saw the other's azure eyes stare unblinkingly at him, he quickly shut up. Let us just get to Tiansong Empire as soon as possible, Zhu Wei said through gritted teeth. The sooner I can get rid of this terrible mask, the happier I will be. At the same time, they noticed that the group from the Argent Moon sect was following them, causing them all to be rather annoyed. We are cultivators, Zhu Wei finally said. We do not need to sleep, so let us just continue forward. Sleep and food is no longer something we need, as we have broken through the shackles of mortal life and are now knights. Let us just go forward and continue moving until we reach the Tiansong Empire. Although this was a rather drastic decision, the other three had nothing to say against it. Although they had quite some fun when it came to teasing Zhu Wei, they also understood that he was not pleased with the current situation. As a result, the group immediately left the Heavenward City and entered into the next kingdom, the Jingling Kingdom, which was said to be the place from where all beautiful women came. Jingling Kingdom was a rather large kingdom, but it was not at the same size as the empires, and thus they managed to travel through it after only spending 1.5 months. These 1.5 months had consisted of non-stop travel. Nothing had happened to them, nothing had caused them problems, and they did not care for enjoying the sight as they went. Although they were so focused on traveling, they did not forget their training. Their cultivation bases were constantly increasing, and Zhu Wei was now at the peak of the 7th layer of the ordinary knight rank, his body showing signs of a breakthrough, while He Gao was on the cusp of breaking through to the 2nd layer of the ordinary knight rank for his chi levels. Lin Zhao was not seemingly getting closer to a breakthrough, and the same could be said for Bai Tianyi, but that was because both of them had rather peculiar cultivation bases. Lin Zhao was highly ranked and thus needed much more heaven and earth essence to break through, and Bai Tianyi operated fully on spiritual energy. They traveled through one kingdom after another, an empire after another, before they finally reached the edge of the Tiansong Empire. Here, the heaven and earth essence was many times denser than it had been outside of the center of the continent. In fact, it was more than 3 times denser than it was in the Jingling Kingdom. It was clear to see that the closer to the center one came, the denser it would become. Although they arrived at the Tiansong Empire, they still had a long road ahead of them before they reached the capital, the place where Lan was living. Here in the Tiansong Empire, although they met many experts at the Heavenly Warrior rank, the majority were knights. There were even quite a few heavenly knights that appeared here and there, but so far they had not seen any saints. Even if they were to encounter a saint, it was likely that they would be unable to actually sense them. They were very low profile as they traveled. They did not display their wealth, nor did they act overly humble. In fact, they just seemed like the most average family. The human race was outwardly united, and thus the amount of bandits that lived in the center of the continent was also very low, which made the roads here relatively safe to travel. All these factors, coupled together, made it so that Zhu Wei and company managed to get through the Tiansong Empire and all the way towards the capital after another month.
"Is this a city, or is it a small kingdom?" Zhu Wei muttered when he saw the city that rose into the air in the distance from the summit of the mountain they stood on. This was the Tianjian city, the most affluent place in the entire continent. It was named after the immortals that the human race tried to become so that they could triumph over the beasts. This place could actually be described as two cities in one. There was the outer city and the inner city. Although it was the outer city, it was much more luxurious than the rest of the continent, and the inner city was so immaculate that not even dust could be found on the roads that were made from the finest marble. Entering into the inner city cost each person a staggering 5 low-grade essence stones. Only one who had a certain rank was allowed to buy a home within the inner city. Even in the outer city, one needed great wealth to be able to purchase a home. It was precisely within this inner city that Lan had his mansion. The city was bordering a massive lake, a lake so great that one could not see the end of it. It spread vastly into the distance, and the city was enveloping the entire eastern, southern, and northern end of the lake. This lake was called Beijing Lake. It had been there since the beginning of time. No one knew how the lake had appeared, but from the time when only one small hut existed next to the lake, to when the continent's largest city had been built around it, it had never changed. After paying 200 gold coins per person for the entrance fee into the outer city, the 4 experts could see that Zhu Wei's heart was aching slightly. The entrance fees to enter the various places was constantly growing and growing and growing. He had to fork out some of his wealth every time, but the exuberant price was reasonable in the end. If it was easy to enter the capital, every single person from all over the continent would migrate to the city and settle down. This way, they managed to deal with overpopulation quite easily. When they got into the outer city, they did not instantly barge towards the inner city to find Lan. They understood that if they wanted to meet him, they had to have ample preparation beforehand. The inner city allowed people to leave at any time throughout the day, but entry was limited to 2-hour windows after sunset and after sunrise. If one failed to get in, the gate would shut in their faces, even if they had queued up prior to the closing time. Faced with this imposing behavior, Zhu Wei could do nothing. He shook his head. "We better get ready then," he said, as he prepared to head towards the gates to start queuing up already. Zhu Wei wanted to get this over with as soon as possible, so that he could leave the continent. He had enough of being chased everywhere he went. He had enough of constantly being vigilant and alert no matter where he was, and he detested not being able to show his own face or his abilities to others. Having reached this point, he just wanted to get the answers he needed from Lan. However, at the same time, he was also worried. What would Lan ask from him in return for his help? It could not be anything simple. Chapter 30. A Man Once More. Arriving at the gate leading to the inner city, Zhu Wei found that they were not the only ones who had decided to show up early. At least 30 experts were already waiting in a queue, but Zhu Wei said nothing and just moved to the end of the queue, his eyes distant as he regularly scanned the area. Time ticked by slowly, but no one there really minded waiting. They were all cultivators, and thus they could spend the time refining the heaven and earth essence into qi. The time was in no way wasted. The sunset came, and finally it was night. Although the sun had set, the entire city was still alive with a buzz of activity, and it was as light as day with light orbs on every house and wall. Soft light flooded out from every shop and house, inviting the wayward customers inside with alluring scents and promises of cheap deals.
A loud bang resounded in the area around the gate before a creaking sound could be heard, and the massive inner city gate was pushed open by 10 ordinary knights.
5 low-grade essence stones a person is the price to enter the inner city. While you are there, you must follow the rules of the inner city. If you do not, you will be punished according to the law, one of the guards called out with a clear voice. He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly. It was clear that the guards here knew those words by heart already from having to repeat it every time. Zhu Wei was not surprised. From what information they had gathered earlier, it was clear that the inner city was incredibly important to Chang'an City, and that only the best of the best were allowed to settle inside. They soon found that it was not only a matter of paying an entrance fee. Not only did they have to pay low-grade essence stones, they also needed a purpose. Every person was interrogated when they reached the gates, and the procession into the city was rather slow. After half an hour, it was finally Zhu Wei's turn. He looked at the guard in front of him and handed him the low-grade essence stones. "What is your purpose within the inner city?" the guard asked the routine question. The other 3 looked at Zhu Wei. "We have been invited by Prophet Lan," Zhu Wei said honestly. There was no reason for him to lie about this fact, because anyone could figure out their purpose if they followed them as they headed straight to Lan's residence. "Prophet Lan invited you to his residence?" The guard frowned and looked at them. Although their clothes were made from fierce beast silk, it did not seem as if there was anything special about them. Why would Prophet Lan pay attention to such a normal family? "Yes, I had the pleasure of encountering Prophet Lan on one of my travels, and he invited me to come visit him. It so happens that we were in Tianjin City and wished to visit him." Zhu Wei did not back down. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and spoke straightforwardly and elegantly, his demeanor not one bit inferior to a superior cultivator. The guard was secretly shocked. This young woman was quite dignified, and he could not help but do a double-take at her, unaware that it was actually a man who had dressed as a woman. Still, he did not dare say anything, knowing that it would be a disaster for their dragon hunter guards if they erroneously blocked the guests of Prophet Lan entry. "Enter, but remember to follow the rules. Additionally, I will send someone to lead you towards Lan's residence," the guard finally sighed and said, waving and nodding at someone beside him. Zhu Wei cupped his hands in gratitude and entered through the gate, where an ordinary knight was waiting for them. Their escort stared at the female Zhu Wei curiously. "This way," he said politely, gesturing for them to follow him, and started walking through the beautiful inner city. The inner city was many times more beautiful than the outer city. Where the outer city was filled to the brim with houses that had been pressed together, the houses in the inner city were not as compact. In fact, all of them were mansions that had their individual gardens. None of the mansions were attached to one another. Although there were few stores, these stores also occupied mansions, and the luxurious items for sale in these mansions could not be compared to any that were sold in the outer city. They walked for a long time in silence. They had entered from the eastern side of the inner city, and Prophet Lan's mansion was at the western side, right next to the Beijing Lake. In fact, the wall that surrounded Prophet Lan's property went into the water on both sides of the lake. After walking for what felt like an eternity in a very awkward silence, they finally made it to the mansion. Zhu Wei was considering how to get rid of the guard that was leading them, as he could not introduce himself as Zhu Wei with him present. But he realized that he did not need to bother right as they reached the mansion. Lan was waiting outside, and his eyes landed on Zhu Wei the moment they were within reach. At first, silence permeated the air. The guard was wondering what was going on, but then Lan collapsed into a chair that was standing by his side. His shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. He slapped his thigh, and tears fell from his eyes as he erupted with the kind of laughter that one would think he would die from. Zhu Wei's face turned black. He was acutely aware of what had caused him to laugh like this, but the guard was completely shocked by this uncharacteristic display of emotions from the prophet. "Seriously, don't laugh like that. You might die,"
Zhu Wei said with a dry voice that did not disguise his annoyance the least. Hearing the tone he took with Prophet Lan, the guard was immediately on alert and his eyes showed even signs of hostility. It had to be said that Prophet Lan was one of the most important persons in the entire continent. To be disrespectful towards him was considered a crime.
Sorry.
Lan waved his hand, wiped a tear from his cheek, and looked at Zhu Wei before erupting in yet another fit of laughter.
You wanted to see me that much, huh?
He asked after getting his shaking shoulders under control, and Zhu Wei gave him a fierce glare.
Yes, I did. What about it? He asked with the same dry voice.
Have you still not considered becoming a part of my collection?
Lan suddenly asked, his voice containing amusement but also hope. Hearing this, the eyes of the guard widened in shock. He completely misunderstood the words said by Lan. Currently, Zhu Wei was in a female disguise. She was speaking rudely to Lan, but he did not even bat an eyelid. And to boot, he even said he wanted this woman to join his collection. Was this a proposal?
You there, bring my thanks to the Dragon Hunter guards for leading this group here.
Lan finally turned towards the guard, addressing him.
I have some important matters to deal with now, so I will have to invite my guests into my mansion and entertain them.
The guard was astonished when he heard the esteemed Lan thank him, so he quickly saluted before excusing himself. The group of people entered the mansion.
Here, go in there and change your clothes and take the disguise off.
Lan pointed at one of the first rooms they encountered.
I can imagine that you are rather unhappy with the current situation. And don't worry, no one will dare to make a move on you when you are in my mansion.
Zhu Wei heaved a heavy sigh of relief and entered the room, where he quickly changed from a green dress into a red robe. He did not wear his armor as he was still within Lan's mansion. As Lan had said, this place was safe. When he came out, a smile was on his face. Zhu Wei was clearly very pleased with being a man once more. Looking at the relaxed smile on Zhu Wei's face, Lin Zhao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi could not help but feel slightly guilty. But the truth was that they had no option back then.
Come with me,
Lan said before dragging them into a study with a big round table in the middle where 9 people could sit.
Sit,
he said, gesturing for the quartet to take a seat. They sat opposite of him, in a single file.
So, my dear Wei, have you thought about what you can give me in return for the answers you want?
Lan asked with a great smile on his face. Zhu Wei knew that it was time.
I assume you are not interested in inscriptions,
Zhu Wei tried asking, but the disinterested expression on Lan's face told him enough.
What do you want?
Zhu Wei finally asked. Lan could not help but grin.
You are going to leave this continent, right?
He asked, and Zhu Wei, albeit surprised, was not overly worried about how he knew. Instead, he just nodded his head.
What do you want?
Zhu Wei resided in asking. Lan could not help but grin.
You are going to leave this continent, right?
He gleamed towards Zhu Wei, who, albeit surprised, was not overly worried about how Lan knew. Instead, Zhu Wei just nodded his head.
Well, that is perfect. I can't really leave the continent for the time being, but if you enter the Demon Phoenix continent, you can get me something very rare that I have wanted for a long time.
Demon Phoenix continent?
Zhu Wei was confused. He had never heard of such a continent before. But the truth was that he had never heard of any specific continent other than theirs, which was named Chang'an.
Well, where were you planning on going?
Lan asked curiously. Zhu Wei scratched his head embarrassedly.
I don't know, he admitted honestly. As long as it is not here, as long as it is somewhere we can be free, then it is good.
Zhu Wei was tired of their constant fleeing. He wanted to have a different kind of life. Lan contemplated for some time before he nodded his head.
Then you should go to the Demon Phoenix continent, he said seriously. That is a place much more chaotic than the Chang'an continent, but it is also much more suitable for you. The stronger you are, the more revered you will be. There are a few factions, and although these factions have some disagreements, it is quite far from the full-out ethnic war between the humans and the beasts here. The races on the Demon Phoenix continent are also rather interesting, he continued, trying his very best to sell this place to Zhu Wei. Seeing his mannerism, Zhu Wei could not help but chuckle.
So what is it you want me to find for you? Zhu Wei asked curiously. It could not be a simple thing.
It is a thunder flame crown, Lan said casually, as if it was the most common thing in the world.
But Zhu Wei had a feeling that this so-called crown was likely the most precious thing on that entire continent. Still, beggars can't be choosers. I will do what I can to get it, but I cannot do more than what my ability will allow me to do, Zhu Wei promised. Hearing this promise, Lan considered Zhu Wei's conditions for a moment or two before nodding his head.
Okay, he agreed readily. Now, ask your questions. I will answer as many of them as I can.
Chapter 31. Answers. Zhu Wei had never guessed that Lan would simply lean back in his chair and just let him ask all the questions he had. It was clear that this thunder flame crown would not be easy to get from how Lan was acting. Okay, first off, is Zhao Lei my biological uncle? Zhu Wei asked. This was one of the most important questions he had to ask. He needed to know.
He is. He is your mother's brother. He is also an azure dragon. The azure dragon clan is in decline, though. Right now, only 3 of your kind exists in the clan, and you are one of them. I guess you only count as half an azure dragon, though, so you could say that 2.5 experts exist in the azure dragon clan.
Was my father my real father? This was Zhu Wei's second question.
Yes, he was. Though he was a simple apothecary, he was indeed your real father. He had no actual strength or anything going for him, but it is not always strength that matters.
Lan sighed, as if he was reminded of something. His usually cheerful expression faded to sorrow, his eyes turning slightly misty. It lasted for the briefest moment, but they all noticed it, and they all tactfully decided not to point it out. If he is my real father, and Uncle Lei is my real uncle, then why would he kill my father? Zhu Wei asked the question that had been in his heart ever since he had understood the true ins and outs of the attack on Lingyun Town. Lan hesitated.
I cannot answer this question for you, he answered after deliberating a bit. If you want an answer, you should go to your uncle. This is something personal, and the reason behind it is complex. I know the answer, but I feel that the right person to give you exactly this answer has to be your uncle.
Zhu Wei muttered for some time before he nodded his head. This made sense. It was a very important question, and Lan was, after all, not involved. Although he was not involved, it seemed as if he still knew what had happened. I am half human, half sovereign beast. How did I manage to be born? Is it not against the laws of this world that a mixed breed can appear? This was another question that had troubled Zhu Wei for a long time, and he hoped that Lan could shed some light on his confusion.
It is not that it is completely impossible, Lan said seriously. There is one way in which the child is able to survive. However, this method is very drastic, and no beast is willing to do it, even if they knew about it. To give birth to a mixed child, the mother needs to fuse her own life essence into the child. She has to feed the child her own life for it to survive. At the same time, the mother is unable to eat anything, as anything she consumes will be poison to the child. Many who have attempted would have died long before the child was born. But your mother was different. Your mother was a sovereign beast. Not only this, she was the one who was considered the holy maiden of the continent. So she had a very strong life essence, and at the same time she had a tenacious will that let her stay alive until the day you were born. She traded her life for yours.
Lan sighed when he said this. What Zhu Wei's mother had done was clearly an emotional thing to do, so he could not help but reveal a look of admiration. It was clear that he understood the feelings that Zhu Wei's mother had, the urge to give one's life for someone else. Zhu Wei was quiet. He had long since given up on feeling the warmth of a mother as she had died when he was born. But now he understood that she had always loved him unconditionally and gave her all for him. Was there really any greater love than this in the world? With this in mind, Zhu Wei's heart became heavy, despite the warmth he felt. To think that the reason he was alive now was because of his mother making the ultimate sacrifice for him. This was something he could not even have imagined before. What does being the holy maiden of the continent imply? Zhu Wei then asked with a frown. Lan had mentioned it before, but he was unaware of what exactly it was.
It is the sovereign beast with the purest bloodline, Lan answered readily. It is the beast that they wish to sacrifice for the sake of mutating every primordial beast elite and council member, so that they can take over the continent once more.
They wanted to sacrifice my mother? Zhu Wei was stunned. Lan sighed.
This is a world where the strong survive. This is how it is. The purity of her bloodline was outstanding, so her lot in the world was to be prey for those selfish members of the council.
Zhu Wei took a moment to ponder what he had been told. So my mother's bloodline was extremely pure, but mine is rather muddled? Although I have managed to unlock the bloodline of the Azure Dragon and managed to get my hands on the inheritage, my bloodline is nothing to brag about. Why would they want me when my uncle is still alive? He is alive, right? Worry suddenly appeared in Zhu Wei's heart. If his uncle died, would he not be all alone in this world?
Zhao Lei is still alive. Don't worry. Lan nodded his head seriously. Although Zhao Lei has a strong bloodline, actually better than the average Azure Dragon, you have something he does not have, Lan said mysteriously while looking at Zhu Wei. Well, I cannot tell you what it is yet, he said with a sigh and shook his head. Also, there is a chance of you becoming a real monster in the future. Who knows what might happen when you travel to the different continents? I look forward to seeing your performance. Also, let me give you some bonus information. You are not the first mixed breed to be born in this world, but you are the only one alive right now.
Zhu Wei widened his eyes in shock. If he was not the first, who was? He suddenly felt a longing to know the fate of others in the same position as him, but he dared not ask. Instead, he came to the most important question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Where is Uncle Lei currently?
Zhao Lei made a deal with the Primordial Beasts' Council of Elders, Lan began explaining, to be allowed 5 years together with you. He had to give up his freedom and be a captive of the Elders for the next 100 years. If he tries to escape, they will let Chu Huayin do what she pleases with both you and your uncle, and she will definitely sacrifice his blood to the Elders.
Where is he held captive? Zhu Wei's eyes flashed dangerously. He knew that he was too weak to charge into the Council of Elders territory to free his uncle as he was right now. But he was not going to let him suffer for 100 years just because they had spent 5 years together. Furthermore, he really needed to know why Zhao Lei had killed his father.
I should have answered enough questions for now,
Lan said, smiled, and then turned to look straight into Zhu Wei's azure eyes.
Do not forget the Thunder Flame Crown. I want it as a token of your appreciation. Now, go rest for today. Tomorrow I will see you off to Heiping Kingdom, and from there I will help you make a trans-dimensional tunnel towards the Demon Phoenix continent. I cannot have you getting lost on the way. As for how you will return to the continent of Chang'an, well, how you do that is something you'll just have to figure out by yourself.
Having said what he wanted to say, Lan clasped his hands behind his back and casually exited the room, leaving Zhu Wei, Lin Zhao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi alone in the room. It was not before now that Zhu Wei saw Lin Zhao's expression of utter disbelief as he stared at him. It was clear as day what he was thinking. It almost seemed as if someone had taken a brush and written, "You are a mix between a human and a sovereign beast," on his forehead. It took some time for Lin Zhao to realize that the other three were staring at him. He coughed slightly before he flushed slightly red.
Well, I guess I made the right decision in following you, he said, coughing again. It is definitely not going to be boring with the three of you around me.
He grinned. Never once did it cross his mind to try and tame Zhu Wei. He had already approved of these three as his friends and as individuals whom he respected, especially Zhu Wei, who had gone so far as to dress up as a woman just to get the answers he needed.
We have until tomorrow to relax and prepare, Zhu Wei finally said. Set your minds at ease. We are going to return to the kingdom of Heiping to pay our respects to my late brother, Ti Haolong. After we have done that, our objective is to paint the entire kingdom red in blood. It is time to get revenge for the time they forced us to flee.
None of the other three had ever met Ti Haolong, but both Bai Tianyi and He Gao had heard about him before. Lin Zhao, however, was completely clueless, so the next long time was spent with Zhu Wei narrating his experiences in the kingdom of Heiping when he was still very young. Although the kingdom of Heiping had ultimately been correct, and that he was indeed somewhat of a beast, he was not going to let them off easily. They had killed his brother, and he was going to let the blood flow freely. Zhu Wei was not some righteous person. He did not care about right or wrong. All he cared about was to protect the ones he was close to. Those who he deemed friends were people he would die protecting, while everyone else could go do whatever they wished for all he cared.
What do you think the Demon Phoenix continent is like?
He Gao asked with longing in his voice. He caused Zhu Wei and the others to pause.
I don't know.
Zhu Wei shook his head.
I hope it is different from here, but from what I could understand from Lan's words, it should be.
Still, strength is all that matters, Bai Tianyi cut in. And our strength can be considered mediocre as we are. Although we are not saints or even sky knights, we do have an earth knight in our midst.
The others nodded their heads in agreement, all eyes turning to Lin Zhao. Zhu Wei stood up and patted his shoulder.
In the future, we will rely on you the most, he said seriously. Lin Zhao grimaced. He was fully aware that these experts, despite being weaker than him on paper, had a lot of aces up their sleeves that he could not easily handle. The rest of the day quickly passed with the four friends discussing what the Demon Phoenix continent would be like. They were all extremely eager to go there. They had never before set foot outside of Chang'an, so it was without a doubt the most exciting journey they were about to embark upon. Although they were forced to leave their continent of birth, they did not feel too much regret. They all knew that they would return one day, stronger than ever before. Chapter 32. Returning to Lingyun Town. Lan appeared in front of the four friends the following morning, as he had said he would. He quickly looked over them and noticed that they were all in peak condition. Nodding his head, he knew that they had spent the night cultivating and relaxing. "Follow me," he said casually, and led them through his mansion. They walked through corridors and halls before reaching the lakeside. Shockingly, Zhu Wei found that the center of the mansion belonging to Prophet Lan was actually a small hut that seemed to be thousands of years old. It was a hut that was worn down and seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. This hut was only large enough to house a single person. "This is?" Zhu Wei asked, puzzled. Why had Lan brought them here? Lan noticed Zhu Wei's expression and smiled sadly. "This is the greatest treasure in the entire universe," he said seriously. Zhu Wei could see multiple emotions swirl in Lan's eyes, and his smile seemed to carry a profound sadness within it. It was clear that this was a treasure to Lan because of the memories it held. The four said nothing, but none of them had disdainful expressions either. They all understood the sentimental value this hut held to Lan, even if they were not aware of the story behind it. Still, the emotions that Lan had for it could be sensed through the air, and all of them felt veneration towards this house that, after the passing of thousands of years, still stood there as a part of his memories. No one knew exactly how long it had stood there. In fact, this hut was more than 15,000 years old. It had seen the rise and fall of empires, the rise and fall of continents, and everything that had happened to this world. Lan did not stop there. He led them down to the water and stepped into the lake that was bordering the hut. "Follow me," he said. The others stepped into the lake without any hesitation. As the water soaked their boots, they felt the coolness wash over them, before they suddenly felt space warp around them. Everything turned black, and when they returned to reality, they stood in another lake. This lake was much smaller than Beijing Lake. The water was much colder, too, and there was no doubt that this was a completely different area. They had teleported. Zhu Wei knew that the strongest of experts were capable of manipulating space itself to teleport from one point to another, but he had never expected that it was possible to bring others along with you. Only now did he realize that Lan was much stronger than he had ever expected. Of all those he had either met or come to know about, he had never encountered anyone as strong as Lan. "Okay, you guys go do your thing. We are very close to Lingyun Town now," Lan said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "You have 1 month. After a month, I will have finished the trans-dimensional tunnel to the Demon Phoenix continent." Zhu Wei nodded his head. "In that case, we will get going now. We will return as soon as we have washed this place with blood," he said with cold eyes. "Where do we go first?" Bai Tianyi asked. He Gao snickered.
"We go to Lingyun Town," he said with certainty. "Back in the day, that was where they ambushed. I am sure that some of their primordial beast hunters will be waiting for us there."
Zhu Wei nodded his head and smiled, but the smile was not a gentle one. It was a smile that was filled with dense killing intent.
Back then, they really forced us into a terrible situation. We were fighting for our lives every day. We were chased through half of the continent, and we were never at peace. Now it is time to return the pain. Now it is time to gain vengeance for Tinalynge, Zhu Wei said. With an overwhelming momentum, he started moving towards Lingyun Town, moving so fast that only afterimages remained where he had stood moments before. Lin Zhao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao could sense his anger and rage that was sparked every time he thought about the past. They hurried after him. Snow was blanketing the ground. The temperature was low and the wind was strong, but these four experts advanced with complete disregard for the weather. It only took them an hour to reach Lingyun Town. The town was as eerily quiet as it had been the last time Zhu Wei had visited it. The entire village was in ruins. Some had already collapsed, the snow falling through the broken roofs and walls into what used to be the homes of people. Some of the walls that had no snow on them had old traces of blood from when Chu Huayin had caused every person in the city to implode with her pressure alone. The city seemed deserted, but Zhu Wei did not believe it was completely without people, as they knew he would return at some point. He spread out his spiritual energy, scanning the surroundings. Exactly as he had predicted, he found traces of life within the house that used to belong to the village head. This was one of the few buildings in the entire village that had not collapsed. Zhu Wei landed on the soft snow and started walking towards it. He had sensed that there were 4 experts within, with all 4 being heavenly warriors. Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Lin Zhao all descended behind him and followed him closely. They did not know what exactly he had in mind. Was he going to straight out execute those 4 heavenly warriors, or did he have something else planned? Zhu Wei knew that this place would not be pleasurable. Frankly, killing these people would only result in negative karma, but he also understood that showing mercy here would likely form a knot in his heart that had the potential to grow into a heart demon that would implicate him severely later down the road. Zhu Wei went to the house and knocked on the door. His entire body was taut, his eyes vigilant.
"Who is it?"
A sour voice came from inside. Zhu Wei did not answer. He just knocked again.
"Damn it! Why is it Daddy's turn to look after this godforsaken town?"
A voice grumbled inside the house, but the voice was coming closer and closer towards the door. Shortly after, the door opened and the face of a man around the age of 30 looked out. His eyes were filled with hostility and arrogance.
"Why are you here?"
he asked sourly. He did not even think of checking out their cultivation bases. In fact, he did not care. He was an illustrious heavenly warrior, the highest rank amongst every cultivator within the Haiping Kingdom. "I have come to settle a score," Zhu Wei said casually, and stepped past the expert into the house. The expert looked perplexedly at him, as if trying to understand what he meant. But although he had never seen this young man before, he was aware that settling a score never was a good thing. So his eyes darkened and his facial expression hardened.
"Young man, don't throw your life away," he warned him sternly. "There are only primordial beast hunters here. All of us are heavenly warriors. It is simply impossible for you to settle a score in this place."
Zhu Wei just snorted and continued deeper into the house. Although it was the town head's house, it was rather small, but it made sense given the scale. Still, there were multiple rooms, and Zhu Wei walked straight towards one of these rooms. He had recognized the face that was resting within. It was one of the primordial beast hunters that had participated in the hunt of him and Tinalynge. He had to die as soon as possible. The killing intent slowly started seeping out from Zhu Wei's body. As a veteran killer, the primordial beast hunter that was in the way instantly sensed it. His face turned rigid, and he summoned his weapon from his storage ring with anxious haste.
"Listen, youngsters, I do not know where you came from, but you can't run wild in the Haiping Kingdom. Why don't we sit down and talk things over?"
The expert that had opened the door asked slowly. He was starting to sense that this group was extraordinary. Since they entered the house until now, the only thing they had said was that they were there to settle some scores, nothing in detail. They did not even respond to the primordial beast hunter who was trying to talk to them.
"Who are you?"
he finally muttered, but no one paid attention to him. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to produce superficial wounds on the bodies of ordinary and earth knights. Not everyone was a monster that could jump realms and injure higher-ranked cultivators. In fact, those who could do this were the very few experts from the continent's center, not some random primordial beast hunters from Haiping Kingdom. Zhu Wei entered into the room where the person was resting. The moment he opened the door, the primordial beast hunter in the room lifted his head, an annoyed expression on his face. Yet the annoyance quickly turned into puzzlement when he saw Zhu Wei, and this puzzlement shifted from excitement to fear in mere moments. At first he had been annoyed about someone bursting into his room. Then he had been puzzled because he had recognized the person, followed by excitement because he realized that it was Zhu Wei, the reason they were here. Unfortunately, he was not dumb. He understood that the fact that Zhu Wei had come here meant that he had the strength to take vengeance. Zhu Wei did not waste any time. His arm transformed into a draconic hand, which shot forward and grasped the head of the primordial beast hunter that he had recognized. This hand clenched slightly, and then the head emitted cracking sounds. In seconds, the skull collapsed. Brain and blood splattered to the ground. The dense scent of blood permeated through the air, dense enough to make one feel nauseous. Zhu Wei did not stop there, however. He turned towards the other primordial beast hunter and reached out with his hand at lightning speed. This time it impaled the other primordial beast hunter's chest. When he withdrew it, he held the still beating heart within his palm. The man who had lost his heart managed to see it being ripped out of his chest before he drew his last breath. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the body collapsed. In only a short while, 2 primordial beast hunters had died. There were another 2 within the house, and when they smelled the blood, they exited their rooms, only to be met with a gruesome sight. Their faces paled. "Kill them," Zhu Wei said casually, and He Gao rushed towards the one who was the furthest away. He had already put on his metal claws. With a casual swipe, he beheaded the expert. The final primordial beast hunter was trembling. He could no longer stand on his legs as they collapsed under him, and he tried to frantically retreat. Unfortunately, Zhu Wei had no intention of letting him go. He held out his hand, and a long beam of qi shot forward. There was no special technique behind this attack, just pure qi, but it still managed to kill the heavenly warrior on the ground. In a moment, all the intruders in Lingyun Town had been killed. Chapter 33. Returning to the capital. Having finished his business in Lingyun Town, Zhu Wei did not stop to take in the scenery and instead stepped into the air and started flying towards the capital. A sky warrior could fly for a short amount of time at a slow speed, but the higher your rank, the better you were at flying. Still, even though Zhu Wei was an ordinary knight and capable of flying through air rather well, the speed with which he flew was far from as fast as when he was transformed. But Zhu Wei did not transform. Lan had given them a full month to sort their issues with the Kingdom of Haiping. With that much time, they could afford to take it easy. Most primordial beast hunters in Haiping Kingdom had residence in the capital of the city. They would only leave when it was time for them to go hunting, and most went hunting once a year or once every second year. A primordial beast's corpse was worth a fortune, even in a place like the Haiping Kingdom. If they successfully hunted a primordial beast, they would earn enough money to live up to 5 years in the capital if they were just slightly frugal with their money. Of course, many of the primordial beast hunters were bad at saving money and were talented at spending all the money they had when they had it, which was why many had to go every second year to go hunting. Zhu Wei knew this, so he did not expect to encounter a lot of beast hunters in the wild. Those who were out hunting were perhaps fortunate to be able to survive after Zhu Wei is done trouncing the country. His plans did not stop at just killing primordial beast hunters. Although he aimed to kill all the primordial beast hunters that had a blood feud with him, he also wanted to kill those who were behind the grudge that had been created back then. Anyone who had taken part in the mission ought to die, including those who had a hand in the whole thing escalating like this, the ones who claimed that Zhu Wei was a primordial beast. If they had not believed Chu Huayan back then, they would never have caused things to grow this much, and Ti Haolong would still have been alive. In fact, Zhu Wei blamed these people just as much as he blamed the primordial beast hunters that served as the weapons that were used to oppress him. While they were not exactly slow, it still took them quite some time to reach the capital of Heiping Kingdom. On their way, no one caused problems for them. Since they could fly as fast as they could, most thought that they were primordial beast hunters, so no one caused problems for them, but withdrew and looked at them with adoration and veneration. Zhu Wei had no intention of taking out his rage on the commoners within the kingdom, but he was aware that his revenge would cause the already troubled Heiping Kingdom to be even more troubled in the future. By getting rid of the majority of their primordial beast hunters, they were bound to have a lot of trouble withstanding the beast hordes in the future. But this was something that the kingdom had brought upon itself in Zhu Wei's eyes. Even if the entire kingdom was left desolate, it was the king's fault when he decided to cause such a scene with him and Ti Haolong. As they arrived at the capital, Zhu Wei did not fly into it. Instead, he hovered right in the air above the city, looking down at it with cold eyes. This city had both an outer and an inner city. The inner city was where most cultivators and even a few diviners were present.
I, Zhu Wei, have returned to Heiping Kingdom to settle scores.
Zhu Wei infused his voice with qi and yelled out. His voice penetrated through the entire city, including the royal palace housing the king and his family. Since the prince and everyone in the inner city heard him, obviously the ones in the outer city heard it too. But the ordinary citizens were confused. Who was Zhu Wei? They had all forgotten as time went by since he had left. Although he had made a dramatic exit back then, it had not mattered much to the common folk.
Zhu Wei, is that not the human name of the Crimson Devil?
A few people in the crowd remembered the name. Some of them looked incredibly fearful, while others were laughing and looking down on Zhu Wei appearing in the air like this. Next to Zhu Wei were Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Lin Zhao. All four of them looked imposing as they hovered in the air above the capital, but no one dared move towards them. Even the proudest primordial beast hunters had holed up in their mansions. These experts were no fools. If Zhu Wei had appeared here and declared his arrival like this, it meant that he was confident in his own strength. A glance at their cultivation bases was enough to make them all shrink their necks and want to appear as invisible as possible. It was simply impossible to determine the cultivation bases of any of these experts that were hovering in the air, meaning that all of them were above the heavenly warrior rank. Fear started creeping into the hearts of every person below. Why had the experts from the palace not come out yet? The commoners started to fear for their lives. But the only thing that met Zhu Wei was silence. No one was willing to step up to attack him. All of them knew that they would be killed right away if they tried. Zhu Wei was here to kill everyone who had participated in the battle against him and Ti Haolong, and he was not going to let any of them go. Seeing that no one came out to meet him, Zhu Wei considered for a moment before he looked at Bai Tianyi.
All of you stay here, he said commandingly. If someone comes out to meet you, then make them wait till I arrive or kill them if they act uncouthly. If someone tries to flee, kill them right away.
Where are you going?
He Gao asked curiously.
Zhu Wei sighed. I am going to the genius camp, he said seriously. It is a place where every young man and woman from the continent are sent to improve their strength and become experts. The leader of that place is the one at fault for the mistake back then. He should never dream of having an easy time. Having said this, Zhu Wei nodded to Bai Tianyi and the others before turning around and flying away. Many were breathing out in relief when they saw he vanished, but moments after, this relief turned to worry as the rest of the experts remained where they were in the air. Some got ready to escape, knowing that they had no option than to let their heads fall on the chopping block once Zhu Wei returns and descends upon them. They should definitely try to flee as fast as they could. While this was happening, Zhu Wei flew towards the Genius Camp. The trip to the Genius Camp was rather short. It was located almost right outside the capital, and looking at it brought memories back to Zhu Wei of the year he had spent there. Many things had happened in the time he had lived there, but it was also the beginning of the disaster that later struck him. He hovered in the air above the camp, looking down on a lot of youngsters who were passing by. Some noticed him and stopped curiously. Soon, a commotion broke out in the camp as all of them curiously looked up at him in the air. Was he a primordial beast hunter who had come to their genius camp for some reason? To be able to hang in the air like that meant he was at least a sky warrior.
"Have the commander of the genius camp come out to see me," Zhu Wei said, his chi-enhanced voice reaching every part of the camp.
The youngsters were shocked. They had never thought of using their chi in this way. The commander had heard the call as well. He exited his tent in a rage and flew into the air. This commander was a heavenly warrior, and as a result, he did not fear anyone in the Heiping Kingdom. He never bothered to check Zhu Wei's cultivation base. When he saw his face, the commander turned pale because he recognized the other right away. But he did not flee. He was still completely certain of his own strength.
"You!"
he called out with a furious voice.
"You beast! How dare you show up here?"
The man did not infuse chi into his voice, but he was yelling out loud, so those close by could still hear him.
"I have come to settle our scores from back then,"
Zhu Wei said casually while looking at the angry man who was pointing at him.
"Crimson Devil, don't think that showing up here means you can win, that I don't have a way to deal with you."
The commander was filled with hatred and anger. He hated beasts to the core, and from the very beginning, he had been certain that Zhu Wei was in fact a beast. Zhu Wei just smiled slightly as he kept hovering in the air. He said nothing, but murderous killing intent started to seep out from his body, and his eyes had turned as cold as ice. The commander was a war veteran. He had been in so many life and death struggles against the beasts that he had lost count, and he could sense the sudden danger that exploded from Zhu Wei. He did not retreat. Instead, he accelerated towards Zhu Wei, still feeling that he was much stronger than this young man. He had lived for much longer, and he was recognized as a genius. He refused to believe that this young man had overtaken him, and frankly, the possibility of that happening had never crossed his mind. Seeing the man rush at him, Zhu Wei did not feel any pleasure. He did not feel excited at the idea of killing him, but the man had to die. Stretching out his arm, he prepared to welcome the charging commander. As they reached each other, a boom sounded out. A shockwave erupted from the place where their hands connected, but the expression on everyone's faces, except Zhu Wei's, twisted. Up in the air, Zhu Wei had stopped him with a single hand that had grasped his fist. A cracking sound came out as the fingers of the hand which had grabbed the fist started to clamp inward. Zhu Wei shook his head. He felt empty right now, even as he was about to begin his revenge. Melancholy struck him, and a part of him started to reflect on everything. Nothing would have happened if he had not used the draconic arms back then. Lan had warned him about it, but he still got caught up in his own excitement and used the transformation like an idiot. Still, that did not free those who were directly involved in Ti Haolong's death of their guilt. After crushing the commander's hand, Zhu Wei had lost all desire to mess with him as he had initially planned. Inner Might Chi sword style. A sword quickly cut through the neck of the commander, separating his head from the rest of the body. It only lasted for a moment.
But the execution was so fast that no one could have seen it coming. The youngsters of the genius camp below grew fearful. Their eyes were filled with dread. Were they going to be slaughtered now? Chapter 34. A Slaughter. Zhu Wei glanced down at every member of the genius camp. He scanned them with disinterest. Executing everyone here would be as simple as killing chickens, but he was not interested in doing so. Although he was here to avenge Tinalynge, he had no intention of venting his rage on civilians or people who had no part in the events of that day. After seeing their commander die such a swift death, the experts that had planned to rush into the air to assist him sobered up and understood that they were not his match. Zhu Wei used his spiritual energy to scan the area. A few people seemed familiar. Some of them had been the loudest voices when he was condemned. Inner might Qi arrow style. Arrows made from Qi appeared on his hands, and with a simple gesture they shot at the experts that were hiding. They were the ones who did not expect Zhu Wei to snuff them out so cleanly, and thus they never managed to even let out a scream before the arrows struck them. The moment the arrows reached their mark, they turned into giant dragons of Qi that roared loudly, releasing their energy and killing the experts on the spot. Their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. They could not handle the overwhelming power imbued into the Qi dragons. After finishing off the people who had taken part in causing Zhu Wei's downfall, Zhu Wei glanced at the rest a second time before he snorted and left, leaving them heaving heavy sighs of relief. It seemed as if they had escaped a great calamity. Zhu Wei returned to the capital after a short flight. When he arrived, he saw his friends who were in the air at the exact same spot they had been when he left. However, he could smell the pungent smell of blood this time. Looking down, he saw that there were quite a few people who had died in their attempts to escape. "Thank you." Zhu Wei knew that these people would never bully the weak like this if not for him, and he felt grateful. Amongst the dead, he had recognized quite a few faces. "I have no intention of executing you all," Zhu Wei announced to the city with a voice enhanced by Qi, making the still and silent place suddenly perk up with hope. "When I was last here, everyone was willing to attack me. Everyone was willing to kill an innocent soul just to get to me, and thus I want all involved in the hunt of me and my friend to die. Everyone make a heavenly oath. Make a heavenly oath that states that you took no part in the chase of me and my brother Tinalynge. Those who survive this oath will be allowed to live. Now take the oath, or I will bathe the city in blood. I will not let even the animals escape this fate." One after another they began swearing the oath. It was mainly the citizens who swore. The higher-ups were not willing to do it. They knew they could not contend with a heavenly oath, and thus they would most likely die. "I will take you on!" someone screamed out loud as he flew into the air. "I do not believe that you can take care of all of us," another yelled, and suddenly everyone with a guilty conscience flew into the air ready to face Zhu Wei and his friends. Around 100 or 200 experts flew up into the air. They glared at Zhu Wei and his companions. "You cannot kill us all," someone sneered. Zhu Wei chuckled. He lifted his hand, and a stream of Qi spiraled around his arm like a big azure dragon. Zhu Wei looked at the masses, contemplating how to deal with them all. He would have a hard time killing them off if they scattered about in every direction. But they, fortunately for him, did not seem to be planning to do so. They were a lot of experts against only 4. Even if their cultivation bases were lower than Zhu Wei and his friends, the sheer amount of experts on their side gave them courage. Zhu Wei was relieved. He did not believe that they could actually pose any threat to him, but he did know that he would be helpless if they decided to flee. Since they had no intention of fleeing, then he had a chance to execute them all. "Gao, take care of anyone who flees. Zhu Wei ordered, and He Gao nodded his head, taking the task very solemnly. Zhao, I doubt you are willing to participate in the slaughter of common folk. Although they have bad blood with me, they have done nothing wrong to you. Having you kill them might just give you a heart demon. Tianyi, you support Gao in hunting the ones that flee. I doubt you can even get a heart demon, so don't hold back. Bai Tianyi smiled wryly. It was true that he could not get a heart demon, but he had never thought that Zhu Wei could have guessed this. The truth was that the only ones who had experienced the torment of that dreadful chase was Zhu Wei and He Gao. If they did not vent the frustrations in their hearts when given the chance, it was possible that they would end up with a heart demon. But these were all heavenly warriors. Killing them should be simple. Someone like Bai Tianyi, who had been at the apex of the world, regarded heavenly warriors as ants. To actually entertain the idea of letting them flee was something he had never once considered. This was the arrogance that came with having been at the very peak of the world. Zhu Wei had become unbelievably strong compared to his past self. He had climbed to where he was by walking on a mountain of corpses, through a river of blood. He had fought in an untold number of life and death situations. He was prideful, but he was not arrogant. He knew his own ability, and that he could not properly put an end to this feud should they start fleeing. He could kill them one at a time, or he could transform into an azure dragon and straight out chomp down on them one after the other, maybe even take a few at a time now that his awakened bloodline had increased his other form's size. Zhu Wei's eyes suddenly brightened. Since he had awakened his bloodline, this also meant that he had awakened his innate abilities. One of those abilities was to create a Chi Azure Dragon, a copy of himself, that would have the exact same strength as himself for a period of time. Naturally, it came with a heavy price. The price to summon a Chi Azure Dragon was that he would use basically half of his total Chi, and it would permanently cost him a layer of cultivation afterwards. This layer would not be returned to him. He would have to cultivate it back up the same way he had done previously. There were two kinds of Chi Azure Dragons. One was the regular Chi Azure Dragon, and the other was a devouring Chi Azure Dragon. The regular Chi Azure Dragon was able to last for the time it took to eat a meal, while the devouring Azure Dragon only lasted for as long as it took to brew a cup of tea. The devouring Chi Azure Dragon was capable of absorbing the cultivation base of the ones it consumed and directly deliver that to its controller. Although the devouring Chi Azure Dragon could run rampant for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it was susceptible to group fire. So while it could absorb a lot, but the risks were also similarly heavy. Zhu Wei decided to summon the devouring Chi Azure Dragon. Chi flowed out of his body like a whirlpool in front of him, swiftly manifesting into the shape of a 100-meter-long dragon. It was abnormally detailed. The scales on the body glistened in the sunshine, and the teeth were so razor-sharp that the crowd below felt a chill down their spine. The eyes of this azure dragon were not devoid of life. They were actually filled with battle intent. It seemed as if it had an intelligence of its own. Only Zhu Wei knew that the azure dragon spirit from his Danshin had entered this devouring Chi azure dragon and was controlling it. "Go, my devouring dragon," Zhu Wei muttered with a strange smile on his face. The many experts were observing the scene with great fear in their hearts. They knew he was doing something, but they could not figure out who the attack was aimed at. The dragon's long body was coiled around Zhu Wei. Its large head suddenly faced the skies and released a thundering roar that made every single person in the city feel tremors running through their bodies. The humans in the capital had a hard time withstanding this strength. Some of them spat blood. Some were thrown backward from the shock wave. All the faces of the heavenly warriors in the sky were ugly. "Everyone, gather together! Send your strongest attack at that dragon!" The king was the first to speak. Although he had not wanted to take part in this, he knew he had no choice, since it had ultimately been his choice to use Ti Haolong as bait to lure Zhu Wei out. If he had taken the oath, he would have died on the spot, so fighting for his life was his only option. Since he had reached the point where he was fighting for his life, he stood in the middle of the entire group. Many had thought of protecting him, as he was, after all, the kingdom's king. There were even some death-sworn that had sought to avoid this confrontation, who had flown into the air to protect their king. As soon as the roar had been released, the Azure Dragon and Zhu Wei made their moves. They attacked from one side each. The dragon chomped down on one expert after another. The moment its victims entered its mouth, strings of azure chi dragons entered their body and consumed their cultivation bases before they simply imploded into a bloody mist from the inside out, leaving not even an intact corpse behind. On the other side, Zhu Wei had used Inner Might Chi sword style. He used the Chi sword with a flourish. Zhu Wei was much faster than the heavenly warriors in aerial combat. Every flourish of his sword took off their heads from their necks with the same effort it took him to breathe, and with his speed, no one could escape from him. Within a mere 5 minutes, more than half of the experts had been either fed to the dragon or executed by Zhu Wei. Even though his cultivation base had dropped a layer to the 6th level of the ordinary knight rank, it did not change that fact that he was dominant in every imaginable way against them. Zhu Wei looked at his devouring Chi azure dragon. It had lost quite a bit of its strength, but it was still fighting on. In its stomach was the azure dragon spirit that had consumed the cultivation bases of around 90 heavenly warriors. When it returns to Zhu Wei's body at some point, those would serve as nourishment for Zhu Wei's cultivation base. Still, it was limited what the cultivation bases of heavenly warriors could do for him, even if there were this many. Looking at the remaining 30 experts, Zhu Wei could see the undisguised fear in their eyes. It had merely taken 5 minutes, but more than 100 experts had been wiped out in that time. This was not a fight. This was a direct slaughter. Chapter 35. Rest in peace. The king was still alive, together with around 10 of his death-sworn. All their faces were ugly as Zhu Wei reached out his hand and beckoned the devouring Chi azure dragon to return to him. As soon as it came back to him, he dispersed it and took the azure dragon spirit back into his dantian once more. He felt invigorated, filled to the brim with energy. Although he knew that this energy did not belong to him yet, he could feel it pulsating within his body, waiting for him to refine it. The remaining experts posed no threat to him. Even if they were to flee, he could catch them all with the aid of Bai Tianyi and He Gao. So far, no one had tried to flee, but it was not because they were not scared. It was because the massacre in front of them had happened so fast that they had been incapable of processing it, and thus they ended up becoming severely shocked and scared when Zhu Wei's rampage came to a halt. Panic grew in their hearts, and quickly many of them turned tail and ran, but He Gao and Bai Tianyi caught up to their meager dregs one after another and executed them easily before they could get anywhere. The Deathsworn did not flee. They were surrounding the king and had their weapons drawn. Zhu Wei looked at them and pondered. These Deathsworn had nothing to do with Ti Haolong's death, so allowing them to live should not be a problem. If he killed every single heavenly warrior in the Heiping Kingdom, it would be quite problematic for them in the future. Although he did not care about the Heiping Kingdom, he cared about a few people who lived there. Amongst these were Lu Jiru, Shen Mu, and Manager Su. Zhu Wei wanted his revenge, but it did not sit well with him to do something that dirty. "Why don't you order your Deathsworn to stand down?" Zhu Wei finally decided to speak to the king, stunning him and making him tremble with fear. "The Deathsworn had nothing to do with Ti Haolong's death, and since your son will become the next king, don't you think that it would be better to let them work for him, rather than killing them now for nothing?" Zhu Wei tried to reason with the king. He truly felt that this was for the better. However, when he saw the ugly expression on the king's face, he knew that his words fell to deaf ears.
"Deathsworn, attack him and cover for me as I flee!" he yelled out.
The Deathsworn had sworn to follow their king's order regardless of content, and thus they rushed at Zhu Wei despite knowing full well that death was waiting at the end of that road. The king had forgotten everything about Bai Tianyi and He Gao. These two were like wolves waiting to pounce at any person who tried to weasel their way out, which meant that even if the Deathsworn threw themselves at Zhu Wei, they had no way of actually creating an opening for him. Without thinking about this, the king turned and ran. He ran as fast as he could, but how could his speed possibly rival that of He Gao? In less than a second, his head had been separated from his body, and he collapsed, plummeting from the skies. Zhu Wei looked at the two surviving Deathsworn who were staring at their dead ruler with dim eyes. Zhu Wei did not press the attack.
"Stop the battle now," he said. "There will be a new king soon, and he will be in need of new Deathsworn. If you wish to be free men and no longer Deathsworn, then why don't you become Primordial Beast Hunters? This is a profession that the kingdom of Heiping truly needs now."
Hearing that Zhu Wei was being considerate, the two Deathsworn did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The reason the Heiping kingdom needed Primordial Beast Hunters, was it not because of Zhu Wei and his massacre? Still, the two Deathsworn had lost their master and nodded their heads. They had followed their master's every order until the end, and now that he was dead, they had regained their freedom. As to what they choose to do in the future, it had nothing to do with Zhu Wei.
"We will not thank you," one of the Deathsworn said silently as he looked at Zhu Wei. "We have lost all our brothers to your attacks. Even our master died at your friend's hands. This is something that we cannot easily overlook. But considering that you are letting us keep our lives, it is only fair that we make sure that their legacy is upheld, that the widows and fatherless children will be looked after now that their men and fathers will never return."
Zhu Wei nodded his head.
"I know. Tell them all that if they ever wish to seek vengeance, then I will always be waiting for them. Just as I was entitled to my revenge for my brother, they too have the right to seek revenge for their parents and lovers."
The Deathsworn were shocked when they heard this, but they quickly nodded their heads.
"We will tell them that they died because they killed Ti Haolong, the brother of the Crimson Devil, a ferocious primordial beast that rose to prominence in the kingdom of Heiping. I am sure that one day they will find you if they truly wish to do so."
"They will have to work hard, or else they will just be throwing away their lives,"
Zhu Wei added. The two Deathsworn agreed. They too had forgotten every idea of revenge for their brothers and their master. They simply did not have the strength to take revenge, and it seemed Zhu Wei's meteoric rise was only now beginning. The children would have even less of a chance, considering that they were all much younger and that they hailed from the Heiping kingdom. To overcome the heavenly warrior rank, one needed much more luck and resources. A backwater kingdom might be able to once in a millennium produce an ordinary knight, but that was usually the limit. Zhu Wei had been able to break through it because of many factors. One of them was because of no lack of resources. He had been poor at the beginning, but slowly he had built up a wealth and stockpile of resources that could be used whenever he needed it. He also had the ability to make inscriptions, and he could create pills. Although he was still not at a level where he could make rainbow pills, the ones he could make could assist him slightly. But all of this was aided by luck. Had he not stopped by the Black Iron Fortress, he would not have been given the mission to get the 7-star Night Flower, and then stumbled upon the legacy of the Moon Prince. If he had not gone further and further towards the center of the continent, he would not have had the opportunity to cultivate in an environment with a much denser heaven and earth essence, which had made it easier for him to break through. He even had the luck of getting lost in a forest and finding Bai Tianyi. However, you win some, you lose some. He had luck, but he was equally unlucky. He was currently the continent's most wanted person. Both men and beasts had a thing against him. He had no peace of mind anywhere. But although luck had given him many chances, the reason that he had succeeded was due to his hard work and determination. He was a very determined man. In fact, it was borderline stubbornness. He was not willing to give up on anything. He would continue until he mastered it completely. But few would have the same experiences as Zhu Wei, so chasing after him might be a suicidal idea, especially since he had a high natural talent because of the azure dragon blood that flowed in his veins. Shaking his head, he did not think more about it. He gestured for the surviving 2 death-sworn to leave, and then regrouped with He Gao, Lin Zhao, and Bai Tianyi. "Lan gave us a month," he said seriously, while contemplating what to do. He had already finished what he wished to do.
"Do you want to visit those 2 friends of yours?"
He Gao asked.
"What was their names again? Lu Jiru and Shen Mu, I think?"
"I do want to meet them," Zhu Wei nodded, but then a complicated light shone in his eyes. "But I cannot."
"Why not?"
"It is really quite simple," Bai Tianyi explained. "He just killed a majority of the primordial beast hunters in the entire kingdom, alongside the king. If he were to visit them, would it not be the same as telling the world that they are traitors?" "Not to mention that they might not want to see me anymore," Zhu Wei added. "I was a normal human when I knew them, but now the truth ironically shows that I am indeed a beast, if only partly. But that part of me is what they hate." He Gao sighed. It was truly a shame that all it took to divide them was the fact that he was partly azure dragon. "Let us just return to Lan," Zhu Wei finally decided. "We can also learn by watching how he makes a trans-dimensional tunnel." The others had nothing to say. They had no ties to the Heiping kingdom, so for them it did not matter where they went. He Gao could not return to his family either. He was unaware of the fact that Chu Huayin had visited his family and informed them that he was on a special mission. With one last glance at the capital of the kingdom of Heiping, Zhu Wei turned around. He was momentarily blinded by the sharp sunshine of the setting sun. The clouds were painted red from the setting sun, and the pungent smell of blood was still heavy in the air. The ground beneath them was littered with corpses. No one had bothered scavenging for any storage treasures or other treasures. They were not here to rob them. This was an act of vengeance. Any wealth they would earn from it would feel dirty. Eventually, the citizens would rush out to rummage through their clothes to get a bit of their wealth. It might even erupt into fighting, but Zhu Wei simply did not care. With this bloody scene imprinted in his mind, a deep sigh escaped Zhu Wei's lips. He suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "My dear brother, how long? Do you see now? I got rid of the ones who caused your death," he muttered to the air. He was aware that this bloody scene was something that Ti Haolong had not wished for. He might even have been against such a devastating way of getting revenge. But Zhu Wei had to act according to his beliefs. He could not bring himself to let anyone who had had something to do with Ti Haolong's death go unpunished. "This is over," he said to himself, as he started flying towards the direction where Lan was waiting for them. "All ties between myself and the Heiping kingdom have been cut. In the future, I will no longer find fault with them unless they once more cause problems for me. I hope that they will be able to survive in their own way." Lin Zhao and the 2 others could see that Zhu Wei was deep in thought. It was clear that he was thinking about what had happened in the past, alongside the sudden lightheadedness he now felt, and the feeling of being free of all burdens. This was an experience he had never experienced before, so he was trying hard to grasp it. Eventually, Zhu Wei smiled. "I will let my name resound throughout the entire world, and one day I will end the war between humans and beasts here on this continent. I will make it so that no more people will suffer a fate like yours, brother. This will be your everlasting legacy," Zhu Wei said to nothing in particular. but in his mind he saw the once familiar figure of Ti Haolong smiling at him. Chapter 36. Blue Phoenix Carriage.
Oh, you finished already?
Lon sat on a reclining chair in the middle of the snow-covered landscape. He seemed as if he was enjoying himself greatly. His face had been looking up at the clouded sky all this time. His lips were curled into a slight smile, which grew in size when he spotted them in the distance.
Revenge does not always take a long time, Zhu Wei said honestly. I am from the kingdom of Heiping, but it is for the best that I do not meet my old acquaintances after killing so many of their kingdom's most important people.
So you have a bit of reason left within you, Lon praised while nodding his head. Well, in that case I will create a trans-dimensional tunnel for you, he said, and stood up in an elegant fashion. Lon was, as always, wearing white clothes with blue embroideries of a snake with 4 wings, a Mingxi. Mingxis were known as treasure hoarders, and the Mingxi on Lon's clothes was embroidered with blue thread. As to whether or not this meant that Lon had something in common with the beast, since he too seemed to enjoy hoarding treasure, or if there was another reason, Zhu Wei did not know. But he realized that all the clothes the prophet had worn so far had had this 4-winged snake as a pattern. Lon seemed to notice his glance, but he said nothing and just smiled.
So, how is a trans-dimensional tunnel made? Zhu Wei asked curiously.
As far as he was aware, he and the others were not going to leave the dimension they were in, so how could it be called a trans-dimensional tunnel?
This tunnel is similar to the one used when leaving this world,
Lon said seriously. For once the smile on his lips had vanished.
If I were to make a normal space tunnel towards the Demon Phoenix continent, it would take you at least a year or 2 to arrive. But the trans-dimensional tunnel can expedite that down to only a few months. The reason it is so much faster is that you will actually be leaving our dimension and traveling through the void. This is extremely fast, but it is also quite dangerous,
Lon continued.
Dangerous?
Zhu Wei frowned. Why had he not mentioned this before?
Well, I did mention the spatial storms, right?
Lon asked. Zhu Wei had a pondering look on his face. It did sound somewhat familiar.
Anyway, if you have not heard about it before, then let me explain it now. Spatial storms are dreadful because they consist of heavenly tribulation lightning. It is impossible to survive if you get blindsided by one, but it is quite rare to encounter a spatial storm, so hope for the best.
Maybe we should take a spatial tunnel instead?
Zhu Wei asked with a little vexation. He did not like the idea of hinging his chances of surviving the trip on luck. Certain death was something he was not a big fan of.
They can appear in spatial tunnels too,
Lon grinned.
But don't worry. The storms move very slowly, so even if you see one, you should be fine as long as you don't get caught. You should be able to outrun it.
Zhu Wei thought through the pros and cons and finally nodded his head with gritted teeth.
I cannot make a decision for the others, as this is a question of life and death, he began. But I understand that with rewards come certain risks. If I want to get to the Demon Phoenix continent faster, then I ought to take said risk and hope to not encounter any spatial storms.
I am with you,
Heigao said casually. He would follow Zhu Wei anywhere, as he was his most trusted friend.
I am also going,
Bai Tianyi said with a slight smile on his face. Even if he encountered heavenly tribulation, he would not die. Lin Zhao was the one who was quiet for the longest time. But then he spread out his arms in defeat.
Life has been boring for me, he said smilingly. So I might as well risk my life and go to another continent. If I don't make it, then I can only blame my bad luck. But if I make it, then I will be able to experience a whole new world. That will be so exciting. So I am going with you too.
So, 4 people are going through the tunnel, Lon summarized and smiled with a nod of his head. That will require a rather large tunnel. I guess I should lend you one of my treasures, he said. And suddenly a small miniature carriage appeared in his hand. It looked like a toy carriage and was only around 10 centimeters high and long. The carriage did not have anything pulling it. It was made from gold and looked incredibly exquisite. 4 blue phoenixes decorated its 4 walls. I stole this before I left home, Lon said with a snicker. Actually, I stole many treasures from my father before I left home, but he never bothered coming to pick them up again. Now I will lend you this carriage. It is called the Blue Phoenix Carriage. Zhu Wei looked at the carriage curiously. What could a toy carriage like that even do? But the moment it left Lon's hand, it expanded until it was a full 5 meters long and 2.5 meters tall. The carriage was massive. You can ride this, Lon said smilingly. Before you leave the trans-dimensional tunnel, just send it back, and it will return to me naturally. Zhu Wei felt great gratitude towards Lon for taking out such a marvelous treasure to make their travels much smoother. Don't mind it, he said when he saw Zhu Wei was about to thank him. Just get me the Thunder Flame Crown. I don't want anything else. Lon grinned. Zhu Wei suddenly had the feeling that this crown would be much harder to get than his initial estimations. If it was easy to get, Lon would not constantly remind him about it. He also would not be as helpful as he was. Zhu Wei grit his teeth, feeling that he had been cheated by Lon. Was it even possible to get the Thunder Flame Crown? Still, he was not going to mention it out loud. He had already agreed, and even if Lon had tricked him, he had his pride. He was going to do everything in his power to retrieve the Thunder Flame Crown for Lon. When you are inside the Blue Phoenix carriage, you will be safe from basically everything apart from a spatial storm. As soon as the carriage senses a spatial storm close by, it will change course and find a different path through the tunnel. Zhu Wei nodded his head. This was truly a great boon.
In that case, I will see you when we return to the Chang'an continent, was Zhu Wei's note of departure.
But Lon just smiled mysteriously.
We might see each other before then, he said and laughed. I might come visit you at some point to see how it is going with the Thunder Flame Crown.
Zhu Wei could feel a headache coming his way. Lon was truly outrageous. There was no way that he could not get the Thunder Flame Crown if he wanted to do it himself, but he clearly did not want to, and instead sent Zhu Wei to do it for him.
Oh, right. Lon suddenly looked at Zhu Wei. I almost forgot. If you can, get close to the Vermilion Bird clan. They are at the Demon Phoenix continent, and they have something that can prove to be very beneficial to you.
The Vermilion Bird clan? Zhu Wei was surprised. I am an Azure Dragon. What exactly does the Vermilion Bird clan have that could be of use to me?
Lon smiled mysteriously but said nothing. It was clear that he did not want to tell the young man just yet.
Get ready to go now, Lon grinned. Also, remember, your mother was the holy maiden of all beasts. There was a reason for this. You definitely have to visit the Vermilion Bird clan. Also,
Take this. Lan tossed a ring to Zhu Wei, who caught it out of the air. When he saw it, he recognized it right away. He was stunned. This was the heritage ring that his uncle had given him. Why did Lan have this? Unfortunately, he had no time to ask before Lan repeated, "Vermilion Bird Clan," and then turned around, clearly not willing to talk any longer. Zhu Wei was extremely puzzled, but seeing how Lan had offhandedly given him the heritage ring and that he had kept reminding him quite a few times about the Vermilion Bird Clan, he could only nod his head. He had no idea what he was supposed to do in the Vermilion Bird Clan, but hopefully he would find an answer when he got there. "Thank you," Zhu Wei said to Lan, who just raised his hand and waved dismissively. "Well then, one thing at a time," Zhu Wei said with a sigh. "Let us first get through this trans-dimensional tunnel and survive. Then we'll find the Thunder Flame Crown, and while we're at it, we'll find the Vermilion Bird Clan." "Seems like we have a lot of exciting adventures in front of us." Lin Zhao grinned when he heard Zhu Wei sum up their plans, and even He Gao and Bai Tianyi gave excited looks. "Ever since I split the world into continents, I have not been away from the continent of Chang'an," Bai Tianyi complained slightly. "I am excited to see how the other continents have developed throughout the many years." Having said this, the group of four stepped up the small ladders into the carriage. All of them were shocked when they saw the luxurious interior. The four sides of the carriage had 4 benches, big enough for one to lay on them and sleep comfortably. Fierce and primordial beast furs were laying all over the benches, and cushions made from the finest silks were also placed everywhere. The only thing that was lacking for this to be the most extravagant ride was refreshments. But considering that it was a carriage that grew in size, it made sense that there were no such things. They each took one of the benches and sat down. Lin Zhao began cultivating. Bai Tianyi also began cultivating, but he quickly stopped as the carriage entered into the transdimensional tunnel. There was no such thing as soul power within this tunnel. There was only heaven and earth essence here, and it was even denser than the essence in the center of the Chang'an continent. This could perhaps very literally be called heaven for chi cultivators. Zhu Wei pondered for a moment before he looked at He Gao. "So far we have mutated your bloodline once," he said. "We are going to mutate it one more time, but we needed somewhere safe to do it all this time. I don't think that we will find any place safer than here. Although there is a chance we might run into a spatial storm, the truth is that the carriage will try to avoid it on its own. We should be fine so long as we are inside." He Gao's eyes shone in excitement. He had been the weakest of their group for a long time, but it was likely that he would jump in cultivation base and once more become a reliable support for his friends with that second mutation. Zhu Wei and He Gao each cut a long wound on their arms. The blood from Zhu Wei's arm dropped into the wound on He Gao's arm and mixed with the blood within. A sizzling sound could be heard as the blood mixed. He Gao suddenly started grimacing in pain. Sweat poured out from his forehead, and he was clenching his teeth so hard that Zhu Wei feared that they would shatter. His eyes bulged, his body trembled, and he collapsed on the ground, his entire body spasming. "Seems like the second mutation is much more perilous," Zhu Wei said with worry. It was definitely different from last time, but he was not too worried. He was certain that He Gao could make it through, and what waited at the end was a much greater and more fearsome version of him. All the heaven and earth essence in the surrounding tunnel was drawn to He Gao. It poured into him like a maelstrom, and his body was greedily absorbing it all. He kept panting in pain and sometimes released a groan. Zhu Wei, Lin Zhao, and Bai Tianyi were all observing the changes in He Gao with rapt attention. They were clearly worried that something might go wrong. Chapter 37. Mutation. He Gao was fighting with the pain that was wreaking havoc in his body. He was not losing his consciousness, but the pain was so severe that it made him wish that he could slip into unconsciousness or even die. Still, he understood that his strength would skyrocket if he managed to persevere through this. He could feel it rising as things were right now. Zhu Wei and Lin Zhao could not cultivate, as all the heaven and earth essence in the carriage was being greedily absorbed by He Gao. At first they were watching over him, fearful that something would go wrong. But after a day, they understood that they could do nothing about it. Zhu Wei sat back on his bench and found all the many different martial art techniques that he had gotten in the auction back in Golden Crow City. There were a full 29 techniques in front of him. Most of them were superior ranked, and there were also a few profound martial art techniques. A few of them were sword techniques. Some relied on the physical body, and some used spiritual energy. Zhu Wei sorted them all out, while sometimes glancing at the pain-riddled He Gao to ensure that he was still alive. First, he sorted the abilities after their type. One stack consisted of the ones that require spiritual energy, the other of the ones that require qi. After having split them into these two groups, he further split the qi techniques into another two, depending on whether they required a weapon or not. After this, he was surrounded by 3 stacks of martial art techniques. He quickly placed the qi techniques into his storage ring and focused on the spiritual energy techniques. The first book he picked up was about a superior skill called mind vision. It was a non-combat ability, but it had great uses. It allowed the user to see through the eyes of their targets, without the target being able to sense it. He quickly started practicing this ability with Bai Tianyi as his target. The reason he chose Tianyi was very simple. He was the best at using spiritual energy among them, so once he manages to use it without Tianyi noticing, then it would have been perfected. Lin Zhao kept watching He Gao closely while talking with Bai Tianyi. They could not cultivate, and they had no skills to practice, so they engaged in casual banter.
So, you were a genius only seen once in a millennium. What is so special about you? Bai Tianyi asked in a slightly rude way, but Lin Zhao did not seem upset about it.
I can determine whether or not a person is a human or a beast with a single glance, Lin Zhao said with some pride. Bai Tianyi looked at him with praise in his eyes.
That must be very convenient.
He could not help but state in praise. Lin Zhao grinned at him.
At the same time, I also have cultivation talent that is almost second to none, Lin Zhao continued smugly. I was supposed to be in the army by now, but because of my outstanding performance and value, the temple would not let me go and got a permission to keep me away. I had looked forward to leaving that stale old temple and seeing the world for once, but I got nothing but old men telling me to train hard. I couldn't bear living like that for the rest of my life. I had no choice but to escape.
Bai Tianyi could see some desperation in Lin Zhao's eyes, as if his old lifestyle had been dreadfully oppressive to him.
Well, I am sure you will experience quite a thrilling life following us around.
Bai Tianyi was not sure of what else to say.
Lin Zhao nodded his head. I have no doubt about that, he said decisively.
Like this, time passed by. He Gao's groans of pain were growing less frequent. He stopped trembling as much, and at some point he managed to prop himself up and sit with his legs crossed. Although the pain was still wreaking havoc in his body, he had now managed to control it. Last time he underwent a mutation, his body had changed and evolved, but now every cell in his body was mutating. He would no longer be a celestial dog once his mutation ends. He would be a completely new race. Zhu Wei glanced at him from time to time, but most of his focus was on learning mind vision, which he slowly mastered. At the start, Bai Tianyi could clearly sense every time Zhu Wei cast the ability. But as time went on, he had to actively search his mind to see whether or not his friend had started tapping his vision. And eventually, he could not even sense this. On the third day, Zhu Wei smiled happily as he had finally mastered the mind vision to the very limit. At the same time, He Gao spat out a mouthful of foul air and slowly opened his eyes, which were glowing golden. His hair was still black, but there was a dark purple shine to it. His body seemed much stronger than it had been before, the muscles bulging under his clothes. "Are you okay now?" Zhu Wei asked curiously and with some concern. "It seemed to be a rather tough mutation compared to last."
"It was painful,"
He Gao instantly wheezed. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if his throat had dried up.
"I have never experienced a pain like this before, but everything about my body has been changed. I cannot wait to see what my original shape has changed to, but I can't very well try it out in here considering the sheer size. I can feel my entire body bursting with energy. In the future, I will no longer hold you back."
He grinned as he looked himself over.
"I am now at the 9th layer of the Earth Knight rank with my physical strength, and my chi level has risen all the way to the 4th layer of the Earth Knight realm."
Zhu Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. He Gao's advance was even better than when he had his bloodline awakened the first time around. It was clear how frightening the blood awakening had been this time. He Gao was ecstatic. He had been the weakest in their group for quite some time, but now he was once more a reliable fighter. His innate talent had also improved drastically now that he had mutated again. It was likely that he would never fall far behind in the future in terms of cultivation alone. Zhu Wei looked at He Gao and nodded his head. It made sense that he had benefited greatly after undergoing such a painful procedure. He did not envy He Gao. Rather, he was very happy for his friend, and felt that he deserved it after struggling for so long. Zhu Wei looked at his hand and glanced at the heritage ring adorning his finger. He had not activated it since he had gotten it back. He was not sure if he should. This was a present from Zhao Lei, and it was clearly not a simple treasure. It was definitely very valuable, but he was still unsure of whether or not he should use it to raise his strength. His emotions towards his uncle were still incredibly complex. "That is the heritage ring?" Bai Tianyi noticed his complex glance and saw what he was looking at. He quickly guessed Zhu Wei's emotions. "It will be a shame not using the ring," he voiced his thoughts. "The techniques within the heritage ring are definitely the cream of the crop. They will make you much stronger and make our survivability much better." Zhu Wei understood what Bai Tianyi meant. Even if he felt complex emotions towards his uncle, he still understood that said uncle cared deeply for him. He sighed. He could not completely control his emotions, but he understood what Bai Tianyi meant. If he could raise his strength, even if just a little, then he should do so. They were about to encounter a new continent, a place they had no idea about, and thus their only option was to prepare brute strength, becoming as strong as possible, that is, as their final card. Nodding his head, he decided it was time to put his emotions aside. Zhu Wei poured his qi into the ring. He was not sure what exactly to expect when he poured the qi into his ring. It had been a long time since he last used the heritage ring, so a lot of skills could appear at once. Unfortunately, the skills suited for the earlier ranks were locked, because he had exceeded them already, and as a result he could only unlock the skills available to the ordinary knight rank. Still, they were not weak. 4 abilities appeared in front of him in the form of 4 different complex patterns that hovered in the air before they shot into his mind. Of these abilities, the first 2 were Qi martial art techniques, and the other 2 spiritual energy skills. All of them appeared to be profound techniques, too. The first ability was called the Sky's Judgment, and created lightning bolts from Qi. Imitating the heavenly tribulation lightning, it struck 9 times, each time stronger than the last. Sky's judgment was a powerful martial art technique that required the user to constantly channel chi into the art before being able to fully unleash the might of the 9 lightning strikes. The second ability was Chi Flame Strike. This technique made one's chi imitate flames and shoot from the ground while hurting anyone you wish to hurt in your surroundings. The drain of chi while using this skill was immense, but the results were equally destructive. It was rare to find an ability that could hit more than one person at a time, so these techniques were safely guarded by those who owned them. It was something Zhu Wei would not have found if not for the heritage ring. The third ability used spiritual energy and was called Psychic Wrath. It was a direct attack, allowing one to materialize spiritual energy as a seal in one's hand. Similar to normal chi attacks, physical contact was required to land it. Psychic Wrath was also rather spectacular because of its ability to manifest spiritual energy outside of the body and create a seal from it. Usually, spiritual energy was used to infiltrate another's mind, so to be able to do this, it was without a doubt a great feat. The final ability was called Deadly Whispers. What this ability did was cause the target to suddenly succumb to their worries, which echoed in their mind as though someone was incessantly whispering it into their ears, seeking to corrode their mind. Zhu Wei was especially very keen on Deadly Whispers, as he would be able to use this ability on multiple targets to lower their abilities during a battle. Even if they were able to endure for some time, it would be impossible to not be affected by it. These 4 skills made his head hurt as they embedded themselves in his mind. The others did not speak to him meanwhile. They all understood that he had to digest and understand the techniques before they could converse with him again, lest they disturb his learning. Zhu Wei sat with his legs crossed and tried to slowly comprehend his new abilities. Lin Zhao and He Gao were patiently waiting for him to finish, but Bai Tianyi was on the other hand especially impatient. He had seen the quick overview of the abilities and noticed that 2 of them were spiritual energy attacks. He wanted to learn about them, and if possible, he wanted to inherit them as well. Chapter 38. Where is this? It took Zhu Wei a few hours to fully comprehend the newest techniques that he had acquired from the heritage ring. The technique had been embedded into his mind, giving him an initial understanding of them. That would make it easier to begin his training. It was unfortunately not possible to train his newfound abilities within the carriage. They were quite destructive, and he could not help but shiver when he thought about Lan's face if he ended up injuring the treasure that the latter had stolen from his dad. It seemed that his only possibility would be to train mind vision. Whether it was Psychic Wrath or Deadly Whispers, it was a bad idea to train them here, as his friends were the only ones around that he could use them on. While Deadly Whispers would not truly harm them, it was not pleasant either. The moment Zhu Wei opened his eyes, he found that the other 3 were looking intently at him. He was perplexed. "Is there anything on my face?" he asked with confusion, trying to interpret their expressions. No, we are just curious about your new techniques, Bai Tianyi said, grinning. Lin Zhao was curious about his chi techniques, as they were beneficial to him, and Bai Tianyi was very curious about the spiritual energy techniques, as they could raise his strength. Neither of them wanted to be the first to bring it up. Both of them just looked at him with puppy eyes, hoping that he understood it himself. And luckily for them, he did. Zhu Wei started laughing when he understood their expression and what it meant. "So it is like that," he grinned, and then nodded his head. "You are my comrades," he continued seriously and stood up. He moved towards the 3 that had huddled up together on one bench to watch him and wait for him to finish his comprehension until now. He stood before the 3, reached out his hand, and flicked their foreheads. Although the flick was quite strong, he was perfectly well aware that the pain it brought to them would be minute and almost negligible. As my comrades and friends, all my techniques are yours as well. Just say the word and I will make a jade slip for you with the techniques imprinted in it. Having said this, he retrieved 2 empty jade slips from his storage ring and sat down next to them. He cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and placed the jade slip on his forehead. He found all the information he had about the sky's judgment and Chi flame strike and added them to the jade slip. He went through his mind a couple of times to make sure that the techniques were completely engraved into the jade slip before he slowly took the jade slip from his forehead and opened his eyes. Here, this contains 2 profound Chi martial arts techniques, Zhu Wei said as he handed it to Lin Zhao. Before even giving Lin Zhao the time to say thank you, he closed his eyes again and did the same with psychic wrath and deadly whispers. This time he handed the finished jade slip over to Bai Tianyi. The 2 who got the jade slips were ecstatic. Bai Tianyi already had some spiritual energy techniques, but not enough. He had been cultivating both spiritual energy and Qi when he was an apex expert. But he specialized in Qi, which is why his arsenal of spiritual energy attacks was so sparse. So far, he had been able to merge spiritual energy together with sword energy for all his offensive needs, but if he had more spiritual energy techniques, he could exhaust himself less and still cause problems for their enemies. Right now, Bai Tianyi had gone from being the strongest of the 3 to now being the weakest. This was something that troubled him greatly. Even more so now that he was incapable of progressing in his own cultivation while they were in the trans-dimensional tunnel. Zhu Wei went back to his own corner and then sat down again. He finally had a peace and time to himself, so he decided to start refining the cultivation bases of all those people his devouring azure dragon had eaten from the fight back in the kingdom of Heping. He had been at the 7th layer of the ordinary night realm in terms of chi level when the battle began, but because he had used his devouring azure dragon, he had fallen to the 6th layer of the ordinary night realm, the same rank as his spiritual energy. Zhu Wei was slowly refining the cultivation bases. He felt how the energy kept pouring out of the small azure dragon spirit in his danshin, and that more and more chi dragons appeared in his veins, all of them more realistic than the previous, and at the same time appearing deeper and deeper azure. The energy in the carriage was now greedily being absorbed by Zhu Wei. He was so energized and felt how the heaven and earth essence was being swallowed by every single chi dragon, turning into a stream that merged with the cultivation bases before they entered his danshin to be refined at the same time. The trip slowly advanced. Bai Tianyi was extremely bored because he could not train, so instead he was pondering on life issues and kept the other 3 company when they were not training. The carriage turned around a few times as it sensed the spatial storms that were in their surroundings, avoiding them all in the nick of time. This trans-dimensional tunnel went through the void. It was dangerous and risky, but this was their fastest means of travel at present. And when they were in the Blue Phoenix carriage, they never noticed the dangers of the trip, because the carriage itself took care of everything. The so-called dangerous trip quickly turned into a casual, boring cultivation trip, where 3 of them spent all their time cultivating, and the 4th was bored to death. Zhu Wei managed to advance his chi levels to the 8th layer of the ordinary night rank, but he made no progress in spiritual energy because the tunnel was bereft of soul power. Bai Tianyi had no obvious increase in strength, but he still spent the time practicing his control of the sword energy. Although his rank seemed unchanged, the time spent pondering and meditating on the sword energy and its uses had great effect to his actual strength. He Gao consolidated his strength, and Lin Zhao also strengthened his foundations. Finally, the carriage that had been moving constantly day in and day out stopped. The four inside the carriage opened their eyes and looked at each other, excitement evident in their eyes. They slowly stood up and opened the carriage door. There were no windows in the carriage, and since it had been moving non-stop for so long, none of them had been outside of the carriage for all the time they had been in the transdimensional tunnel. As a matter of fact, they had no idea what it looked like inside the tunnel. Now that they exited the carriage, they could see that what surrounded them was not a transdimensional tunnel, unlike what they had expected. Instead, it was a long, grassy plain. Above them was the blue sky, spotted with beautiful cotton-like clouds, and a sun that shone strongly down upon them. When they turned around, they just managed to get a glance at a spatial tear in the fabrics of reality, leading to a blue expanse with many stars all around, both above, beneath, and to the sides. The carriage returned to this spatial tear shortly after they stepped out, and then the spatial tear closed itself, leaving the four alone in the grassy expanse, unaware of what exactly to make of themselves.
"This is the Demon Phoenix continent?" Zhu Wei asked tentatively, but he was answered with questioning glances from the other experts in the group. "You ask me, but who can I ask?" Bai Tianyi asked, perplexed. He truly had no clue. In fact, none of them did.
"This could just as well be a part of Chang'an for all that I know," He Gao said hesitatingly. "I am sure that such a vast grassy expanse could be anywhere."
"Well, we will get no answers by staying here," Lin Zhao finally said, looking as lost as the others. "We ought to start moving. The question is just, which way?"
The four experts looked at one another, hesitating. Where should they go?
"In the end, it does not matter," Zhu Wei finally came to a decision. He might not be the strongest in their group, but when it came to making the final decisions, he was no doubt the best suited. "Let us just walk forward," Zhu Wei said, and began walking through the grassy expanse. "No matter what way we walk, we cannot know the result, so this is relying heavily on luck." The other three could say nothing to this conclusion. He was completely correct. They moved forward, but not at a leisurely pace. They flew as fast as they could to get out of the vast expanse as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this grassy field was much bigger than they had expected. After flying for a full 2 hours, they still could not see the edge of the field. Where there had previously been no beasts, beasts started appearing, but all of them were of lower intellect, being fierce beasts. Zhu Wei was puzzled. On Chang'an, the fierce beasts had all avoided him as much as they could, but here they seemed curious about him. At first, when a cloud leopard appeared, Zhu Wei and the others stopped in their tracks, ready to fight. But the leopard just glanced at them curiously. It appeared to be especially curious when it looked at Zhu Wei before it nodded its head and left again. This was a scene that happened again and again. More and more beasts came to see Zhu Wei, and he started to feel like a monkey in a zoo. All the fierce beasts in the vast field seemed to rush toward him just to get a glance at him. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Zhu Wei looked at them too. There were races of fierce beasts he had never seen before, but it was clear that none of them were primordial beasts. "Oh, look! Now it is a bird-type beast," Lin Zhao said to the others and pointed at the sky. He did rightfully so, as a majestic eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters was flying in the air above them, looking down on Zhu Wei with curiosity in its eyes, before it screeched and flew away again. "This is quite fun," Bai Tianyi grinned as he looked around them. "Over there is a rather ferocious-looking rabbit," he said as he pointed to the distance, where a white rabbit with fangs and blood-red eyes was seated, looking at them with a vibrating nose. Zhu Wei felt quite unsettled. What had caused all these beasts to show such curiosity towards him? But they did not stop moving forward, continuing at top speed.
Soon, they suddenly saw a human cultivator not far away from them. "Halt!" the cultivator called out loudly. Zhu Wei and the others stopped in their tracks. They were not willing to insult someone right after arriving. They had already lived a life being chased as convicts. They did not want to experience that again as soon as they came to this new place. "Oh, it is just a group of two-eyed idiots," the person muttered. Zhu Wei heard that thanks to his sharp hearing and was startled. When he took in the appearance of the person in front of him, he quickly blinked a few times to ensure that what he saw was indeed correct. And then he looked at the others, who also looked with utter perplexity at the person in front of them. Where they had two eyes, this person had a third in the middle. All three were red like blood, looking extremely eerie. "What's wrong?" the person asked, feeling insulted when he saw their gawking expressions. "Have you never seen a three-eyed expert before?" "No," Zhu Wei answered honestly. "Could you perhaps tell us what the name of this continent is?" Chapter 39. Eyes. The three-eyed person narrowed his three eyes and looked at Zhu Wei with undisguised suspicion. He then moved closer to Zhu Wei and started to circle around him, looking at him from every single angle. "Your clothes are rather foreign. I cannot recognize the material," he said with a nod of his head. "The style is different, and the armor is also quite different. Your strength is passable, definitely not a strength that you should have been able to achieve with only two eyes at your tender age. Where are you from?" The man had examined him and came to the conclusion that Zhu Wei was not lying. He was indeed a stranger to their continent, and the three-eyed man could not help but feel curious about the outside world. "We come from the continent of Chang'an," Zhu Wei answered honestly. He doubted that his name would resound all the way from the continent of Chang'an to this continent, but he was still not sure about where they were. "Chang'an?" The man looked puzzled and seemed to contemplate for some time. "I have never heard about that continent before. Can't be a very big or important one," he concluded, leaving Zhu Wei and the others coughing. One thing was to think it, but to say it directly, was this not a bit too rude? "Come with me," the man said, and waved for them to follow him. With a look at each other, the four of them quickly nodded their heads. No words were spoken. All of them felt that they could follow this man, for now. They felt no hostility from him, so following him seemed like a safe choice. The three-eyed young man led them across the plain. He moved as fast as them, but a look at him told them that his chi level was rather low, at most around the heavenly warrior rank. This was puzzling. Still, in half an hour, the group arrived at a rather sizable camp. It seemed to be housing around 1,000 people. As to whether or not they were all experts, Zhu Wei did not know. He had no knowledge about this continent, so he dared not even make any mindless guesses. There were other three-eyed cultivators standing guard at the camp, and Zhu Wei even saw a four-eyed cultivator walk inside. The guards were extremely polite, to the point of being submissive towards this individual. "Wait here," the guard said as he entered the camp. Their group was quickly noticed by others, and many looked at them. For some reason, they all showed looks of disdain toward their group of four. It was clear that they were being looked down upon.
"There are so many eyes,"
Heigao said with a low voice, and the other three nodded their heads. It was indeed confusing to see people with this many eyes. Was this really the Demon Phoenix continent? They were all puzzled and realized that they had been told nothing about the continent they were to enter, only that the Vermilion Bird clan existed here. Did they also have more eyes than normal? While the four of them were in deep thought about the many-eyed people, confused about where they might have ended up, the guard that had led them there returned, this time with an elderly man who had 4 eyes. The man was being treated extremely respectfully by everyone on his way over, so Zhu Wei understood that he had a high standing. He stopped in front of Zhu Wei and his friends. His eyes swept over them, and although there was a slight sense of superiority in his eyes, he did not show direct disdain for them.
"I hear you are from the Chang'an continent?" he asked.
Zhu Wei nodded his head and answered, "Yes, we hail from the continent of Chang'an. Could you, sir, perhaps tell us where this is?"
"This is Yandalu,"
the man said, causing Zhu Wei to be completely confused. Yandalu? He asked. Not the demon phoenix continent? The four-eyed elder snickered when he heard this. He shook his head.
"I am afraid that if you were going for the demon phoenix continent, then you will be disappointed. This continent is called Yandalu. Yandalu is not far from the demon phoenix continent, but it takes around a year to travel across the sea. Not to mention that you would have to cross the entire continent first. Also, your strength is not bad, but compared to the strength needed at the demon phoenix continent, it is definitely insufficient. I think you should praise the lucky star that you arrived here and not on the demon phoenix continent. Had you arrived there, you would have been in for a lot of trouble."
It was not a lucky star that brought us here, but Lan, Zhu Wei muttered, but his voice was so low that no one heard him. The four-eyed elder continued talking unabated. It was clear that he was feeling excitement because of these people who came from outside the continent.
"Yandalu is quite different from most of the other continents," he began. "First, let me tell you a bit about the history of the world from way before it became a continent. Around 10,000 years ago, it was possible to have mixed races. Many different half-breeds and mutations were produced. No one really cared about what race you were. As long as there was love, there would be a way. The ancestors of Yandalu were such figures. They were a mixture between golden-crowned five-eyed lions and humans. The golden-crowned five-eyed lion is now an extinct race, but they were a primordial beast, the king of all primordial beasts even. Many of these descendants had a mutation. They seemed human, but they had more eyes than normal humans. The more eyes one had, the purer one's bloodline was. One's bloodline does not only determine one's ability and achievements in the future, but it also gave us outstanding powers and innate abilities. All of these descendants ended up becoming overlords of a region of the world. Then, some 1,000 years ago, the world was split into continents, and that was when our region was turned into a continent of its own. On this continent, one's rank in society is determined by how many eyes one is born with. One eye means that there is something wrong up there, and they are usually considered crippled or brain dead. 2 eyes is normal. 90% of the population has 2 eyes. Some of them are normal humans, some of them just do not have a lot of the bloodline. Either way, they are all third-rate citizens. 3 eyes means that you have some talent. It is guaranteed that you will one day unlock the first of our 3 innate abilities. 4 eyes means you are outstanding. It is rare to be born with 4 eyes, and when you have 4 eyes, you have to accept a rank of nobility alongside responsibility for certain tasks. Finally, we have the 5-eyed experts. They are children sent from the heavens. All the upper echelons of our society belong to the 5-eyed experts. They are second to none when it comes to natural talent, and they have managed to unlock all the innate abilities. Now, I have explained to you the basic understanding of Yandalu. Why don't you come with me to the camp? We would be very happy if you would accompany us back to the Garden of Shadows later, but first we must finish our training here. You can participate if you wish. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. But I can sense from you that 3 of you specialize in chi and not spiritual energy. In our culture, spiritual energy is the king. Chi is also trained, but never to the degree that we train spiritual energy. Everyone with 3 or more eyes has a great affinity with spiritual energy due to the psychic nature of the eyes.
Zhu Wei did not consider much. This man had been incredibly accommodating, and they had understood a lot of things thanks to him. If he had any ulterior motives, he would not have been so welcoming. So joining him would be much better than leaving on their own and getting lost. Seeing that Zhu Wei had decided, the other 3 quickly consented, as they had the same opinion as him. As they agreed, the smile of the 4-eyed man turned brilliant, and he introduced himself.
I am Elder Sun. I am the Vice Principal of the Garden of Shadows. We, the higher-ups of the Yandalu, are fond of visitors from overseas, so we look forward to hearing about what kind of continent Chang'an is.
Zhu Wei nodded his head. He had no reason not to tell them about Chang'an. As long as he elegantly glossed over the fact that he was a wanted man, everything would be fine. It also seemed as if the Chang'an continent was rather isolated compared to the other continents. Here on Yandalu, they knew the location of the Demon Phoenix continent, and they might even know more about the other continents as well. Whereas on Chang'an, most people thought that the other continents were just old folklore.
Well, while you are here, although you are outsiders, we cannot look past the fact that everyone will look down upon you due to how our society works,
Elder Sun said with a slight grin on his face.
Although our Yandalu is unlike the rest of the world with our many eyes, the truth is that everyone with only 2 eyes, whether they are from our continent or not, will be treated the same way. It means that you are either an ordinary person or one with subpar bloodline purity.
So, what is the relationship between humans and beasts on this continent? Zhu Wei slowly inquired. There were 2 beasts on their team, him included. If this continent looked down on beasts as well, then he was likely to get into trouble.
Beasts?
Elder Sun paused.
Well, fierce beasts are not worth a lot, he said after contemplating. But primordial beasts, depending on their heritage, are treated as 3- or 4-eyed experts. Outsider primordial beasts might not have the bloodline of the golden-crowned 5-eyed lion, but they have their own abilities and strengths. Are any of you beasts?
Elder Sun asked curiously. But Zhu Wei's only response was a shrug. He was not going to reveal their secrets just yet. Although he had a good impression of this man, he could not say for sure what the public opinion about sovereign beasts was. If he got trapped here, he could only blame himself for not being cautious enough. Elder Sun could see that he was not willing to answer, and nodded his head. He did not get insulted by their lack of a reply. He had expected it. Although he had been very accommodating and welcoming, no one should let go of their guards just like that.
Come with me into the camp. I will introduce you to all the main experts of our camp, and then, if it interests you, you can join us on our field trip from tomorrow onwards. I can highly recommend coming with us. We will even provide you the best accommodations for it. This way, you will have both a place to stay and something to do, right? There are quite a few experts who are very interested in the outside world, but leaving the continent is harder than it seems. We do not have anyone strong enough to create a normal space tunnel, and not even close to being able to create a trans-dimensional tunnel. And if they sail out on boats, it will take them ages to arrive at the right place, and most of those who sail out never return. A few outsiders have come to our continent throughout the history of time, but those experts either traveled further or gave up and stayed as guests of Yandalu. The only continent we have contact with is, luckily for you, the Demon Phoenix continent. I understand that your plan is to travel to the Demon Phoenix continent, and if you make some contributions to our people, we can help you get on board the envoy that goes to the Demon Phoenix continent once every 10th year. You are in luck, because the next envoy is only 2 years away from now.
Chapter 40. Join us. Zhu Wei felt his head hurt from all the information that was being dumped on him in one go. He decided it was time to get heads and tails of everything that had been said and looked at Elder Sun while straightening his thoughts. So, Yandalu has contact with the Demon Phoenix continent, but only once every 10th year? He started out asking. Elder Sun nodded his head. The elder had realized that he had been a bit too hasty with his explanation, but he had been very eager to make them stay for those 2 years. There were some secrets on Yandalu that the common people did not know about, but as a member of the higher echelons of society and as the vice principal of Garden of Shadows, he was aware of most of these secrets. There are now 2 years until the next delegation will be sent to the Demon Phoenix continent, and if we contribute enough, we will be allowed to tag along on the boat? Zhu Wei continued. Elder Sun once more nodded his head, while also adding,
Not only will you be allowed on the boat, you will also be treated as a great guest. A guest like that will have a much easier time in the Demon Phoenix continent than if you had to fight for your standing from the get-go.
Now it was Zhu Wei's turn to nod his head. Being regarded as esteemed guests from outside in the Demon Phoenix continent would definitely be a great benefit for when they were aiming for the Thunder Flame crown. So until then we are to stay in Yandalu the next 2 years and rake in merits. However, how can we do so? Is there a war ongoing on the continent, or are there some other kind of issues that need help to be dealt with? This was the point that worried Zhu Wei the most. How exactly could they earn merit points? This continent seemed very calm compared to Chang'an. There was no war for supremacy, and the hierarchy was already properly established.
Merits can be earned in many ways, Elder Sun smiled. One of these ways is to participate in the event we have ongoing now, but only students can participate. So, I need you to swear a heavenly oath to never betray the Garden of Shadows before you can. The oath is quite flexible, though. It states that as long as the Garden of Shadows does not treat you unfairly, you cannot betray it. However, should we treat you unfairly, then we are the ones who have betrayed you.
Zhu Wei frowned. Was this not too good a situation for him and his friends? What was it exactly that this Elder Sun wanted from them? His personality seemed very friendly, to the point that it was suspicious. Looking at Bai Tianyi, Lin Zhao, and He Gao, he noticed that all of them were looking at him with the same suspicion in their eyes. They wanted Zhu Wei to take the final decision, and this was something that weighed heavily on his mind.
I understand your worry,
Elder Sun said understandingly. He looked at Zhu Wei but did not pressure him. He was willing to wait for Zhu Wei to reach a decision on his own. Truthfully, it was his personal wish that he joined the Garden of Shadows. It was not necessary for Zhu Wei and his comrades to do that.
It is easier to gain merit points while being in our academy,
Elder Sun said after a bit of time.
We give out missions that you can take and earn merit points, which you can then use to exchange for various things.
Do it. Bai Tianyi was the first to speak. Just make sure to include that the Academy cannot betray you. Then it doesn't matter if you cannot betray them either.
Yeah, we were not planning on staying here for 2 years, but considering the fact that they only send out a delegation every 10th year, this is already considered fortunate, He Gao added.
Zhu Wei then looked at Lin Zhao, who shrugged his shoulders.
I've always wanted to go to school,
he grinned, looking rather excited. Seeing the support he was getting from his 3 friends, Zhu Wei could not help but chuckle and nod his head.
Okay, he said after a bit of time. We will do it like that then.
Elder Sun was excited to hear that Zhu Wei agreed. This was without a doubt what he had been wishing for.
Follow me,
he said with a big grin on his 4-eyed face, and turned to enter the camp. The other people in the camp gave them disdainful scowls as they passed by. Even if they were outsiders, they only had 2 eyes. It was clear to these people that having only 2 eyes meant they were lesser.
This is almost as bad as the beast war on Chang'an,
He Gao muttered when he saw the clear contempt that these experts felt for them. There were many experts with 3 eyes among the inhabitants here. In fact, 95% of the people who they saw had 3 eyes, while the final 5 had 4. They did not encounter anyone with 5 eyes, but when Zhu Wei brought up this question, Elder Sun looked at him as if he heard the biggest joke.
5 eyes are the monarchs around here, he said seriously. Anyone who is born with 5 eyes will instantly be adopted by the emperor, becoming royalty. Their talent is so outstanding, and their abilities are otherworldly. They cannot be sent out on a mission like this.
Zhu Wei finally understood that the 5-eyed experts were incredibly rare.
How many 5-eyed experts exist? He asked curiously,
half expecting that Elder Sun would not answer, as it could be considered a secret of their continent. Unexpectedly, Elder Sun did not hesitate and answered right away.
We have a full 207 5-eyed experts right now. Although the number sounds like a lot, we have to remember that this continent has billions of people. To only have 207 already shows how rare they are.
At first, Zhu Wei had indeed thought that 207 was a high number, but when it was put into the perspective of the continent's total population, it was indeed very few. Continuing forward, they reached the middle of the camp. Many were looking curiously at them at the beginning, especially since Vice Principal Sun had brought them himself. But when they saw that the 4 only had 2 eyes each, all of them lost their interest. Even if there was a chance that they could be primordial beasts, their rank would still be beneath the 3, 4, and 5-eyed experts due to their bloodline being different. Zhu Wei and the others ignored the contempt that was sent their way. Their aloof behavior caused the many-eyed experts to feel perplexed and rather shocked. No one with only 2 eyes had previously been so casual in front of them. Some snorted with arrogance and swore that they would get back at them with time. Others were amazed and felt that perhaps these experts were different, and yet some did not care. Elder Sun was astounded by the fact that Zhu Wei and his comrades were capable of completely ignoring the many people who looked down upon them. Apparently, their mental fortitude was much stronger than he had expected. It required some mental fortitude to completely ignore such a large quantity of disdain.
Come inside this tent and take your oath, Elder Sun said smilingly. We will explain the details of the mission to you when you have taken the oath.
Okay.
Having already decided upon what to do, Zhu Wei did not cause a fuss or question the oath. He had already accepted it, and he was not one to change his mind. Seeing his straightforward way of acting, Elder Sun was very pleased and felt incredibly satisfied. This tent was 10 times bigger than the other tents. When they entered inside, they saw that multiple walls of fabric had been erected, splitting the tent into different rooms, and that there were people in some of these rooms. Zhu Wei, who had trained with formations, could instantly sense that there were formations all over the tent. Every room was covered in multiple formations he had never seen before. Noticing Zhu Wei's glance at the many runes that had been inscribed on the fabric around the tents, a chuckle escaped Elder Sun's lips.
"Have you dabbled in formations before?"
he asked as he saw the curiosity in Zhu Wei's eyes. Zhu Wei, not hiding this fact, nodded his head. "I have indeed had something to do with formations before, but I cannot recognize these formations," he admitted.
"Here in Yandalu, we specialize in spiritual energy. The more eyes you have, the more talented you are in spiritual energy. Those who cultivate chi as their main base for cultivation are often looked down upon. However, even if a two-eyed cultivates spiritual energy, they will never have a high standing compared to their many-eyed counterparts. Also, those who cultivate chi are mainly those with two eyes. Of course, there are some exceptions where a chi cultivator has become outstanding. Unfortunately, they are exceedingly rare. From what I can sense of the four of you, 3 of you have high chi levels, while the 4th has no chi level at all. Peculiar. Although the other 3 of you have cultivated your chi, I have to admit that you, Zhu Wei, have achieved quite a good result in the field of spiritual energy. If you did not try to cultivate both parts, your results would have been even more outstanding."
"I like cultivating chi, though," Zhu Wei said after a bit of contemplation. To him, both spiritual energy and chi was equally important.
"Well, we do have a chi department at the academy," Elder Sun said after a bit of time. "We mainly invite primordial beasts to participate in that class. But considering the current achievements of the 3 of you, you are all eligible to join the chi cultivation class."
Zhu Wei nodded his head. For Lin Zhao and He Gao, it was obvious what class they would enter, just as it was obvious which class Bai Tianyi would enter. The only one left was Zhu Wei. He had higher chi cultivation rank than his spiritual energy. His chi had risen all the way to the 8th layer of the ordinary knight rank after he finished refining the cultivation bases of all those people his devouring dragon ate back in Heiping Kingdom. His spiritual energy level was still at the 6th layer of the ordinary knight rank. Although it was lower than the chi layer, his performance in this aspect was indeed not bad.
"Think it through."
Elder Sun understood that it was not an easy decision.
"Well, first off, I will recite the oath that you are to take for you. If the oath is not too terrible in your opinion, then you should take it, and then consider where to go from there. The oath is as following," Elder Sun started. "I swear to the heavens above that I will never betray the Garden of Shadows as long as the Garden of Shadows does not betray me or treat me unfairly."
"That was simple,"
He Gao muttered. Elder Sun snickered.
"It is better to be straightforward and simple," he said, grinning. "So, what do you think?"
Zhu Wei considered it for a moment, and then nodded his head. "Those words, we can say them," he said, and then repeated the oath verbatim. Not long after, Bai Tianyi did the same, and then He Gao and Lin Zhao followed suit. Seeing the 4 of them swear the oath, Elder Sun's face was so filled with smiles that his eyes were narrowed into slits. He looked rather odd with his 4 eyes narrowed like that, and a smile that wide. Chapter 41. Three-Eyed Troublemaker.
"Now that all of you have taken the oath, allow me to explain what we are doing right now."
Elder Sun grinned as he looked at the 4 experts next to him.
"A lot of nomads live in these grasslands, but in the last 2 years, a group of bandits appeared here in the grasslands. They started attacking the tribes at first, but as time went on, they also started to exit the grasslands and strike the roads outside cities. The group of bandits is quite strong, and it consists of at least 1,000, if not 10,000 people. We had previously sent cultivators to eradicate them. However, everyone we sent ended up dead, or joining the bandits instead.
Zhu Wei frowned when he heard this. They could betray the academy even after taking an oath? Does this not mean that they should have died on the spot?
You are smart.
Elder Sun nodded his head with seriousness and sighed.
Those who joined the bandits were all people who had been forced to go on the mission by the academy. Since they were forced to participate, the academy had already let them down, and thus they would not get punished for their betrayal. Of course, this is only for the oath itself. When we encounter them, we will kill them like any other bandit that we encounter.
Elder Sun continued in a straightforward way. Zhu Wei nodded his head. Everyone made their own decisions in life, and they had to bear the consequences of these decisions. Betraying their academy was definitely an act punishable with death if they were caught. No one could blame those experts for joining the bandits if they had been forced into going, but equally, no one could blame the academy for doing the same and killing them when they had the chance. It was very similar to He Gao's situation. He had betrayed his family because they had forced him to throw his life away. He had chosen to abandon his family and his name and instead strive to survive. But he understood that this decision meant that his family would want to kill him should they see him again. Although they had not done so, he had accepted it as a fact. These experts who had joined the bandits had also acknowledged this fact.
The mission we give now is to hunt down every bandit scouring our grasslands. You will get this wristband, which is infused with spiritual energy. When a person dies around you, the bracelet will calculate the strength of the person, and the merits will be recorded by the bracelet. These wristbands should be worn at all times, as they will calculate all your merits, and later they will be transferred to your student tag. Remember, merits are everything for you.
He grinned as he handed over 4 black wristbands. They seemed as if they had been made from leather, but a small round bead was attached to it. In the middle of this small bead was swirling gray mist, clearly spiritual energy. Zhu Wei looked at it curiously and poured his energy into it, but he sensed nothing. It was as if he was walking in a fog, unable to sense anything. After experiencing this loss of all senses, Zhu Wei placed it on his wrist. The other 3 copied his actions. None of them saw anything wrong with this item, so they did not hesitate to wear it. As they wore the wristbands, they felt no different. All they could feel was something cool on their wrists, so they were quite curious as to how this small item would be capable of recording their kills. This continent was much different from the continent of Chang'an. Yandalu had almost no Qi martial art techniques, as they focused on spiritual energy. The few Qi martial art techniques that had managed to survive through time and the splitting of the continent were all low or middle ranked. Only a few high-ranked skills had survived, but superior and profound skills did not exist on this continent. This was because only a few people cultivated their Qi. The majority of Qi cultivators on the continent were primordial beasts, and these beasts had innate abilities, which made them incapable of learning martial art techniques. The local Two Eyes could cultivate their Qi, but they could never reach further than the heavenly warrior rank, and their fighting ability would be greatly looked down upon because their martial art techniques were as poor as they were. It was simply a continent where spiritual energy thrived and Qi cultivation was greatly inferior. Zhu Wei looked at Elder Sun and started pondering. He had purchased quite a few Qi martial art techniques back in Golden Crow City, all of which were superior and profound. If he could exchange these skills for merit points, would that not be ideal? He had already gotten his heritage ring back, so those abilities were not that useful to him as they had been before. Merits were much more important. Although there were few who cultivated chi as their specialization, no one would say no to having a few more and stronger abilities. Every cultivator with multiple eyes would also be able to enhance their strength by adding a few chi attacks to their list of abilities. But Zhu Wei was not dumb. He understood that his chi techniques were likely to be looked down upon, even if he were to bring them out. The amount of merits he could get would therefore also be limited. Still, it was worth a try, as he could easily make a copy of the skills. There was no loss for him to give some of his less used abilities away. Elder Sun looked at the contemplating Zhu Wei. There was no one interrupting him. Elder Sun could see that he was in deep thought about how to conjure up a huge amount of merits. "Well, for now, let us just kill all the bandits that come at us," Zhu Wei said after a bit of thinking. Exchanging his abilities for merit points could always wait. "So, how do I know what is a bandit and what is a normal person?" Zhu Wei asked the most crucial question he had. If they could just wantonly kill, then there was no problem. But if they accidentally killed someone who was from the academy, then it would be rather troublesome.
"The bracelets," Elder Sun snickered. "The bracelets are wonderful. They only work on the experts that have taken the heavenly oath. As such, no one can hide their affiliation."
"Well, what about civilians?" Bai Tianyi asked. Although they could easily kill people who did not have the bracelets, they could not very well go around slaughtering all the civilians again.
"Oh, they have been evacuated. Anyone who stays are fair game. No one will blame you for killing civilians if they've refused to leave. Also, many of the bandits will disguise themselves as civilians, so let no one without a bracelet go."
"This place surely is different,"
Hegao muttered, but a huge smirk was adorning his lips. It was time to hunt. "Let us get going," Zhu Wei agreed. They had been given a lot of information from Elder Sun. He had been incredibly friendly and helped them in every way he possibly could. Zhu Wei knew that no one was that friendly without having some ulterior motives, but he had had the impression on an instinctive level that those ulterior motives were not harmful to them. The four of them exited the tent and walked through the camp. Many experts with 3 and a few with 4 eyes looked at them with the same disdain as before, but there was also curiosity in their eyes. The curious gazes increased when they saw the black wristbands. They were only given to academy students, but to become a student of the academy, one needed a superior talent. Generally speaking, one needed a minimum of 3 eyes or to be a primordial beast, but these 4 all had 2 eyes. Were all 4 of them primordial beasts? But although primordial beasts were acknowledged as powerhouses, they were also quite rare. It was simply impossible for 4 to appear at the same time, so some of them had to be humans. But why would 2-eyed humans be accepted in the academy? Zhu Wei and the others ignored the many glances and headed out of the camp, only to suddenly be stopped by a young man. He seemed to be around Zhu Wei's age, 17 years old, and his face had a wide smile on it. This smile, however, did not seem to be genuine. "New students?" he asked. Zhu Wei, who had stopped in his tracks, looked at the young man. "Yes," he answered with a neutral tone. "Why don't you show us why you were allowed to join this academy? Your chi level seems rather high. I cannot even fathom it, so it must be above the heavenly warrior rank. But your spiritual energy is only at the 6th layer of the ordinary knight rank, and your friends have an even worse achievement than you. To be honest, I am quite amazed by your ability to cultivate chi to this level. Tell me honestly, are you a primordial beast?" "I am not," Zhu Wei said casually. It was no lie. He was half sovereign beast and half human. No part of his bloodline belonged to a primordial beast, at least from what he was aware of. "Oh, you are not? Tell me, who is the strongest in your group?" the young man continued. Zhu Wei looked at Lin Zhao and He Gao. When one considered their ranks, they were indeed the strongest in the group.
Well, the strongest in our groups are a bit older than you, Zhu Wei said casually. Why don't I spar with you? Zhu Wei was not dumb. He knew that this person wanted to cause problems as soon as possible. Accepting a spar was the way to calm them down. Elder Sun had been lurking in the shadows, ready to step in to defuse the situation at any moment, but he quickly found that Zhu Wei showed no fear of this person in front of him.
I am an 8th layer ordinary warrior ranked 3-eyed cultivator, he said proudly. I am able to wipe the floor with a mere chi cultivator. He grinned, but Zhu Wei just curled his lips into a slight smile. Did this man really think he could walk all over Zhu Wei? Did he think that all chi cultivators were weak? It was time to teach him a lesson. Seeing the fearless eyes of Zhu Wei, the 3-eyed challenger frowned. Why would he be so confident in his own strength? Still, when riding the back of a tiger, it was impossible to get off. He understood that he had started this conflict, so now he had to see it through to the end. This way, he said, as he led them towards a temporary sparring field that had been set up by the academy. Many had heard what was going on and were curious about what had given this young man such courage when his spiritual energy cultivation was weaker than the others. Could chi cultivation really count for something? Especially when they considered that he said he was not a primordial beast. If he was no primordial beast, how could he have strong chi attacks? Reaching the sparring field, which was actually just a fenced square, Zhu Wei entered the field casually. The 3-eyed troublemaker was feeling slightly nervous, but after considering the situation, he calmed down. You were just mystifying things for the sake of helping yourself, the troublemaker said to himself, and then shook his head and took a deep breath. There should never be a day where I am fearing a chi cultivator.
Chapter 42. Chi versus Spiritual Energy. Zhu Wei was casual about it. He started stretching his waist as if he was preparing for a little jog. His attitude was rather prideful. The 3-eyed troublemaker slowly regained the disdain within his eyes.
My name is Tang Lu. Remember the name of the first genius you have encountered, and be honored that I am here to take some time out of my day to spar with you.
Zhu Wei looked at Tang Lu as if he saw a complete idiot. He had some real faith in his ability to beat someone at the same layer as himself. Although there were not many on Chang'an who focused solely on spiritual energy, this did not mean that there were none. In his group, there was Bai Tianyi, who could only cultivate spiritual energy, from whom he learned many ways to engage a spiritual energy user. The most important thing was to protect and guard the soul. His own spiritual energy was weaker than his opponent, and thus he might become a target of spiritual energy attacks. However, Zhu Wei's soul was not an ordinary soul. It was the soul of an azure dragon. His spiritual energy had even taken the shape of a golden dragon, and it was much stronger than what one might expect. Fighting realms above his own was not a problem. Zhu Wei stopped stretching and turned to look at Tang Lu. There were 100 meters between them, an advantage for Tang Lu since he used ranged spiritual energy attacks, and a disadvantage for a chi user like Zhu Wei. Still, Zhu Wei did not seem to mind. Everyone looked curiously at this chi-using ordinary knight, wondering what exactly he could be up to, and what exactly could be the reason behind his confidence. "Begin!" someone called out. Zhu Wei snickered. Forbidden Rush. Zhu Wei left behind numerous afterimages as he suddenly rushed towards Tang Lu with a speed so fast it shocked the hearts of all present. Tang Lu's eyes widened in shock, and he tried retreating as fast as he could. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough. Shattering Mountain Palm. A palm that was shrouded in azure chi descended onto Tang Lu. This palm brought with it a dangerous feeling that made the hearts of everyone present beat rapidly. Their eyes widened in surprise. They had never before seen chi attacks as dangerous as this one.
Tang Lu was shocked to the core, but he was an experienced veteran when it came to battle. He gritted his teeth, and spiritual energy poured out of his body, creating a shield in front of him. As the fist and the shield collided, a loud boom sounded out. Shock waves from the clash caused the grass on the ground to billow in the wind, and the sand was swept up and made the two of them impossible to be seen for a short while. When the sand settled once more, they found that neither Zhu Wei nor Tang Lu was moving. The spiritual energy shield that Tang Lu had created was completely shattered from that one palm strike.
"Are you some sort of monster?"
Tang Lu asked, shocked as he retreated as fast as he could. Zhu Wei just snickered as he once more vanished from the spot he had stood on before. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. A leg whipped out like a flood dragon. It came crashing down upon Tang Lu so fast that he was unable to retreat in time. Another shield appeared around him, created from spiritual energy, but the kick was so fast that the shield did not manage to fully form before it was shattered and the leg connected with Tang Lu's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Tang Lu shot backward like a kite that was let loose from its string. Blood welled up in his mouth and was spat out. His face was extremely pale, and his entire body was in pain. He had gained internal injuries. His ribs had been broken, and his blood was in turmoil. The bodily strength of these experts was only at the heavenly warrior rank. If not for Zhu Wei holding back, then the other would have already said farewell to his little life. Tang Lu had no doubts about this. The many people who were observing the fight also had no doubt in their minds that Zhu Wei had gone easy, but this was a rather frightening thought. Zhu Wei was already this powerful, and he claimed to not be the strongest of them. Did this not mean that there was someone even stronger than him in their group of Qi cultivators? Were Qi cultivators really this frightening? Were they really able to rival spiritual energy cultivators? This was something that only made sense if they were primordial beasts with innate abilities. But what he had used did not seem to be innate abilities. Looking at the injured Tang Lu, Zhu Wei went towards him and handed him a small red pill. This was a spring powder pill that he had concocted. It was the strongest healing medicine that he was capable of creating right now. Not only did it heal physical injuries, it also increased the speed with which one absorbed the essence of the heavens and the earth. Although Tang Lu had suffered severe injuries, he should recover relatively soon, as this was a pill meant for an ordinary night. It was a high-purity pill, and with his heavenly warrior rank, it should be possible to heal the wounds rather fast. The people on Yan Dalu did not have a lot of medicinal pills that healed the physical body, nor did they have many pills that helped with Qi cultivation. They had never considered it an issue, so no one experimented on this type of pill.
"Thank you."
Tang Lu was not a sore loser. When he was given the pill, he did not display any kind of nervousness and popped it into his mouth right away and sat down. He suddenly felt how the heaven and earth essence from the surrounding air was pouring into his body, nurturing his injuries and healing them, all while converting some of it into Qi. Having never before taken a pill that could enhance one's Qi cultivation base, and suddenly getting one that was of high purity and made for ordinary nights, Tang Lu felt an acute pain in his dantian. His dantian suddenly felt bloated. More and more heaven and earth essence gathered in it, making it show signs of cracking. Yet when the pressure was the highest, Tang Lu suddenly felt as if a dam had been broken and all the energy poured out. Tang Lu was a human with a mutated bloodline, but his body was still human with slight changes. His dantian worked exactly like a human's, but he had previously been a heavenly warrior. Now he suddenly broke through to become an ordinary knight. Seeing him suddenly having a breakthrough in Qi levels from one pill, the eyes of everyone, including Zhu Wei and his comrades, widened in surprise, and they looked at one another. It was not easy to break through from the warrior to the knight ranks. If it was, then there would not be so many stuck at the heavenly warrior rank in Yandalu. But now, with a mere casual pill given by Zhu Wei, Tang Lu had broken through.
Do you think their talent is not limited to spiritual energy? Zhu Wei mentioned the question that all of his friends were considering.
Bai Tianyi shook his head in shock and said, "If they have the same talent for qi cultivation that they do for spiritual energy, then their race could very possibly take over the entire world."
The world sure is vast, Zhu Wei agreed. I once thought I was a genius, but the truth is that I just need to work harder if I want to achieve anything. There are heaven-sent geniuses everywhere with more talent than me. This is quite depressing.
You did a good deed, though, He Gao said with a nod of his head. Perhaps after our visit here in Yandalu, qi cultivators won't be looked down upon as much as they are now.
You can always dream, Lin Zhao sighed. Their culture is many millennia old. They can't just change it because 4 random qi cultivators passed by. Keep in mind that they have also seen outsiders from the Demon Phoenix continent. I fail to believe that there has never been qi cultivators from there.
That is true. He Gao nodded his head seriously. I did not think about them. Since they are aware of the fact that some people are able to do well when it comes to qi cultivation, why would they still look down upon it?
It is hard to say, Zhu Wei answered. Some of it could be because of their culture, and some of it could be because of customs. But it could also be because they simply don't have the ability to raise qi cultivators here. Even if there have been visitors, they have not managed to gain anything from them. Their skills are mediocre and not enough to ever bring trouble to a spiritual energy cultivator. They don't even have cultivation techniques to bring them to a higher level than Heavenly Warrior. Although I can trade some skills for merit points, I do not have any cultivation techniques that can allow them to reach higher ranks. Zhu Wei sighed with dejection. I can let the Heavenly Warriors fight much more seriously, but they cannot break through unless I feed them some stronger pills.
That might not necessarily be true, Bai Tianyi snickered. I have quite a few cultivation techniques. I have no use for them as I cannot cultivate qi, but they are still imprinted within my memory. I can give you a few of them, and you can sell them for merit points. I have 2 that allows one to cultivate to Heavenly Knight, and 3 that allow one to cultivate to Heavenly Saint.
You never told me you had skills before? Zhu Wei asked curiously and slightly begrudgingly.
Bai Tianyi shrugged his shoulders. You have the innate technique for an azure dragon. You can't even use any other technique, so what was the point of telling you about them?
Fair point. Zhu Wei quickly understood that what Bai Tianyi said was correct.
While the 4 of them were talking with one another, the rest of the audience had gathered around Tang Lu to ask him multiple questions. From time to time, they would glance at Zhu Wei, wondering how he had become so strong.
Well, we need points, so let us go hunt some bandits, Zhu Wei said with a snicker.
He could let loose and feel the excitement from fighting again, killing again. Before they left the sparring field, Tang Lu looked at them, and then he realized that he had severely overestimated himself. His face turned pale and his lips trembled.
What is wrong? One of the others asked.
Tang Lu cleared his throat before saying,
The child has stronger spiritual energy than the one who beat me. His spiritual energy is at the 9th layer of the ordinary knight rank. And the other 2, both of them are Earth Knight in Qi levels, and they are both at the middle of that rank. It seems that the one I fought was the weakest among them all, and still I could only manage 2 hits.
Hearing the words that Tang Lu said, everyone felt fearful in their hearts. Was this truly possible? Of course, no one knew which one of them was actually the strongest, but it was a fact that Zhu Wei had the lowest rank among them. Bai Tianyi was not ranked much higher than him, but because of his childlike appearance, alongside his smile and grown-up demeanor, he was without a doubt the most mysterious. Lin Zhao seemed the most straightforward, but at the same time he also seemed like a big metal wall, one that was impossible to shift. He Gao was attractive. Even though he had only 2 eyes, he was incredibly handsome and also very secretive. Then there was Zhu Wei. He seemed like a very honest and average youth, but you could not always judge someone based on their appearance. Chapter 43. Finding the Bandits. The grassland was flat as far as the eyes could see. Zhu Wei understood that encountering the bandits under these conditions would be very difficult. If the bandits, who would have no place to hide in such an environment, found pleasure in hunting the students of the academy, then finding them would not take much effort. Fortunately, the only one in their group who had a high rank of spiritual energy was Tinalynge, and even he was not an Earth Knight when it came to that, so there was a big chance that the 4 of them would be seen as easy targets. Zhu Wei was counting on this part to be their way of luring in targets. Unfortunately, after walking for a full day, the results of his plan were rather bad. They had encountered 3 groups during this day, but they were all bearers of the black wristbands. They had charged at the 4 of them at first sight, but upon seeing the black wristbands on their arms, they had stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with disappointment. They had never seen Zhu Wei and his comrades before, so some of them suspected that they were bandits that had found a way to wear a wristband. But after closer inspection, they realized it was unlikely. A heavenly oath was not something that they could go against. Zhu Wei was also slightly disappointed. He wanted to get his hands on some bandits for merit points, but it seemed that they were hiding deeper into the grasslands.
You were new? Okay, let me give you some information about the grasslands.
The 4th group that they encountered had a more friendly leader, who quickly saw that these 4 had no clue about the current state of affairs in the grasslands.
The further into the grassland you travel, the more bandit groups you will meet, and logically, the stronger they will become. The strongest of the bandits have gathered in a group at the mountain walls you can see far out in the distance. The bandits mainly consist of 2- and 3-eyed experts, but there are also 7 4-eyed nobles in their group.
The leader of the other group frowned when he mentioned the latter part. He himself was merely a 3-eyed cultivator, and he could not imagine the fame and status they could have had if they had just stayed on the righteous path. Unfortunately, they had picked a criminal lifestyle, so they would be killed without a doubt. The question was, then, just how many they would manage to kill before that time.
Well, in this region of the grasslands, there aren't really any bandits left. You'll find more if you head further in, but their strength approaches the end of the ordinary knight rank, so not many dare venture too far ahead. Also, the bandits are always moving around in groups. Their groups are a minimum of 3, and some of us have encountered even up to 10 bandits together, the man continued to explain with a friendly voice. I would suggest that you do not try to take on too much, the man continued as he looked at them with friendly eyes. I can sense that 2 of you must be primordial beasts. He looked at He Gao and Lin Zhao. As your spiritual energy is simply too low. But, even so, with only the support of a 9th-layered ordinary knight and a 7th-layered ordinary knight, it is truly too dangerous.
Zhu Wei smiled when he saw his concern. From his point of view, they were indeed weak. Zhu Wei was only at the 7th layer of the ordinary knight rank if one looked at his spiritual energy, but his strength in combat could not easily be determined, especially not since he specialized in chi attacks.
Thank you, he said with a smile on his face.
No matter whether or not they were strong, this group leader had been kind enough to explain the situation to them, and had not been hostile, even though they each only had 2 eyes. In fact, his entire group looked at them with malice and disdain. It was clear that they felt that they were wasting their time, but none of them wished to say anything to their leader because they genuinely respected him.
Well, in that case, good luck.
The leader saw that the group of 2-eyed people in front of him seemed as if they had been enlightened by his words. It was clear they were heading deeper into the grassy fields, but it was not his place to tell them what to do. So instead, he wished them good luck. He hoped that at least one or two of them would be able to survive this, in his opinion, foolish decision. Nodding his head, Zhu Wei bid his farewell before he and his companions started moving further into the grassy plains as the other group continued their path. The further in they went, the more silent the area became. There were no fierce beasts here, no humans, nothing moving in the grass. Not even the chirps of insects could be heard in the vast ocean of grass. And like this, a couple of hours ebbed by before they finally caught sight of a group of people who were sitting rather far away from them. This group of people consisted of 7 experts. They had ragged clothes on their bodies, and 3 of them were injured. However, their injuries were not so severe that they could not move or fight. The moment Zhu Wei noticed them, they also noticed him, and the 2 groups stopped in their tracks, observing one another.
"They don't seem to be wearing the black bracelets," Zhu Wei questioned when he looked at them, straining his eyes to their limits. But no matter what arm he looked at, there was nothing.
"It seems as if we are fairly lucky this time," Lin Zhao grinned. "Look, there are 5 people with 3 eyes and 2 like us. Do you think they will feel gratitude knowing that their downfall was to someone with 2 eyes, or do you think they will feel resentment?"
"Who cares?" He Gao also grinned widely. He had already extracted his claws from his storage ring and had placed them on his hands, ready to begin the fight at any moment. I am sorry to burst your bubble, but this will be a rather difficult match." Bai Tianyi was finally the one to call them all to their senses. "Although some of them are injured, they are actually 7 people, while we only have 4. Out of those 7, I see that 4 are Earth Knights, while only at the first layer they are, nevertheless, Earth Knights, and the others are 9th-layered ordinary Knights."
"So what?"
Zhu Wei listened and snickered.
"Don't forget we have many things that they do not, including 2 Earth Knights at a ridiculously high level. They can take 2 each, and we can take the other 3. It should be easy to manage."
Bai Tianyi was stunned, and then he shook his head in a defeated manner. He had to admit that what Zhu Wei said made sense. "Yes, it should," he agreed after considering for some time. Usually, Bai Tianyi was the one who was most confident in his own strength. But after entering Yandalu, he had suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy. In this place, everyone knew spiritual energy, and their current achievements in cultivation seemed more impressive than his. He just forgot that he had only had his human shape for about a year. Having his cultivation at this technically infantile stage was actually incredibly frightening. Zhu Wei gave him a long glance, because he understood the thoughts that floated in Bai Tianyi's mind. But after seeing his eyes suddenly turn bright again, he understood that the latter had finally come to terms with his own strength. "Oh, we are being left behind," Bai Tianyi suddenly said, lifting his head. Zhu Wei looked up as well, only to see that He Gao and Lin Zhao had rushed ahead, one with a set of claws on his hands, the other with a long staff in his grip.
"Come on," Zhu Wei could not help but snort, grinning. "He is a monk, so he must use a staff?" "I can hear you," Lin Zhao yelled back, but his face could not hide the grin that was plastered on his lips, clearly showing that he was looking forward to this.
Lin Zhao was like a free bird, soaring in the skies and always seeking new adventures. Now he had finally found some comrades to go on adventures with. "Let us catch up!" Bai Tianyi also laughed out heartily and then started moving. A sword of spiritual energy appeared underneath his feet, sending him hurtling forward at a speed so fast that he quickly caught up to Lin Zhao and He Gao.
"Don't leave me behind!"
Zhu Wei exclaimed, and unhesitantly activated the Forbidden Rush movement technique to follow the other 3. The group of bandits could not hear exactly what was being said amongst these youngsters, but their eyes were showing disdain when they looked at them. They were only 4, and one of them was even a child. All 4 of them had 2 eyes only, and the strongest seemed to be the child at the 9th layer of ordinary knight rank.
but for some weird reason, these 4 people were charging towards them without any fear or consideration. They had brandished their weapons. Wait, weapons? Who would use such crude arms in this world where spiritual energy was king? Only a few primordial beasts might bother with them.
Watch out, 2 of them seem to be chi beasts, one of the bandits cautioned, but honestly, they were not overly worried even then. This is going to be fun! Just as the bandit had told them to watch out, a loud, booming voice sounded out as Lin Zhao was the first to make contact with the bandits. His staff swept out and sent 3 experts at the 9th layer of the ordinary knight rank reeling, blood spurting out from their mouths. Oh, right. They are weak like twigs when you get close enough.
Lin Zhao grinned and ran towards one of the people who had the cultivation base of an Earth Knight. Well, they are weak to physical attacks, Bai Tianyi said as he came closer, hovering on his spiritual energy sword. His white clothes were fluttering in the air, his arms crossed over his chest. Honestly, I don't think I even need to do anything, he sighed as he saw how one sweep of Lin Zhao's staff had knocked 3 away, vomiting blood.
Come on, join in the fun,
Zhu Wei grinned as he went for the 3 9th layer ordinary knights. Inner might chi sword style. A sword appeared in his hands, and with one quick flourish, one of their heads had already been severed.
They really are like paper tigers, Zhu Wei exclaimed in shock. Their physical strength is even weaker than what I thought. Their chi levels are only at the heavenly warrior level.
So that is why.
He Gao could not help but lament at the sad truth about these experts as well. Like a hurricane of blades, their group had suddenly appeared and just severed head after head in an instant. Even while speaking, He Gao was inching closer and closer to the last of the bandits, a paralyzingly shocked Earth Knight. As soon as he did manage to reach him, He Gao's claws came slashing down, instantly ripping out the man's throat. Blood oozed out the bandit's mangled throat as he slowly crumpled to the ground, transfixed on He Gao with his unwilling, dying eyes.
This is kinda too easy, is it not?
Zhu Wei could not help but ask after the last bandit's soul had been absorbed by Bai Tianyi. They had already killed the entire group, and it was a one-sided slaughter. There had been no possibility to retreat or retaliate for this unlucky group. Chapter 44. Soul Guard. They all have a serious flaw in their cultivation system, Bai Tianyi frowned. Their bodies are weak like paper. They cannot handle the attacks that we throw out, and they will almost instantly die.
We were lucky this time, Zhu Wei suddenly said. They did not take us seriously and allowed us to get close. If they launched attacks the moment they saw us, then we would have to battle through wave after wave of spiritual energy, and it would take us much longer to get close enough to deal the killing blows.
If we ever get close, Bai Tianyi nodded. Especially He Gao and Lin Zhao have to be wary when they fight against spiritual energy attacks, considering that their soul is rather weak. They will easily fall prey to their opponents. Spiritual energy attacks are split into various kinds, similar to chi attacks. Some of them aim for the soul of their opponent, while others materialize the spiritual energy and use it to strike the physical body. We are lucky that we are in Yandalu, where the physical body is their weakness, Bai Tianyi explained to everyone while He Gao rummaged through the corpse's pockets, looking for valuables. The experts here focus on materialized attacks to attack their opponents' bodies, as that is their weak point. Specializing in soul attacks is not that useful, since most warriors of Yandalu have a strong soul, so we have to use this to our advantage. He Gao nodded his head. Although he was looking for treasure, his full focus was on Bai Tianyi's words.
For now, we have to abuse the fact that we have superior physical strength, Lin Zhao said. Our fame might eventually resound throughout the entirety of Yandalu, but no matter what actually happens, we better expect that people will start preparing against us. Since this is the case, We need to kill as many as we can before they become wiser.
I know a skill that you and Gao should practice, Bai Tianyi said after a brief hesitation. It is specially made for people with weak souls. It is a defensive method that will shroud your soul with qi. This way, as long as they do not have a spiritual energy base higher than your qi bases, then you should be safe. Unfortunately, it is not easy to train, and it will take time. But if we consider the fact that you might die if we do not do it, I think that it is without a doubt our best decision.
Why did you not teach us this skill before?
He Gao asked, slightly nonplussed. But Bai Tianyi just sent him a glance. I use spiritual energy, he explained, but here I am, basically making the two of you untouchable by a spiritual energy user. If you were to betray me, would that not be the same as picking up a stone only to drop it on my own foot?
Did you expect us to betray you?
He Gao asked with wide-open eyes full of surprise and slight indignation. Well, you never know. Bai Tianyi just shrugged his shoulders. It was clear that he felt no remorse having said the words he spoke. In fact, he was as casual as usual.
Okay, Tianyi told us about it now, so that's enough, Zhu Wei finally said.
He knew that if he did not stop them, then it would end up with He Gao and Bai Tianyi being at each other's throats, barking at one another and wasting time. Bai Tianyi took a step back. He was, after all, Zhu Wei's contracted sword. Although he seemed human, he had given up his humanity for eternal life. It was times like these that people could sense the fact that he had lost his humanity. He would say hurtful things without noticing it, and he would do anything in his power to benefit himself and Zhu Wei. And the only reason he would benefit Zhu Wei was because of their soul contract. He Gao stopped arguing as well. However, his eyes displayed some displeasure with what Bai Tianyi had said. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Bai Tianyi had treated them like friends on the way, constantly bantered and having fun with them. Yet now he said he never knew when they might betray him. This showed that he had doubts about them. Zhu Wei understood that Bai Tianyi's words were not as serious as they sounded. Although it made him sound as if he were constantly waiting for them to betray him, it was just as much a question about self-preservation. He was not willing to use his abilities unless necessary. Now that Zhu Wei had stopped the argument, Bai Tianyi could feel that the atmosphere had cooled. Nonetheless, he was not dumb, so he was acutely aware that the conflict was because of the words he had said, but he did not regret saying them. In this world, everyone would do their best, only if they had some sort of benefit from it. Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi were without a doubt linked together because of their soul contract, so everything that benefited one would benefit the other. He Gao was, on the other hand, someone with whom they only shared friendship. There was no heavenly oath that he was aware of to keep them together or keep him from betraying Zhu Wei. Not to mention, Bai Tianyi had been strong at the beginning. He had been the one to look after them. But now he was the weakest in the group, tied with Zhu Wei. Although his combat ability was outstanding, it was not enough to make him the anchor of the group anymore. But what Bai Tianyi had that the others lacked sorely was knowledge and experience. Although his personality had changed slightly and he had become more inhuman, he had retained his vast repertoire of knowledge and understanding, allowing him to be completely objective, unswayed by emotions at all. Zhu Wei saw how Bai Tianyi found 2 empty jade slips and imprinted the information about the defensive ability that he was talking about and handed it to He Gao and Lin Zhao. Both of them took them with mixed emotions. Neither were happy about what Bai Tianyi had said, but after considering his situation for a bit, He Gao was able to see past it. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, did not know the situation too well. No one had told him about Bai Tianyi being an immortal sword spirit, so he was slightly taken aback. but he found it reasonable and thus was not too insulted. He quickly placed the jade slip on his forehead. A slight light broke out as the information within the slips entered their minds. Zhu Wei looked on curiously. Although he would be willing to take the skill himself, he knew that he was not suitable for it. He practiced his spiritual energy, and since Bai Tianyi said that it focused on those with weaker souls, it would not exactly be useful to him. As for why, he was sure there was a reason, and that it would be explained soon enough. Bai Tianyi saw Zhu Wei's curiosity and smiled. There was indeed a reason that he had not practiced said skill, and why he did not let Zhu Wei practice it either. When you practice this skill, your soul is protected by qi, but at the same time it is impossible to release spiritual energy from the soul. It is fine for someone like Gao and Zhao, because neither of them have ever trained their spiritual energy. But for someone like you, it would be like cutting off your own feet. Simply a waste. Zhu Wei quickly gave up any thought he had about the ability. He was not willing to give up on his spiritual energy, and although it was somewhat lacking at the current point in time, it was not to the point where it could be disregarded. Furthermore, it was quite a feat that Zhu Wei had achieved his current progress in both qi and spiritual energy and come as far as he had. "Train while moving," Bai Tianyi said to the other two, his words sounding harsh, but he had the best understanding of the ability, and he knew that it was possible to train and walk at the same time. It was obviously harder than when one was sitting cross-legged and could simply focus on cultivating. But the truth was that they were in a hurry to fish for bandits that could be slain for merits. Lin Zhao and He Gao were not focusing on the surroundings at all as they moved. Their heads were lowered, their hands on their chins, and their mouths muttering words constantly. These two were deep in the training of the Soul Guard skill that Bai Tianyi had given them. Although they were both feeling rather excited, they knew of their own weakness. Their soul really was a weak point for them. Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi surveyed everything around them. Usually they would use their spiritual energy to scan the surrounding area to ensure that no one was hiding, but this flat grassland made it so that they could see even further than what they could reach with their spiritual energy. It was strange, but it seemed that being in Yandalu, his spiritual energy could not reach as far a distance as it had back in Chang'an. In fact, his previous 100-kilometer radius had shrunk to only 1 kilometer. "There!" Zhu Wei suddenly called out, startling He Gao and Lin Zhao awake from their cultivation. Bai Tianyi also focused his eyes in the direction that the former was pointing. There, long out in the distance, was a group of 3 people walking together. They seemed very arrogant. They did not even keep an eye on their surroundings and simply walked their path. Zhu Wei could not see whether or not they had a black wristband on their arms, but he could not let it go. He needed to get closer to observe.
"Well then, let us get moving," Lin Zhao said with a grin on his face.
He was already excited about another fight. In fact, he was sure that he had no weaknesses now that his soul was under the protection of Soul Guard. He just forgot that he had gotten Soul Guard less than a day ago. His performance with the ability could not be considered anything more than just above average. And as a result, although a layer of qi was shrouding his soul, it would not be enough to protect him for a long period of time. He Gao was less brazen. He was more withdrawn and understood the fact that they had just learned the skill, and that he still had a great weakness in the shape of his soul. Still, he understood the importance of getting their hands on merits, so he did not say anything about them not going. Instead, he brought up the rear of their group. Now that they had started moving and stopped cultivating, his eyes were narrowed as he continued to observe the surroundings, scouring for traces of other people waiting in ambush or appearing in their line of sight. Zhu Wei said nothing. He just started moving towards the people far away.
All of them were using their movement techniques. Zhu Wei had activated Forbidden Rush, and Lin Zhao was using a movement technique that Zhu Wei had never seen before, which made it seem as if it touched upon the Tao of space, where one step seemed to cover 10 meters. Bai Tianyi had summoned his spiritual energy sword and was flying on it, and He Gao had summoned a pair of wings on his back, effortlessly following the other three. After the second mutation, he could transform parts of his body as he pleased, and the wings came in handy when moving fast. His ability to fly and his wings were so fast that they could easily keep up with the movement technique executed by Zhu Wei and Lin Zhao, and by Tianyi's spiritual energy sword. Rapidly, they moved closer and closer to the group of three. The closer they came, the more acutely they could feel a sense of danger. These three were definitely not simple. Chapter 45. Fight. The heavy pressure that these three experts emitted was getting heavier the closer Zhu Wei's group came. This only made them more excited. These three people seemed to be the strongest experts they had encountered since they entered Yandalu, not counting Elder Sun. Zhu Wei slowed down their advance as he watched the three experts that they constantly inched closer and closer towards. There were 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were lean and bordering on skinny. The woman walked in between the 2 men, and their clothes were of decent quality, but they had clearly not been created from fierce beast or primordial beast hide, leather, or fur. The 3 were engaged in conversation. From time to time their faces frowned and they would look around with a casual gaze. They had long since noticed Zhu Wei and his friends. However, instead of fleeing or trying to figure out who they were, the 3 had stopped in their tracks, formed a small triangle, and now were discussing something that seemed important, their expressions souring with increasing annoyance.
Something feels off.
Zhu Wei could not help but mutter as he once more glanced around them. Were these 3 really so strong that they could be carefree when engaging in a fight without a single worry? Or were they bait for an ambush? "So, you can feel it too, huh?" Bai Tianyi mumbled by his side. His eyes also glanced everywhere in an attempt to find any traces of the suspected ambush.
"They are strong,"
Lin Zhao finally said.
"They don't need an ambush because their strength is enough as it is. One of them is a primordial beast, and he is at the 4th layer of the Earth Knight in Chi level. The other 2 are humans, with the Yandalu bloodline in their veins. The man has 3 eyes and the woman has 4. And I do not know if I am excited about this or not, but they are not wearing the black bracelets."
Zhu Wei nodded his head. He too had noticed the things that Lin Zhao explained.
"It seems like this will be a tough battle,"
Zhu Wei said seriously.
"The woman and the other man clearly have a spiritual energy cultivation at the Earth Knight rank. I cannot sense their strength, so it is above mine. If you leave the woman to me and Tianyi, we will take care of her. Then Gao takes the primordial beast, and Zhao, you take care of the last 3-eyed spiritual energy cultivator."
Hearing Zhu Wei's arrangements, all of them started focusing on their target. There was no recklessness in their behavior this time. All of them were solemn and serious. Especially Lin Zhao was careful. He had been eager earlier because of the soul guard, but now that there was a massive gap between the quality of his soul and the soul of his opponent, he understood that he was not in a favorable position. All he could do was hope that his opponent specialized in materialized attacks that aimed for the physical body and not invisible soul attacks. Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi were the 2 weakest in the group, if one looked solely at their cultivation bases. Yet these 2 were supposed to go up against the strongest opponent. Fortunately, Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi had a hidden arsenal of aces they could bring forth if they were in need of doing so. Even then, they both understood that this was a serious battle.
"Tianyi, you cover me from a distance, and I will close in on her, using my physical strength to finish off the battle,"
Zhu Wei said. As soon as he spoke, he transformed his legs.
While it was impossible to see as he was wearing boots, his legs and feet were now covered by azure scales. The muscles in his legs swelled, and his speed soared. When transformed, he could achieve the greatest speed available to him. They were almost at the group, and the first to break away was Haegao. He flapped his wings a few times and accelerated, after which he shot like an arrow at the primordial beast. This primordial beast looked like any other human in Yandalu. His figure was lean, but one could see powerful muscles underneath the clothes. He only had 2 eyes, but both of them were currently narrowed and focused on the incoming Haegao. "Idiot," he snickered as he took out a broadsword so large that it could cover himself behind it. Looking at this sword, Zhu Wei's one eyebrow rose in surprise. Could such a lean man really wield this weapon? It turned out that he could. The sword came crashing down, cutting off Haegao's advance and causing him to stall in the air in front of the 3 of them. "Crap," Zhu Wei called out. Because Haegao had advanced faster than the others, he had arrived first, and now he was alone to face the combined attack of 3 experts that were, at the very least, Earth Knights. Forbidden Rush, Azure Lightfinger, Seed of Mirage. Zhu Wei activated 3 abilities at the same time. First, he activated Forbidden Rush as he rushed towards Haegao to help him out of the attack. Secondly, he sent an Azure Lightfinger beam towards the woman to stall for time. And lastly, he did not forget to plant a Seed of Mirage. Although the Seed of Mirage needed quite a bit of chi, it was able to increase his fighting power and add some confusion in the battle. It would be able to randomly throw attacks at the 3 opponents, causing them to maybe be caught off guard, or trouble them one way or another. Lin Zhao and Bai Tianyi did not waste time either. Lin Zhao wielded a staff and charged at his target, the 3-eyed soul cultivator. He hoped to close in on him fast so that he could execute the man, but unfortunately he ran into an invisible wall of spiritual energy that blocked his advance. It was a rather disgraceful sight. Lin Zhao had had the staff at his side and was heading forward in fast strides, but then he slammed straight into the barrier. He had run straight into the barrier and ended up dizzy from the impact. If he had hit the barrier with his staff, it would have been easy to demolish the spiritual energy wall, but he had not done so, leaving him vulnerable to the enemy. The dizziness lasted only a mere moment before he crushed the barrier with his staff. After then, he continued to slash in front of him to ensure that if another wall or barrier was placed, then he could destroy it before he walked into it. Bai Tianyi had also arrived. He had flown on his spiritual energy sword and now dove straight into the battle. Spiritual energy alongside sword energy poured out of his body with no reservation. Merging together, the 2 energies became a strange grayish color. The fight between the 2 sides slowly escalated. Haegao was using his claws to try and defend himself against the heavy broadsword of the primordial beast, but he was at a disadvantage. Every time he swiped out, he was blocked by the side of the sword, and when the sword came crashing down upon him, his hands would tremble as the sheer size and weight were too overwhelming and not easy to block with his sharp but delicate claws. Zhu Wei had managed to get close to the 4-eyed woman, but he found that getting close did not necessarily mean victory. The woman had learned a defensive ability where spiritual energy swirled around her body in a spiraling cone. Every time he managed to hack up the cone, new spiritual energy would pour out and fill in the blanks in the protective layer. Zhu Wei had transformed his arms to that of an azure dragon. Azure scales could be seen all over his hands, and his nails had turned into claws. These claws were ripping at the spiritual energy, but to no avail. It was simply impossible to make a dent in her protection. "Keep going," Bai Tianyi called from behind. "She ought to run out of spiritual energy at some point. A skill like this must be quite a strain on her reserves, so just keep making her use her energy." Zhu Wei nodded his head and did so, but the words of Bai Tianyi also reminded the woman that she could not defend indefinitely, and instead she started diverting some of her attention to Bai Tianyi. Spiritual energy materialized right in front of Zhu Wei, but before he had the time to stop it, it appeared like thousands of small needles, all of which shot at Bai Tianyi. These needles should not be underestimated. They contained the power of a strong soul. If they entered Bai Tianyi's soul and injured him, he might lose his physical shape once more. With this in mind, Zhu Wei's body moved before he had time to think it through. With a stomp on the ground, he retreated at a speed much faster than he had ever moved before, and then he turned around, spreading his arms and blocking all the needles that otherwise would have hit Bai Tianyi. The acute pain started spreading all over his body. Half of these needles dug into his meridians, where they started causing havoc. But fortunately, they were quickly swallowed by the azure chi dragons that roamed his meridians. The other half headed straight for his soul. Zhu Wei's soul had the shape of a golden dragon. The moment the needles reached his soul palace, the place where the soul rested, he felt his eyes blackening for a moment. A battle raged on in his mind, the golden dragon roaring as it faced off against the needles. Two of them struck its body, and the pain Zhu Wei felt from these two needles was enough to make him tremble with fear. A small trail of blood had started trickling down the corner of his mouth, but Zhu Wei just lifted his hand and wiped it away. He had been rendered immobile for only a short moment, but being motionless and losing control of one's body for even a short moment in a fight was crucial. The four-eyed woman was not going to wait for Zhu Wei to regain his composure. As soon as she had sent out the many needles, she already started her next ability, which was a large blade that came crashing down upon Zhu Wei in an attempt to eliminate him right away. But Zhu Wei was not fighting alone. Bai Tianyi's face had turned pale when he saw Zhu Wei block the attack from him, but he knew that when one attack was launched, another would follow. So he too summoned his spiritual energy alongside his sword energy, merged them together, and suddenly a massive sword made of pure energy hovered in the air above him. When the large blade from the four-eyed woman came crashing down, Bai Tianyi waved his hand, and his own sword swept out to block it. Although Bai Tianyi was weaker in terms of raw strength, one has to remember that he was a sword spirit. His understanding of the sword was much better than the woman's, and his sword also contained sword energy, an energy that originated from the elusive Taos that were ever present, but so hard to comprehend. The moment the two swords collided, a deafening boom resounded out. A shock wave caused the dazed Zhu Wei to be pushed back as he was the closest to the impact. Bai Tianyi's eyes displayed a bit of madness after he blocked the attack from the four-eyed woman, but blocking was not enough for him.
Chapter 46. Nightmare Stallion. Bai Tianyi unleashed the full might of his Tao with the next attack. The gray energy sword that he had created from combining spiritual energy with the sword energy was a volatile cocktail filled with strength, and when it erupted, everyone found their eyes drawn to the seemingly humble gray energy. His massive sword blocked the spiritual energy blade controlled by the four-eyed person before it turned into 1,000 smaller swords. Every one of them started heading straight for the woman with four eyes, their speed so fast that they turned into a blur. They ripped through the air, and their sharp edges cut through the defensive layers on the woman's body like a hot knife through butter. But it was not enough, as new layers sprang to life around her immediately after. Zhu Wei had regained full control over his body. His soul was aching slightly, and remnant trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his lips. The seed of mirage that he had grown had sprouted. A second Zhu Wei appeared out of the seed after it had absorbed enough ambient heaven and earth essence. The second Zhu Wei was instantly sent to aid He Gao, who was being pushed back constantly by his opponent. And although Lin Zhao was not in a great state either, he was doing better than He Gao. Zhu Wei took a moment to survey the battleground.
Bai Tianyi had forced the four-eyed woman on the defense. Seeing that Bai Tianyi was able to suppress the woman, Zhu Wei felt relief in his heart. But that relief was quickly replaced when he saw that Bai Tianyi was no longer as energetic as he was before. Using so much sword energy was a strain on his body and mind. The more he used, the weaker his body would become. Seeing this, Zhu Wei rushed at the woman with his transformed arms, ready to deal an attack. Arcane Fist, Shattering Mountain Palm. One fist and one palm attack descended down on the woman's energy shield, one at a time. As soon as the arcane fist landed on the shield, it ripped it apart, creating an opening that allowed Zhu Wei to send in a Shattering Mountain Fist. Just as his hand entered into the energy shield, the scales on his arm felt as if they were being ripped off. Blood flowed down in steady streams, and wounds appeared on his arm under the scales because of the energy shield's pressure. The Shattering Mountain Palm collided with the chest of the woman inside the shield, and she was sent reeling backward from the impact. After retreating several steps, she came to a standstill and steadied her body. The blood in her body roiled, spilling out from her mouth and her nose. Her physical body was weak like the others. It was merely at the heavenly warrior rank. So while Zhu Wei's palm had barely connected with her, the power behind his attack had caused her serious injuries. Seeing the woman injured like this, the two men on her side started relentlessly fighting back. Their attacks were much more ferocious than they had been before. They stopped caring about defending and focused fully on attacking, trading wound for wound. He Gao had managed to breathe more easily after the Seed of Mirage had joined him, but now the situation suddenly turned against them again. Lin Zhao was also being pushed back. His opponent had grasped his weak point, and although he did not have any spiritual energy attacks that focused solely on the soul, he had abilities that attacked body and soul at the same time, so Lin Zhao was being pushed back. Zhu Wei focused on the woman. He could not help his comrades if he could not get rid of the woman first. She was one of the few four-eyed experts in the bandit group, and her status amongst the bandits could not be low. From this thought, Zhu Wei understood that she was worth a lot of merit points. His motivation soared. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. Before the woman could conjure her shield again, Zhu Wei had sent out a kick that sent her tumbling even farther back. Although it seemed as if Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi had the clear advantage in the fight, the truth was that they were both severely injured. Bai Tianyi could not command any more sword energy, as it would have some serious after effects. On Zhu Wei's side, one of his hands was unusable. The arm that had used Shattering Mountain Palm earlier had taken so much damage that he could barely lift it now. Although it was not broken, all the muscle, the flesh, and the meridians that had penetrated into the shield had been severely damaged. He had also received damage to his soul that would take a bit of time to heal. Although they were now seemingly in control of the situation, the price for this had been high. "Finish it!" Bai Tianyi yelled, exhaustion evident in his voice. Zhu Wei nodded his head. As soon as his kick of the Forgotten Kings had caused her to tumble backwards, Zhu Wei followed with Forbidden Rush before launching his final attack. Inner Might Qi Sword Style, Windwolf Sword Slash. Following that, the Qi Sword swung out with the full might of an ordinary knight. Disbelief and horror crept into all four of the woman's eyes. She had never thought that Zhu Wei and his friends were capable of threatening them. It seemed that what they had learned was not the entire truth. Spiritual energy was not everything that mattered in a fight of life and death. Before she could even scream, her head was severed from the neck and fell down, drowned in the grass of the vast grassland. Her body slumped to the ground. All traces of life had vanished. When the two survivors saw the gruesome end to their companion, their eyes turned blood red. They pushed even faster against the two opponents in front of them. "Tianyi, you stay out of the rest of the battle," Zhu Wei ordered as he rushed towards Lin Zhao. He was not too worried for He Gao. He Gao had been pressured badly, his body riddled with wounds, and his claws had dents everywhere, but he had still not transformed into his original shape, so he could still hold on. If He Gao had transformed and still was being pushed back, then Zhu Wei would have rushed to his side. But seeing him fighting like this made Zhu Wei understand that he was testing his limits of his new mutation. Lin Zhao was in a tough spot due to his limited protection against soul-based attacks. The soul guard he had spent some time training had already been broken through by the attacks of his opponent, and every attack he took caused him to sweat and be in severe pain. Zhu Wei was still wielding the chi sword made from inner might. While Lin Zhao was his target, Zhu Wei rushed close with Forbidden Rush and used an attack he had not used in a long time. Sacrificial Stab. Sacrificial Stab was one of the first abilities he had gotten from the Heritage Ring. It was a superior skill that was described as a cheap killing attack. It sacrificed the soul of the target to an ancient god. As long as one drop of blood was drawn, the person would die. This energy was then given to the user as a boost in strength, but there was a recoil of equal measure once that strength runs out. The sword came into contact with the body of the spiritual energy cultivator and drew a deep slash on his back. The moment he had gotten the slash, his eyes widened, and then he died. Having executed the sacrificial stab and killed a target, Zhu Wei felt how the energy in his body roiled. The chi dragons were roaring in delight as they felt the boost in strength. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to make a difference against the remaining enemy, and soon the roaring chi dragons went sluggish. The energy vanished, and he was instead exhausted. Zhu Wei did not know if he believed in the whole thing about the ancient god, but he knew that the attack was quite powerful and able to solve their current problems. The sacrificial stab was a very effective ability, but it put a heavy strain on the user. Zhu Wei only used it to kill his target as soon as possible, but his body felt feeble afterward. "What did you do?" Bai Tianyi complained in the background, causing the fatigued Zhu Wei to walk over and sit down next to him. "What do you mean?" he asked with fatigue on his face. "I killed him," he explained. "Yeah, but he has no soul power. It is as if his soul just vanished the moment he died. That is such a waste. If I had absorbed his energy, I would have been fully restored." "What do you mean?" Zhu Wei asked curiously. "No soul power?" "Yeah, it was as if the soul was spirited away," Bai Tianyi said, unable to hide the slight annoyance in his voice. The only reason I can think of is that I used sacrificial stab," Zhu Wei answered. "Sacrificial stab kills a person and sacrifices the soul of the target to an ancient god, according to the description of the ability." "You sacrificed my soul?" Bai Tianyi asked indignantly, almost yelling at him. So far, whenever they had killed someone, Bai Tianyi had absorbed the soul power that was released. He relied on this to get stronger, to a point where he saw all opponents' souls as his nutrient. "Well, it was the fastest way to kill that I could think of," Zhu Wei argued back, feeling a little wronged. How should he have known that the soul actually managed to vanish like that? Zhu Wei shook his head. He felt very weak at the moment. His entire body was drained of chi, and the chi dragons in his meridians had become sparse. But at least the azure dragon spirit in his danshan was non-stop replenishing the lost amount. Unfortunately, it was a long way from him being fully energized and able to continue fighting. While he was resting, Zhu Wei watched the fight between He Gao and the other primordial beast. Lin Zhao had gone over to help but had been stopped by He Gao. He had wanted to finish the battle on his own, and although he had several wounds on his body, he was far from being done. The primordial beast saw that he was alone. He no longer held any faith in defeating all four of his opponents. He wanted to flee as soon as possible. Instead of waiting, his body suddenly enlarged. He no longer was a human, having transformed into a large horse with hooves, a lion tail, and a horn. Its skin was red like blood, and flames erupted from his hooves and mane.
This was a nightmare stallion. Even in Chang'an, this race was flourishing, and the natural talent of the nightmare stallion was outstanding. In Chang'an, one of the elders in the Council of Elders was a nightmare stallion, so everyone's faces turned serious when they saw the appearance of this horse-like beast. He Gao's eyes also turned solemn and decided to change his body's shape as well. He suddenly sprouted wings on his back. His legs turned into the legs of a massive dog, and his hands turned into paws, but his body and face did not change. "He is quite daring," Bai Tianyi praised, "to face a nightmare stallion like this. I don't know if I should call him reckless or brave. Let's see if this is enough to stop that pony." Chapter 47. Bragging About Losing. Zhu Wei snickered when he heard Bai Tianyi refer to a nightmare stallion as a pony. He was not worried. He had complete faith in He Gao's abilities, and the fact that he had not fully transformed meant that he did not feel a need to do so yet. The wings gave him a speed that even Zhu Wei could not rival, and he was able to quickly catch up with the fleeing nightmare stallion. The moment he did, he landed on the back of the horse, with the claws of both his front and hind legs digging into the stallion's hide. One front paw dragged down the claws all the way from the neck and down the back, leaving deep, brutal gashes down the stallion's rear. Blood flowed unhindered, and patches of mangled fur and flesh grotesquely stuck in He Gao's claws. He Gao's eyes were serious, but he was also slightly disappointed when he saw that the stallion did not stop to fight. Instead, it just bucked wildly and tried to throw him off his back while continuing to flee as fast as it could. They had already gotten rather far, and He Gao understood that his test of strength was now over. He sliced the throat of the nightmare stallion, killing it instantly as it began to crash to the floor. Blood spurted out from its throat and coated the black fur on his paws. As the massive stallion beast collapsed, He Gao leapt off and had already begun changing back to his human shape. The blood which previously had been hidden by the black fur could now be seen. His clothes, which had been intact when the battle began, were now in tatters, and wounds of varying degrees were riddled all over his body. Of the four of them, He Gao seemed as if he had had the hardest battle. He was the one with the most apparent injuries, at least. Lin Zhao was also rather injured, but what he had injured was not the body, but the soul. His face was pale and his eyes slightly dim. Bai Tianyi was not much better. He had used too much sword energy, so he was feeling incredibly feeble. While medicinal pills could heal Lin Zhao and He Gao, Bai Tianyi would not be able to participate in a fight until he had restored enough sword energy. Zhu Wei was the one in the best shape. Although his hand had been seriously wounded, it was already healing at a rapid speed, and his exhaustion from using the sacrificial stab was also being dealt with by the Azure Dragon Spirit. Zhu Wei looked at his bracelet now that the three bandits were dead, and his eyes widened in surprise. "When we killed the other 7, we got 17 merit points, but by killing this group, our score has climbed all the way to 89. The others looked at their bracelets, but their results were not as exaggerated as Zhu Wei's. "Yours skyrocketed because you dealt with the four-eyed woman and gave her the killing blow." Bai Tianyi was the first to realize why his merits had jumped as much as they had. "Oh, so the rest of you have not gotten as many points as I have?" Zhu Wei asked dejectedly. The others shook their heads. "I am at 18 merits. Bai Tianyi said casually. He did not care too much about merits. He was a sword spirit. He could always give up his physical body and return to the body of a sword. Although if he did so, he would have to recreate his body from spiritual energy, which would take him quite a long time. But this ability made sure that he could follow Zhu Wei anywhere. He Gao and Lin Zhao did not have the same possibility.
But Zhu Wei was certain that they could gain enough merits for all 4 of them to be allowed to go aboard with the ambassador that was going to the Demon Phoenix continent.
For now, let us retreat to one of the more outer areas of the grasslands, Zhu Wei decided. We need to heal our bodies and souls completely before we engage in more combat. The ones in this area are rather strong. One mistake and we will end up dead instead of the opponent. Risking our lives is one thing, but suicidal behavior is another.
Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Lin Zhao looked at one another. Although they had just ended a battle, they were not too tired. If they were really pushed, then they would be capable of fighting back. But they preferred fighting when they were at peak condition to take as few risks as possible. Since this was the case, they nodded their heads and moved back the way they had come. Zhu Wei administered some pills he had in his storage treasure, pills he had created previously. All the pill recipes that Zhu Wei had were the most common pills that were all over the market. He did not have any pill recipes that were rare, as they had all been prepared by Bai Tianyi, and he did not have the finances to invest in some rare recipes. Therefore, all the pills that Zhu Wei took out were the most ordinary kind. But even so, they were of high purity, and their effect was better than nothing. He gave 4 blood-coagulating pills to He Gao and took 4 himself. Although pills could not be taken as candy, the high purity combined with the low medicinal strength of these pills enabled them to take this many. He Gao saw that Zhu Wei put all 4 pills into his mouth and chewed lightly. If he could handle it, then He Gao obviously could too, as his physical body was many times stronger than Zhu Wei's. Zhu Wei also handed another set of pills to Lin Zhao. These pills healed the soul. Although they took a longer time to work, they were able to draw soul power into the soul and help it mend and nurture the soul back to its original state. The only one he could not help with pills was Bai Tianyi, and he looked apologetically at his friend. But Bai Tianyi just waved his hand with a carefree expression on his face. Zhu Wei was unaware of how long it would take before Bai Tianyi's sword energy would recover. But a look at his face told him that the paleness had already been replaced by a rosy complexion. It was clear that he was not as strained as before. On the return trip, they encountered neither friends nor foes. A few fierce beasts appeared and looked at Zhu Wei with curiosity, but they did not dare move too close out of fear for the other 3.
Let us rest for a bit here, Zhu Wei said after they had traveled for a few hours.
There was no one in sight, and their current position gave them a clear view on all sides. Lin Zhao and He Gao were quiet as they instantly sat down and started cultivating. They started mending their body and soul while at the same time training the soul guard. Seeing them train, Zhu Wei took the task of observing their surroundings. The pills he had taken were enough to heal him after a bit of time. He could watch their surroundings while cultivating to some degree, though it would not have the same effect as stationary meditation, but this was the best course of action now that they were in enemy territory. Bai Tianyi sat down with his legs crossed, closed his eyes, and started emitting a pulsating, strange gray energy around him. It went out of his body, rotated around him, and returned to his body again in time with his breathing. This was the sword energy that he controlled. It was clear that with each breath, the energy that moved grew in size. Zhu Wei had been worried that the sword energy would take months to restore, but looking at Bai Tianyi's current state, it might not take all that long. Time went by slowly. Zhu Wei was eager to get merits, but he was not silly enough to rush his team when they were healing and cultivating. Suddenly, in the distance, Zhu Wei noticed a group of experts that seemingly had noticed them as well. The group was heading towards them, but Zhu Wei hesitated to wake up his comrades. If the arriving experts were from the academy, then they could continue their training. But if they were bandits, then they had to fight. Fortunately, it turned out that they were from the academy. Zhu Wei went out to meet them so that they did not interrupt Bai Tianyi and the others. When they noticed the black wristband on his hand, the academy students turned disappointed. and then they looked curiously at Zhu Wei and the other three.
Are you the newcomers from another continent?
The leader of the group asked curiously. He had seen that all four had 2 eyes each, and that they seemed to not have the distinct humbling behavior of a 2-eyed expert from Yandalu.
That would be us.
Zhu Wei nodded his head. He did not see any condescension in the eyes of these experts, nor did he see much disdain. He was surprised to see that they were all friendly and open towards him.
You defeated Tang Lu and later helped him break through to the ordinary knight rank with his chi levels. This piece of news, he is even bragging about it back in the camp, the leader said, laughing out loud. Normally a defeat is nothing to rejoice about, but because he managed to become an ordinary knight with his chi levels, he was quite hard to get back down to earth. Everyone who has been in the camp already knows about it. We are also aware that you have some abilities which are highly ranked compared to the chi skills here in Yandalu.
Hearing this, Zhu Wei was slightly alert. Were they interested in his techniques? He was not willing to give them away just like that. Seeing him tense up, the entire group smiled and shook their heads.
Don't worry, we are not so starved for chi techniques that we will make enemies with you over it, the leader assured him.
Zhu Wei felt a bit calmer hearing this.
Well, we will continue our expedition.
The group got ready to head out once more. Zhu Wei said his farewell. He had already managed to get a bit of information from the leader of the group, and he was quite happy that they were not bandits. When he returned to his friend's side, he quickly found that He Gao had awakened from his cultivation. His eyes were looking around him with a sharpness that had not been there before. There was a certainty and self-confidence emanating from He Gao that he did not have earlier. The experience from that battle had given him the confidence he needed. He had started to understand that after 2 mutations, his body was now no longer that average celestial dog he had been when he met Zhu Wei. He was now an overlord amongst the primordial beasts. He was now a beast that had been granted a heaven-defying talent. He was someone who could be considered a supreme genius. Everything about him had been changed, and it had been changed for the better. But what race was he now? He himself had not even seen his full shape, but he understood that he could no longer be considered a celestial dog. He was now a completely new race of primordial beasts, a race that had never appeared before. Chapter 48. Gathering Point. They sat up camp for the rest of the night. Lin Zhao was, surprisingly, the one who needed the most time to heal. Zhu Wei and Bai Tianyi were on high alert all night. They spread out their spiritual sense to keep watch for enemies in the darkness. He Gao spent the night to improve his soul guard skill, and Lin Zhao was healing his soul while also cultivating the soul guard skill. The time went by slowly. The night was black as ink before slowly the sun started rising in the east. With the rising sun, there was a beautiful display of crimson colors on the sky, looking so beautiful that even Zhu Wei could not drag his eyes away from the wonders of nature. Lin Zhao was the first to stand up. He released a breath of foul air and looked at the others with gratitude. He knew that his wounds had caused them to spend more time recuperating than what they had wanted, but they were a team. No one was left behind.
Let us advance again,
Zhu Wei said. Together the quartet moved deeper into the grasslands once more. On the way, they saw signs of a furious battle. Corpses were left on the ground, some complete with only their souls missing, others with incomplete bodies having been ripped to shreds by the attacks. Of the ones they saw, the bandits were not the only ones that had lost their lives. They also came across corpses with the black wristband on their arms, and when they saw this, their mood turned somber. This could have been them, had they not been extra careful. Even now, if they were not careful, it was obvious that they would end up dead. Zhu Wei and the others advanced carefully. The energy in Yandalu was different from the energy back in Chang'an. where his spiritual energy had been capable of extending more than 100 kilometers for surveillance back in Chang'an. He could only reach 1 kilometer in range here, making it much easier to just look with the eyes. Feeling that he could no longer scan a large expanse of land around him, Zhu Wei felt slightly weakened, but he understood that the other members of Yandalu were in the same position as himself. Although they cultivated spiritual energy, Zhu Wei understood that they had the same suppression on their spiritual energy as he had. They could not see much further than him unless their rank was much higher than his.
"Oh, look!"
Heigao was the first to talk while they were walking, and he pointed into the distance.
"A group is coming towards us."
Although he spoke casually, Zhu Wei and the others tensed up right away. If someone was coming towards them, there was a 50% chance that they were enemies. Knowing this, they all prepared for battle. However, a few moments later they noticed the black wristbands on the arms of the advancing group. Although the advancing group should have seen that Zhu Wei and his friends were wearing black wristbands, they were not stopping and continued towards them, causing Zhu Wei to frown.
"Hello, fellow students,"
someone from the group said with a cheerful voice. It was a three-eyed expert with spiritual energy at the Earth Knight rank.
"Hello,"
Zhu Wei greeted them with a nod. He was slightly apprehensive and unsure of what exactly they wanted, but he did not feel any hostility, so he was also rather polite.
"We are gathering all the students into a large group now," the leader said. "We are going to start the final push on the bandits, but to do so we need everyone who can participate in the battle."
Zhu Wei was surprised, but he quickly nodded his head. It made sense.
"So where do we meet?"
He was not against teaming up with the others. There were a few things he had yet to fully understand, but a free-for-all melee would be ideal to him and his friends. In a free-for-all melee, everything would descend into chaos, allowing Zhu Wei and his friends to inch close to people and execute them with their superior physical strength. As long as they did not encounter too many primordial beasts specializing in chi, they should be fine.
"How do we split the points?"
Zhu Wei asked. The one who had taken the initiative to greet them flashed him a great smile as he answered.
"Don't worry, anyone who gets the killing blow will get the points. That is how the black wristbands are made to work."
Zhu Wei nodded his head, but then he frowned.
"Won't that mean that many will try to steal the final blows?" "No, although there might be 1 or 2 trying to do so, the majority won't. We of the Garden of Shadows are righteous people," the man declared with a grin, not insulted in the least. "I see. Well, in that case, it is great for us," Zhu Wei agreed readily. "We are on our way to the gathering point now," the man who had spoken before said with his friendly voice. "Why not follow us? We will help you find the others, and then we can set out all together."
Zhu Wei was not very used to people being this friendly towards him. He had been told that they would be looked at with disdain, and although some did look down upon them, the majority of the people he had interacted with so far had been very friendly and open. It was in complete contrast to how people had been behaving towards him back in Chang'an. The feeling of being accepted was truly great. Together, the two groups made their way towards the gathering point. On the way, they engaged in idle chatter with one another.
"I know you are from outside of the continent."
The one who had been speaking before once more spoke with Zhu Wei, his curiosity clearly showing on his face.
"We are," Zhu Wei acknowledged. "Well, what is the outside world like?"
The one who spoke was named Yu Shan. He had been a student at the Garden of Shadow for 3 years now. He had been on various missions within Yandalu so far, but he had never before left the continent. In fact, almost no one was allowed to leave, as it was almost impossible to survive the journey through the sea if one was not guided by the envoys.
"I don't know about the other continents, but we came from Chang'an. It is rather far away from here," Zhu Wei said honestly. "On Chang'an, spiritual energy is also cultivated, but the majority specialize in chi. There is a constant war raging between the primordial beasts and the humans."
Zhu Wei did not withhold much information. Even if this person wished to visit Chang'an, it would be impossible. They had only managed to get there by relying on the trans-dimensional tunnel that Lan had made. In fact, they were unsure of where in the world they actually were. It was clearly Yandalu, but where in the world was Yandalu located? None of them knew. Even the people of Yandalu were unsure, as they never really left.
A continent where primordial beasts and humans are constantly fighting?
Yushan was shocked.
Why would they fight? Humans and primordial beasts have a lot in common. They are able to fight side by side, their intellect is quite similar, and their goals in life are not too different either. Of course, it is impossible to start a family across races, but that does not mean you have to fight one another.
Well, it seems as if the continent of Chang'an has been at war for many millennia. There was a time when the humans lived as slaves and livestock to the primordial beasts. But one day they rose in a rebellion and fought for their freedom. They overthrew the power of the beasts, but they could not wipe them out. As a result, all of them are now fighting for supremacy on the continent. In Chang'an, we have legends about other continents, but we were sure that the other continents were only myth. The inhabitants of Chang'an are too busy fighting amongst themselves. They cannot focus on the outside world.
I see.
Yushan went silent.
In that case, I actually don't think Yandalu is so bad. Although we have bandits and schemes run deeply in the royal court, we are not in constant war.
After comparing their two worlds, Yushan suddenly felt very satisfied with living in Yandalu. As they spoke, they spotted a large group of experts in the distance. Many of these people were three-eyed, a few were two-eyed and four-eyed. The two-eyed were all primordial beasts, and they had all turned around to look at the groups led by Yushan and Zhu Wei as they headed towards the gathering point. When they saw them, some looked with disdain at Zhu Wei, but the majority knew that this group of two-eyed experts were from outside of Yandalu, and thus, although they had some ingrown disdain towards two-eyed experts, they could not look down on Zhu Wei and his friends as they normally would. Many also had curiosity in their gazes, and as Zhu Wei looked around, he also saw Tang Zhu. Noticing Tang Zhu, he saw that the man was moving towards him with a great smile on his face.
My brother!
He called out, stunning Zhu Wei. Were they really close enough to consider each other brothers? This was kinda weird. When they had met the first time, Zhu Wei had felt that Tang Zhu was very arrogant, but seeing him now, this arrogance was completely gone. Instead, there was gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Wei.
I have to thank you for helping me break through to the ordinary knight rank, he exclaimed, not lowering his voice at all, and many close by heard it. They perked their ears and listened in on the conversation. The pill you gave me must have been a very rare item, no? He asked, slightly embarrassed, but Zhu Wei just shook his head.
It is a pill I learned to refine on the way to Yandalu. It is not very rare, but I do not know whether or not the herbs exist here in Yandalu, so as to how rare they are here, I do not know.
How could Zhu Wei not know that Tang Lu wanted to get his hands on even more of these pills, most likely to share them with his friends? Although Zhu Wei had the materials on him to create around 1,000 of these pills, he would never admit it. They were made to increase the absorption of the essence of the heavens and the earth. It could be used to increase one's cultivation. Since they could help him, why would he give them away for free? On the other hand, if they brought their own materials, creating pills was no problem. He would gain experience in pill concocting at the same time as he would increase his spiritual energy. Only an idiot would decline.
What materials do you need?
Tang Lu asked curiously. His eyes were shining. Zhu Wei took out the requisite herbs from his storage ring.
I need copper-leafed magnolia as the main component of the pill. And on the side of the magnolia, I also need a spiritual orange blossom and 1,000 nebula flower.
The 3 herbs he mentioned were indeed the 3 herbs needed for the spring powder pill. The reason he took out the herbs was because he was unsure of what they might call the plants on this continent.
It was hard to say if they had the same herbs but called them different names. It was another continent, after all.